Facts have proved that no one is invincible, even the magical members of the Purple Brahma tribe can be killed. The regeneration ability of the purple blood in the body will become weaker and weaker in a short period of time. Cut off the opponent's head once, and the opponent may rely on purple blood to pick it up and continue to live. Smash the opponent's heart for the second time, and the opponent may also rely on purple blood to completely regenerate. But if you smash the opponent's head for the third time, the opponent will not be able to revive again. The regenerative ability of purple blood cannot be repeated multiple times in a short period of time, and this also provided an opportunity for Xuanhuan. He shot 3 ice arrows in succession, all of which were means of the Emperor's supernatural power, and its destructive power definitely surpassed that of Long Yu. The domineering means are more than 100 times. After beheading the young man from the Zifan tribe 3 times in a row, the young man finally failed to continue to regenerate, but his whole body began to melt and gradually annihilated. You killed him. On the other side, when the charming woman saw this, her face immediately became vicious and angry. She stared at Long Yu and Xuanhuan. Her whole body was full of purple light. Isn't she the life and death contract of that young man? Seeing this, Long Yu frowned slightly. Otherwise, if the young man was killed, this charming woman would also die, right? No, they did sign a life and death contract, but the young man is still alive, and until the purple blood in his body is exhausted, he will never be truly dead. Xuanhuan explained with a solemn expression, of course, that guy won't last long. His whole body was shot into pieces by me. I'm afraid he can only last for 3 breaths. But with these 3 breathing times, something went wrong. As long as the young man dies completely, the charming woman will also die, but before the young man dies completely, the charming woman still has 3 breaths of time to use some methods. If you kill my Zifan tribe, you will surely die a bad death in the future, and you will be suppressed in the holy pool of the Zifan tribe for eternity, and will be devoured by evil spirits. Following the charming woman's words, 2 purple rays of light rushed directly towards where Long Yu and Xuanhuan were. This seemed to be a kind of curse technique. Long Yu's heart shuddered, and he immediately mobilized death energy to haunt him, mobilizing infinite death energy to weaken that purple ray of light. However, he discovered that the weakening effect of the death-ridden energy had no effect on this purple cursed light. Not only that, but when Long Yu used the secret method of balancing and controlling the 5th layer, he couldn't find the weakness of this purple cursed light at all. In just a moment, that purple cursed light was about to bombard Long Yu's body. At this moment, a figure suddenly flashed over, directly blocked Long Yu, and even blocked the purple cursed light for him. It's Xuanhuan. Elder Morong. Long Yu's face changed slightly. He never expected Xuanhuan to resist the light of the curse. Could he have a way to lift the curse? Boy, needless to say, if you are cursed by Zifan, you will be hunted down by people from the Zifan department for the rest of your life. Your potential is far beyond that. Naturally, I won't watch you die in the hands of those people. Xuanhuan hovered in front of Long Yu, and his tone was bleak. However, once the Zifan curse is launched, it will be impossible to resist it, unless someone else bears it on your behalf. I have already been cursed anyway. Being cursed one more time, it doesn't make much difference. It was only then that Long Yu realized that the purple ray of light turned out to be a curse technique. It sounded like a secret tracking technique, which could mark the opponent's location forever, and then let the practitioners of the entire Purple Vatican department hunt down and kill him. This method can be said to be extremely powerful. If Long Yu is cursed by Z-Fan, maybe other people from the Z-Fan department will come to chase him soon, and with Long Yu's current strength, he will definitely not be able to resist of. Xuanhuan, because he was relatively close to the charming woman, was directly hit by the Zifan curse, but saw that the charming woman released 2 Zifan curses, so he dodged to block the purple curse light blasting towards Long Yu. In this way, the 2 curses were concentrated on Xuanhuan. Seeing this scene, the charming woman was so angry that she almost wanted to vomit blood. She never thought that someone would come out and accept Ziffin's curse. In this way, wouldn't the enmity between her and the young man be completely avenged? Although he could kill the old guy, he couldn't kill the kid who intervened. However, as the vitality of the young man was completely cut off, the charming woman had no other chance to cast the Ziffin curse again. A burst of shadows from the 9 nether divine rune fell from the sky and completely enveloped her, and then she was annihilated by the power of the life-death contract and turned into endless nothingness. Even the regeneration effect of the purple blood has no resistance at all. In the arena, only Long Yu and Morong Shojin were left. In addition, Sunset Dance was still hidden in the dark, and in the corner of the hall was an elder of the 5 Emperors Alliance, who was Morong Shojin's companion. Elder, this. Long Yu stared blankly at Morong Shojin in front of him, never thought that Morong Shojin would do this for him, and actually blocked Ziffin's curse for himself. Stop talking, now that I'm cursed by Ziffin, my life is at stake, I'm afraid I can't say anything more to you. Morong Shojin turned his head sideways, and a smile appeared on his kind face. Boy, your talent is not bad. I hope that one day you will avenge me. As for who are the people from the Ziffin department? They come from outside the sky, they are from outside Forces 1. During this trip to the 9 Nether Profound Palace, many extraterrestrial forces also sent people in, so these things happened. As long as a cultivator who has reached the level of a 1-star emperor, there is a space passage built by later generations, which can directly lead to the 4th palace. Although I don't know how you got here, you have to be careful no matter what. Morong Shojin said with a solemn expression. Directly leading to the 4th Nether Palace? Only then did Long Yu realize why the other party was actually faster than him. In this way, it became completely impossible for him to collect all the 9 nether condensed crystals. What about the 5th and 6th palaces? As long as they are 2-star emperors or 3-star emperors, can they enter directly? Long Yu couldn't help asking. In any case, it is impossible for people from the Ziffin department to be found so quickly, so Long Yu and Morong Shojin can still talk more. No, the external passage can only lead to the 4th Yugong. If you want to go to the further back Yugong, you can only enter from the main hall of the 4th Yugong. It is necessary to open a passage directly to the 4th Yugong. It was done by a big leader of the extraterrestrial forces, and it is impossible to do such a thing in the secret realm of the King's Way or even at the level of the Emperor. Morong Shojin shook his head. Hearing this, Long Yu knew why the Death Envoy didn't know the existence of this transmission channel, because this transmission channel was created by people from outside the sky, and the Death Envoy had never been here, so of course he didn't know about it. Boy, promise me that when you have the strength, you must avenge me. A look of desolation appeared in Morong Shojin's eyes. Being cursed by Ziffin, I have almost no chance of surviving, and you won't see me in the future. These 2 people from the Ziffin tribe have blatantly broken the rules. If you want to rob me of my things, even if this elder dies, he will take them as a backstop. Are all the people in the Ziffin department such villains? Long Yu asked. Most of them are like this. The Ziffin tribe is notorious outside the sky. Relying on the secret method of immortality they practice, they bully and plunder everywhere. They are despised by all the forces outside the sky. Morong Shojin said bitterly, if the leader of the Ziffin tribe was not too strong, this force would have been united and wiped out long ago, and it would never have survived until today. Elder, if the Ziffin curse is just a tracking secret, you may not necessarily die. Long Yu suddenly thought of something, and made a suggestion. Why don't you let go of your thoughts and let me probe your body, maybe I can help you lift this curse. Don't waste your energy. Morong Shojin turned around and patted Long Yu's shoulder with a smile. The blood of the person cursed by Ziffin will gradually turn purple and emit a special smell that ordinary people can't smell, but the people of the Ziffin department can feel it even after several small worlds. They will launch the strongest hunters in the Ziffin department to hunt and kill the person who is cursed by the Ziffin. You know, the Zifen curse is only people from the Zifen tribe can cast it when they are about to die, and the Zifen curse on your body means that you are the enemy of the Zifen tribe, and they can't let you go. Long Yu frowned slightly. If that was the case, there was really no way he could get rid of Zifen's curse. He was not sure at all, he just wanted to give it a try. Wouldn't everyone be happy if it was possible? But when he thought that the other party's Zifen curse method was handed down from the strongest, how could it be possible for him to break through a mere emperor's martial arts? What Long Yu wanted to rely on was the comprehension of the 9 nether divine runes, but the power of these divine runes had no effect on lifting the curse, so Long Yu finally gave up. Okay, get out of here now. Maybe people from the Zifen department will chase after you after a while. Morong Shozhen told Long Yu to leave quickly. By the way, Senior Elder, have you collected some 9 nether condensation crystals on your body? I want this crystal to be useful. If you have it, can you give it to me? Long Yu asked, solemnly. Morong Shozhen was someone who was waiting to die, so of course he would not refuse such a request, and directly handed over a space ring to Long Yu. Everything is in this space ring. There are 9 nether condensed crystals in total, and they are all inside. Hurry up. Morong Shozhen handed the space ring to Long Yu, then waved his hand, urging Long Yu to leave quickly. Thank you, Elder. Long Yu's heart sank and he nodded. He knew that if he left now, it would be a farewell to Morong Shozhen. Moreover, only he and Xiang Wu would know what happened here. However, if he doesn't leave, Long Yu won't be able to leave even if the people from the Zifen department chase him up. Long Yu has always been a decisive character. Even though Morong Shozhen blocked a Zifen curse for him in front of him, this kindness is hard to repay, but he still did not stay with Morong Shozhen. If Long Yu had enough strength, this would definitely not be the case, but the Zifen department, a force that came from outside the sky, was definitely in existence that the current Long Yu could not resist. If he wanted to contend with the opponent, he would definitely have a dead end. One must know that even if the Dragon Emperor Joyo is still alive, he might not be able to compare with the leaders of those great powers, let alone the half-baked Long Yu now. Long Yu put away the interspatial ring that Morong Shozhen handed over, and then left directly with Xiang Wu, walking towards the nearest main hall. He checked the space ring, and there were indeed 9 nether condensed crystals, which surprised him. If there were these 9 nether condensed crystals, he might finally collect all 45 nether condensed crystals. Morong Shozhen's 9 nether condensed crystals must not have been obtained this time, but was obtained 50 years ago when the 9 nether profound palace was opened last time, so it can make up for some of Long Yu's mistakes in action. If you miss a few 9 nether condensed crystals, it will not lead to the failure of the final mission. If we want to avenge Elder Morong, we must complete this task. Only when we step into the final profound palace will our strength be greatly increased. Xiang Wu was in a bad mood. After all, she also had some friendship with Morong Shozhen in the previous year, and she admired this cabinet elder of the 5 Emperors Alliance. Now, knowing that the other party will be chased and killed by the people of the Zifen department, but unable to defend against the enemy with him, obviously makes Xiang Wu feel very unhappy, but, like Long Yu, she knows how to choose, and knows that she must not act blindly now. What she thinks in her heart now is to go to the last mysterious palace of the Jiuyou Xian Palace, and get the treasures in accordance with what the Master Death Envoy said, to get the treasures in it, so that she can improve her strength a lot, and it is possible to confront Zifan head-on in the future department. Although the Death Envoy's description of the 9 nether profound palace was somewhat deviated, the deviation was not large. It was just that the 9 nether profound palace had an extra passage leading directly to the 4th nether palace. This was unexpected by the Death Envoy, so Long Yu and Xiang Wu may miss many 9 Serenity condensed crystals. But now, the 9 condensed crystals in the space ring given by Morong Shozhen made up for the shortcomings in the plan of the Death Envoy, so that Long Yu and Xiang Wu could hope to finally complete the task. Soon, Long Yu and Xiang Wu found the main hall of the fourth nether palace, which was the closest. As expected, there was no 9 nether condensed crystals in this main hall, but the two were not disappointed, because they had expected such a situation a long time ago. Condition. In the fourth palace, there must be many cultivators at the Emperor's level who have been directly sent in. Most of the 4 main halls have no 9 nether condensed crystals. Xiang Wu said to Long Yu, "Should we go directly to the 5th palace?" Wait a moment. However, Long Yu shook his head, and did not make a decision right away. Up to now, he has walked to the 2 main halls of the 4th nether palace, but he has not gone to the other 2 main halls, so it is not sure whether the 9 nether condensed crystals of the 4th nether palace it's all gone. He wouldn't take the risk and go directly to the 5th nether palace, because what if there was only one piece missing? Therefore, he intends to first confirm whether there are still 9 nether condensed crystals in the 4th nether palace, and then make a decision whether to go to the 5th nether palace. As for the detection method, it is very difficult for others, but for Long Yu, it is only one step away. The secret method taught to us by the senior death envoy is to be able to perceive the aura of the Jiuyou condensed crystal, but because the Jiuyou condensed crystal has existed in these main halls for 50 years, even if it is taken away by someone now, we can still feel it. The breath that wafts into it. Long Yu said to Xiang Wu, "Of course, whether the Jiuyou condensed crystal is taken away by someone, the concentration of the breath will definitely be different. Now we can't judge the slight difference in the concentration of the breath from too far away, but as long as if you can cultivate the balance control to the 6th level, you should be able to judge from a distance whether the 9 nether condensed crystals have been taken away by someone." This method was only now thought of by Long Yu. Before coming to Jiuyou Palace, Long Yu never expected to encounter these difficulties, so he did not make much preparations, but now it seems that it is still difficult to complete the task only relying on what the death envoy said. So, he thought about it temporarily, and came up with this method. The main reason is that Long Yu took a lot of pills before, and a large part of the heaven and earth aura he absorbed was still stored in the void dragon blade, and the 6th level of balance control distance was no longer enough. Far. Originally prepared to store the aura of heaven and earth for critical moments, it has finally come in handy. He took out the nether dragon blade, directly absorbed the aura of heaven and earth in it, and then used the aura of heaven and earth to practice the secret method of martial arts, and control it in balance. Xiang Wu concealed her figure at the side, while warning Long Yu, once she found other people coming, she would immediately notify Long Yu. The speed of cultivating balance control is not slow. As long as there is enough aura of heaven and earth, it can start to grow automatically, and Long Yu doesn't even need to take the initiative to do anything. While practicing, Long Yu began to think about the secrets of martial arts. Originally, he knew that the Jiuyou Dragon Emperor could only master the 3 moves of martial arts, but now he only practiced one move to control the balance, but he didn't know what the other 2 moves were. Secret method. Of course, the 9th Dragon Emperor will not teach everything to his subordinates, so even if he is a death envoy, he will not use all the methods of the 9th Dragon Emperor. But now, Long Yu has encountered the secret martial arts practiced by others. Immortal Purple Blood. This is the secret method of martial arts practiced by the cultivators of the Zifen department. This secret method of immortal purple blood can turn all the blood in their bodies into purple blood, and this purple blood can be effective in many situations. For example, when a man and a woman in the Zifen tribe were suppressed by Long Yu's Bagua Zishua's power exploded, directly allowing them to break through the Bagua suppression. And later, the undead purple blood made their physical bodies extremely terrifying. Their physical bodies were easily destroyed, but the regeneration ability of the undead purple blood was extremely strong. Even if their heads were crushed, the purple blood would be to be able to regenerate a head. This kind of martial arts secret method is undoubtedly extremely terrifying, and it is definitely the secret of the Zifen department. It seems that when everyone masters the supernatural powers of the Emperor's way in the future, the real battle will definitely be decided on the secret method of martial arts. The balance control is very strong, but compared with the undead purple blood, it is nothing more than that. Long Yu's eyes flashed with anticipation. If he could get more training methods of martial arts secrets, his combat power would be improved by leaps and bounds. After a stick of incense time, all the aura of heaven and earth stored in the void dragon blade was absorbed by Long Yu, and then Long Yu took some other pills, and all the pills containing aura of heaven and earth on his body were absorbed. In this way, he finally achieved a breakthrough in his balance control martial arts secret method. Counting back and forth, from the 5th level to the 6th level of balance control breakthrough, at least Long Yu consumed the equivalent of 3 endless supergrade combat soldier pills. Content. It is conceivable how difficult it is to practice the secret method of martial arts, but if the practice is successful, its effect is also extremely terrifying. Just like balanced control, this martial arts secret technique is indispensable in Long Yu's battle now. And the undead Zixue is also the ultimate life-saving stunt for the practitioners of the Zifen department. The 6th level of balance control has finally been achieved. Now my ability to perceive and control the surrounding forces has been raised to another level, and I can distinguish changes in forces that are 10 times weaker. Long Yu opened his eyes, and immediately began to detect the aura of Jiuyou condensed crystals around him. At this moment, when he reached the 6th level of balanced mastery, his perception ability finally had a breakthrough, and Long Yu could feel 10 times subtler energy changes than before. The 3rd main hall, no. The 4th main hall, no. Long Yu quickly felt the situation in the other 2 main halls. Even now, he could feel the distribution of many practitioners around. As long as other people did not deliberately conceal their aura, Long Yu would be very relaxed to detect the position of the other party. Let's go to the 5th Nether Palace. Long Yu greeted Shi Yengu directly, and then led her straight through the space vortex, stepping onto the 5th Nether Palace. When the cultivation of balance control reaches the 6th level, Long Yu's ability to conceal his own aura becomes 10 times stronger, that is to say, if he could perceive the existence of Long Yu with the 3-star Emperor before, he is at least stronger than the 3-star Emperor now. Only 10 times as many people can perceive Long Yu's aura. Due to the shielding of the balance control, Long Yu's aura changes very weakly, like a gust of wind. It is impossible for ordinary martial arts to find him. According to what the Death Envoy said, my current cultivation in the late stage of the Imperial Realm has cultivated the 6th level of balance control, and I need at least the level of a 5-star Emperor to feel my existence. Long Yu became more confident in his next actions, but he was still a little worried. After all, he didn't know if there were any practitioners beyond the level of 5-star Emperors outside the sky who had entered the Jiuyou Xian Palace this time. At the level of the Shenwu world, Long Yu is not worried at all, because the Death Envoy has felt the breath of the 5 emperors from a distance, and speculates that the strongest holy emperor among the 5 emperors is also the 3-star emperor. That is to say, if Long Yu, who has mastered the 6th level of balance control, wants to hide himself, even the holy emperor will not be able to find him. The next moment, Long Yu took the sunset dance and stepped onto the 5th Nether Palace. And then he began to detect the 9 nether condensed crystal aura around him as quickly as possible, and soon got a pretty good result. Long Yu's detection results are not bad. There are 5 main halls in the 5th Nether Palace, among which there are still 4 9 nether condensed crystals, and no one has taken them away. This can undoubtedly be said to be very lucky. He immediately took the sunset dance and flew towards the nearest main hall, and at the same time urged the fan soldier to double the flying speed of himself and the sunset dance. After a stick of incense, Long Yu and Xiangwu came to the first main hall in the 5th Nether Palace together, and directly took away the 9 nether condensed crystals. Half an hour later, the two took away the Jiuyou condensed crystals in the 2nd main hall, and the accumulated Jiuyou condensed crystals on their bodies had reached 17. The two of them hid their bodies, but during the period, they saw many martial arts at the emperor level, beheading black mist life forms in the fifth palace, trying to improve their own martial arts realm. These people are at least at the level of 2-star emperors, and even some young 1-star emperors, with outstanding strength, are also beheading black mist life forms at the level of 2-star emperors in the 5th Yu Palace. After walking through the 2 main halls, Long Yu encountered 3 groups of such martial artists, a total of 6 people, all of whom he had never heard of or seen before, and it seemed that they were all cultivators from beyond the sky. The opening of the 9 Nether Profound Palace seems to be a very good opportunity for cultivators outside the sky. Long Yu thought in his heart, making his next actions more cautious. Since they took the Jiuyou condensed crystal and left, Long Yu and Xiang Wu moved very fast. When they came to the 3rd main hall, they found that there were still other martial arts fighting the black mist life form here. But to Long Yu's surprise, the 2 martial artists here did not take away the 9 nether condensation crystal from the main hall, and even turned a blind eye to the condensation crystal. To be on the safe side, Long Yu and Xiang Wu hid aside for a while, and found that what these 2 martial artists were mobilizing was actually the power of the 9 nether divine runes. This discovery surprised them both. It turned out to be the 9 nether divine text. Could it be that these 2 people have something to do with the 9 nether dragon emperor? Long Yu's heart moved, thinking of the dreams he encountered when he first came to this world. He saw a place called Jiuyou tribe many times, and the martial arts in the Jiuyou tribe all comprehended Jiuyou tribe. The power of divinity. Could it be that the 2 people in front of you are from the Jiuyou tribe? In Long Yu's dream, the Jiuyou tribe was still a force in the world of Shenwu, but now it seems that the Jiuyou tribe may have already reached beyond the sky. No matter what, Long Yu didn't intend to come out to greet the other party. Not only because he wasn't sure about the other party's attitude, but also because Long Yu didn't want to expose his existence. The present him, in the martial arts realm of the later stage of Kaihuang realm, appeared in the 5th Nether Palace, which is really suspicious. The most important thing is that once the other party has any malice, Long Yu and Xiang Wu have no way to resist, or even run away. If the other party doesn't care, they can't find him and Xiang Wu. But once they know their existence, the 2 if a person hides his figure, he can easily be deduced by the other party. Those who have reached the Emperor realm have realized the power of deduction. This is the biggest difference between Long Yu and the Emperor realm. The good news is that now in the 5th Nether Palace, there are almost no people from the world of Shenwu, and the 5th Nether Palace and other places are different levels of space. Now, no matter who is in the world of Shenwu, who wants to deduce Long Yu's information is hard to deduce. Those 2 2-star emperors, Wu Xiao, who activated the 9 nether divine rune, killed the black mist life forms at a terrifying speed. In just 1 stick of incense, they emptied a total of hundreds of black mist life forms in the main hall, and then their heads died. He left the main hall without returning. They really don't intend to take away the 9 nether condensation crystals. Seeing this, Long Yu was quite surprised, but since the other party had left, he didn't need to be polite, and went directly to put away the 9 nether condensed crystals, so that he had a total of 18 9 nether condensed crystals. After getting the 9 nether condensed crystal, the 2 continued to fly towards the last main hall of the 5th Nether Palace, where the condensed crystal still existed. After another hour, the 2 obtained all 4 9 nether condensed crystals from the 5th Nether Palace, and then set foot on the 6th Nether Palace through the main hall. In the 6th Palace, all the black mist life forms that appeared were terrifying existences at the level of 3-star emperors. Even if they came randomly, they could completely crush Long Yu and Xiang Wu to death. It can be said that from now on, Long Yu and Xiang Wu will not be able to show up at all. Once they show up, it is very likely that they will die. The 6th Nether Palace. There are still 5 9 nether condensed crystals. Long Yu came here to investigate, and couldn't help but be a little surprised. Now it seems that people outside the sky are not very interested in the 9 nether condensed crystals. After all, the 9 nether condensed crystals are just for ordinary people. It's just a tool for cultivating the fit with the shadow attribute, and it doesn't have any great significance. Instead of trying to seize the 9 nether condensation crystals, it is better to find a place to kill the black mist lifeforms and absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in them, so as to improve yourself even more. This is completely cheap for Long Yu. If it goes on like this, the real difficulty is only in the 8th and 9th palaces, because in the 8th and 9th palaces, only Long Yu's ability to hide. I'm afraid it's impossible to hide the black mist life form from the level of the 6-star Emperor and the 7-star Emperor. In this case, you need the help of Sunset Dance. Xiangwu has also practiced the secret method of balance control, so it can also help shield the breath of the two of them, which is the key reason why Long Yu wants to act together with Xiangwu. Without the assistance of Sunset Dance, Long Yu would be unable to move even an inch in the 8th and 9th palaces. However, with the help of Sunset Dance, the two of them will be able to hide their bodies from the black mist life forms at the level of the 6-star Emperors and 7-star Emperors. Now, the two of them walked through the 6th nether palace hidden in their bodies, and within 4 or 5 hours, they went through the 5 main halls and got 5 9 nether condensed crystals. Immediately afterwards, the two directly set foot on the 7th palace. There are still 3 secluded palaces. In these 3 secluded palaces, there are a total of 24 9 nether condensed crystals. I don't know how many are left. Long Yu did some calculations and said, however, we have already obtained 24 9 nether condensed crystals, so we only need 21 crystals. The good news is that Long Yu probed and found that the 7 9 nether condensed crystals in the 7th nether palace were still there. This is undoubtedly excellent news. Although Morong Shozhen has 9 9 nether condensed crystals, Long Yu is still worried that the final 9 nether condensed crystals will not be enough. Now it seems that there should be no problem. And along the way, he found that the deeper the palace, the fewer the number of martial arts. He almost walked through the entire 6th palace, but only saw 2 groups of people, a total of 4 4-stars. An extraterrestrial cultivator at the Emperor level. The 4-star Emperor, this is far beyond the level of the world of Shenwu, the strongest in the world of Shenwu, the head of the 5 emperors, the Holy Emperor, is only at the level of the 3-star Emperor. Of course, Long Yu didn't dare to show up at all, so he could only go with Xiangwu, took the 9 nether condensation crystal and left. During the period, the two also met 2 strong men from the Zifen department, but the other party could not find them. At this time, Long Yu was very lucky. Fortunately, Morong Shozhen helped him to block the Zifen curse, otherwise he would have been killed by now. Can't die anymore. Thinking of Morong Shozhen, Long Yu's mood became not very good, but now with his strength, he can't do anything, he can only firmly complete the task given by the Death Envoy first. As long as they can step into the final profound palace, Long Yu and Xiangwu will gain a lot. This is what the Death Envoy said personally, but the Death Envoy did not say what they will gain, leaving a suspense for the two of them, and Long Yu, I am also looking forward to it. The Death Envoy once said that Long Yu would gain a lot from the wreckage of the suffering person's small world. As a result, Long Yu got hundreds of super pills that surpassed the level of the Shenwu world. Therefore, Long Yu still trusts the words of the Death Envoy, mainly because the Death Envoy has no motive to deceive Long Yu. You must know that the Death Envoy is already dead, and only remnants are left. No matter what happens, it is impossible to be resurrected. What's more, if the Death Envoy wants to cheat Long Yu, he must have done it long ago, and there is no need to wait until now. In the 7th Nether Palace, Long Yu and Xiangwu moved forward at the fastest speed, concealed their figures, and were not discovered by anyone else, and they searched away one after another 9 nether condensed crystals. When they were operating in the 7th Nether Palace, the two of them didn't see many martial arts from outside the sky, because the scope of the 7th Nether Palace is really too big, not only intricate and complicated, but even every side hall is 3-dimensional. Yes, up, down, left, right, front, back, a total of 6 exits. If you don't have a sense of direction, you won't be able to find the entrance to the 8th palace, no matter how you turn around. Fortunately, you can easily find the location of the main hall and countless side halls through the secret method of perceiving the breath of Joyo condensed crystals taught by the Death Envoy and the Balance Control, so that he can take the Joyo condensed crystals in the past with great precision. After one day, all the 7-9 nether condensed crystals from the 7th nether palace were obtained, and Long Yu had 31 9 nether condensed crystals in total. 14 pieces were still short of the final goal. Long Yu was full of confidence, and set foot directly on the 8th palace with Xiang Wu. As soon as they set foot on the 8th palace, there was a black mist-life body that had reached the level of a 6-star emperor next to them. It spotted 2 people and killed them at an extremely terrifying speed. Seeing this, Long Yu and Xiang Wu hardly hesitated, and the two joined hands to exert balanced control, covering together and concealing all the auras of the two of them. The black mist life form rushing over from the other end froze at the original place. Obviously, Long Yu and Xiang Wu could not be found. If it was a strange beast such as the Earth God clan or the Ice God clan, it might be deduced through deduction. The positions of the two, but this kind of black mist life form does not have any intelligence, it just acts on instinct, so it is impossible to find Long Yu and Xiang Wu. In the 8th palace, Long Yu and Xiang Wu concealed their bodies, walked through it, and went to one main hall after another to take away the 9 nether condensed crystals. To Long Yu's delight, among the 8 main halls in the 8th palace, only one main hall's Joyo condensed crystals were taken away, and the Joyo condensed crystals in the other 7 main halls all existed. The terrain of the 8th palace is much more complicated than that of the previous 7 palaces. Even Long Yu and Xiang Wu can clearly feel the aura of 9 nether condensed crystals, but they may go the wrong way and waste some time. This also means that those who can reach this level are all very lucky, powerful, and fast practitioners, and Long Yu and Xiang Wu have not seen other practitioners in the 8th Yugong. I can only feel from a distance that within the scope of the entire 8th palace, the battle fluctuations are much less than in the previous 7 palaces, which shows that there must be many fewer people here. This is of course a good thing for Long Yu. Now he doesn't want to meet people from other extraterrestrial forces. After all, his cultivation base is really too low. Once the other party has some bad thoughts, Long Yu will directly suffer bad luck. The 7 main halls of the 8th nether palace were visited by Long Yu and Xiang Wu in one day. However, when they came to the last main hall, the two found that the 9 nether condensed crystals had just been captured by other practitioners not long ago. Or took it away. In the 8th nether palace, Long Yu got a total of 6 9 nether condensed crystals, plus the previous 31, a total of 38 9 nether condensed crystals, and finally reached the goal with only 8 9 nether condensed crystals. Up. Immediately afterwards, Long Yu and Xiang Wu joined forces to exert balanced control, further concealing all their auras, and then set foot on the final 9th nether palace. This is the last known stop in the entire Joyo Shan Palace. No one knows that there is an ultimate Shan Palace after this. Here, there will definitely not be people from the world of Shenwu. If Long Yu sees anyone, it must be a strong man from an extraterrestrial force, whose strength far exceeds the current 5 emperors of the world of Shenwu. This kind of existence, Long Yu absolutely cannot afford to provoke it. Once they meet, Long Yu and Xiang Wu can only avoid them carefully and far away. Even if 2 people use balance control to hide their aura at the same time, what if the other party really has any way to find them? After all, the people here are all from beyond the sky, and no one knows if they have any special means, or martial arts secrets, or powerful soldiers. In the 9th nether palace, there are a total of 9 main halls, and the Joyo condensed crystals in the 9 main halls are still there. Long Yu probed a bit, and quickly came to such a conclusion that made him happy. It seems that the 45 9 nether condensed crystals can be gathered together, and there is hope that the Shan Palace will finally be opened. The two of them didn't waste any time, and started to fly towards the nearest main hall, which only took about half an hour to arrive. After another 2 days. At this moment, almost all the cultivators from the world of Xuanhu searched for black mist life forms in the first, second, and third palaces to kill them, and they all gained a lot. However, these practitioners in the world of Xuanhu do not know that from the fourth palace after the third palace, there will be practitioners from outside the sky who are also hunting the black mist life forms. What the two sides do is the same, except that the level of cultivators outside the sky is higher, and each of them has reached at least the level of a 1-star emperor. At the same time, all the cultivators from the world of Xuanhu were also guessing where did Long Yu go? The first palace, the second palace, and the third palace did not have any traces of Long Yu, because the martial arts in these 3 palaces deduced Long Yu and found it very difficult, so it can be seen that Long Yu is definitely not in these 3 palaces. In the palace. So, where will Long Yu go? And the strange thing is that this time, everyone failed to get even a single 9 nether condensation crystal. The 9 nether condensed crystals in the first 3 floors of the nether palace were directly taken away by Long Yu at the fastest speed. Of course, the others did not even see their shadows, but the main hall and the nearby black mist life forms were all still there. No one knows who took those Joyo condensed crystals. Those forces that have enmity with Long Yu wantonly searched for Long Yu's traces, but made no progress. Of course they dare not break into the 4th nether palace. Yu's information can't be deduced at all, because at this moment, Long Yu has already set foot on the 9th nether palace. If the cultivators in the world of Xuanhu knew it, they would be shocked. The 9th palace is a place where even the 5 emperors can't get there. Even the strongest of the 5 emperors must have been unable to bear it when they broke into the 7th and 8th palaces. The strength of the black mist life forms at the level of 6-star and 7-star emperors is still very terrifying. There are too many wuxiu who overestimated their abilities died in the Jiuyoxian palace. Without anyone's knowledge, Long Yu and Xiang Wu had already started their raid on the 9 nether condensed crystals in the 9th nether palace. The first main hall, the second main hall, the third main hall. Soon, the two arrived at the 8th main hall in the 9th nether palace. As long as they got the 9 nether condensed crystals in this main hall, the 9 nether condensed crystals on Long Yu's body would be 45. However, in the 8th main hall, the two encountered a situation. In the 8th main hall, 4 people were divided into 2 sides and confronted each other, and the atmosphere was tense. One of them was 2 young men, a man and a woman. The girl had delicate features, and the man was handsome. Both of them were wearing sky blue robes, with the 2 simple characters of Tianyi directly tattooed on the robes. The 2 middle-aged men on the other side were wearing purple costumes. From the aura of the 2, Long Yu could easily tell that the 2 were from the forces of Tianhui and Zifen. There is no doubt that the 4 people present are all at the level of 7-star emperors. They are only 1 step away from stepping into the realm of dominance, and any random shot can directly crush Long Yu to pieces. This made Long Yu and Xiang Wu not dare to make any changes at once. At first, Long Yu wanted to turn around and leave, but when he saw that the 2 parties were actually talking during the confrontation, he stopped and was ready to listen. As for the matters outside the sky, Long Yu knew very little now, but from the conversation between the 2 parties in the field, he could obviously know a lot. A pair of cranes in the sky, I didn't expect to meet you here, the road is narrow, jia jia. A thin man from the Zifen department said with a smile, I heard that you have come to the Jiuyoxian palace, and I thought the news was fake, but now it seems that it is true, and we ran into it, really God help me too. The other person from the Zifen department is extremely tall, strong and burly, and said with a sly smile when he heard the words, a pair of cranes in the sky, you once threatened that you would not pay attention to anyone in our Zifen department. Let's see, why do you say such things? The so-called 2 cranes in the sky opposite them looked calm in the face of the ridicule of the 2, and did not take the two of them seriously at all. The handsome and unrestrained young man smiled casually, then gently shook the folding fan in his hand, and said indifferently, "You people from the Zifan tribe, don't you rely on the immortal Zixue? Let's fight if we have the ability. Don't die forever, dare or not." The woman with delicate features also giggled coquettishly. "Brother Hejue is right, I don't need to intervene in this battle. The two of you are fighting with Big Brother Hejue alone. Whether you live or die, do you dare or not?" Long Yu was a little surprised that a pair of cranes were so confident this day. This man's personality is a bit like his own. When he is provoked, he will directly come up to fight a life-and-death battle. It depends on whether the other party dares or not. This made Long Yu a little interested in this pair of cranes. What kind of existence are these two people? Today's juniors are really arrogant. The skinny man from the Zifan department had a sinister expression. "Since you want to die, then we will fulfill you, see the trick." Since it was an enemy meeting, the two sides definitely didn't have much to say. After a few simple words of provocation, the two sides immediately started fighting. And that woman with delicate features really stepped back, without the slightest intention of intervening. As for Hiju, one of the two cranes in Tianyi, he lightly waved the folding fan in his hand, and two wind blades burst out directly, rolling towards the two of Zifan. The power of these two wind blades is completely concentrated in one point, and the explosive power is extremely terrifying. Although the momentum is not huge, its destructive power is needless to say. The two people from the Zifan department did not dare to be careless, and they flickered with purple light all over their bodies, condensing a purple defensive barrier, resisting the two wind blades, and the fluctuations generated by the impact of power directly shocked the audience, and the power of both sides spread out loudly, causing the Dragon Yu and Xianghua backed away subconsciously. The battle between the seven-star emperors. Thinking in Long Yu's heart, he was quite reluctant to leave, but he knew that if he stayed here now, he might be affected, and it would be too much of a waste of his time. Although the Jiuyo condensed crystals in the main hall in front of him are not available, then go to the last main hall and get all the Jiuyo condensed crystals together. Only in this way can Long Yu feel at ease. But just when he and Xianghua turned around and wanted to leave, a beautiful woman in a sky-blue robe appeared beside them, and a faint laugh came from, "You too, since you are here, why do you want to leave so soon?" Upon hearing this voice, the faces of Long Yu and Xiangwu suddenly sank. It turned out to be the woman among the pair of cranes that day. Even though both of them used balanced control to hide their aura, have they still been discovered by the other party? Long Yu was startled. It seems that the situation is a bit troublesome now. I don't know what the character of Yishuang is like this day. Is there any way to deal with them and find a way to escape? Thinking of this, Long Yu immediately showed his figure with Sunset Dance. It has already been discovered by the other party, and it will not be of any use to hide it anymore. It is better to be generous and show up proactively. When Long Yu and Xiangwu appeared on their own initiative, the beautiful woman who came beside them couldn't help being stunned for a moment. You too, you dare to come to the 9th Nether Palace with only the cultivation base of the Emperor? In the 9th Nether Palace, the black mist lifeforms that exist are all at the level of the 7-star Emperor, not to mention the level of the Emperor, even the strong in the Emperor. It is impossible to come here, otherwise there is absolutely only a dead end. How could these two guys come here? Which tribe are you from? The beautiful woman was just stunned for a moment, and immediately asked aloud. It seemed that she was not worried about the battle of her young companion on the other side, and she had full confidence in him. Clan? Long Yu shook his head when he heard the words. We are not members of the tribe, we are from the world of Shenwu, and we are members of the 5 Emperors Alliance. This made the beautiful woman even more surprised. You are the natives of this small world? Strange. You are only at the level of the Emperor. You must be in the front hall when you first entered the Jiuyo Xian Palace? From the front hall to the first seclusion palace all the way to the 9th Yugong. Such a long distance, it only took 3 or 4 days, and you guys arrived? It can only be said that we are lucky. Long you can only say this, it seems that this beautiful woman has a pretty good personality, at least she hasn't seen any malice towards him yet. After listening to Long Yu's answer, the Qingli woman looked at him meaningfully. This luck seems to be too good. From the front hall of Jiuyou Xian Palace to Ninth Yu Palace, it's not just luck, not to mention that you have not been discovered by other people or by the black fog life body along the way. It is a miracle. Your concealment method is good, it should be some kind of martial arts secret method. When she said this, she hit the mark directly. The two of them could get here, they really relied on the balanced control of this martial arts secret technique, but of course, Long Yu couldn't admit it. The most important thing right now is to win the favor of the beautiful woman in front of him and fight for a way out. Don't look at this woman who seems to be polite now, but she is just looking for information. Once she has inquired enough information, or feels that she is useless, she may directly attack. So Long Yu directly changed the subject, pretending to be a little nervous and asked, I don't know what Senior wants to do with us? We also came here unintentionally and disturbed Senior. I hope Senior will forgive me. You don't have to worry. The beautiful woman narrowed her eyes. What's your name? Tell me. The woman's tone is unquestionable. Of course, Long Yu and Xiyang Wu dare not hide it. There may be a chance of life if they name them. The first place in the competition of the strongest emperor is an important figure of the Five Emperors Alliance, and the other party may give some face. My name is Long Yu. My name is Sunset Dancer. The two answered separately. Long Yu, Sunset Dance. The beautiful girl frowned slightly when she heard the words, but she soon relaxed. I've never heard of your names. As for me, my name is Heshue, and I come from the Tianyi clan of the Lushang clan. Well, seniors don't need to introduce these. Long Yu was a little ashamed. The other party took the initiative to tell him what the hell was going on. He was afraid that the other party told him so many things, and then said that he knew too much, and when the time came to kill him, it would be over. Clack. Seeing Long Yu's expression, Heshue, the beautiful woman, couldn't help covering her mouth and chuckling. Don't worry, I don't mean any harm to you. After all, I noticed that you have no feelings for those two guys from the Ziffin department. There was a hint of killing intent, but there was no intention of killing us, so, the enemy of the enemy is the friend. Long Yu was shocked once again deep in his heart. When he first saw the confrontation between the 4 people in the field, he did have a killing intent towards the 2 people from the Ziffin department, but he just hid it for a moment, but he didn't expect to be felt by this beautiful woman, Heshue. Could it be that they were discovered by this woman because of that trace of killing intent? After all, this woman was directly surprised at their martial arts realm at the beginning, and it was obvious that she couldn't see their martial arts realm before they showed up. In this way, the concealment of the balanced control is still very effective, as long as, however, this beautiful woman, Heshue, has another rather wonderful detection method. Long Yu never expected that this beautiful woman, Heshue, would say an enemy is a friend, but this is of course a good thing for Long Yu. People from the Ziffin department once killed a respected senior of mine, so I have the intention to kill them. Unfortunately, with my current strength, it is too difficult to avenge my senior. Long Yu shook his head and said with a wry smile. The Purple Vatican department is indeed hateful. Heshue raised her brows and asked, you said that a member of the Ziffin tribe killed one of your seniors, but is that a member of the Five Emperors Alliance? That's right, my senior's name is Morong Xiuzhen, and he's one of the cabinet elders of the Five Emperors Alliance. The other senior is also a close friend of Elder Morong's. Long Yu said directly. Thinking of this, Long Yu couldn't calm down. He didn't know what the situation of Morong Xiuzhen was. Was he still on the run, or had he been caught and killed by the people from the Ziffin department? No one knows. Heshue heard the words and sighed. It stands to reason that we foreign forces have regulations that do not allow us to take action against the natives of this small world, but we never thought that the people of the Zifen tribe would be so vicious. But now, you can see my younger brother, and kill those two villains from the Zifen tribe. Is he alone, okay? Sunset Dance couldn't help asking. A pair of cranes in the sky, no matter when they have never encountered any major problems. The corners of He Shui's mouth turned up slightly, and she said confidently, if my younger brother can't even kill these two guys, then he isn't my younger brother. In fact, Long Yu was not very interested in the battle on the field, but He Shui had no intention of letting them leave, so they could only stay and watch He Ju, one of the two cranes in the sky, fight against the two Z fans. Middle-aged man. Moreover, the battle between the 7-star emperors is something that no one in the world of martial arts can see in their lifetime. Now, Long Yu and Shi Yongwu have this blessing, maybe they can get some martial arts comprehension from it, or maybe. Anyway, now the two of them can only stay and watch the battle in the arena. As for wanting to slip away now, there is no possibility at all. The 7-star Emperor He Shui flew directly with the two of them, and the two of them had no chance to escape at all. The battle in the arena is extremely fierce. He Ju, a young man who is one of the Tanny twin cranes, is fighting against two 7-star monarch powerhouses from the Zifen department. The two sides can arouse terrifying power with a wave of their hands, impacting the four walls of the entire main hall, and even causing a trace of shock in the space. Shock. He Ju's strength really crushed those two middle-aged men from the Zifen department. Long Yu has personally experienced the methods of the Zifen department. It is nothing more than the powerful regeneration effect of the undead purple blood, which makes their vitality extremely tenacious, and can activate the undead purple blood to break through certain control methods. But when it comes to the attack methods of the people of the Zifen tribe, they are not that powerful. Before the two 1-star emperors of the Zifen tribe besieged Morone Xiuzhen, they were all resisted by Morone Xiuzhen, not to mention the pair of cranes in front of them. One of the cranes died. This person, He Jue, one of the Tanny cranes from the outer world, must be much stronger than Morone Xiuzhen, otherwise it is impossible for him to have the confidence to fight two with one. Although the battle was intense, even Long Yu could tell that He Ju had completely suppressed the two members of the Zifen tribe. If this continues, they will be eliminated in a short time. He Ju used a variety of means, except for the space attribute divine script that was banned in Jiyuxuan Palace. All the other 7 attribute divine scripts had been used. The divine script of light condensed into countless arrows of light, which scattered throughout the audience. The shadow god turned into an evil dragon, chasing and biting the ass of one of them, like a maggot attached to the bone. Every bite could bite off a big mouthful of that person's flesh. Even though the immortal purple blood immediately restored his body, if this continues, his immortal purple blood will eventually be consumed. The flame divine script and the ice divine script complement each other, and they are the most powerful means that He Jue can use. Whether it is flame or ice, they both seem to be able to destroy everything in the world, so that the two members of the Zifen department can only defense. There is no room for counterattack. No matter what the method is, all He Ju uses are the supernatural powers of the Emperor, and this is the horror of the 7-star Emperor. Correspondingly, although the two strong men of the Zifen tribe were also 7-star monarchs, no matter what supernatural powers they used, they were not as powerful as He Jue, so they were completely suppressed by him. It's now, kill. However, when He Ju was sure of winning, the two members of the Zifen tribe suddenly broke out, and each took out a soldier from his arms. One of them is a long knife, and the other is 2 copper hammers. These 2 soldiers are all endless level soldiers, and they are regarded as killers by the 2 people of Zifen department. Endless soldiers, these 2 old dogs have hidden their hands, what a pity. The beautiful woman He Shui who was beside Long Yu, her eyes lit up when she saw this. She giggled coquettishly and said, unfortunately, these 2 endless level soldiers seem to belong to our Tanny. Even in Tianwai, for the tribal forces outside Tianwai, endless level warriors are very precious things, because endless level warriors can explode with infinite destructive power. If you're lucky, an ordinary King Realm martial artist holding an endless soldier may instantly kill an Emperor Realm expert. This is the strength of the endless soldier. However, Hiju was not at all vulnerable to the two endless level soldiers that those two took out. Instead, he looked up to the sky and laughed loudly. Are you going to use your trump card? Come on. As soon as the words fell, a mark of ice flew out from Hiju's chest, and as soon as it appeared, it completely blocked and frozen all the surrounding forces. Long Yu's eyes widened suddenly. This guy actually possessed the divine grade of absolute beginning. No wonder this crane is so confident. The divine grade of absolute beginning is beyond the existence of endless level warriors. Endless warriors are still things that can be refined occasionally by cultivators outside the sky, but the divine grade of absolute beginning is something that even martial arts cultivators cannot refine. All divine grades of absolute beginning are born in this world, or come into this world with someone's birth. Hiju possessed the flame attribute divine product of absolute beginning, and what he unleashed was the power of absolute ice, which instantly suppressed the power of the endless level warriors of the two Zifen tribes. The divine grade of absolute beginning activated by Hiju is much stronger than the thunder seal of absolute beginning activated by Yi Ziwei, not only because Hiju is already a 7-star emperor, but also because his ice seal of absolute beginning has already awakened of. Whether or not the divine grade of absolute beginning is awakened is the biggest criterion for whether the divine grade of absolute beginning can display stronger power. Once awakened, its power will definitely be more than 10 times stronger than when it was not awakened. At this moment, Long Yu has really seen the true power of the divine grade of absolute beginning. The divine grade of absolute beginning in Hejua's hands completely suppressed the two endless level warriors as soon as it appeared, and the infinite ice almost froze the entire space. The flow of power in their bodies has also almost stagnated, that is to say, as soon as the divine grade of absolute beginning appeared, the two of them were almost restricted from all their mobility. In this case, the two members of the Zifen department could only use the undead purple blood in their bodies to break through the layer of ice that controlled their bodies, but with the undead purple blood alone, they had no ability to fight back at all. It can only be supported by the power of the divine grade of absolute beginning. You actually have the divine grade of absolute beginning. The faces of the two Zifen tribes had incredible expressions, and they exclaimed while resisting with difficulty. The appearance of the god of absolute beginning meant that the two of them would have no way out. Yeah, it's really a pity. A faint smile appeared on Hiju's handsome face. Your two endless level soldiers will belong to our Chani from now on. Looking at such a scene in the arena, Long Yu felt something in his heart. He thought, is it really good for Yi Ziwei to activate the thunder seal of absolute beginning in front of so many people, making it known to all? Although others can't take away her thunder seal of absolute beginning, it can't be her trump card anymore. Of course, the people in the world of Shenwu have almost no contact with the practitioners outside the sky. Although the people in the world of Shenwu have seen Yi Ziwei's thunder seal of absolute beginning, it is impossible to tell the practitioners outside the sky. Even almost everyone does not know about Yi Ziwei. What means are being used? If you are careful from now on, it will be difficult for people from beyond the sky to know this. In the arena, the two members of the Zifen department knew that they could not escape death, so they did not hesitate to activate the immortal purple blood in their bodies, exhausted all the immortal purple blood in their bodies, and wanted to cast the Zifen curse on Hejue. The Zifen curse is a method that everyone in the Zifen department knows. As long as they have practiced the secret method of the undead purple blood, they can arouse the undead purple blood all over the body to curse the person who killed him and mark the opponent's location. It's a pity that this trick doesn't seem to work for the young Hejue of Tianyi. Zifen put the curse on Hejue's body, but he saw the white light flashing across Hejue's body, and then the strange purple light that had been glowing on his body disappeared directly. Tianyi. Heju, you will die. Seeing this situation, those two people spurted a mouthful of blood immediately, with an extremely unwilling look in their eyes. They were completely frozen into two ice sculptures under the bombardment of the infinite ice of the divine grade of absolute beginning. Afterwards, He-Ju released a blue light as soon as he raised his hand, smashing the two ice sculptures into pieces, killing the two people in the Zifen department completely, and even the immortal Zixue couldn't save them. Not to mention that the undead purple blood in their bodies has turned into the Zifen curse. Even if the undead purple blood is still in their bodies, it is impossible for them to regenerate, because their entire bodies have been completely shattered, and there is no ashes left. Can leave no trace in this world. It seems that at the level of the 7-star Emperor, the strength of the practitioners is also very different. Once you have the divine grade of absolute beginning, you can crush opponents at the same level, which is obvious. Long Yu thought in his heart, and at the same time became a little nervous. He knew that since the two Zifen people in the field were beheaded, it must be his turn to dance with Xiang next. This day a pair of cranes, it is impossible to keep Long Yu and Xiang Wu as friends, although Hushue said an enemy is a friend, but Long Yu knows that this is impossible. Even if it was possible, it happened when the strength of the two sides was balanced, and now, the opponent could kill Long Yu and Xiang Wu with a wave of his hand. In this case, who would bother to make friends with them? Soon, the handsome young man, He-Ju, who had killed the two men from the Zifen tribe, laughed, put away the two endless-level soldiers from the opponent, and then flew towards Long Yu. The two good shows are enough? He-Ju smiled and asked, there is something I want to ask the two of you. You have come all the way from the front hall of Jiuyoxian Palace to this 9th Yu Palace. It can be said that it is the deepest part of Jiuyoxian Palace. What is there? Purpose? Is there any secret in this 9 nether profound palace that we don't know about? Long Yu's heart skipped a beat, thinking to himself that it really came. Most of the people in the cultivation world are the type who can't afford to lose money. If it weren't for the profit, Hushue would have killed Long Yu and Xiang Wu long ago, and it is impossible to keep them until now. Want to hide? It's impossible. Long Yu used his toes to figure it out. If he didn't tell the truth, the other party would definitely not let him go. After all, the difference in martial arts realm between the two sides is too great, not to mention the 7-star Emperor who has the divine rank of the beginning. Even a random 7-star Emperor can crush Long Yu to death like an ant. Without much hesitation, Long Yu said directly, I do know a little secret about the 9 nether profound palace. When I was exploring an ancient ruin, I saw a passage saying that as long as 45 9 nether condensed crystals were collected, you can open the last layer of Jiuyoxian Palace, which is the final Xian Palace. Oh? These words directly aroused the interest of He-Ju and He-Shui, a man and a woman. Obviously, both of them were very surprised. They never expected that Long Yu would reveal this secret so easily. In fact, Long Yu had no choice but to do it. Now that he and Xiang Wu are in the opponent's hands, there is absolutely no possibility of escape, unless they give the opponent enough benefits, and then find a way to escape when the opponent has harvested. After working so hard for so many days, Long Yu finally collected 44 9 nether condensed crystals, but unexpectedly, in the end, he was kidnapped in disguise by 2 young geniuses from the Tianwei division. I am afraid that the harvest will be taken away by these 2 people. However, compared to his own life, Long Yu still valued his own life more, so he had no choice but to say this, hoping that after the other party got the benefits, he would have a chance to escape. Final profound palace. He-Ju and He-Shui glanced at each other, quite surprised by this word. To them, Shenwu world is just a small deserted world, and to Jiuyoxian Palace, they only regard it as a beheading, the place where the black mist life form improves itself, but I didn't expect that there is such a mystery in this place. Interesting, it is said that this small world used to be the small world of a powerful dragon clan. After the fall of this powerful dragon clan, the small world was directly under the jurisdiction of our human race. He-Ju smiled, maybe. In the final Xian Palace of the Jiuyoxian Palace, there will be many things that are useful to us, Then go and have a look. 45-9 nether condensed crystals? He Shui blinked and smiled, and looked at Long Yu. You too, how many crystals have you collected so far? My brother and I don't have these things. There are 44 pieces in total, plus the one in this main hall. It just happens to be able to open the final mysterious palace. Long Yu said honestly, now he can only wait for the opening of the final profound palace, and find an opportunity to slip away. As for the things in the final profound palace, go to hell. Long Yu will not lose himself because of greed for money life. Such a coincidence? Both He Ju and He Shui were a little overjoyed, that is to say, the passage to the final Xian palace can be opened right now? Then what are we waiting for? He Ju smiled, glanced at the nervous sunset dance, and said comfortingly, don't worry, you too, He Ju, will never do anything to women. If there are indeed many good things in the Xian palace, not only will I let you go safely, but I will let you pick something from it so that you don't make this trip in vain. What he said was unexpectedly polite, which made Long Yu and Xiang Wu a little suspicious. This guy is talking nonsense, right? Long Yu doesn't deny that there are such good people in the cultivation world, but he can't expect the two people in front of him to be such good people. No matter what, he must prepare for the worst. Maximize your own survival. Immediately afterwards, what Long Yu and Xiang Wu had to do was undoubtedly to open the final mysterious palace. 45-9 nether condensed crystals have been gathered together. To open the final profound palace, one must rely on a secret method taught by the Death Envoy. This secret method requires the cooperation of two people and can only be carried out by Long Yu and Xiang Wu. Under the guardianship of Tianyi Xuanhe, Hejue and Heshue in the Tianyi department, Long Yu and Xiangwu took out all the 9 nether condensed crystals and threw them into the air, making them all suspended, and began to arrange into a specific shape. The ultimate Xian palace should be opened for the first time in thousands of years. Long Yu thought in his heart, but quickly stopped this thought. He made up his mind, no matter what was in the final Xian palace, he must not be greedy. Otherwise he might be beheaded by He Ju and He Shui on the spot. When 45-9 nether condensed crystals gathered together, Long Yu and Xiang Wu jointly performed the secret technique, mobilizing all the hidden powers in the 9 nether condensed crystals, and made these powers resonate with the surrounding 9 nether divine aura. Gradually, in the eyes of Long Yu, Xiang Wu, and Tianyi Xuanhe, the power dissipated from these 45-9 nether condensed crystals gradually formed a pattern in midair. This pattern is a round stone gate the size of a person. In the center of the circular stone gate, there was clearly a crack, which meant that the circular stone gate could be pushed open. The appearance of such a circular stone gate cheered up Tianyi and Xuanhe's mood. Sure enough, there is a show. The Tianyi cranes originally came to Jiuyou Xian Palace, just wanting to kill some black mist life forms and accumulate some heaven and earth spiritual energy to practice Tianyi's secret technique, but they didn't expect to have such an unexpected harvest. But they heard that the original owner of this small world was called Jiuyou Dragon Emperor, and he was a figure at the level of a ruler. Such an ancient figure, the things hidden must be quite valuable, right? For Tianyi and Xuanhe, they already had the divine grade of absolute beginning, and if there were other ordinary things, they would really look down on them. Who's going to open the door? When Long Yu saw the stone gate appear, he asked Tianyi and Xuanhe about it. It's all come to this point, anyway, there is no benefit to take, and he doesn't want to go in first. What if he encounters some danger just after entering? Go ahead. The young man, He Ju smiled, waved his hand, and asked Long Yu to open the door. Apparently, this guy seemed to be afraid of the danger that would be encountered when the round stone door opened, so he let Long Yu go in first. Long Yu did not refuse, nodded and flew over. Going in first has the advantage of going in first, and going in later also has the advantage of going in last. Since the other party asked him to push open the stone gate, Long Yu could only obey. In case there is something good in it, Long Yu might be able to take it into his pocket first. Long Yu came to the round stone door in midair, stretched out his hand, and directly pushed the stone door back, and found that the stone door was not heavy, and he pushed it open easily. This surprised Long Yu, and then he glanced into the stone gate, and found that it was pitch black. Not only could he not see anything with the naked eye, even the balance control could not detect the existence of anything in it. It was completely like an endless void. This should be a portal. Long Yu thought in his heart, then raised his foot, and stepped directly into the stone gate. This stone door can just accommodate one person to enter. After stepping into it, all the light in front of Long Yu's eyes disappeared instantly, and the surroundings instantly became pitch black. There is no feeling of space teleportation, but only endless emptiness, as if behind this stone gate is such a void with nothing. As for Tianyi Cranes and Xiang Wu in a main hall of the 9th Yu Palace, seeing Long Yu stepping into the stone gate, they couldn't see Long Yu's figure all of a sudden. "Come on, let's go in too, and you will come with us." Tianyi and Cranes were still a little apprehensive, pulled Xiang Wu, and the three of them stepped into it one by one, first the beautiful woman Heshue, and then Xiang Wu followed behind her. After the three of them all went in, nothing unusual appeared, and finally He Ju also stepped into it, and the four of them disappeared from the 9th Nether Palace. This stone gate existed in the main hall of the 9th Nether Palace for an incense stick of time. During this time, no one came here. After all, there were not many practitioners in the 9, it's just one of the thousands of halls in the 9th Nether Palace. After a stick of incense, the stone gate disappeared without a sound, and the four Long Yu who entered it disappeared for a while. At this moment, Long Yu has entered a rather mysterious state. He stepped through the stone door and came to an endless void of pitch-black space, floating quietly. He couldn't feel the existence of anything around him, as if this place was just a void with nothing. The most important thing is, in such a state, Long Yu can't feel whether there are other people following him and stepping into this stone gate. This is the ultimate Xian Palace? Is there nothing? Long Yu frowned slightly. In this state, even though he was strong-willed, he still felt a little restless. It is conceivable that in this pitch-black space, he couldn't use any power, couldn't see anything, felt everything. Can't see, can't hear, can't smell, it's equivalent to a person losing all perception. No matter who is in such a state, they will definitely feel a little flustered. But soon, Long Yu's panic disappeared, because he finally felt an extremely weak trace of power suddenly coming from a very, very far away place. Although it was only a flash, he still felt it. Without hesitation, he flew towards the place where the movement came from. If it was in the outside world, the slight fluctuation of power he feels now is equivalent to the flapping of the wings of a butterfly hundreds of miles away. It is such a trace of power that is felt by Long Yu, thus attracting Long Yu towards that place. Place to fly. However, Long Yu flew in the direction he felt for an hour, only to find that the power fluctuation was still only a little bit, as if he was not even the slightest bit close to the place where the power fluctuation came from, which made Long Yu feel quite for wondering. Now his condition is quite bad, because he doesn't know what's going on in this place, what's in it. However, as time went by, Long Yu's mood calmed down instead. No matter what, he just needs to fly towards the power transmission. Since the Death Envoy let him come to this place, he would definitely not be harmed. Even if he can't trust others, can he still not trust the Death Envoy? Long Yu settled down and flew towards the place where the power came from. This time he calmed down, but unexpectedly discovered that the trace of power he felt constantly hadn't increased in any way, but from this trace of power, Long Yu had obtained some kind of extraordinary insight. This kind of perception is similar to when he first entered martial arts, when he realized the laws of heaven and earth in the world of martial arts. The traces of power in the infinite distance seem to represent some kind of rules in the world. Long Yu began to constantly comprehend that trace of power, and his comprehension became more and more profound. Except for Long Yu, the other three people who entered this place, Xiang Wu and Tianyi Xuanhuan, were quite restless at first, but soon felt the trace of power, and then they all began to calm down and comprehend. This is the harvest. In the final Xian Palace, the Dragon Emperor Jiuyou didn't seem to have placed any precious treasures, but left behind a mysterious power that allows practitioners who come here to comprehend and penetrate. A day passed. 2 days passed. Before they knew it, it had been half a month since the 4 of them penetrated that trace of mysterious power in the final mysterious palace. During this half-month, there was no doubt that Tianyi Xuanhe had the deepest understanding. Whether it is He Jue or He Xue, this man and woman are at the level of 7-star emperors, only one step away from dominating the secret realm. If they take this step, they can become the real masters, and the inner world in their bodies will transform into a small world, and the mysterious power hidden in the final profound palace is related to this transformation. If you want to transform your inner world into a small world, you must understand a certain power, and that power belongs to the power of creation, not the power of destruction. Everything in the world is easy to destroy, but difficult to create, so if you want to form a small world in your body, the most difficult step is to understand the power of creation. This kind of power, even if it is other powerhouses who rule the secret realm, is difficult to pass on to the younger generations to understand. But now, in the final profound palace left by the Jiuyou Dragon Emperor, this kind of creative power has appeared, giving Long Yu weight for others to understand. It's this kind of power, by the way. I didn't expect to have such unexpected gains in this small world this time. I should thank that friend named Long Yu. He Ju, who was comprehending, couldn't help thinking that when he first stepped into the final profound palace, he couldn't find other people at all. But he quickly comprehended this trace of creative power. For half a month, he continued to comprehend this trace of creative power, which made his inner world begin to change. As long as he takes this step, he will break through from the 7-star monarch, and directly become the powerhouse who dominates the secret realm. You know, even in the entire Tianyi, there are countless strong men who rule the secret realm, and every strong man who dominates the secret realm can leave his name on the tribal stele of the Tianyi division. Before stepping into the secret realm of domination, no matter how good one is, they cannot be remembered forever by the world. Only by truly stepping into the secret realm of domination, can one be famous forever. Because, once stepping into the domination secret realm, the inner world transforms into a small world, and that small world can become another place for the human race to thrive, which is equivalent to another paradise for the entire human race. The young man He Ju, after stepping into the final Xian Palace by accident due to Long Yu, unexpectedly comprehended the power that allowed him to break through, which no one expected. He Ju has searched for this kind of power for 3 years, but he has not achieved any results. Even with his talent, the elders in Tianyi have discussed that it will take at least 10 years before he can step out. The last step is to become a strong man who dominates the secret realm. But unexpectedly, right now, He Ju unexpectedly found an opportunity to break through. This made He Ju very happy in his heart, and naturally admired Long Yu a lot. This kid is simply a blessing for him. Directly set foot on the edge of the breakthrough. Of course, Long Yu didn't know that his active searching for the ultimate Xiangong actually brought He Ju and He Xue, a pair of peerless geniuses in the Tianyi division, an opportunity to break through. In addition to He Ju, his older sister, He Xue, also obtained a similar comprehension in the final Xian Palace. The nature of the inner world in the Dantian gradually changed in the process of comprehension, and it was constantly approaching the small world. Half a month passed quickly. The Divine Martial Emperor meeting in the Divine Martial world has already been held for more than half, and soon it will be time to challenge the 5 emperors. No one knows that at this time, someone is breaking through the secret realm of domination in the deepest part of the Jiuyou Xian Palace, the final Xian Palace. He Ju and He Xue, the 2 of them are existences at the level of 7-star emperors. They comprehend the power of creation very quickly, and in just half a month, they have mastered a lot of power of creation. The 2 can feel that they are not far away from the day of breakthrough, even if they leave the final profound palace immediately and go back to retreat and practice hard, they can directly step into the master secret realm within a year. As for Sunset Dance and Long Yu, they didn't comprehend the power of creation so quickly. After all, the realm of their own martial arts is not high, and they are far away from dominating the secret realm. However, after half a month of comprehension, an indescribable change occurred in the inner world of the two of them. When the two of them reach 7-star monarch in the future and want to break through to the dominant secret realm, the difficulty will definitely be many times lower than that of ordinary people. The Xuanhuan Emperor's Association is going on like a raging fire. Unlike the previous Xuanhuan Emperor's Association, this year's Xuanhuan Emperor's Association has unexpectedly appeared two very powerful powerhouses at the peak of the Emperor's realm, or in other words, they are powerhouses at the Emperor level. One of them is an elegant woman with a beautiful face. She comes from a big family in the holy city of 5 emperors. She is the patriarch of that big family. Her strength has reached the level of a 2-star emperor, and she stands out from the knockout round. There is another person, an old man with big ears. As soon as this old man appeared, many people recognized him. Isn't this guy just a strong man who failed to challenge the Red Emperor a long time ago and was seriously injured by the Red Emperor? Unexpectedly, after 100 years, this old man with big ears made a comeback again, and he really possessed the strength to challenge the 5 emperors. This person's martial arts realm has reached the level of a 3-star emperor. Of course, most people in the world of Xuanhuan don't know about the level of the 7-star emperor. They only know that there are strengths and weaknesses among these peak emperors. But now, the old man with big ears looks very strong. If he challenges Chidi again like 100 years ago, he may very likely pull Chidi down. The two most crucial rounds of the Xuanhuan Emperor's Club are coming, that is the challenge from the elegant woman, and the challenge from the old man with big ears. The two have gone through many knockout rounds, and at this point, they have won the challenge of the 5 emperors. 1 qualification. The two of them can only challenge one of the 5 emperors. As long as they defeat the 5 emperors, they can replace the loser and become one of the new 5 emperors. If you lose, then naturally you won't have any chance. In the previous Xuanhuan meetings, no one could defeat the 5 emperors. After all, the strength of the 5 emperors is still too strong, but the situation is different this time. If Long Yu was here, he would have discovered that the old man with big ears had a disciple, and that disciple was from Tianxing in Shura County like him. Tianxing's mood at this moment is undoubtedly extremely surging. His master will soon become one of the new 5 emperors, and he knows that his master is going to challenge the Red Emperor, that is, Long Yu's master. When Tianxing remembered that he had chosen to concede defeat to Long Yu in the competition of the strongest king, he was very unwilling. Now if his master pulls Chidi down from his horse and becomes one of the new 5 emperors, he will definitely be one of the new 5 emperors. Undoubtedly, it brought back all his face. The 5 emperors have not been replaced for hundreds of years, and now, it is finally time for a replacement. The elegant woman first announced that she would challenge the Red Emperor, and the Red Emperor went out to fight. The two sides fought fiercely in the front hall of the Jiuyoxian Palace. This battle attracted countless practitioners from the world of martial arts to watch, and at the same time, some practitioners from outside the sky were also present. Watching the battle among the crowd, after all, the Xuanhuan Emperor will have a certain relationship with the selection of the 5 emperors and certain forces outside the sky. As for why the elegant woman chose Chidi, it was not because Chidi was the weakest among the 5 emperors, but because Chidi was the oldest among the 5 emperors, and also the oldest one. Few people can see the powerhouses at the level of the 5 emperors fighting, so all the practitioners present watched this battle attentively. The elegant woman fights the Red Emperor. The battle between the two sides can hardly cause any sparks in the front hall of the Jiuyoxian Palace, but everyone knows that the power of the battle between the two sides is unimaginable. If it is not for the protection of the barrier set by the 5 emperors, the surrounding, most of the people watching the battle will be affected. The battle lasted for more than a day. In the end, the Red Emperor defeated the elegant woman with a slight advantage, and finally held the position of the 5 emperors. When the result of the battle came out, some people cheered and some people sighed. The cheers are because they have a good impression of Chidi. If Chidi is one of the 5 emperors, many policies in the world of martial arts will take care of them. As for the sigh, it was of course the members of the elegant woman's family, as well as some cultivators who feared that the world would not be chaotic. Such cultivators had no interest in who the 5 emperors were, but they always wanted to see some exciting results. The failure to challenge the 5 emperors obviously did not meet the expectations of this group of people. But next, everyone has more expectations for that old man with big ears. After all, in the knockout round before, the old man with big ears had fought against the elegant woman and defeated the elegant woman. Now that the Red Emperor defeated the elegant woman, it was only a slight advantage, so if the old man with big ears faced the Red Emperor, wouldn't the two sides be evenly matched? This is the battle everyone wants to see. In the world of martial arts, the strong are respected. This sentence is absolutely infallible. Whoever is stronger can become the 5 emperors. This sentence is definitely not a joke. After resting for 2 days, the old man with big ears challenged Chidi to start the battle. This battle is obviously a battle of fate. As early as 100 years ago, when the old man with big ears was still middle-aged with big ears, he had challenged Chidi. Defeated and retired seriously injured. Now, the middle-aged man with big ears has become an old man with big ears, but his strength has improved a lot compared to 100 years ago. Those who are strong at the level of the 5 emperors can see that he is already at the level of the 3-star emperor. In the highly anticipated scene, Chidi finally appeared. Zhang Quanga, you still showed up. I didn't expect you to be so strong now. I'm afraid I'm no longer your opponent. Chidi came out, glanced at the old man with big ears, and said with a kind smile. The old man with big ears was seriously injured and defeated by the Red Emperor 100 years ago. Now he came back to challenge the Red Emperor after 100 years. Obviously he had a lot to say, but he was choked by the words of the Red Emperor. Originally, he was thinking that Chidi would refuse to admit defeat, and then the two sides would fight a battle, but he didn't expect that Chidi directly admitted that he was not his opponent of Zhangquang. Could it be that Chidi wants to admit defeat directly? Zhang Quanga snorted coldly, since you have said that you are no longer my opponent, why don't you just admit defeat and finish the job? However, if you just admit defeat like this, as the 5 emperors, wouldn't you be ruined at the last moment and dare not even fight? Wouldn't it be a joke to spread the word? Since that's the case, then come on. I hurt you 100 years ago. I didn't mean it. It's understandable for you to want revenge. Chidi smiled kindly, however, it is not so easy to seriously injure me, let's make a move. The big-eared old man Zhang Quanga didn't say any more nonsense, and immediately blasted the power of the Mad War Divine script at the Red Emperor, and an ancient supergrade soldier appeared from his hand, and directly smashed at the Red Emperor. Naturally, the strength of the Red Emperor should not be underestimated. Faced with this situation, he raised his hand to move the imperial supernatural power, blasting away the opponent's ancient supergrade soldiers. Now the two sides fell into a fierce battle. Everyone around is attracted by this battle. The result of this battle will determine whether there will be a new 5 emperors in office in the next 50 years. To the surprise of many people, the whole battle was just as Chidi said, and the old man with big ears kept suppressing Chidi. It's not that the Scarlet Emperor has too few methods, but that the basic strength of the old man with big ears seems to be much stronger than that of the Red Emperor. To be slightly inferior. 2 hours later, Chidi was completely suppressed by the old man with big ears. Zhang Quanga, your strength has already surpassed mine. If that's the case, the position of 5 emperors should almost be handed over to you. Chidi said while fighting, still with a kind smile on his face. For him, the position of the 5 emperors has been stayed for too long. Now, he finally has the opportunity to come down and relax. Is that all? I'm so disappointed. The big-eared old man Xuanhuan laughed, but he didn't want to let it go in his hands. Instead, he struck harder. He blasted out with the emperor's supernatural power, and directly hit the Chidi who was about to stop, blasting the whole Chidi away. This scene shocked everyone around. Almost at this moment, the Holy Emperor, Demon Emperor, Thunder Emperor, and Yen Emperor appeared together, and directly stopped the big-eared old man Xuanhuan who wanted to make another move. The victory and defeat have been divided, and the 5 emperors will be replaced. The Holy Emperor, who usually had a relatively calm face, now had a serious expression, and immediately stopped Xuanhuan with the 8 words in his mouth. Facing the alliance of the 4 emperors, no matter how much the big-eared old man Xuanhuan wanted to do something, it was impossible. He could only watch with hatred that the Red Emperor was being helped down by the cabinet elders of the 5 emperors alliance. Seeing Chidi being helped away, the old man with big ears still hated it, but he didn't say much. After all, now that the battle result has been decided, he will replace Chidi as one of the new 5 emperors. Just now Chidi was unprepared to be bombarded by his emperor's supernatural power. He must have been seriously injured. The revenge 100 years ago is almost considered revenge. Xuanhuan, congratulations on defeating the Red Emperor and becoming one of the new 5 emperors. The Holy Emperor's face was extremely calm, and he said lightly, at the same time, during the more than 300 years of Chidi's reign, he has done a lot for the entire world of martial arts. Let future generations pursue it. In addition, Xuanhuan, as one of the new 5 emperors, you must have a lot to say to everyone. Now, let us one of the new 5 emperors say something, and announce a title for yourself by the way. After the Holy Emperor finished speaking, he stepped aside and waited for Xuanhuan to speak. The so-called titles are the titles of Holy Emperor, Scarlet Emperor, and Thunder Emperor. After becoming the 5 emperors, the original names are not important, and they will use titles as symbols in the future. The big-eared old man Xuanhuan nodded in satisfaction, walked to the field, faced all the practitioners of the royal way and secret realm around him, and began to speak. Perhaps someone remembers me. 100 years ago, in this place, I was defeated and seriously injured by the Red Emperor. Now, I made a comeback and defeated the Red Emperor, so I will replace him and become one of the new 5 emperors. From now on, the name Zhangquang will no longer exist. My name is Zhandi. These words made Xuanhuan one of the true 5 emperors in front of the public, but the specific ceremony can only be held after returning to the world of Shenwu. The replacement of the 5 emperors is a major event for the entire Shenwu world, and the rules are not determined by the 5 emperors, but are obviously operated by forces from outside the sky. Therefore, even if Xingdi and others were not very satisfied with Xuanhuan's behavior, they could not prevent him from becoming one of the new 5 emperors. The original 5 emperors were relatively friendly with each other, but this new Xuanhuan doesn't seem like the kind of friendly people at first glance. Of course, no matter what, the new Zhan Emperor does not have much influence in the 5 Emperors alliance, and it is relatively easy to suppress in the early stage. It depends on the actions of the 5 Emperors after going back. When the old man with big ears, Xuanhuan, announced his name as Emperor Zhan, there was an extremely loud applause and cheers from the audience. The replacement of the 5 Emperors means that a new era may begin. Is a good thing. Especially for those forces that have had enmity with the Red Emperor before. Shueiyue Sword Sect, Nine Sun Sect, Taiwu Empire, etc., these forces have decided that after returning to the world of Shenwu, they must make friends with the new Zhandi and tie them to the same rope. You can wipe out Long Yu and others. Now that the Red Emperor was defeated and no longer one of the 5 Emperors, the direct disciples of the Red Emperor will automatically become ordinary members of the Alliance of Five Emperors and no longer enjoy the treatment of the Five Emperors' direct disciples. As long as he seizes the opportunity, he must be able to kill Long Yu, right? Many people think this way. The Emperor Xuanhuan will be held here, and it is almost over. It's almost a month since the opening of the Nine Nether Profound Palace, and the practitioners who came here deliberately to kill the life form of the Black Mist and improve themselves have also achieved their goals, and it's time to leave. The exit transmission channel of Jiuyoxian Palace appeared just one day after the change of the Five Emperors. The Emperor took everyone and left this huge and significant palace. Just when the exit transmission channel of Jiuyoxian Palace appeared, three figures appeared directly in the void outside Jiuyoxian Palace, and appeared on the huge mysterious stone tablet. These three figures are the Tianyi twin cranes from the Tianyi division outside the sky, and the sunset dancer. The three of them were originally comprehending the power of creation in a void, but at this time, they were suddenly teleported out and sent to this giant mysterious stone tablet, which made the three of them stunned for a moment. It actually came out. It seems that the 1-month opening time of the Nine Nether Profound Palace has come. It's a pity for the handsome young man, He Ju. If he comprehends in the final Xian Palace for a longer period of time, he might be able to directly break through the bottleneck and step into the secret realm of domination in one step. It's a pity that there is not enough time, and he will have to spend at least half a year to comprehend after going out, and he should be able to break through the bottleneck of the martial arts realm within a year. As for his elder sister, Heshue, the situation is similar. The two have the same martial arts talent from childhood to adulthood, and their comprehension is also on par. That's why they are collectively called Heaven and Two Cranes, and they are famous throughout the human race. Little sister, you are only at the Imperial realm. In that ultimate profound palace, did you also realize the power of creation? He Shui looked at Shi Yangwu, who was also in a daze, and asked. It should be the power of creation. But why wasn't Long Yu sent out with us? Shi Yangwu frowned slightly, quite worried about this. Don't worry, your friend named Long Yu is definitely fine. After all, you have signed a life and death contract with him, and this contract is valid until you leave this space. Heshue comforted him and said, if something unexpected happened to him, it's impossible for you to be alive now, so don't worry, maybe he encountered some other chance? It's hard to say, this place is really mysterious, including the giant mysterious stone monument under our feet, which also exudes a power that makes my heart palpitate. The handsome young man Hejue frowned slightly, but he stretched it out quickly, and said to Xiangwu with a smile, friends, although you are from this small world, but if you have the opportunity to come to the big world in the future, you can come. Tianyi will look for our brothers and sisters and report the name of our Tianyi xuanhuan, and all the people in Tianyi will respect you very much. What brothers and sisters? They are obviously brothers and sisters. The beautiful woman He Shui snorted and said, don't listen to this little cunning, I, He Shui, am not his sister, but his sister. Okay, you are my sister, okay? The handsome young man Hejue smiled helplessly and shook his head. Thank you two seniors. Sunset Dance was a little surprised that the other party would say such a thing, so she subconsciously thanked her. Although she is now a direct disciple of the Death Envoy, it is obvious that the strength of the Death Envoy when he was alive may not be comparable to that of the Tianyi. Some elders. Therefore, Tianyi Xuanhuan's attitude is really rare. In the final analysis, these two people encountered the opportunity to break through to the secret realm of domination because of Long Yu and Shi Yangwu, and they are quite grateful to them. This kind of mentality is quite normal. This place is about to be closed. See you later. By the way, I have 2 dolls here. You can take them, little girl. If you encounter any danger, you can use your own power to move one of the dolls. There will be a clone equivalent to the level of a 5-star emperor. Heshue took out 2 small dolls that looked like cloth from his bosom, handed them to Xiangwu and said with a smile, although the 5-star emperor is nothing, but in this small world of yours, it should be said that he is the strongest doll existence. As long as you activate any of the puppets, it should be enough to solve any problems you are currently encountering. He Shui spoke with such confidence, she was not talking nonsense. If a puppet clone at the level of a 5-star emperor appeared in the world of Shenwu, it would indeed be able to sweep away all existence. Thank you, Senior. Xiangwu took the 2 small stuffed dolls, and saw that these 2 dolls were exactly the appearance of Tianyan cranes, exactly the appearance of the pair of siblings in front of her. As for whether they are brothers and sisters or sisters, Xiangwu didn't bother to distinguish. Anyway, it doesn't make any sense to figure out this issue. Okay, we're about to go. After Tianyi Xuanhe sent out the 2 small stuffed dolls, they smiled at Xiangwu. They didn't think about why Long Yu didn't appear with them, because there were so many strange things in this world. The 2 of them I have seen a lot of people. The biggest possibility is that Long Yu encountered more opportunities than them, and encountered other good things in the final Shan Palace, but this has nothing to do with the 2 of them. It is impossible for them to wait here, they can only leave with other people from beyond the sky. With a wave of He Ju's hand, Tianyi's pair of cranes disappeared from the sunset dance, and then, Xingdi and others led a large group of millions of practitioners of the secret realm of the kingly way, and their figures appeared directly behind the huge stone monument. In the void in the distance. And those wushou from the Shenwu world who were still fighting in the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd palaces were all sent out at the same time. Sunset Dance immediately began to search, hoping to find traces of Long Yu. Although there were millions of people in the arena, Sunset Dance also practiced the secret method of balance control. It is not difficult to find a familiar person among millions of people. But soon she was disappointed. Among the millions of people who were sent out at this moment, there was no Long Yu at all. On the contrary, many other people from Tianyu Manor showed up, and each of them has made great progress during this trip. Each of them has made a big breakthrough in the realm of martial arts, and the overall strength of the entire Tianyu Manor has soared. Xiangwu was happy for them, but another shadow was buried in her heart. Where is Long Yu now? As He Shui said, she is fine now, so it can be sure that Long Yu's life is not in danger, but if Long Yu doesn't show up now, I'm afraid she won't be able to leave the scope of Jiuyou Xian Palace. Brother Long Yu, are you still in the ultimate mysterious palace? Why weren't you sent out with us? Xiangwu began to worry deeply in her heart, holding those 2 small stuffed dolls tightly in her hands. Soon, the Holy Emperor announced that the trip to the 9 Nether Profound Palace was over, and everyone would be teleported out of this endless pitch-black void within an hour. A total of millions of people from the world of Shenwu came here, and of course it was impossible for the Holy Emperor to count the number of people. If anyone was left here, he could only consider himself unlucky. However, generally speaking, when the time comes, everyone will be teleported out of the Jiuyou Xian Palace and come to the vicinity of the giant stone tablet outside. Many people from Tianyu Manor and Beishua Dynasty found Xiangwu, and each found that Long Yu was not with her. They couldn't help being a little strange, and asked one after another, where did Long Yu go? Sunset Dance couldn't tell what happened, so she could only keep her mouth shut and shook her head, expressing that she didn't know either. But now Sunset Dance has been fine, presumably Long Yu is also fine. After all, the 2 parties have signed a life and death contract, and the others obviously know this, so they don't think much about it. They all think that Long Yu is among the other crowd, on the field with millions of people. It is normal to not find each other. Only Xiangwu knew that Long Yu must still be trapped in that ultimate mysterious palace, and did not come out. In less than an hour, a gorgeous ray of light suddenly appeared in the entire space. This ray of light forcibly broke through the space and opened up a space passage near the giant stone tablet. Everyone, under the leadership of the Holy Emperor, walked towards this space passage, and as long as they walked into it, they would return to the 10,000 layers of space in the Holy Tower, which could be regarded as returning to the scope of the Shenwu world. Everyone dare not stay here. If they fall behind, they will be trapped here for 50 years, and for such a long time, without any supply of heaven and earth spiritual energy. Even the strong in the imperial realm will definitely starve to death. Any chance of survival? After all, the space outside the Jiuyou Palace is nothingness, a complete vacuum, no air, no aura. Although high-level monks can survive in such an environment, they cannot live here. At most for a few days' time will be unbearable. High-level practitioners will also be hungry, but what they need to replenish when they are hungry is the aura of heaven and earth, not ordinary food. Of course, taking ordinary food can also consume what a practitioner needs, but it needs the food is massive. Xiangwu was a little hesitant. Now that Long Yu hasn't appeared, should he leave here with the others? She thought about it for a while and decided to stay for the time being. Anyway, the exit space channel will last for a while, and she will see if Long Yu comes out after everyone has gone out. The people of Beishua dynasty and Tianyu Manor were sent away by Xiangwu after thinking of any reason. Even if they wanted to stay and wait for Long Yu, it was enough for her to stay alone. About half an hour passed, and millions of cultivators of the Royal Way secret realm and the world of Shenwu all left through this space passage, and the last ones left were Lei Di and Yan Di. Seeing that Sunset Dance still didn't leave, the two couldn't help coming over and asking, "Why isn't the girl leaving? Long Yu hasn't come out yet." Seeing that it was Emperor Lei and Emperor Yan, Xiangwu told the truth. She had dealt with these two emperors before, and felt that the two emperors had good personalities, so it would be no harm to tell them such things. What? Lei Di and Yan Di were shocked. Long Yu hasn't come out yet? How can this be? It stands to reason that no matter who they are, they will be sent out under the influence of the previous burst of space power. Of course, except for the group of monks from beyond the sky, they are not the same group as those in Shenwu world. However, how could Long Yu be assigned to the ranks of monks outside the sky? What the two emperors didn't know was that even the Tianyi Cranes of Tianyi, a monk outside the sky, had been teleported out, and now only Long Yu was still inside. The extraterrestrial forces have also assembled and sent everyone away. So, only Long Yu has not come out yet? Lady looked a little dignified, and said to Xiangwu, "Since you didn't have any accidents, then Long Yu must be fine, and it is impossible for him to be still in the Jiuyou Palace now. Most likely he was sent to the extraterrestrial forces." Gone. After hearing the words, Xiangwu knew that this speculation was impossible. Because, in the end, Xian Palace is different from other places. He and Tianyi Shuanghe were teleported to the same place when they came out of the ultimate Xian Palace. They were both above the giant stone monument, but Long Yu didn't come out. It is very likely that he is still trapped inside. However, Xiangwu didn't want to tell the five emperors about the final Shangong, so she could only change the subject and ask, "By the way, Lord Lady, Lord Yendi, have you met the elder Morong Shozhen? We were in Jiyuxuan Palace before. I saw him in the middle of the day. He seemed to be being chased and killed at the time, and I don't know now. Have you seen him?" Lady's face changed when he heard the words, and he asked anxiously, "We only felt that he lost his life through the Elder's seal tablet, but we didn't know what happened." "Who did you see chasing him?" "Lost your life?" Xiangwu's heart skipped a beat when he heard the words, and then he felt a little desolate. Elder Morong Shozhen, who blocked a purple Buddhist curse for Long Yu at that time, is actually dead now. Zifan tribe, now Xiangwu is already an extremely important enemy in her heart. She thought to herself, if she has the strength in the future, she will definitely wipe out this tribe. "I didn't see who it was, but the other party is very strong, and I'm afraid it's someone from an extraterrestrial force." Sunset Dance didn't tell the truth. After all, even if he told the truth, it is impossible for the five emperors to avenge Elder Morong Shozhen. After all, the other party is an extraterrestrial force. Sure enough, as soon as they heard that it was an extraterrestrial force, the expressions of Lei Di and Yan Di changed a little. They are actually people from an extraterrestrial force? This matter is not in compliance with the rules. It seems that it is time to question the people from the extraterrestrial world, but we have nothing to do. Unfortunately, we didn't even find Elder Morong's body. The tone of the two emperors was a little sad. The alliance of 5 emperors is considered the most powerful force in the Xuanhu world, ruling everything, but in the eyes of the forces outside the sky, the entire alliance of 5 emperors is just a puppet tool for their rule. Even the 5 emperors have to obey the words of the forces from outside the sky. Fortunately, the various forces outside the sky also restrict each other, and the rules set by some ancestors allow the alliance of 5 emperors to still have the right to speak at certain times. The 2 emperors also won't talk too much with Xiangwu. In the eyes of the 2 emperors, Xiangwu is still not level enough to know too many things. It's almost there, girl, let's go back first, nothing will happen to Longyu. Lady comforted Xiangwu and said, perhaps he was sent to the outer space, so he didn't go with us. In that case, you can only see each other later when you go to the core of Xuanhu realm. The Xuanhu realm core is the place where the strongest king realm and the top 10 people in the strongest emperor realm can go. Explore the Xuanhu realm core with the geniuses outside the sky, and get the enhancement of the inner world from it. If Longyu is taken away by people from beyond the sky, it is indeed only at that time that they can meet each other. However, Xiangwu is 80% sure that Longyu was not taken away by someone, but was trapped in the final Xian Palace. Senior Thunder Emperor, Senior Yen Emperor, you should go first, I will wait. This space channel should last for another half an hour, and I will naturally go out when it is almost there. Sunset Dance said to the 2 emperors. How can this be done? Since you insist on waiting, then we will wait with you. Lady's eyes widened. As you said, this space channel can last for half an hour, as long as you agree to leave here with us. Okay. Sunset Dance nodded. If Longyu hadn't come out at the last moment, of course Sunset Dance would not die in wait. After all, Longyu would probably be fine. You must know that the Death Envoy let Longyu enter the final profound palace. She believed in her master, it will not harm Longyu. This wait is almost half an hour. At this time, only these 3 people are left in the entire space, near the Jiuyoxian Palace. The others, whether it is the world of Xuanhu or the forces outside the sky, have left this silent space because they stayed here. There is nothing to do. If you go one step later, you may be trapped here to death. However, as time passed, the 3 people present gradually felt something was wrong. The palpitating aura emanating from the giant stone tablet right beside them became heavier and heavier, causing the 3 of them to exude a chilling aura all over their bodies. As if surrounded by the breath of hell, even if they were as strong as the 3 of them, they all felt a trace of endless cold, as if the cold emerged from the depths of the bone marrow. Moreover, with the passage of time, this chill became more and more serious, making it difficult for the powerhouses at the Lady and Yendi levels, let alone the Sunset Dance, but even so, the Sunset Dance still insisted on waiting until the space channel. The moment you close, you are willing to leave. Both Lady and Yendi frowned. The time for the final closure of the space channel is already very close, and I'm afraid it will be less than a stick of incense time. Longyu didn't come out for such a long time before, and the possibility of coming out just now can be said to be very slim. If they don't leave, I'm afraid they will all be frozen into ice cubes. Girl, let's go quickly. Since you are fine, Longyu must be fine. If you stay any longer, you will be in trouble. Lady looked at Sunset Dance, who was shivering from the cold, and couldn't help persuading him. Xiangwu didn't know what to do now, but she couldn't do it no matter what if she was asked to leave Longyu here alone. Just when she listened to Lady's persuasion and felt a little tangled in her heart, a terrifying aura suddenly came from the direction of Jiuyoxian Palace, as if the aura of hell suddenly enveloped the whole world. This explosion caused the bodies of the 3 of them to freeze completely, and their respective consciousnesses became somewhat blurred. Not good, it seems that something happened, let's go. Emperor Yan reacted immediately, but it was too late. A more terrifying and gloomy atmosphere suddenly descended from the sky and swept across the entire silent space, covering all three of them. At the same time, a deafening voice that seemed to come from infinite antiquity rang in their ears. Wake up, come. The simple 4 words give people a sense of endless vicissitudes, and when these 4 words are spread throughout the entire empty space, it seems that the entire space has turned into hell. Who is it? Who woke up? Whether it was Lei Di, Yan Di, or Shiyang Wu, they all had such a question in their hearts, but now their whole bodies were completely frozen and unable to move, and they were extremely shocked. In the eyes of the 3 people, a figure suddenly appeared from the direction of Jiuyou Palace, and it was the missing Long Yu. The power and breath of people's fear. This power. Xiang Wu's eyes widened. She felt that what Long Yu was exuding now was the power of the 9 nether divine runes, but at this moment, the aura of the 9 nether divine runes on Long Yu's body was infinitely stronger than usual times. Long Yu, what happened? Also, who on earth woke up from this space? Suddenly, Xiang Wu realized that there was something wrong with Long Yu who appeared at this time. This Long Yu had an evil look in his eyes. It was obviously not the eyes of Long Yu before, but seemed to be possessed by someone. My Jiuyou Dragon Emperor has finally recovered. From the direction where Long Yu was located, there was a slightly crazy voice, which made people feel a little palpitation and despair, and felt like falling into hell deep in their hearts. Jiuyou Dragon Emperor? Lei Di, Yan Di, and Shiyang Wu each stared wide-eyed. Jiuyou Dragon Emperor, isn't he the master of the entire Shenwu world? Has he died countless years ago? How is it possible to recover now? Moreover, why is a person who looks like Long Yu speaking? Oops. Xiang Wu suddenly thought of a possibility, and couldn't help but startled all over. Looking at the figure of Long Yu, who was going crazy in the distance, his eyes were full of disbelief. In the end, the Xian Palace is the deepest part of the Jiuyou Xian Palace. Maybe in that final mysterious palace, there is the remnant mind of Jiuyou Dragon Emperor? And it is unknown that this lingering thought can be possessed by other people, so as to be reborn through rebirth. The Death Envoy was one of the 4 envoys under the Jiuyou Dragon Emperor before he was alive. If it is said that the Death Envoy deceived Long Yu and let Long Yu go to the final Xian Palace, so as to facilitate the resurrection of the Jiuyou Dragon Emperor, all of this can be said makes sense. Thinking of this, Xiang Wu's face turned pale. Is it really her master who designed and arranged all of this? But no matter what the situation is now, Lei Di, Yan Emperor, and Xiang Wu can't make any moves, and they don't have any resistance at all under the terrifying hell atmosphere revived by Jiuyou Dragon Emperor. If you lose your strength, you can practice again. But if you lose your life, it's really over. Late stage of the Imperial Realm. The talent and foundation of this body are pretty good. Long Yu kept trying his current power in the void. Although his aura was much more dignified than before, the power he could mobilize was still the same as Long Yu's before, which was the cultivation base of the late stage of the Imperial Realm. After some attempts, the space channel behind Lei Di, Yan Di, and Xiang Wu has been quietly closed, and now the entire space has become a closed space, and in front of them, there is still a newly recovered Jiuyou Dragon Emperor. Although the strength of Long Yu is still only at the late stage of the Imperial Realm, its aura is too terrifying. Under this aura, Emperor Lei and Emperor Yan dare not even think of resisting. This feeling is like they are facing the gods who created themselves. As long as the gods wave their hands, they will all be wiped out. Thinking about it carefully, this feeling is quite normal. Whether it is Lady, Yendi, or Sunset Dance, they are all creatures born in the world of Shenwu, but Jiuyou Dragon Emperor is the source of the world of Shenwu. The world is just the small world of the 9 Dragon Emperor. To them, the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor is indeed like a god, and the aura emanating from Long Yu is obviously capable of controlling the entire Shenwu world. Under this aura of the Creator, no one in the world of martial arts can have the heart and strength to resist Lan Yu. It can even be said that as long as the Dragon Emperor of Jiuyou is familiar with the power of the Lan Yu now, once the breath is gathered, it only takes one thought to take away the power of all living beings in the entire Shenwu world. This is Master. The terrifying power of the Creator of the small world is absolutely oppressive to any living beings in the small world. Lan Yu. Master. Xiang Wu's whole body was frozen, but she didn't feel anything, only Lan Yu's figure was left in her eyes. She couldn't believe that Lan Yu was really possessed by Jiuyou Dragon Emperor. Will there be no Lan Yu from now on? Sunset Dance doesn't believe it. She wanted to resist, and wanted to drive the Jiuyou Dragon Emperor away from Lan Yu's body, but at this moment, she couldn't do it at all, and she couldn't even move a finger, because the aura of the Nine Nether Dragon Emperor is too powerful to suppress the creatures in the world of Shenwu. As for Emperor Lei and Emperor Yan, their faces were also pale under such circumstances. The Nine-Yu Dragon Emperor was resurrected? That's right. And he borrowed the body of the genius Lan Yu. But in this way, the extraterrestrial forces must be aware of this scene, right? Lei Di and Yan Emperor thought of this level, and felt a little at ease, thinking that if the forces outside the sky were aware of it, they would definitely not let the Jiuyou Dragon Emperor do anything wrong. Although the Jiuyou Dragon Emperor's breath can suppress all creatures in the world of Shenwu, but his real strength is still only in the late stage of the imperial realm of Lan Yu himself. If he is facing a strong man sent by the forces from outside the sky, he cannot be the opponent of the other party. But the key point is, how can the extraterrestrial forces know the news that the Jiuyou Dragon Emperor has been resurrected? Before Lei Di and Yan Di could continue to think about it, the situation on the court had already changed. Not bad, I actually practiced body training in the Death Realm. It seems that the Death Envoy still left some things, which were obtained by this person in the flesh. With his own strength, he can practice the body training in the Death Realm to perfection. Pretty good. Jiuyou Dragon Emperor found out that Lan Yu had practiced death-level body training, and thought of one of his 4 envoys, the Death Envoy, and this martial skill was obviously passed down from the Death Envoy. But Jiuyou Dragon Emperor obviously thought that the Death Envoy was dead, and Lan Yu just got the Death Envoy's inheritance. Just when he nodded in satisfaction, a faint voice suddenly floated out from the place where the huge stone tablet was located in the void. Here is the Death Envoy, and I pay my respects to Lord Dragon Emperor, and congratulate Lord Dragon Emperor on his recovery. Immediately afterwards, a phantom condensed by the aura of the divine text of death appeared from where the giant stone tablet was, and flew towards the place where Lan Yu was. Deathbringer. It turned out to be the Death Envoy. When his phantom appeared, there was an indescribable anger in Xiang Wu's eyes. This is her master, who actually designed to frame Lan Yu. In order to revive the Jiuyou Dragon Emperor, she took Lan Yu became a victim. The Death Envoy obviously noticed Lei Di, Yan Di, and Sunset Dance here, but in his eyes, these 3 people obviously didn't matter much, and he didn't even let him take a second look. In his eyes, only the Lan Yu in the middle is left, that is, the newly revived Jiuyou Dragon Emperor. Hearing these words, Jiuyou Dragon Emperor couldn't help being a little surprised. He raised his head and looked in the direction where the Death Envoy was flying. Seeing the state of the Death Envoy, he immediately understood the truth of the matter. Haha, messenger of death, you didn't die. This emperor really surprised me. It seems that today's game was arranged by you alone, and you did a good job. Lan Yu laughed, looked at the Death Envoy, and then saw the huge stone tablet at the place where the Death Envoy flew. His eyes changed slightly. It's been so long, the 9 Nether Prison Steel has actually come here? The Jiuyou Prison Steel is the name of that huge stone tablet. Obviously the Jiuyou Dragon Emperor has a deep impression on it. Thousands of years have passed. The Death Envoy sighed as he approached Lan Yu. Lord Dragon Emperor, during your absence, your small world was occupied by the human race, and it was almost like a sea of water, and even the 7 pillars became a place for the human race to explore, was turned upside down. Hee, human race. Now that my Dragon Emperor has recovered, the declining human race will not be taken seriously by this emperor. Long Yu squinted his eyes and said, Death Envoy, are you the only one who survived among the 4 envoys of this emperor? Where are the other 3 envoys now? They have all been annihilated. The Death Messenger said calmly, as if he didn't feel much about it. Speaking of it, thousands of years can indeed bury a lot of things. Listening to the conversation between the 2 people in the field, the Sunset Dance on the side was gnashing her teeth. She never thought that the Death Envoy would secretly plan so many things to bring the Joyo Dragon Emperor back to life. In fact, Sunset Dance doesn't care about Joyo Dragon Emperor's resurrection or anything, and she doesn't care about it, but she hates that Death uses Long Yu as a sacrifice. Brother Long Yu, you will be fine, you have overcome countless difficulties all this time, even if you are possessed by Joyo Dragon Emperor today. You will definitely be able to defeat him, right? Sunset Dance thought in her heart that there was still a glimmer of hope. However, she herself knows that this hope is almost impossible. After all, since the appearance of Long Yu, she has not shown the slightest appearance of the original Long Yu. It is very likely that Long Yu's consciousness has been controlled by Joyo Dragon Emperor. Consciousness was completely suppressed. Otherwise, you should be able to see signs of Long Yu's resistance from Long Yu, right? However, just as Xiang Wu was thinking about this and felt sad, the situation in the arena changed again, but he saw that the Death Envoy who was gradually approaching Long Yu suddenly raised his hand, and with the phantom of his hand, lifting it up, the 9 nether prison steel not far away suddenly moved, bringing with it a burst of endless sealing aura, rushing towards the place where Long Yu was. The Death Envoy suddenly moved towards the newly revived Joyo Dragon Emperor. The actions of the Death Envoy not only amazed Lady Yan Di and Xiang Wu, but also surprised the newly awakened Joyo Dragon Emperor. Before he was wiped out, the 4th envoy was his most loyal subordinate, and he had done many things for him. Even if he was going through fire and water, he never said a word no. Now, the Death Envoy actually attacked him as soon as he appeared? Dare you? The 9 Dragon Emperor was startled and angry, his whole body was instantly surrounded by death energy. It was the move of death energy entanglement. Now that the Dragon Emperor Joyo occupies Long Yu's body, he can only use the means that Long Yu possesses, so facing the Death Envoy, the Dragon Emperor Joyo has almost no ability to resist. However, the Death Envoy obviously didn't want to kill Long Yu's body. Just when the Death Envoy made a sudden move, Joyo Dragon Emperor felt a wave of mental resistance surging in his mind like a tide, wanting to drive his consciousness out of this physical body. It was Long Yu's consciousness. As early as in the final Shan Palace, Long Yu was comprehending that kind of wonderful creativity while flying towards the place where the trace of power was. After a long time, he was suddenly invaded by a mysterious thought. Relying on some previous dreams and the like, Long Yu instantly judged that this thought was the remaining thought of the Dragon Emperor Joyo. As early as a long time ago, Long Yu had been invaded like this, but at that time Long Yu directly tore off the 9 Serenity Dragon seal on his chest. However, the idea hidden in the Joyo Dragon seal at that time was just the idea of the avatar of the Joyo Dragon Emperor. If it had been successful at that time, Long Yu would have been controlled by that idea, and thus took the initiative to come to the Joyo Shan Palace to accept the possession of the last mind of the Joyo Dragon Emperor. Long Yu experienced it once, so when he encountered a similar thing again, he reacted very quickly. Just when the Joyo Dragon Emperor's consciousness invaded this body, Long Yu realized that something was wrong, so he hid his consciousness in the deepest part of his mind, waiting for a possible opportunity to appear. Otherwise, I am afraid that Joyo Dragon Emperor can swallow his consciousness in an instant, and Long Yu will be completely dead by then. This instant action directly saved Long Yu's life. He didn't know that the Death Envoy would suddenly appear here and launch an attack on the Jiuyou Dragon Emperor, but this was of course an excellent opportunity for him. Whether you can survive or not depends on this moment. If this opportunity hadn't appeared, even if Long Yu's thoughts were hidden in the depths of his mind, he would still be found and wiped out by Jiuyou Dragon Emperor at that time, but this action would take some time, and Jiuyou Dragon Emperor hadn't done it yet. That's all. But now, Long Yu seized this opportunity. With the counterattack of Long Yu's mind, Jiuyou Dragon Emperor's mind finally stagnated for a moment. At the same time, the Death Envoy also felt the state of Jiuyou Dragon Emperor, and it was impossible to miss this opportunity. 9 Nether Prison Steel, come. Death caused a burst of laughter to spread throughout the entire space, and as soon as he raised his hand, he directly pulled the huge stone tablet not far away with a terrifying force. It can be seen that the Death Envoy at this moment has exhausted all his strength. Regardless of whether his current actions are successful or not, I am afraid that after that, he will completely disappear from this world. After all, the Death Envoy is only 10,000 years old. It is not easy for the thoughts that survived before to exist until now. If the only power is exhausted, the Death Envoy will die completely. At this moment, Long Yu finally knew the use of so many source stones collected by the Death Envoy before. For ordinary people, the source stones of divine texts are just tools to comprehend some kind of source-level divine texts, so they are very valuable. But for the Death Envoy, these divine script origin stones contain extremely rich energy. Relying on these energies to condense, they can push the 9 Nether Prison Tablet and pull the 9 Nether Prison Tablet to do something. Secret method, the 1000 Absolute Seal. Death made a phantom formed by the death script all over his body, and made a seal with his hands, and suddenly a wisp of the power of the death script pulled a curled-up black dragon soul out of Long Yu's body. The Death Envoy actually used a secret technique to pull the mind and soul of the Jiuyou Dragon Emperor out of Long Yu's body. Moreover, under the effect of the terrifying method of Qianjue seal, the curled-up black dragon soul was directly sucked by the 9 Nether Prison Steel not far away. A furious voice came over, Death Envoy, what are you doing? You actually sealed this emperor in the Jiuyou Prison Steel? Why don't you tell me who ordered you? No matter who ordered you, this emperor, he will be crushed to ashes. Following this furious sound, the last soul thoughts of the Dragon Emperor Jiuyou were constantly being sucked towards the Jiuyou Prison Steel, and it was about to be completely sealed in the huge stone monument. Do you want to know why? The phantom of the Death Envoy was about to dissipate, but at this moment he smiled easily, and his voice finally became less eerie and melancholy, as if he was remembering something. The answer is very simple. Thousands of years ago, Jiuyou Dragon Emperor, you offended too many people, and the heavens sent down divine punishment to kill you completely. I, the Death Envoy of the divine text, is my duty to share the worries of the Dragon Emperor, even if it is with the Dragon Emperor. If the adults fall together, there will be no regrets at all, as long as the people I care about will not be affected. However, you Jiuyou Dragon Emperor insisted that everyone be buried with you, everyone, my brother, my wife, my daughter. They were all trapped in the world of Shenwu by the restrictions you set. After all, you were suppressed and all fell, and from that moment on, my Death Envoy has made up my mind that I will never let you Jiuyou Dragon Emperor have any chance to make a comeback. This is a revenge operation that has been planned for countless years. I didn't expect that, did you? Lord Dragon Emperor, the 4 envoys who were willing to support you with their lives, then all joined hands in the end. All 3 of them sacrificed themselves to give me the chance to keep my thoughts alive. For 10,000 years, I have been thinking about how to kill you completely. Even if I can't kill you, I have to seal it forever. Death caused a series of words to be spoken, and all those present were silent. No one expected that the specific situation back then was like this, and the Death Envoy had been planning to completely wipe out the Jiuyou Dragon Emperor. Not only Long Yu didn't expect it, Xiangwu didn't expect it, but he didn't expect it to be Jiuyou Dragon Emperor. He didn't expect it at all. Borrowing a new life. But all of this was buried in the hands of the Death Envoy because he insisted on letting other people be buried with him. I cannot be reconciled. The Joyo Dragon Emperor roared out, but his thoughts were completely sealed by the Joyo prison monument after all. The phantom of the Black Dragon's consciousness that originally wanted to stretch out was forcibly curled up at this moment, sucked into it by the giant stone tablet, and completely disappeared in this world. After devouring the consciousness of the Nine Nether Dragon Emperor, the Nine Nether prison monument seemed to have become a little more eerie, and even Long Yu felt a little terrified of that aura. What is the origin of this giant stone tablet? Long Yu thought in his heart, but now is obviously not the time to think about this issue, because the Death Envoy in front of him is almost unable to hold on, and the phantom formed by the death script is already looming, as if it will completely dissipate in the next moment. Senior Messenger, how are you? Long Yu's consciousness returned, and he immediately became familiar with the control of his body. He quickly flew towards the Death Envoy, but the Death Envoy raised his illusory hand to stop him. Don't come here, this envoy has already recorded everything about this matter in a jade slip, and you can find out everything when you go back to the ancient Shura temple. As for now, this envoy will use all its strength to remove the Nine Nether prison seal. A complete seal will make it impossible for Joyo Dragon Emperor's mind to see the light of day again. Although the Death Envoy was about to dissipate, the words he said were extremely carefree. By the way, this Joyo prison steel is a real treasure, and it is precisely with this thing that the Joyo Dragon Emperor comprehended the original level of Joyo, the sacred text, and the dominant secret realm that you stepped into. The Nine Nether prison steel contains endless secrets. As long as you master the Nine Nether imprint that is born in your body now, it is equivalent to mastering the entire Shenwu world. You can come to comprehend the mysteries in the Nine Nether prison steel. After saying these words, Long Yu saw that the phantom of the Death Envoy completely turned into a black light shadow, and bumped towards the top of the Nine Nether prison steel. This collision directly filled the aura of the Nine Nether prison steel more firmly. According to what the Death Envoy said, he completely sacrificed himself and sealed the Joyo Dragon Emperor's thoughts in the Nine Nether prison steel forever. As for the specifics, Long Yu might have to go back to the ancient Shura palace and look at the jade slip before he knows what's going on. The imprint of the Nine Serenities? Born in my body? Because of the Death Envoy's words, Long Yu checked his dantian, and sure enough, he found a mark of the Dragon of Nine Netherness, which was the same as the one on his chest before. He didn't know how this thing came about. Could it be something that came along with Joyo Dragon Emperor's thought when it entered his body? Death means that if one controls the Nine Serenities mark, it is equivalent to mastering the entire Shenwu world, that is to say, the Nine Nethers mark is the core of the entire Shenwu world. Senior Messenger. Long Yu stared blankly at the Joyo prison steel exuding a gloomy aura in the distance. Now, in the entire pitch-black void, only this huge stone tablet is left. Whether it is the idea of the Joyo Dragon Emperor or the Death Envoy, they have all dissipated in just a short period of time. As for Lady and Yendi in the distance, they feel that all these things happened in a dream, as illusory as a dream. The creator of Shenwu world, Joyo Dragon Emperor, was actually such a cruel person, and was finally killed. His subordinates were personally buried and sealed in the extremely mysterious Joyo prison steel. Outside the Joyo Xian Palace, in the endless dark and silent space, after making noise for a while, it finally returned to calm. Except for the 4 people present, no one else knew what happened here. No one would know that the creator of the entire Shenwu world, Joyo Dragon Emperor, was betrayed by his subordinates when he finally recovered and was completely sealed. Although Joyo Dragon Emperor is completely self-inflicted, but after 10,000 years, he finally wanted to be reborn, but he was ruined at once. This kind of thing is indeed embarrassing. It took a long time for Long Yu to calm down again. Only then did he realize that everyone from the Shenwu world and the extraterrestrial forces had left this space, and the entire Joyo Xian Palace had returned to a dead silence. However, in the distance, there were actually 3 people left behind, namely Lady Yen Di and Xiang Wu. Long Yu was quite surprised by this discovery, as he had focused all his attention on the Death Envoy and Zhuyo Long just now. On the Emperor, he didn't pay much attention to his surroundings. Only now did he realize that the sunset dance hadn't left. Occupied by the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor for a while, Long Yu was still not used to regaining control of his body, but he got used to it soon, and he was able to display the original power smoothly, and along with the many a mark of the 9 Serenity was released, and according to the Death Envoy, this is an existence that can control the entire Shenwu world. But now, Long Yu didn't feel any aura of power in the 9 Nether Seal. Following the complete seal of the Zhuyo Dragon Emperor by the Zhuyo Prison Steel, and the complete disappearance of the Breath of Death, the icy and terrifying aura in the entire space finally dissipated. Lady Yendi and Xiang Wu in the distance, it is no longer in a state of being unable to move. But now, everyone is facing an extremely serious problem: they can't get out. Yes, I can't get out. From the 10,000 layer space to the Zhuyo Shandgong space, it takes 50 years of energy accumulated in the 10,000 layer space to open it twice. Now that the transmission channel is closed, it is impossible for them to leave this place with their own strength. Tablet space. If the Zhuyo Dragon Emperor is here, he can easily control everything, but now, the Zhuyo Dragon Emperor himself has been completely sealed. Unless the strength exceeds the level of the Zhuyo Dragon Emperor back then, otherwise, it is impossible for them to forcibly break through the surrounding barriers. Let's meet up with Big Brother Long Yu first, maybe he will have a solution? Xiang Wu said to Lady and Yan Di. In fact, the first thing they want to do now is to join Long Yu. After all, there are only 4 of them left in the entire space. If they want to get out, of course they need 4 people think better together. Soon, Lady and Yan Di took Sunset Dance and used their space divine power to fly towards Long Yu's location. On the way, they passed the 9 Nether Prison Steel floating in the void, and were once again overwhelmed by the gloomy aura emanating from it. After a shock, fortunately, he quickly passed the Zhuyo Prison Steel and got close to the place where Long Yu was. Brother Long Yu, are you okay? Sunset Dance was the first to shout out. Her anxiety was beyond words. It should be fine, but why didn't you leave? Have everyone else gone out? Long Yu smiled at Xiang Wu. He wasn't too worried about whether he could get out from here. After all, the Death Envoy had done so much, and everything must be left behind. If you look carefully, you should be able to find it. I saw that you hadn't come out, so I wanted to wait for you, but I didn't expect you to appear only after the transmission channel disappeared, and we couldn't move at that time. The aura of the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor was too terrifying. Xiang Wu said worriedly, Brother Long, you have been occupied by the 9 Yu Dragon Emperor, is there really nothing wrong? Really, are you still worried that I will suddenly become the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor? Long Yu patted Xianggu on the shoulder, smiled and said, Don't worry, but the 2 seniors, Lady and Yan Di, this time they really got involved. Where is it, to be lucky enough to witness the things that just happened with my own eyes? My life is not in vain. Lady was tall, with black hair standing upright, and he smiled brightly. I knew you had a secret before, but I didn't expect to hide it so deeply. It has something to do with one of the 4 envoys of Emperor Zhuyo Dragon. No wonder, you it has surpassed all other young geniuses in the world of Shenwu. Let me just say, in the world of Shenwu, what inheritance can be stronger than many ancient relics? Most likely it is related to the Zhuyo Dragon Emperor. Emperor Yan was emitting flames all over his body, but at this moment, the flames all over his body were suppressed by the gloomy aura of the 9 Nether Prison Steel, leaving only a thin layer. At this moment, Long Yu finally saw clearly that Emperor Yan turned out to be a very handsome-looking young man, with a high nose bridge, blue eyes, and a hearty smile on his face with a trace of deep worry. Obviously, he was worried about whether he could get out of here alive. Since the two seniors are here, we can understand some things about the secret realm of domination. Looking at the faces of the two, Long Yu knew that they were probably worried about how to get out, so he didn't talk nonsense, but asked directly, "Seniors, this is the depths of the small world of Emperor Joyo. One of the big pillars, is there any way to get out of here?" Emperor Lei and Emperor Yan are well informed after all, and as the 5 emperors, they should have some understanding of the things that rule the level of the secret realm. Lei Di and Yan Di frowned upon hearing this. Lei Di shook his head and said, "We are not very clear about the secret realm of the Master, but in the communication with the extraterrestrial forces, we accidentally heard a word called world imprint. If you want to affect the small world in the secret realm of the Master, you must have the power stronger than the monks who should rule the secret realm, or rely on the world imprint, but I am not very clear what the world imprint refers to. After all, I have never been exposed to this aspect." World imprint? Long Yu's heart moved when he heard the words. Could it be the Joyo imprint left in his body after the Joyo Dragon Emperor possessed him? The Death Envoy also said that relying on the 9 Nethers mark, one can control the entire world of Shenwu. It can be seen that the 9 Nethers mark does have the effect of affecting this small world, but now Long Yu is completely unable to use the 9 Nethers mark. Senior Lei Di, as the 5 emperors, you should know a lot about Tianwai, right? At this time, Xiangwu asked aloud from the side, "Is our Shenwu world controlled by some extraterrestrial force?" Hearing this question, Lei Di could only smile wryly. He shook his head and said, "I can't talk to you about this issue now. If I don't break the rules, not only me, but you will also be in big trouble. I think you don't want to meet people from outside the sky now." Trouble? Forget it. Xiangwu had no choice but to stick out her tongue, and shook her head mischievously. Since this question is hard to answer, she can only let it go. It was Long Yu who said at this time, "Seniors, I can try it. Just now, the consciousness of the Dragon Emperor Joyo possessed me, and I seem to have more memories in my mind. I will think about it, maybe find out how to get out of here." He didn't intend to tell the two about the 9 Nether mark. After all, it was his greatest secret, and it was conceivable that the 9 Nether mark, which could control the entire Shenwu world, was an excellent treasure for extraterrestrial forces. Long Yu didn't want to tell the two of the existence of such a level. He planned to study it by himself first. He should be able to find a way to leave here, and then just say it was the conscious memory of the Dragon Emperor Joyo. Regarding Long Yu's words, the 2 emperors of course nodded and agreed, because they have no other way now, and the only hope to get out lies with Long Yu. No matter what method Long Yu finds, as long as they let them go out, they now know that Long Yu has a lot of secrets, so they also know that it is impossible to strip Long Yu to find out, and being able to take them out is considered very good. Immediately afterwards, the 4 of them closed their eyes and practiced in the space near the 9 Nether prison steel. Of course, there is no aura of heaven and earth in this space, and it is useless to practice, but you can take advantage of this opportunity to comprehend more divine writing, martial arts, supernatural powers, and so on. For Lei Di and Yan Di, training time is very precious. Even a little bit of time will not be wasted for no reason. After all, martial arts are endless, but human life is limited. In the eyes of almost all cultivators, it is not an exaggeration to spend any amount of time on cultivation. Long Yu didn't pay much attention to what Lady, Yendi, and Xiangwu were doing, and he himself started to study the 9 Serenity mark in his body. Although he can't feel the power of the 9 Serenities mark now, but try it anyway, maybe he can activate it? After all, what Long Yu comprehends most now is still the source level 9 Nether divine inscription, which should be very consistent with the nature of the 9 Nether imprint. The imprint of the world and the imprint of the 9 Nethers, these two should be the same thing. For the world of Shenwu, this world was created by the Dragon Emperor of the 9 Nethers, and its imprint of the world is called the imprint of the 9 Nethers, right? Thinking in his heart, Long Yu began to immerse his mind in his dantian, constantly urging the power of the 9 Nether divine runes to touch the curled-up 9 Nether dragon mark. Almost several hours passed, and the 9 serenity mark did not change at all, which made Long Yu almost doubt whether this method was really feasible. But when he continued to do this for a long time, he suddenly found a subtle change in the 9 nether seal. From the 9 nether seal, finally came out a breath similar to the 9 nether dragon emperor's breath. This discovery made Long Yu happy. Although this aura must be infinitely weaker than the aura emitted by the Jiuyou Dragon Emperor at the beginning, as long as this method is effective, then Long Yu will be able to fully activate it one day come out. In the endless void where the 9 nether profound palace is located, there is silence everywhere, and 4 figures are floating near the 9 nether prison steel. Among them, Long Yu was trying to control the mark of the 9 nether world in his dantian. As he continued to use the power of the 9 nether divine runes to wrap the mark of the 9 nethers, from the mark of the 9 nethers, a wave of belonging the breath of the 9 nether dragon emperor. It is this kind of breath, as long as it can accumulate to a certain level, it can begin to control the entire world of martial arts. Of course, it is quite difficult for Long Yu to completely control the mark of the 9 nethers, and it will take a lot of time. In a short time, he only needs to try to open the passage of the 9 nethers Xian Palace to the outside world as soon as possible. The 4 of them practiced in the void, and a month passed in no time. During this period of time, no one knows what the world of Shenwu has become like, but Chidi was defeated by Zhang Quanga, and Zhang Quanga became one of the new 5 emperors. Zhandi, Lady, and Yendi were not present. Can the Devil Emperor and the Holy Emperor stop the development of the Zhan Emperor's power? It stands to reason that this is no problem, but the problem is that when the Red Emperor resigns, many forces that the Red Emperor has offended before will undoubtedly form an alliance with the Zhan Emperor, so the situation is quite troublesome. 1 month is enough for Zhandi to do a lot of things, but Long Yu is not worried about Chidi himself, because Lady and Yendi said that as long as they become 5 emperors, they will be picked up by extraterrestrial forces after abdicating. Being taken away to recuperate is regarded as retirement. This is one of the ways to leave the world of Shenwu. Of course, there is another more direct way, which is to show off your martial arts talent when exploring the core of the world of Shenwu, and be taken away by the extraterrestrial forces. The core of the Shenwu world is one of the 7 forbidden places that the strongest king and the top 10 of the strongest king are eligible to go to. In 1 month, a total of 11 strongest geniuses from the Shenwu world will come together go to compete with the geniuses outside the sky, and if you perform well, you can be selected to join the camp of the forces outside the sky. The Shenwu Realm Core is activated every 7 years, so the competition between the strongest king and the strongest emperor is also held every 7 years. The ultimate purpose is actually to select talents for those extraterrestrial forces. Although the extraterrestrial forces are above the Shenwu world, there will still be some good martial arts geniuses in the Shenwu world. They are selected every 7 years, and they are almost rarely missed. There is still less than a month left before the nuclear opening of the Shenwu realm. And at this time, Long Yu finally activated a small part of the 9 nether mark, about 1%. According to this progress, it would take 7 or 8 years for Long Yu to fully activate the 9 nether mark. Master. In that way, he will completely control the entire Shenwu world. As long as he is given 7 or 8 years, the world of Shenwu will be his. Even Lady and Yendi don't know about this, only Long Yu himself knows. Come to the space of Jiuyou Xian Palace at any time, and study the huge stone tablet Jiuyou Prison Steel. The reason why the 9 nether dragon emperor was able to rise was because he obtained the 9 nether prison monument, and he had not yet fully grasped the power of the 9 nether prison monument. If Long Yu can fully understand the power in the Jiuyou prison steel, then his strength will definitely surpass that of the Jiuyou Dragon Emperor in its heyday. It is of course difficult to achieve this, but Long Yu has plenty of time, anyway, no one can threaten him now. Although the extraterrestrial forces are powerful, they still cannot find Long Yuto in a short period of time. What happened in the Jiyuxuan Palace, even the powerhouse who dominates the secret realm, cannot be calculated. Otherwise, the Zifen department will definitely be very upset. Quickly come to the door to clean up Longyu. Just 1 month before the opening of the Shenwu Realm Core, Longyu activated 1% of the 9 Serenity mark, and finally felt a little bit. As long as he relies on the aura released from the 9 Nether Seal, he can safely pass through the endless sea of 9 Nether Chi surrounding the 9 Nether Shan Palace. That endless sea of 9 Nether Divine Culture Chi is the biggest barrier that prevents everyone from entering and leaving the 9 Nether Profound Palace. Even if the 7-star Emperor breaks into it, there is only a dead end. Safely pass through the barrier of the 9 Nether Divine Culture Chi Sea. What is there outside the 9 Nether Divine Rune Barrier? Longyu was quite curious about this question. Even Lei Di, Yan Di, and others didn't know the answer to this question, but soon, Longyu will be able to fully reveal it. Although he has only mastered 1% of the 9 Nether marks, Longyu already has that ability and can initially control some basic power in the world of Shenwu. Now Longyu's martial arts realm has not changed. It is still at the level of the late Emperor realm, but his various fighting methods can incorporate a trace of the aura of the Joyo Dragon Emperor in it. As long as he is in the world of Shenwu, his strength is stronger than before. Exceeded at least 10%. 1% of the aura of the 9 Nether Seal can enhance Longyu's strength by 10%. If Longyu comprehends 1/10 of the 9 Nether's aura, his strength can definitely be multiplied several times. Of course, this is only limited to Longyu. When you are inside the world of Shenwu, if you go outside the sky, this bonus will become invalid. If you bring Xiangwu, Lady, and Yendi with you, there shouldn't be any problem. Thinking in his heart, Longyu told the 3 of them his thoughts. Of course, he would not say that he had mastered 1% of the imprint of the world of Shenwu, but found it through the breath of the Dragon Emperor Joyo. A pathway to the outside world. He can't open up a space passage to leave here directly, but he can pass through the sea of 9 Nether Divine Culture Chi around Joyo Xian Palace and leave the space. Lei Di and Yan Di were of course very happy about this. Originally they thought they would be trapped in this space for a few years and eventually be trapped to death, but now it seems that there is still hope. As for the Sunset Dance, needless to say, she completely supported and believed in Longyu unconditionally. Although the death of the Death Envoy dealt a heavy blow to the Sunset Dance, Longyu finally came back, which made the Sunset Dance feel a little better. Under the leadership of Longyu, the 4 of them continued to fly towards the outer space of the Joyo Xian Palace. About 3 days later, the 4 of them came to the edge of the Sea of Joyo Divine Culture. All of them are dead but not alive, but Longyu said that he has found a safe passage. In fact, Longyu used the aura of the 9 Nether Seal to protect the 4 of them, so the 4 of them would not be eroded by the Sea of 9 Nether's divine Wenqi. Soon, the 4 of them flew safely into the 9 Nether's divine Wenqi Sea. Yendi is completely convinced, this Longyu can really think of a way. Amazing. No one knows how vast this 9 Nether Divine Culture Chi Sea is, but Longyu can probably feel it. He does not rely on the balance control and the Eye of Shadow to feel it, but through the 9 Nether imprint. The 9 Serenities Seal is equivalent to the core of the small world of the entire Shenwu world. As long as one masters the 9 Nether Seal, even if only 1% of it is mastered, there will be a considerable connection between Longyu and the entire Shenwu world. If he fully grasps the mark of the 9 Nethers, Longyu will clearly perceive everything that happens in the entire Shenwu world. Of course, it will take a long time to reach this level. The 4 of them continued to move forward in the sea of 9 Nether divine culture, feeling the eerie and strange atmosphere around them, and they all had a different feeling in their hearts. What will it be if you pass through this sea of air? Nobody knows. Even Longyu could only vaguely feel that beyond this sea of qi, what greeted them would be a large void, like the wreckage of a suffering person's small world, most of which is nothingness. Of course, in the wreckage of the suffering person's small world, because it has become a wreck, there is nothing in the void. In the void of this world of martial arts, there may be some spiritual energy of heaven and earth. After 7 days, the figures of the four walked through the sea of 9 nether divine culture chi, and finally came to the end of this sea of chi. Looking out at a glance, the entire space was pitch black, but the space was filled with a high concentration of spiritual energy from heaven and earth. The situation in Jiuyoxian Palace is much better, at least he won't die if he drifts here for a long time. However, the same as the space of Jiuyoxian Palace, there are no other figures here, and it seems that it is still very difficult to return to the continent of Shenwu world. In particular, there is still half a month before the Shenwuji core will be activated, and Long Yu and Xiang Wu seem to be a little behind. Of course, Long Yu didn't care too much about it. Originally, he was looking forward to exploring the core of the divine martial realm because he had the opportunity to meet a genius from an extraterrestrial force, but now that he has come into contact with a strong man from an extraterrestrial force in Jiyuxuan Palace, he has lost some curiosity. In addition, he now possesses the Mark of the 9 Nethers. As long as he completely masters the Mark of the 9 Nethers, he can control the entire Shenwu world. The mere Shenwu world core, one of the 7 forbidden places in the Shenwu world, is indeed not very attractive to Long Yu up. Even if he can't catch up, Long Yu won't have too many regrets. He's just worried that if he doesn't go back for a long time, some situations will happen in the world of Shenwu, such as Tianyu Manor, Beishua Dynasty, etc., and I'm afraid they will be punished by the newly appointed Emperor Zhan. In the past half a month, I have learned a little more about the Mark of the 9 Nethers. Although it has not reached 2%, but the control over it has also increased a lot, at least reaching 1.5%. Feeling the imprint of Jiuyo in his dantian, Long Yu wanted to find a way back to the mainland of Shenwu world in the void after leaving Jiuyoxian Palace. Soon, he felt some special space power relying on the imprint of Jiuyo, and he was overjoyed. This kind of space power was completely integrated into the aura of heaven and earth around him. If he could separate them separately, he might be able to condense them into one space channel, and locate the direction of Shenwu world. Long Yu soon began to rely on the imprint of the 9 Nethers to gather the special space power contained in the aura of the surrounding world. This kind of space power is purely the initial power that forms the space of the Shenwu world, and it must not exist in the outer world. Only by relying on the imprint of the 9 serenities can one feel this kind of power. Even other powerful practitioners who have set foot on the domination secret realm may not be able to feel the unique space power in the world of Shenwu. Through the imprint of Jiuyo, Long Yu felt that the location of the mainland of Shenwu world was far, far away below them, which was 1 trillion miles away. If it was not teleported through space, he would have to wait until the year of the monkey is just around the corner, and it doesn't take long to spend decades. In fact, Long Yu did not determine its location by feeling the continent of the Shenwu world, but felt the sea of dead energy, which surrounded the Shenwu world, and was one of the 7 forbidden places in the Shenwu world. Even with 1% of Long Yu's current grasp of the 9 nether marks, he can only vaguely feel the location of the 7 forbidden areas in this entire small world, but cannot feel the location of the Shenwu world continent. About half an hour later, Long Yu relied on the aura of the 9 serenities mark to condense a small space channel in front of him. This space channel is of course leading to the world of Shenwu. However, Long Yu found that the special space power was not very strong near where he was, so the condensed small space channel could not be transmitted too far. I'm afraid it will take dozens of consecutive teleportations before we can go back to the world of Shenwu. And halfway we have to cross the sea of dead energy surrounding the world of Shenwu. Long Yu spoke out his calculations. Lei Di, Yan Di, and Xiang Wu, of course, would not have any opinion on this. Now Long Yu has taken them out of the closed, desolate and dead space of Jiuyoxian Palace, so that they will not be trapped to death after a year in it, which has already shown that Long Yu really knows something. No matter how Long Yu knew, Lei Di and Yan Di didn't want to ask any more questions. Anyway, they just wanted to go back, and if they followed Long Yu all the way back, the formation would probably be very exciting. After all, even for the 5 emperors, the places they could reach before were nothing more than the mainland of the Xuanhu world, plus the 2 forbidden areas of the Jiuyou Xian Palace and the Xuanhu world core. But now, they have left these 3 existences, and are in the endless void space of the small world of the 9 Dragon Emperor. The small world of the Dragon Emperor Jiuyou may be referred to as Jiuyou Realm for short, so that it can be distinguished from the Xuanhu world. The Jiuyou Realm is the entire small world, while the Xuanhu world is the gestation area surrounded by the Sea of Dead Energy. The continent of living beings, the world of divine martial arts, is only a small part of the Jiuyou Realm. Gone. Long Yu laughed, and took the lead through the space channel he condensed. He only felt that he disappeared from the spot in an instant, and arrived at the destination of the transmission channel the next moment. Originally, Long Yu thought he would appear in a void, but when he raised his head and looked to the side, he was taken aback. The entire Jiuyou realm is like a void universe. In this cosmic void, it is not completely empty, just like where Long Yu is now. He saw a vortex of air flow emitting a dark light. This air vortex looks similar to the Death Star vortex, one of the 7 forbidden areas, but the color is different. If it is not for the imprint of Jiuyou, Long Yu would not even be able to discover this dark air vortex. Before Long Yu had any plans, Lei Di, Yan Di, and Shi Yangwu had already passed through the space channel and followed Long Yu. This time the transmission of the space channel has directly spanned a distance of hundreds of millions of miles. If it is only by flying, it may not be able to travel for decades. This is the benefit of comprehending the 9 nether marks. I'll go ahead and have a look, just wait a bit. After Long Yu finished speaking to the 3 of them, he flew directly towards the dark and gloomy air vortex. He felt that there seemed to be a lot of power contained in the air vortex, and it was not the kind of violent and aggressive force, but a rather gentle power, but with a slightly weird and gloomy aura. It's eerie, but it can't scare Long Yu away. After all, the 9 nether divine inscription, which he mainly comprehends, is inherently eerie, and he has long been used to this kind of aura. Lei Di, Yan Di, and Shi Yangwu, of course, didn't dare to move indiscriminately, for fear of accidentally touching some kind of restriction, so they could only watch Long Yu continue to fly forward, and then his body became smaller and smaller, and almost disappeared from their eyes. When Long Yu was only the size of an ant in their eyes, Long Yu finally seemed to stop, and the 3 of them felt that Long Yu seemed to be doing something there. And the current Long Yu, of course, is absorbing the power in the vortex of the air current emitting the dark light. To his surprise, the power contained in it is actually the breath of the 9 Serenity Dragon Emperor. If it wasn't for the mark of Jiuyou on his body, once he got close to this vortex, he would probably be repelled by the vortex, let alone absorb the breath of the Dragon Emperor of Jiuyou. But for the current Long Yu, such a vortex is definitely the best supplement. 1%. 2%. 3%. After more than an hour, Long Yu was overjoyed. He discovered that he had grasped more than 3% of the 9 nether marks from this vortex of air flow. In addition to the nearly 2% comprehension before, Long Yu directly grasped 5% of the 9 nether marks, and now, his control over the entire Xuanhu world has undoubtedly become more profound. And this also led to the continuous improvement of his combat power in the 9 nether realm. Originally, he had mastered 1% of the 9 nether mark, which could increase his strength in the 9 nether realm by 10%, now he has 5% of the 9 nether mark, will be able to double his strength. The effect is extremely terrifying. Not only that, Long Yu found that now he is more sensitive to the breath detection in the entire Jiuyou realm, but it is a pity that he still cannot feel the existence of other things except the 7 forbidden places. This kind of air vortex exuding dark light contains the aura of the 9 nether Dragon Emperor, and it should be distributed in the void of the entire 9 nether realm, but the air vortex is too small, and the only way to get close to it is 100 miles away. Only then can I barely feel it, Trying to find this kind of vortex in the entire Jiuyou realm is tantamount to finding a needle in a haystack. After Long Yu absorbed the vortex of air flow, he was still a little unsatisfied, but he knew that this kind of thing was hard to come by for him now. The position of the air vortex in the void of the Nine Serenity realm? Or, in the entire Nine Nether realm, there is only such a vortex of air current? No matter what, it is impossible for Long Yu to stay and look for the vortex of the air flow now, because it is too difficult, harder than finding a needle in a haystack. You must know that the space of the entire Jiuyou realm is billions of times wider than the sea, and it is not on the same level at all. Exist. Long Yu absorbed the vortex of air flow, and then started to walk back. He found that the speed of condensing the special space power around him was faster than before, and within a stick of incense, the space channel like before could be condensed, allowing them to continue head towards the continent of Shenwu world. Lei Di and Yan Di didn't get angry because they waited for Long Yu for so long. The 5 emperors have practiced for hundreds of years, even if they don't have anything else, they still have patience. After Long Yu returned, the 4 of them continued to move forward, stepping into the space channel where Long Yu spent a stick of incense time condensing. After the second teleportation, Long Yu subconsciously searched for the existence of that kind of air vortex in the surrounding space, but the result disappointed him. Sure enough, as he expected before, that kind of air vortex is definitely not something you can find just by looking for it. With Long Yu's current grasp of the Nine Nether mark, it is impossible to sense the air vortex that is too far away. In the entire Jiuyou realm, the most clear to Long Yu is probably the 7 forbidden places. Jiuyou Xian Palace, Long Yu, and the others just came out of that place, and now they are constantly moving away from that place. It can be regarded as the nearest forbidden place to them, and they can reach it by teleporting twice. The Sea of Dead Energy surrounds the entire continent of Shenwu world, and the distance from them is not too far away. It can be reached in about 15 space channel teleportations. The nearest forbidden area is the Shenwu Realm Core. In Long Yu's perception, the Shenwu Realm Core is a sphere formed by the condensed 9 nether divine inscriptions. Inside the sphere, there are almost endless inner realms. Strength. This is the powerful supernatural power used by Emperor Jiuyou Dragon to fight during his lifetime. He used the power of the heart to kill opponents, but now it has become a place for young geniuses organized by extraterrestrial forces to explore. The forbidden nuclear site of the Shenwu realm is located at the lower left of Long Yu and the others, and the distance is almost equivalent to 50 space channel transmissions. Compared with the Jiuyou Xian Palace, the distance between the Shenwu Realm nuclear force and the Shenwu world is almost far away. 3 times. The 4th relatively well-known forbidden area is the Death Star Whirlpool, which is located on top of Long Yu and the others, at a distance of about 50,000 space channel transmissions. The Death Star Swirl is definitely the most powerful of the 7 supernatural powers of the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor. Even though the distance was so far, Long Yu could still feel the terrifying divine power vortex contained in the Death Star's whirlpool. Even a cultivator at the level of a 7-star emperor would be smashed into pieces if he broke into it. With the 9 nether imprints that Long Yu now possesses, 2 space transmission channels can be condensed in 1 hour, and it will take 7 or 8 years to go to the location where the Death Star Swirl is. It can be seen how vast the entire 9 nether realm is. The Death Star Whirl is the most powerful forbidden area, but it is also the one with the furthest distance. There are 3 other forbidden areas, which are the other 3 magical powers of the 9 Yu Dragon Emperor. He didn't know it before, but he got it. After the 9 Serenity mark, he felt the existence of those 3 forbidden areas. The shape of the other 3 forbidden areas is different from the previous 4 forbidden areas, even very different. There is a forbidden place called 9 Nether Dark Moon. The distance is from 100 times of space channel transmission to 1000 times of space channel transmission, that is to say, its orbit around the core of Shenwuji is an ellipse. In this way, the 9 nether moons are sometimes closer to the Xuanhu world. At this time, some stronger people in the Xuanhu world can feel an inexplicable power, and sometimes there will be a scene of the 9 nether dark moons floating in the sky. This phenomenon occurs every few hundred years. Whenever the 9 nether dark moons appear, the entire Xuanhu world can be said to have entered a dark period, because the mysterious power of the 9 nether dark moons will reawaken the remaining thoughts of many dead creatures in the Xuanhu world, and thus spread all over the entire continent. Chaos is quite difficult to deal with. Long Yu has also heard about this. Now that he has detected it, he found that the 9 nether dark moon has turned around and approached the world of Xuanhu. I am afraid that in a few months, it will trigger a dark moon that only occurs every 300 to 500 years. Moon Cataclysm. Since the aura of the 9 nether dark moon is extremely hidden, people can only feel it when they are closest to it. Therefore, the alliance of 5 emperors of all dynasties did not make sufficient preparations for the dark moon catastrophe. This time, Long Yu relied on the mark of Joyo to predict the arrival of Joyo Dark Moon in advance. In addition to Joyo Dark Moon, there are 2 other 7 forbidden places in Joyo realm, namely Hidden Soul Hell and Buried Bone Dragon Field. The remnants of the living beings, these remnants are released during the battle to detonate. The lethality is extremely terrifying. You must know that even the remnants of the masters of the secret realm are sealed. As for the Bone-Buried Dragon Field, it is a summoning supernatural power for Emperor Joyo Dragon. By using the Buried Bone Dragon Field, one can summon bone dragons one after another to help fight, which is also a good innate supernatural power. But now, the Hidden Soul Hell and the Bone-Buried Dragon Field have become absolute forbidden places for practitioners. Once they enter it, the crazy remnant souls and Kiel thoughts that no one controls will tear everyone who steps into it to pieces. Even the person who dominates the secret realm can't bear it. The 7 forbidden lands are the original 7 supernatural powers of the 9 nether dragon emperor, which contain most of the power in the entire 9 nether realm. Long Yu had some expectations. If he controlled the entire 9 nether realm, wouldn't he be able to control the 7 forbidden areas? With the Joyo imprint under his complete control, Long Yu can completely display these innate supernatural powers like the Joyo Dragon Emperor. However, that would have to wait for Long Yu to fully control the 9 Serenity mark. Under such a half-baked situation like now, if he forcibly controls the 7 forbidden areas, he will definitely be backlashed to death by the terrifying power within. Let's go back first. Zhan Emperor replaced Shizhuan and became the new 5 emperors, and I don't know what happened to Yu Hanqin, Shu Chan, and punishing them. Long Yu thought in his heart, now there are more than 40 space teleportation distances left between him and the Sea of Dead Energy outside the world of Xuanhu. If everything goes well, it only takes 2 days to reach it. As for the Sea of Dead Energy, Long Yu is not worried that he will not be able to pass through it. As long as he can feel the unique space power in the space that belongs to the 9 Serenity realm, he can directly teleport through the Sea of Dead Energy. Everyone left the space of Jiyuxuan Palace, crossed the Sea of Dead Energy, and set foot on the land of Xuanhu world. The 4 of them followed Long Yu in the endless void and kept approaching the world of Xuanhu. In the current world of Xuanhu, because Emperor Zhan replaced Red Emperor, and both Emperor Lei and Emperor Yen disappeared, the overall situation is quite chaotic. The replacement of the 5 emperors in the past will cause some chaos, which is unavoidable. However, the chaos caused by the disappearance of the 2 emperors this time is more serious than the chaos caused by the previous replacement of the 5 emperors. For more than a month, Emperor Zhan has basically wiped out the forces and martial artists who have close contacts with the Red Emperor within the scope of the 5 Emperors Alliance and the 5 Emperors Holy City. Although they cannot kill them openly, they have all been driven out of the 5 Emperors Holy City. For example, the original direct disciples of the Red Emperor, Xing Xing, Dao Jingtian, Yu Shaoyin, Yu Linfeng, Nailin Jun, Yu Hanqin, except for the missing Long Yu, these 6 people were all driven out of the holy city of the 5 emperors. Therefore, they could only follow Yu Hanqin, return to the Northern Snow Dynasty, and promote the Northern Snow Dynasty to the Northern Snow Empire, so they could only develop with peace of mind. Although Emperor Zhan has become one of the 5 emperors, he can't do whatever he wants. It is still very difficult to do something against Yu Hanqin and others. After all, both Xingxing and Dao Jingtian are 2-star emperors, and their strength is not inferior to that of Emperor Zhan. How much, if they join forces to fight against Zhandi, it is not certain who will win and who will lose. However, in this way, the development of the Beixue Empire was greatly restricted. Emperor Zhan openly supported several major forces around the Northern Snow Empire, Tianqing Dynasty, Shenluo Empire, Yunyan Empire, and among them, the eldest prince of Tianqing Dynasty directly took some pills provided by Zhandi, plus other self-comprehension, directly stepped into the emperor realm. The Tianqing Dynasty also became the Tianqing Empire. The Northern Snow Empire was suddenly sandwiched between the 3 great empires, and these 3 great empires were all guarded by strong men arranged by the Emperor of War. The power of punishment and others alone would not be able to swallow these 3 great empires. In this case, the people of these 3 empires finally found a little bit of revenge. For the Tianqing dynasty, Long Yu and Shu Chan killed the 6th prince of the Tianqing Emperor, who is now the 6th younger brother of the Emperor of the Tianqing Empire. Of course, the 2 sides had a deep hatred. As for the Cloud Empire, Long Yu was related to the death of Emperor Yun's 3rd son, and also killed his 2nd and eldest sons. The more difficult it is, for Emperor Yun, it will not be so easy to have a son, so for him, the enmity between Long Yu and him is the end of the enmity. In the Shenluo Empire, Long Yu killed more than a dozen emperor-level powerhouses of the Shenluo Empire in the wreckage of the small world of the Sufferers, and almost brought the entire Shenluo Empire to a standstill. The great prince of the Shenluo Empire, who succeeds to the throne, is also a strong man in the imperial realm. He has a hatred for killing his father and younger brother with Long Yu, and it is even more impossible for him to let Long Yu go. In this way, their 3 major empires formed an alliance to completely restrain the Beixue Empire and restrict the development of the Beixue Empire. For Long Yu's disappearance, the 3 great empires of course applauded. Originally, in the competition for the strongest emperor, Long Yu's terrifying strength and means shocked all the people in these 3 great empires. They thought Emperor Shenwu would, after the end, my 3 empires will be finished. Unexpectedly, at the Shenwu Emperor meeting, 2 major events happened one after another. Zhan Emperor replaced Qi Emperor as one of the new 5 emperors, and Long Yu disappeared directly. It seems that he was quietly killed by others in Juyuxuan Palace up. After all, Long Yu is a genius, but he is only a genius who has not fully grown up. Some powerful people in the imperial realm can still kill Long Yu. More than a month after the end of the Shenwu Emperor meeting, it can definitely be said to be the spring of the 3 empires, and it is also the spring of the Taiwu Empire, Shueiyue Jianzong and other sect forces. I got a lot of benefits. These benefits were originally released by the Red Emperor to the collaborators, but now, all the forces that cooperated with the Red Emperor have been driven out of the holy city of the 5 emperors. It can be said that after the end of the Shenwu Emperor's meeting this time, the overall situation of the Shenwu world has changed drastically. In addition to the faction of Red Emperor being suppressed, the situation of the other missing Lady and Yendi factions is also quite bad. Although they have not suffered any exclusion for the time being, if Lady and Yendi keep disappearing like this, their 2 factions will decline sooner or later, and they may find new strong men to replace Lady and Yendi. In that case, their end will be the same as that of Yu Hanqin, Xingxing and others now. The Red Emperor's faction is fine, except for Long Yu's disappearance. The other 6 direct disciples of the Red Emperor have no accidents, but the Thunder Emperor's faction is very unlucky. The 7th direct disciple Zhong Jian and the 8th direct disciple Lu Feihong, the 2 of them also disappeared in Jiuyoxian Palace. In this case, it can basically be assumed that these 2 people are dead, and the strength of Lady's faction has also been weakened by a large part. No one was lost on Yendi's side, but Yendi himself and Lady disappeared together, which was already the biggest accident and loss. No one knew that at this moment, Long Yu was leading the three of them back from an extremely distant place towards the world of Shenwu. Lady and Yan Emperor were not missing, and Long Yu and Xiang Wu were not dead either. Not only that, but Sunset Dance also received a gift from an extraterrestrial force, Tianyi Xuanhuan, 2 geniuses from Tianyi, the 2 small dolls of a man and a woman. Each of these 2 puppets can exert the strength equivalent to that of a 5-star emperor after being activated, and they can definitely completely crush the Zhan Emperor when they are released. Of course, Sunset Dance had already told Long Yu about this matter, and handed over the small puppets to Long Yu for safekeeping. With such 2 small puppets, Long Yu immediately became more confident. If he dared to attack the people of Beishua dynasty and Tianyu Manor, Long Yu would definitely make Emperor Zhan regret it. Although it has been more than a month now, Emperor Zhan must have met representatives from the extraterrestrial forces, with the extraterrestrial forces as the background, but the puppet in Long Yu's hands belongs to the Tianyi division of the extraterrestrial forces. As long as Long Yu doesn't show up and urges the puppet to kill the Zhan Emperor, even if people from the extraterrestrial forces come to investigate, they won't be able to find Long Yu's head. If you have the guts, you can go directly to Tianyi? Long Yu believes that the power of the Tianyi is still quite powerful, at least, the forces outside the sky will not go to trouble the Tianyi just because of the life of a war emperor, and even the Tianyi is a part of the forces of the outer world. Of course, after Long Yu came back, the first thing he had to do was to go back to the ancient Shura Hall and take a good look at the jade slip left by the death envoy in the ancient Shura Hall. Nearly 2 months have passed since the end of the Shenwu Emperor Association. The strongest king realm is number 1, the strongest emperor realm is in the top 10, and there are still 10 days left to explore the core of the Shenwu realm. At this moment, Long Yu finally took Lei Di, Yan Emperor, and Xiang Wu through the sea of dead energy outside the Shenwu world has returned to the mainland of the Shenwu world. After arriving in the world of Shenwu, Long Yu discovered that the effect of the imprint of Jiuyo became more significant. The entire continent of Shenwu world, the distance from one end to the other, is not as far as he can teleport through a teleportation channel. What does this mean? It represents that the current Long Yu can appear in any position in the Shenwu world anytime, anywhere as long as he wants to. He no longer needs to use the teleportation circle of the Alliance of 5 Emperors, but only needs to rely on the 9 Nethers imprint to condense the special space power that only belongs to the 9 Nethers realm, and he can reach any place in the entire Shenwu world at any time, or even leave the Shenwu world. This is the function of the 9 Nether marks. And now Long Yu only has 5% of the 9 Nether marks. It can be imagined that when Long Yuzhen can completely control the mark of the 9 Nethers, he is equivalent to the god of the Shenwu world, or equivalent to the god of the entire 9 Nethers realm. He doesn't need any martial Dao realm, even if he has completely lost his cultivation now. As long as he fully grasps the mark of the 9 Nethers, he will be invincible in the 9 Nethers realm, because this means that the entire 9 Nethers realm is equivalent to the small world of Long Yu. Let's go back to the holy city of the 5 emperors first and see what's going on in the holy city. Long Yu said to the 3 of them. He can be sure that the new war emperor will definitely take measures against the original forces of the Red Emperor. Now the Red Emperor can be said to be retired and was taken to the outer world by the extraterrestrial forces to cultivate power, but it is impossible to be taken away. What's more, apart from the 5 emperors, no one in the entire Shenwu world knew where the Chidi went after being replaced. With Emperor Lei and Emperor Yan around, Long Yu didn't need to worry about the dangers he would encounter when he went to the holy city of 5 emperors. First of all, some debts still have to be recovered first. For example, Long Yu had made a life and death pact with many people before. And Lady's 6th direct disciple, Guyun Tian. Regarding the life and death battle between Long Yu and Guyun Tian, Lady did not express any opinion, but Lady knew that the current Vientian could never be Long Yu's opponent. Therefore, Lady will persuade Vientian once when he goes back. If Vientian refuses to listen to the advice and wants to fight Long Yu, then Lady will be out of his control. From the mouths of Emperor Lei and Emperor Yan, Long Yu also knew something. The 5 emperors have always had the tradition of going to various parts of the world of Shenwu to select their own disciples, but this tradition is not what each of them wants, but comes from the request of forces outside the sky. The direct disciples of the 5 emperors are generally quite talented, so the extraterrestrial forces also want to absorb martial arts geniuses with good talents from the world of martial arts, and they cannot personally select them, so they entrust this task to the 5 emperors. As long as the 5 emperors provide good martial arts talents for the outer forces, the 5 emperors can get some rewards from the outer forces. From this point of view, the so-called overlord of the world of martial arts, the 5 emperors, is actually just a tool of the outer forces. After Long Yu condensed special space power and created a space transmission channel, Lei Di and Yan Di returned to the holy city of 5 emperors first. As for Long Yu and Xiang Wu, they did not step into the holy city of the 5 emperors, but first returned to the ancient Shura temple outside the city. Due to the invisibility ability of the ancient Shura temple itself, this ancient Shura temple was not discovered by anyone. As soon as he entered the ancient Shura palace, Long Yu thought of this place. The scenes where the Death Envoy taught him martial arts and competed with him made him feel a little emotional. He never thought that the Death Envoy disappeared from the world like this. Unexpectedly, the Joyo Dragon Emperor can still have consciousness. It's too scary. How strong is he in the realm of martial arts, to be able to reach such a level? Xiang Wu also thought of the Death Envoy, and thus recalled the situation in the space of Jiyuxuan Palace at that time, and couldn't help being a little unbelievable. What kind of terrifying method is it that an existence that has been dead for an unknown number of years, can still have thoughts left and be reborn through rebirth? Although the Death Envoy still has residual thoughts left until now, it is the joint power of the 4 envoys that allows him to exist until now, and the Death Envoy cannot be reborn through rebirth, otherwise, he must have chosen to be reborn a long time ago. Let's look for the jade slips left by Senior Death Envoy. Everything should be recorded in it, so you can understand it after reading it. While talking, Long Yu searched the entire ancient Shura temple with the source stone of Shura, and found a jade slip sealed in a wooden box in the central hall of the ancient Shura temple. On this jade slip, there is the breath of the Death Envoy. It is definitely the jade slip left by the Death Envoy before he left. Long Yu and Xiang Wu took it out, and began to check the contents recorded in the jade slip. My Death Envoy, together with Azura Envoy, Xuanhuan Envoy, and Hell Envoy, is called the 9 Nether 4 Envoys. They are the 4 generals who sat down by Lord Joyo Dragon Emperor, and they are also the most loyal subordinates of Lord Dragon Emperor. Once, Lord Yulong is going through fire and water, regardless of life and death. Even when Lord Yulong incurs punishment from heaven, he is willing to live and die with him. However, the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor absolutely should not have wanted all the people around him to be buried with him. We 9 Nether and 4 envoys all have family members, descendants, relatives, and friends. Because one thought of the Joyo Dragon Emperor was buried in the Joyo realm. The 4 of us knew that the Lord Joyo Dragon Emperor had arranged a plan to be reborn at the level of the gods, but when we watched all our relatives die under the punishment of heaven, we were angry. The other 3 of the 4 envoys of the 9 Serenities mobilized all their power at the last moment before they died, protecting the lingering thoughts of my Death Envoy, so that the remaining thoughts of my Death Envoy can continue forever. A long time ago, I found the Joyo tribe located in the world of Shenwu, and told them that the Joyo dragon seal borne by everyone in the Joyo tribe is completely a tool for the rebirth of the Joyo Dragon Emperor. Therefore, I will help everyone in the Joyo tribe after leaving this small world. The current 9 Nether tribe should have established their own forces in the outer world. Seeing this, Long Yu remembered, he had also seen some cultivators in the Jiuyou Xian Palace displaying the power of the Jiuyou divine script. They must be members of the Jiuyou tribe who went to the outer world. Many things were recorded in the jade slips left by the Death Envoy, and these things were things that Long Yu wanted to know very much. Leaving the Jiuyou Dragon seal is the greatest reliance for the Jiuyou Dragon Emperor to be reborn. When all the people of the Jiuyou tribe go to the outer sky, I can be sure that no one will be able to become the Jiuyou Dragon again. The Emperor borrowed the tool of rebirth, so I returned to the place where I fell, and kept the last trace of remnants, which has always existed, just to ensure that the Jiuyou Dragon Emperor will not be reborn. Until I got to you, Long Yu. I didn't expect that after the entire Jiuyou tribe left the world of Shenwu, there would be someone with the Jiuyou Dragon seal. At first I thought it was the Jiuyou Dragon Emperor, another link in the plan, but I soon realized that it was not the case, because the 9 Nether Dragon seal on your body was not born, but seemed to be artificially attached. When I saw you, I had a thought, knowing that if I leave like this, maybe the Dragon Emperor Jiuyou will have a chance to be reborn in the future, so I plan to completely annihilate him. Completely annihilate Jiuyou Dragon Emperor. The Dragon Emperor's reliance is the reliance of the Jiuyou Dragon Emperor's initial rise, the Jiuyou Prison Steel. The Jiuyou Prison Steel can be said to be an ancient thing. Even the Jiuyou Dragon Emperor doesn't know its source. However, with this Jiuyou Prison Steel, the Jiuyou Dragon Emperor has already touched the level of the gods before. The level is only one step away, so it can be seen that most of the 9 Nether Prison tablets belong to gods. This is just a legend in the outer world, but I know that gods must exist. Through the 9 Nether Prison Steel, I only need to collect enough divine script source stones and use the energy in them to seal the consciousness of the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor into the 9 Nether Prison Monument, making it impossible to escape forever. There are many things recorded in this jade slip, the most important of which are some previous deeds of the Death Envoy and Jiuyou Dragon Emperor, but Long Yu still failed to see the more important things from it. For example, why was the 9 Nether Dragon seal on his body artificially attached? Concubine Yu, what is the purpose of attaching the 9 Nether Dragon seal to my body? More and more doubts arose in Long Yu's mind. Could it be that Concubine Yu wanted to make Jiuyou Dragon Emperor succeed in rebirth? So now that the Dragon Emperor Jiuyou has been completely wiped out, will Concubine Yu appear and take some measures? Or, everything that happened now is completely under the control of Concubine Yu, and completely destroying Jiuyou Dragon Emperor is also a part of Concubine Yu's plan? Long Yu didn't know. However, from the fact that Long Yu appeared on Tianyu Island when he was reborn into this world, it can be seen that Concubine Yu may have arranged for Long Yu to meet the Death Envoy long ago. The location of the Death Envoy is in Shura County, and Tianyu Island is in the sky above Shura County. This, Long Yu believed, was not a coincidence. It was conceivable that if the Death Envoy's burial place was somewhere else, then when he was reborn in this world, he probably wouldn't be on Tianyu Island. Now, Long Yu can only guess about all this, and he is not sure whether it is accurate. Maybe he will meet Concubine Yu again after he goes to the outer world. Something happened. In the jade slips left by the Death Envoy, in addition to recording various things about him and Jiuyou Dragon Emperor and others, it also records all the ancient and immemorial martial arts that the Death Envoy knew, as well as dozens of martial arts he knew. There are different levels of god chains and god arrays. Of course, most of these ancient level and immemorial level martial arts are only suitable for practitioners who have comprehended the divine script of death, such as the Sunset Dance and Dragon Imperialism, including the divine chain and array, which are also compatible with the divine script of death. There are also some martial arts and divine chains that do not require the cultivator to comprehend the divine script of death, but they must at least comprehend the divine script of the shadow attribute, otherwise they cannot be used at all, and if they are performed with the divine script of death, their power will be maximized. These things are definitely precious resources for Long Yu, and he can't use them himself, but if they are given to the Death Army in Tianyu Manor, the Death Army can definitely become the strongest army in the entire Xuanhuan world, not one of them. After all the martial cultivators of the Death Army step into the Imperial Realm, their combat power will completely surpass the ordinary Imperial Realm martial cultivators. Apart from these things, the Death Envoy left nothing else behind. After all, he himself had been dead for countless years, and the only things he had were these kinds of knowledge. After reading the jade slips left by the Death Envoy, Xiangwu felt more nostalgia for the Death Envoy in her heart. After all, she had practiced with the Death Envoy for a whole year in the previous year. She could have today's martial arts, it's all because of the Death Envoy's full training. Long Yu saw Xiangwu's expression in his eyes, couldn't help but smiled, patted her on the shoulder and comforted her. Don't be too sad, Death makes Senior not belong to this era, he fulfilled his long-cherished wish to leave going, it would be a relief for him, the most important thing for us is to look forward, not to live up to the expectations of our predecessors. Xiangwu nodded heavily, this little girl has grown up now, and she is more and more slim, but because she has comprehended the original level of Death Divine Script, her whole body exudes a strong aura, and she is a bit unfriendly to strangers. Let's go to the Holy City of the Five Emperors, to have a look. I don't know what the Holy City of the Five Emperors has been turned into by Zhan Emperor. After Long Yu finished talking to Xiangwu, he took her and teleported directly into the Five Emperors' Holy City. Although there was an air-forbidden magic circle within the Five Emperors' Holy City and they couldn't fly, the space attribute Divine Script could still be used. Not to mention that Long Yu relied on the imprint of the Nine Nethers to activate the special space Divine Script that only belongs to the Nine Nether realm. After entering the Holy City of the Five Emperors, Long Yu's shadow eye detection immediately spread throughout the city, and the situation in the entire Holy City of the Five Emperors, except for the Holy Tower, could not escape Long Yu's perception. Soon Long Yu discovered that in the entire Holy City of the Five Emperors, he didn't even have a single friend of his. Those from the Beishua dynasty, Tianyu Manor, and the faction that were originally the direct disciples of the Red Emperor all disappeared without a trace in the Holy City of the Five Emperors at this moment. In the Holy City of the Five Emperors, the only ones who have a good relationship with Long Yu are Su Ningen, the Witch of Su's medicine store, and Lin Ruizai, the chief steward of Lin's commercial bank. This situation surprised Long Yu. It seems that if you want to know the situation now, you have to ask Su Ningen and Lin Ruizai, besides going back to the Holy Tower. As for going back to the Holy Tower without any preparation, it is of course impossible for Long Yu to do so. After all, the Holy Tower is something built by extraterrestrial forces, and the Five Emperors have absolute control over it. If Zhandi wanted to deal with Long Yu in the Holy Pagoda, it would be a breeze, even if he took out the 2 5-star Emperor dolls and mobilized them, they might not be able to deal with Zhandi. Like the wreckage of the small world of the Sufferer, the Holy Tower is a small world space belonging to someone, and the power in it can be controlled through the seal. The Five Emperors hold the seal in the Holy Tower, and it is impossible for Long Yu to get good things in it. Fortunately, Long Yu was not in a hurry, with the Saint Emperor and the Devil Emperor around, it was impossible for the Zhan Emperor to do anything too extreme when he just took office, at most he would suppress other forces. Now that he returns to the Holy City of Five Emperors, the first thing to do is to continue the unfinished engagement. Long Yu remembers the 4 life and death battles clearly. First, Qin Chongyue, the head of the Qin family; second, Gongsun Rong, the head of the Gongsun family, Lei Di's 6th direct disciple, Guyun Tian. If Long Yu didn't come back, these people should be happy, but unfortunately, Long Yu still let them down. Long Yu led the sunset dance, used the balance control to hide his figure, went to Lin's firm to find the big housekeeper Lin Ruizai, and then asked about the recent situation of the Holy City of the Five Emperors. Emperor Zhan came to power instead of Emperor Qi and became one of the 5 emperors. Of course, the impact on Lin's firm was not small, and Lin Ruizai did not show too much fawning attitude towards Emperor Zhan, so Emperor Zhan did not have any interest disputes with Lin's firm. On the contrary, Zhandi's subordinates personally supported the other three firms and wanted to develop those three firms. In this way, Zhandi can be said to be a complete competitor of Lin's firm. For Long Yu's appearance, Lin Ruizai was naturally extremely excited. Originally, he thought that such a genius would have fallen in Jiyuxuan Palace, but he didn't expect that Long Yu was not only fine, but also seemed to get a lot of opportunities. Although there are many things that have happened in the holy city of the Five Emperors recently, they can be summed up like that. In just over a month, Emperor Zhan has established a firm foothold in the holy city of the Five Emperors, but it is said that at this moment, the battle is not in the holy city of the Five Emperors in the city. He went out to select other direct disciples. Long Yu was not surprised by this, because both Lei Di and Yan Di said that after the Five Emperors came to power, the most important responsibility was to find enough talented geniuses, accept them as personal disciples, and train them. Now that the Emperor of War is not around, things will be much easier to handle. Steward Lin, please spread the news of my return, and get the 4 people who will fight with me to the death to prepare. 3 days later, I, Long Yu, will challenge them outside the holy city of the Five Emperors. Endlessly. Long Yu said to Lin Ruizai that Lin Ruizai must be very good at spreading news. As for the big impact this news can bring, Long Yu is eager to make things big, because Emperor Zhan actually drove all the forces of the Red Emperor faction out of the holy city of the Five Emperors. This kind of thing was not common when the Five Emperors were replaced will happen. In this matter, Zhandi has gone too far. In addition, Lin Ruizai revealed the news to Long Yu, saying that Emperor Zhan also focused on taking care of the Beishui Empire, and wanted to firmly curb the development of the Beishui Empire. This of course made Long Yu very upset. Since you Emperor Zhan wants to make trouble, then I won't be afraid of you. First come 4 life and death battles, and announce that I, Long Yu, are back. Then, slowly plan to deal with Emperor Zhan. There are still 10 days left to explore the core of the Shenwu world. Within 10 days, Long Yu wants to get rid of Zhandi. It is best to find a chance to mobilize the 5-star Emperor puppet to deal with Zhandi and kill him. Therefore, Long Yu was not afraid that things would become a big deal, but he was afraid that Emperor Zhan would not know what was going on here, so he didn't show up for 10 days. As long as the Emperor Zhan is settled, Long Yu will be able to go back to the Beishui Empire to help and solve the 3 major empires around it. These 3 countries have been jumping for a long time, and it is impossible for Long Yu to allow them to continue to exist. Go down. The news that Long Yu had returned and that he was going to continue the life and death battle spread throughout the entire holy city of the Five Emperors in an instant. The Qin family, the head of the Qin family, Qin Changyue, was very happy at this moment. Suddenly, he couldn't help but sweat when he heard the news. That kid Long Yu, he didn't die? Hearing the news, Qin Changyue's eldest son couldn't help scolding angrily, this kid, it's nothing even if he comes back. Dad, didn't Lord Zhandi give you an ancient supergrade soldier? And you recently, I have broken through to the middle stage of Emperor Realm, and I have comprehended a move of ancient supergrade martial arts. The rise of our entire Qin family is in sight. How could it be blocked by this kid? Good. When Qin Changyue thought about it, he let go of his heart, and a ruthless look appeared in his eyes. That Long Yu has obstructed the development of our Qin family several times. This time, he must be killed. So what if there is a battle between life and death? With Lord Emperor's support, that kid is doomed. Boy, I wish Dad a successful start and a good start for the rise of us Qin players. The eldest son of Qin Changyue said with a smile. It's not that he has any ambitions, he really thinks this way in his heart. In his opinion, a mere Long Yu, who is younger than him, how strong can he be? The current Qin Changyue is not something that can be dealt with by the number 1 in the imperial realm. After all, ancient supergrade martial arts and soldiers are extremely rare existences. Qin Changyue has become familiar with it a lot in the past month. Being able to display not-so-weak power, coupled with the fact that his martial arts realm has broken through to the middle stage of Emperor realm, he may not have no chance of winning against Shenlongyu. The other side. In the Gongsun family, the patriarch Gongsun Rong is also in the same situation. With the support of the training resources provided by the Zhan Emperor, his martial arts realm has entered the late stage of the Emperor's realm, making the Gongsun family a very powerful first-class family in the holy city of 5 emperors. At this moment, Gongsun Rong is full of glory, and he is complacent about the future development of the Gongsun family. With the support of Emperor Zhan, the Gongsun family will definitely rise this time. When Gongsun Rong heard the news of Long Yu's return and would continue to fight him to the death, Gongsun Rong snorted coldly, "If it was the original me, I might not be his opponent, but now, since if he wants to die, I, Gongsun Rong, will fulfill him." In the past, he had Chidi as his backer, but now that Chidi has stepped down, what is left for him to show off? Patriarch, you may not have the opportunity to deal with that kid. After all, before you, there was the master of the Qin family who had a life-and-death fight with that kid. Maybe that kid is not the opponent of the Qin family's master. The people from the Gongsun family said with a smile. Gongsun Rong nodded and smiled slightly. That's right, that guy Qin Changyue has a good relationship with Emperor Zhan and has gained a lot of benefits. Now his strength is definitely not what it used to be. That kid Long Yu wants to fight me. First, Qin Changyue must be defeated, and this is almost impossible for that kid. Watermoon Sword Sect. In a hall, Ji Haokong was playing chess with another one of the 18 elders, when someone came to report suddenly, bringing the news of Long Yu's return, and said that Long Yu let go and continued the unfinished life-and-death battle. Xiao Ji. Another older elder chuckled, "I didn't expect that kid to come back, but now that the Red Emperor has stepped down and the Emperor Zhan is on the stage, even if he returns, it is impossible to get any bargains in the holy city of the 5 emperors. Since he wants to continue, it's a life-and-death battle, why don't you fulfill him?" That's natural. A fierce light flashed in Ji Haokong's eyes, but he always remembered that his disciple Jing En was beheaded by Long Yu in public in the holy city of 5 emperors. Although Ji Haokong didn't care much about this enmity, it would hurt his face no matter what. If he had the chance, he would never let go of dealing with Long Yu. 3 days later, outside of the holy city of the 5 emperors, when the time comes, I will go to have a look. Ji Haokong smiled and said, "If that kid can really defeat the patriarch of the Qin family and the patriarch of the Gongsun family, it doesn't matter if I play with him." But Qin Changyue and Gongsun Rong have now become the Zhan Emperor's diehards, and they have won a lot of money. With fewer good things and a sharp increase in strength, it may be difficult for Long Yu to live long enough to start the life-and-death battle with me. The news of Long Yu's return and his continued life-and-death battle spread throughout the entire holy city of the 5 emperors, and spread to many surrounding forces, such as the 6 sects and 10 kingdoms, the Dragon Return Empire and other places. 3 days later. Outside the city gate of the holy city of the 5 emperors, within the Forbidden Circle, Long Yu and Xiang Wu, together with Lin Ruizai from Lin's commercial company and Su Ningen from Su's medicine company, built a battle platform outside the city. This battle platform was specially built by Lin's commercial company and Su's pharmaceutical bank for Long Yu's life-and-death battle. With the cooperation of the 2 parties, it was completed in 3 days. This battle platform is mainly composed of 4 translucent walls, forming a square. Each translucent wall is 10 miles long, and within the 4 walls is the battle platform. Moreover, these 4 translucent walls are all reinforced with divine language crystals through Long Yu. Even the attacks of the powerful emperors cannot defeat them. Financial resources, of course, it is nothing to take out some divine language crystals. Most importantly, through the arrangement of this battle, the reputation of Lin's commercial bank and Su's pharmaceutical store will naturally be further improved, enough to firmly suppress the 3 new chambers of commerce that Zhandi wants to cultivate. For Lin's commercial bank and Su's pharmaceutical company, this move undoubtedly has various benefits. As for offending Zhandi because of this, other Zhandi has already classified them as opponents, and they are afraid of offending them Emperor of War. After all, the holy city of the five emperors was not covered by the Emperor Zhang alone. This battle directly attracted the major forces from the holy city of the five emperors, a total of millions of martial arts practitioners, all of whom came out of the city to watch these consecutive battles of life and death. In the entire holy city of the five emperors, it can be said that the alleys were empty for thousands of people, and most of them ran out to watch Long Yu's life and death battle. Under such a situation where all eyes were on, Long Yu was calmly chatting with Lin Ruizai and Su Ningyan. In the past 3 days, Long Yu took out some ancient pill formulas, and reached a good agreement with Lin Ruizai and Su Ningyan. Transaction. It is said that although Beishui Empire and Tianyu Manor have a lot of wealth now, they have nowhere to buy cultivation resources. Other firms in the Five Emperors' holy city all follow Zhandi's orders, and all cultivation resources will not be sold to the former Red Emperor. Faction people. Therefore, Long Yu reached a deal with Lin's commercial company and Su's pharmaceutical company, using the ancient-level alchemy recipes, and exchanging some cultivation resources with them, which is mutually beneficial for both parties. Outside the holy city of the five emperors, next to the battle platform, everyone stopped to watch. Soon a voice came from the gate of the city, and then I saw Lei Di and Yan Di, leading their own disciples, walking straight towards the battle platform. Whether it is Lei Di or Yan Di, they feel very good towards Long Yu now. Of course they are on Long Yu's side, but little brother Long Yu, Yun Tian, the emperor's sixth direct disciple, is unwilling to give up the life and death contract with you, so after your first 3 battles are over, you still have to fight him. Lei Di stepped forward, sighed, and said, Long Yu nodded, and glanced at the people behind Lei Di. The chief direct disciple, Wu Long, the second direct disciple, Su Qiubai, the third direct disciple, Ji Bai, the sixth direct disciple, Yun Tian, the ninth direct disciple, Huang Tantian, and the 10th direct disciple, Yi Ziwei. Among them, the 7th and 8th direct disciples had already been beheaded by Long Yu in Jiuyoxian Palace. About this point, he did not tell Lei Di, because there was no need to say more. As for Lei Di's 4th and 5th direct disciples, Long Yu has never met, but he doesn't care much. He glanced at the crowd behind Lei Di, and found that they looked at him in different ways. Wu Long, Ji Bai, Yun Tian, and Huang Tadian were of course extremely hostile to him, and there was no possibility of reconciliation between the two parties. The two women, Su Qiubai and Yi Ziwei, have no hatred for Long Yu, but they are more curious about Long Yu. According to Lei Di, the reason why Lei Di and Yan Emperor were able to come out of Jiuyoxian Palace is all because of Long Yu, which means that Long Yu definitely has a big secret. Long Yu glanced at Yi Ziwei, paid a little attention to the thunder mark of Taichu on her forehead, smiled and nodded at her, but did not speak. The thunder seal of absolute beginning contains the power of the 5 elements of absolute beginning, and the level of this power even surpasses the power of the original level of divine script. Divine power is the power created by the gods. And the power of the 5 elements in the early days is the original power between heaven and earth, which is much stronger than the power of divine writing. If possible, Long Yu still wanted to obtain the thunder seal of absolute beginning, but it would be too difficult for Yi Ziwei to hand it over on his own initiative. As for deceiving Yi Ziwei, Long Yu couldn't do such a thing. Yi Ziwei felt a little baffled by Long Yu's smile, and she planned to have a good talk with Long Yu after the 4 life and death battles were over, and then exchange ideas by the way. Although Yi Ziwei was not the opponent of Long Yu in the late stage of Emperor realm, but now, Yi Ziwei has stepped into the early stage of Emperor realm. The improvement of her martial arts realm has multiplied her basic strength, so she can compete with Long Yu again. As for whether Long Yu can survive these 4 life and death battles, Yi Ziwei felt that this was a matter of no need to talk about it. If Long Yu died so easily, could it still be Long Yu? Of course, among all the people present, very few thought like Yi Ziwei. Most of them didn't have much idea of Long Yu's strength, and no one could see who would win and who would lose in advance. After all, no matter how strong Long Yu is, he is only at the late stage of the Emperor realm. Although he is number 1 in the Emperor realm, his opponent this time is the Emperor realm. Behind Lady, the Yun Tian snorted coldly at Long Yu. He didn't have much hatred for Long Yu, but even if it was just for face, he would never admit defeat to Long Yu. From Gu Yuntian's point of view, Long Yu is nothing more than a boy who has lost power. His master Chidi has stepped down, so what is there to be afraid of? And he, Gu Yuntian, is Lady's 6th direct disciple. Needless to say, his talent, more importantly, during the trip to Jiuyoxian Palace, Gu Yuntian and Jibai formed a team and killed countless black people. The fog life form, the realm of martial arts, has entered the late stage of the Emperor realm. The disciples of the 5 emperors in the late stage of Emperor realm are definitely stronger than Ji Haokong. Gu Yuntian believes that even if Long Yu can really live long enough to fight with him, he will definitely not be his opponent. Long Yu, the late stage of the Imperial realm. He, Gu Yuntian, was in the late stage of Emperor realm. Is there any comparison between the two? If Long Yu can leapfrog the challenge, so can Gu Yuntian. When Emperor Lei and Emperor Yin came out of the city gate, there were also disciples of the Holy Emperor and the Devil Emperor who also formed a group. As for the Saint Emperor and the Devil Emperor, they did not come. Not necessarily in the Holy City of 5 Emperors. Not to mention the Holy Emperor and Devil Emperor, but the newly appointed War Emperor is not in the Holy City of the 5 Emperors. Among the direct disciples of the Holy Emperor, the chief direct disciple is Qi Tianming, who has always had a good personal relationship with Xing Xing, and even now maintains the Qi Emperor's lineage. Of course, he has no ill intentions towards Long Yu, but he is looking forward to Long Yu's day today. Able to rise. Long Yu, you just let go and fight today. Qi Tianming laughed, and came over to say hello to Long Yu. If someone wants to break the rules and secretly plot against you, I, Qi Tianming, will be the first to stand up and help you. This sentence undoubtedly expressed Qi Tianming's attitude, and also changed the expressions of many people around him. Many people who still had bad thoughts about Long Yu hid their bad thoughts in their hearts one after another, and they didn't dare to think about it anymore. With Qi Tianming speaking for Long Yu, who would dare to attack Long Yu? Qi Tianming, as the chief direct disciple of the Sage Emperor, is at least at the level of a 2-star emperor, needless to say his strength. As for the Devil Emperor's direct disciple, the chief direct disciple didn't come, but Heidao, a genius boy who entered the fantasy world of the 5 emperors at the same time as Long Yu and Yi Ziwei, also came, and nodded to Long Yu, obviously also to Long Yu. Nothing hostile. Long Yu is now waiting for the arrival of the master, first Qin Changyue, then Gong Sun Rong, and then Ji Haokong. But what he didn't expect was that these 3 people came together and followed another person, and that person was Tian Xinghe, the chief personal disciple of Emperor Zhan, Tian Xinghe. When that group of people appeared at the gate of the city, many people around Long Yu all exclaimed. Long Yu glanced at the gate of the city, and then saw a proud young figure. It was Tian Xinghe, the disciple of King Shura when he was in Shura County before. Back then, when Emperor Tianqing forcibly occupied Shura County, Tian Xinghe and Bai Qing directly defected to Emperor Tianqing and worked for Emperor Tianqing. It can be said that they betrayed King Shura, and even led a team to chase and kill Long Yu and Shu Luo. Chan. You know, Shu Chan is the daughter of his former master. For this person, Long Yu has never had any good feelings for him, but he never expected that this person would be able to meet Zhan Emperor later and become Zhan Emperor's disciple. Now Emperor Zhan replaced Chidi as one of the 5 emperors, Tianqing's status has also risen, and he has directly become the chief direct disciple of Emperor Zhan, and is supported and sought after by countless people. At this moment, Tian Xinghe looked confident and walked out of the holy city of 5 emperors with Qin Changyue, Gong Sunrong, and Ji Haokong, talking and laughing. Qin Changyue and Gong Sunrong were considered to be the fastest to fall to Zhandi's side, so they got a lot of benefits from Zhandi, not to mention their relationship with Tianxing. As one of the 18 elders of Shuiyue Sword Sect, Ji Haokong has a pretty good relationship with Emperor Zhan. Although he is not as close as the Qin family, Gongsun family, and Emperor Zhan, he can still be regarded as an ally. Now, Tian Xinghe brought the 3 of them along, and countless people bowed to them. After all, Tian Xinghe is Zhan Emperor's chief direct disciple and the only personal disciple of Zhan Emperor. What is the situation of the chief direct disciples of the other 4 emperors now? Each of them is at least the level of a 1-star emperor. In other words, this day Xinghe will definitely be able to step into the existence of the emperor level in the future. Although he has just stepped into the emperor level now, his development prospects are extremely broad and unpredictable. Soon, Tian Xinghe brought the 3 of them, as well as some experts from other Zhandi sects, to Long Yu and the others. Lord Thunder Emperor, Lord Yan Emperor. Tian Xinghe first greeted Lei Di and Yan Di, and his attitude was considered respectful. Given the difference in status between the 2 parties, disrespect is not acceptable. But then, Tian Xinghe looked at Long Yu, smiled and said, "I don't know that Long Yu, you can get to where you are today. It's not bad. However, the next few battles are a matter of life and death. It depends on you. I am afraid it will be difficult to survive at the current level of martial arts. Stop talking nonsense, do you also want to go on stage and fight with me?" Long Yu squinted his eyes, and said such a sentence directly and unceremoniously. This sentence immediately choked back what Tian Xinghe wanted to say later, let him compare with Long Yu. What a joke. Brother Long Yu was joking. Tian Xinghe smiled faintly. Now, I, Tian Xinghe, is the chief direct disciple of Emperor Zhan. Every move represents the image of Lord Zhan Emperor. How can I make appointments with others at every turn? If you want to make an appointment with me, wait, let's talk after you win today's few battles. Then you are admitting cowardice? Long Yu directly mocked. The chief direct disciple of Emperor Zhan dare not make an appointment to fight with me, and even says that he represents the image of Emperor Zhan? This is simply disgrace to Emperor Zhan. You. Tian Xinghe was going to be mad at what he said. He felt that Long Yu was really shameless. Master Tian Xinghe, there is no need for you to be angry. At this moment, Qin Changyue, the head of the Qin family behind Tian Xinghe, said with a smile, "Anyway, today, I, Qin Changyue, will definitely kill this son on the battlefield. Why bother to do anything with him?" A war of words? That's right. Tian Xinghe breathed a sigh of relief, and pretended to be generous and said, "Forget it, I don't bother to say anything to a dying person, and then you can ask for blessings." Regarding the behavior of Tian Xinghe and his group, Lei Di and Yan Di frowned slightly. Among Lei Di's direct disciples, Su Qiubai and Yi Ziwei also felt a little disgusted by this person. Because, after Yi Ziwei came back, he communicated with Xu Chan, and knew what Tian Xinghe had done before, betraying his master, chasing and killing his master's daughter, is something normal people can do? Now even if Tian Xinghe is Zhandi's chief direct disciple, Jiangshan is easy to change and his nature cannot be changed. This guy's character cannot be changed. If he is given a chance, this person will definitely betray Zhandi without hesitation. This kind of person naturally made Yi Ziwei and Su Qiubai dislike it. Regarding the words of Tian Xinghe and others, Long Yu didn't take it to heart at all. Anyway, after Zhan Emperor was dealt with, Tian Xinghe would not be able to escape this day. Now it's okay to let them dance for a while, just watch a few clowns performing. After Tian Xinghe finished speaking, Qin Changyue came forward and smiled lightly at Long Yu. "Nephew Long Yu Xian, although you have abducted my daughter, I am not such a narrow-minded person. Today we don't need to fight to the death. If you promise me a few conditions, this matter can still be discussed. Long Yu had already learned about Qin Changyue's thick skin, but now he was still stunned by Qin Changyue's words. What does it mean to kidnap his daughter? The two daughters, Qin Yashuang and Zi Su, were obviously completely disappointed in Qin Changyue, so they chose to leave the Qin family and leave Qin Changyue. Even without Long Yu, it is impossible for the two daughters to stay in the Qin family. What's more, what do you mean there is no need to fight to the death? Promise him a few conditions? Long Yu suddenly laughed. Dare Qin Changyue think that he can defeat Long Yu? Long Yu is not an arrogant person, of course he feels it. The current Qin Changyue has been promoted to the middle stage of Emperor realm, his strength has improved a lot compared to before, plus he defected to Emperor Zhan, he must have got a lot of benefits, such as ancient supergrade soldiers, martial arts, etc. I should have gotten some. However, how much can Qin Changyue comprehend in just over a month? In other words, even if Qin Changyue really comprehended all the ancient supergrade martial arts skills to the transformation realm, and matched the ancient supergrade warriors to the final unparalleled level, he could not be the current opponent of Long Yu. Among other things, when he was in the Juyuxuan Palace, Long Yu once cooperated with Murong to cultivate and killed 2 one-star emperors from the Purple Fan Department outside the sky. The strength of a one-star emperor is far beyond the peak of the emperor's realm. Even a cultivator in the late stage of the emperor's realm is not an enemy of a one-star emperor. You must know that a late-stage emperor like Tianxiang can kill in one move. The masters of the Shadow Pavilion in the late stage of Emperor realm have not yet reached the level of a one-star emperor. Although Long Yu was only interfering from the side at that time, his strength is beyond doubt, not to mention, now he has mastered 5% of the mark of Joyo. The power that can be used in Yojia has more than doubled before. Not to mention Qin Changyue in front of him, even if he went up with Gong Sun Rong, Ji Haokong, and Guyun Tian, Long Yu would not be afraid. Long Yu had nothing to say about Qin Changyue's actions. If Qin Changyue had a little self-knowledge and gave up directly today, then Long Yu would not be too lazy to chase after him, but if Qin Changyue really wanted to kill Long Yu, then Long Yu would definitely let him know what a nightmare is. You call me nephew? I wonder how thick your old face is. Long Yu sneered, and said directly, there is nothing to talk about between us. If you want to fight, you can fight. Go to the stage. You just have to remember that life and death will never stop. Long Yu's words made Qin Changyue's heart skip a beat. He thought of Long Yu's previous situation. The Long Yu he saw, except for the one where he deliberately concealed his strength and conceded defeat to Yi Ziwei in the competition of the strongest emperor, it seemed that Long Yu had never lost to anyone. People. Could it be that this kid really has the strength against the heavens? Qin Changyue was a little apprehensive, but after observing Long Yu carefully, he saw that Long Yu was still only at the late stage of the imperial realm. At this level, it was impossible to kill him, Qin Changyue, right? Qin Changyue thought to himself, now that he has not only cultivated the ancient supergrade martial arts, but also has the ancient supergrade warriors, no matter what, he has a chance to admit defeat, and it is impossible for him to be instantly killed by Long Yu. Thinking of this, Qin Changyue decided that if he really couldn't beat him, he would just admit defeat. Although it was a life-and-death fight, but he thought he had something to do with Long Yu, and Qin Yashuang was his daughter, right? However, Qin Changyue didn't know that once he had such a thought in his heart, it meant that he was no longer 100% sure of defeating Long Yu, and had lost his original confidence. But this is just the effect of Long Yu's words. Once you lose confidence in yourself, then you will be timid when fighting, and it may be considered good if you can display 70% to 80% of your original 100% strength. Go on stage. Long Yu glanced at Qin Changyue, turned around and walked towards the battle platform inside the translucent wall. Through a gate, you can lead to the inside of the battle platform, and then the gate is closed. Those who fight in the battle platform will never die. Since the walls in all directions are reinforced with divine crystals, even if they are strong in the Imperial realm, it's hard to break it. In addition, there is an air-forbidden magic circle around the holy city of the Five Emperors, and it is even more impossible for someone to fly in from above. Once you enter this battle platform, no one else can decide whether to live or die, and even the Five Emperors can hardly affect the battle situation. With the strength of the Five Emperors, if it takes some time, they can still smash these translucent walls, but when danger occurs, even the Five Emperors cannot rescue them immediately. It will take at least an incense stick of time to break the half-transparent walls. As Long Yu passed through the gate of the battle arena and entered the inside of the arena, the millions of martial artists who were watching the battle all cheered. After all, they came here today to watch the battle of life and death, and now the battle is about to start. In the beginning, whoever lives and who dies can become a very exciting topic of conversation. Seeing Long Yu turn around and walk onto the arena, Qin Changyue calmed down a little, and after saying something to Tian Xinghe, he turned and walked into the arena as well. Long Yu had set up the first battle of life and death a year ago, and it was about to start. Outside of the holy city of the Five Emperors, everyone is paying attention to the battle between Long Yu and Qin Changyue. As for Long Yu, almost everyone has heard of his name. How can he be the number one in the strongest emperor competition? Can it be unknown? Qin Changyue, on the other hand, has been quite high profile recently in the holy city of the Five Emperors, because he is on the same line with Zhandi, so with Zhandi coming to power, the entire Qin family has been well developed, especially Qin Changyue, who is said to be a master of martial arts. Not to mention that the state has been improved, and some powerful martial arts and soldiers have been obtained, and the current strength is unfathomable. Long Yu, at the late stage of the Imperial realm, and Qin Changyue, at the middle stage of the Imperial realm, these two are engaged in a life-and-death battle on the battlefield. Who will win the final victory? Many people are more optimistic about Qin Changyue. After all, Qin Changyue is an elder. He has led the Qin family in the holy city of the Five Emperors for a long time. After all, he is a strong man in the Imperial realm, and now he has the support of Emperor Zhan. As for Long Yu, some people are more optimistic about him. It's all because Long Yu himself proposed this life and death battle. This guy couldn't be looking for death by himself, right? Therefore, both sides must have a magic weapon to win. As for who will win in the end, it depends on whose trump card is stronger. Long Yu walked into the arena first, and then Qin Changyue followed in with a confident expression. Glancing at Qin Changyue, Long Yu smiled slightly. It started. Following Long Yu's words, a breath of 9 nether dragons' breath spewed out from his mouth, and the domineering supernatural power made a move, and the whole field was filled with the aura of 9 nether divine glyph in an instant. Seeing this, Qin Changyue snorted coldly. I'd like to see what kind of tricks you, an ignorant brat, have. He doesn't know how to use domineering methods, but he has ancient supergrade martial arts and soldiers. Look at the move, 9 layers of mad wave. Qin Changyue let out a stern shout, and the power of the godly mantra of berserk war emanated from his whole body, which condensed into waves and surged towards the 9 nether dragons' breath. There are 9 waves in total, and the power is extremely astonishing. This is the ancient supergrade martial art that Qin Changyue learned from Zhandi, and he has already cultivated it to the level of Desheng. The power is terrifying. Cooperating with his martial arts realm in the middle stage of Emperor realm, the power of this move is actually equivalent to Long Yu's 9 nether dragon breath. Not only that, but the 9 layers of waves were still stronger than the first layer, only withstood 4 or 5 layers of waves. Long Yu's 9 nether dragon breath was completely wiped out and annihilated in the waves. The remaining waves of 4 or 5 layers of mad battle crashed down towards Long Yu, as if a giant shark was about to devour Long Yu. This scene immediately made the onlookers exclaim in surprise. This was only the first confrontation, but in this confrontation, Qin Changyue easily broke through Long Yu's offensive and counterattacked back. The power of the wave is extremely terrifying, It seems to be a very powerful martial skill. But at the next moment, a few inconspicuous fallen dark stars flew out of Long Yu's hands, instantly plunged into the waves of 4 or 5 levels of crazy war gods that swept over, and then exploded with a bang. All of a sudden, the waves of the 4 and 5 level Berserker Divine Mantra seemed to be disintegrated, and they scattered towards the surroundings one after another. The fallen dark stars of Long Yu directly hit the flaws in the opponent's martial arts. Just once it exploded, it destroyed the structure composed of the opponent's Mad War Divine Script. An ancient supergrade soldier who has just realized the Desheng realm. So this is your trump card, but it is still too naive to use this to deal with me. Long Yu squinted his eyes, thinking in his heart, after all, the other party was a martial artist in the middle stage of Emperor Realm. He was not careless at the beginning, but conducted a wave of probing beforehand, and now he roughly knew what Qin Changyue's methods were. Next, it's time for Long Yu to make a real move. Duankong Divine Script, Duankong Lore. Since Long Yu already knew what the other party was using, there was no need to keep the other party behind. Ancient supergrade martial arts, or warriors, could be said to be the best things Zhandi could provide to Qin Changyue. Long Yu would never believe that Qin Changyue had other trump cards, otherwise the Qin family would have risen long ago, and there was no need to wait until now to curry favor with Emperor Zhan. Therefore, Long Yu's next move is the Killer's Trump card, Allure in the Air. This is an immemorial level extreme martial skill. At the same time, it cooperates with the Holy Spring Soldier in his hand. The blue water flows through his hand and disappears without a trace in the next moment. It condenses into a void blade, which appears on the Qin inside Changyue's body. Duankong Lore is very effective against those opponents who are not physically strong, such as Qin Changyue, whose physical strength is not even comparable to the current Long Yu. Facing this move, he has no resistance at all. Qin Changyue's ninefold Mad Wave move was resisted by Long Yu, and he wanted to take out ancient supergrade warriors and continue to use methods to deal with Long Yu, but he suddenly felt a knife appear in his body, instantly splitting the meridians in his body. Not a lot. Puff. Qin Changyue couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He had no idea that Long Yu had such a terrifying method. He didn't even feel what was going on. He was already seriously injured. Fortunately, he is a strong man in the mid-stage of Emperor Realm, and his physical strength has also been tempered to a certain extent by the inner world, so he did not lose his life immediately because of this, but his whole body's meridians were cut off by 70% to 80%, and his overall strength may not be able to show his original strength. 10%. Hold, stop. Qin Changyue vomited blood, raised his hand and wanted to say something, but how could Long Yu care? This person has already reached a certain level of shamelessness. Even if he is Qin Yashuang's father, Qin Yashuang has already disowned him, and Long Yu has no need to hold back at all. Die. Long Yu lightly raised his hand. Duankong Lore was performed again. The blue Duankong Holy Spring condensed into a blade, instantly chopped Qin Changyue's dantian and heart, without the slightest bit of mercy. Qin Changyue suffered such severe injuries, so it was naturally impossible for him to live any longer. He fell straight to the ground, and before he died, there was a look of regret in his eyes, and he didn't know what he regretted. Is it regretting a life and death engagement with Long Yu Lai? Or regret something else? Long Yu didn't know, but he didn't want to know either. After finishing Qin Changyue, Long Yu looked out of the battle stage and said directly, "Next, Patriarch Gongsun Rong, come up." As Qin Changyue fell to the ground, countless people outside the venue all exclaimed. Obviously, no one thought that this suspenseful life and death battle between Long Yu and Qin Changyue would end so simply, and it was Qin Changyue who was beheaded by Long Yu for no apparent reason. How did Long Yu do it? Countless people thought in their hearts, but of course it was impossible for them to know that Long Yu's method of cutting through the air was invisible, and there was no sign to follow at all. As long as the body is not strong enough, one move can be defeated. It was seriously injured, even beheaded. Countless people began to whisper, discussing how strong Long Yu is now. Of course, in this way, most people look forward to the next battle even more. In the middle period of Emperor Realm, Qin Changyue, who possessed ancient supergrade martial skills and supergrade warriors, was instantly killed by Long Yu. So, what about Gongsun Rong, Ji Haokong, and Guyun Tian in the late stage of Emperor Realm? These three people are stronger than the other. Gongsun Rong has just stepped into the late stage of Emperor Realm, but his strength is definitely far superior to Qin Changyue, and even one can beat 10 Qin Changyue. Not to mention Ji Haokong and Guyun Tian, one is one of the 18 elders of Shueiyue Sword Sect, and the other is Lady's sixth direct disciple. Their strength should not be underestimated. Long Yu, can you really get through all the way and kill all four of them in the end? Countless people were whetted by the battle between Long Yu and Qin Changyue, and cheered for Long Yu one after another. As Long Yu instantly killed Qin Changyue, more people began to support Long Yu. Everyone wants to see the rise of a legendary genius, not to see many elders bullying a junior. Originally, many people came here just to watch the excitement. For Long Yu's competition in the strongest Emperor Realm, he had only heard of his name. But now, they are attracted by Long Yu. What secrets does this person have that make his strength so terrifying that he can defeat an opponent who is 2 levels higher than himself? You know, even among people in the middle stage of Emperor Realm, Qin Changyue is considered a relatively strong existence. Seeing that Long Yu killed Qin Changyue so easily now, is it possible for Long Yu to defeat the next patriarch of the Gongsun family, Gongsun Rong? When Gongsun Rong heard Long Yu's roll call, his face immediately became gloomy. In fact, when Tian Xinghe and his group saw Qin Changyue fall down, their faces were all gloomy, and the group of people from the Qin family were even more stunned. Royal hands. The point is that they still don't know how Long Yu killed Qin Changyue. This made Gongsun Rong feel uneasy. This kid is a bit weird, Gongsun Rong said with a gloomy face. Could it be that Patriarch Gongsun is afraid of that kid? Tian Xinghe on the side said unhappily, no matter what, that kid is only in the late stage of the Emperor's realm. If you are up against Shangqin Changyue's useless trash, you can kill him with one move. What are you afraid of? At most you and that kid is evenly matched, and you, with the elixir I gave you to help you out, want to kill this kid. It couldn't be easier. Originally, Gongsun Rong was still a little uneasy, but after hearing Tian Xinghe's words, he felt a little calmer. Indeed, he was different from Qin Changyue. Qin Changyue was just a pawn in Tian Xinghe's eyes, but he, Gongsun Rong, but it can be said that he is a very important subordinate of Tian Xinghe. Of course, it is not easy to find a dog leg in the late stage of Emperor Realm, so Gongsun Rong became Tian Xinghe's left and right arms, and got an elixir that can temporarily increase the basic strength by 3 times. As long as he takes this elixir, even if he is an opponent at the peak of the Emperor Realm, Gongsun Rong will dare to fight. That being the case, a mere Long Yu is indeed nothing to be afraid of. With a cruel smile on Gongsun Rong's face, he stepped into the battle arena. Long Yu, today is the time to avenge my son Gongsun Jiaxing's revenge. Regarding Gongsun Rong's words, Long Yu didn't take it seriously at all. This person wanted to avenge his son Gongsun Jiaxing. Long Yu already knew about it, and he even knew all along that when he became the direct disciple of the Red Emperor, this person did not do anything to Long Yu, but now, Chidi was replaced by Zhandi, and this person's minions were exposed. After all, Long Yu killed his son, Gongsun Rong. If a person doesn't even want to avenge the murder of his son, is he still a person? Of course, revenge also depends on the timing, and now, Gongsun Rong thinks that the best time for him to take revenge has come. Killing Long Yu in front of millions of people should allow his son to rest in peace. Long Yu, I won't talk nonsense with you, watch the trick. Gongsun Rong stepped into the battle arena, and after a simple sentence, he directly raised his hand and released a move of the 9th level innate supernatural power. The flames all over his body exploded, condensing into pillars of fire and blasting towards Long Yu. Long Yu squinted his eyes. The opponent's innate supernatural power was not weak, but he was still far from being able to deal with him. This Gongsun Rong's cultivation is at the late stage of the Emperor realm. Even if he doesn't practice body training martial arts, his physical strength is much stronger than that of Qin Changyue. It is impossible to kill him in one fell swoop. Long Yu thought in his heart that he would of course use different tactics against different opponents. Qin Changyue was really too weak, so he didn't want to waste time and directly killed him with a lure. But now, Gongsun Rong is in existence in the late stage of the Emperor realm anyway, and his basic physical strength is not weak. If he is used casually, he will at most cause minor injuries to him. It will be exposed, and it will not be easy to use in the future. Facing the pillars of fire released by Gongsun Rong, Long Yuqi calmed down, without any panic, calmly condensed the haunting death energy, and urged the haunting death energy away. Those fire pillars passed through the haunting death energy, and their power was directly suppressed. It was weakened by half, and then it hit Long Yu's death barrier and was completely blocked. But then, Long Yu's feet suddenly exploded, and a burst of flame shot up into the sky, enveloping Long Yu's whole body in it. The supernatural power of kingship, the earth fire broke out. Gongsun Rong yelled, with an extremely cruel look in his eyes. The explosion of earth fire is the only kingly supernatural power he has mastered, and it is the most explosive method he has. The strong will definitely be seriously injured by it, let alone a mere Long Yu. Although I don't know how you killed Qin Changyue, you have no chance against me, Gongsun Rong. Gongsun Rong stood proudly, looking at the raging flames that erupted from Long Yu's place, but soon his face changed, because he saw Long Yu's body intact in the center of the flames. Unscathed? How can this be? Gongsun Rong's complexion changed drastically. As for Long Yu, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. He really didn't expect that the other party would have such an attack method that erupted from the ground, and he had comprehended it to the level of kingship. However, Long Yu's physical strength is actually beyond the imagination of ordinary people. The reason why he resisted the opponent's pillars of fire before was just to deceive people's eyes and ears, not to pay attention to the opponent's attack. In fact, even Gongsun Rong's sudden burst of kingly supernatural power, the explosion of earth fire, could not hurt Long Yu. It's still a little bit worse. Long Yu chuckled, raised his hand to release the original power, and Jiuya was stunned. The strength of his physical body has little effect in body training and dragon elephant ancient pills in the realm of death, and has long surpassed ordinary martial arts. In the entire world of martial arts, it is difficult to find a person who is stronger than Long Yu's physical body. Even if there is such an existence, it cannot be Gongsun Rong. Gongsun Rong's attack couldn't cause much damage to Long Yu's physical strength. Before Gongsun Rong could react, a burst of intimidating power from the nine nether hell fell from the sky, shocking him on the spot, and his mind instantly became blank. 9 nether dragon breath. Hand of 9 serenities. Kill in the air. Long Yu used 2 kingly supernatural powers one after another, and then used the supreme ancient level martial art move of breaking the sky lore. The whole audience was instantly shrouded in a thick cloud. Gongsun Rong was blown away, and then he was grabbed by the bone arm and smashed to the ground heavily. Then, the sudden killing in the sky, like the sharpest blade, directly cut off a part of the meridians in Gongsun Rong's body, and Gongsun Rong was completely seriously injured within just one breath of Jiuya's shock. Die. In the end, Long Yu held the void dragon blade, and his figure flashed past, and the jet-black blade in his hand slashed across Gongsun Rong's neck, but at this moment, Long Yu's heart moved, and he retreated as quickly as possible. Boom. Sure enough, at the next moment, the figure of Gongsun Rong, whom he had seriously injured, exploded in an instant, and a burst of terrifying flames ignited. If Long Yu retreated a step slower, he might suffer a dark loss. That Gongsun Rong turned out to be just an afterimage clone. It seems that if you don't take this pill, you won't be able to kill you. Gongsun Rong's mournful voice came from a distance, and then a burst of flame divine power descended from the sky, condensing into meteorites, flying across the sky and smashing down towards Long Yu. Ancient level supergrade martial arts, Skyfire meteorite. Gongsun Rong yelled sharply, and the flames exploded instantly, and the entire battlefield became a world of flames, and in the sky, at least 10 meteorites fell towards Long Yu at an extremely fast speed. This burst of attack was much stronger than Gongsun Rong's burst of fire at the beginning, and even threatened Long Yu. It was all because Gongsun Rong took an elixir, which increased his strength by 3 times. At this moment, Gongsun Rong definitely has the strength equivalent to the peak of the Emperor realm. Countless meteorites crashed down, but Long Yu didn't care. He squinted his eyes, but cared more. How did the other party condense such a clone without his knowledge? It stands to reason that the current Long Yu has mastered the 6th level of balance control, and is very sensitive to power. If the opponent is a clone, he must have noticed it long ago. That is to say, Gongsun Rong did not make a clone in advance, but at the moment when he was about to be killed, he used a substitute method, and he himself fled away. So, the meridians in Gongsun Rong's body should have been cut off by me. Long Yu thought in his heart. He can be sure that when he performed the lore, Gongsun Rong was still his body, not a clone. Now Gongsun Rong seems to be using amazing means, but in fact, this person has been injured, and it is precisely because of this that he took the ancient elixir without hesitation to increase his basic strength by 3 times. However, even if the opponent tripled his strength, Long Yu would not take it seriously. Even if I don't do anything, can you kill me? Long Yu laughed, and didn't pay attention to Gongsun Rong's current offensive at all. When he raised his hand, he just gathered a burst of dead energy and entangled him. As long as the power of these attacks was reduced by half, Long Yu Guang could resist with his body. Now that the powerful physical body has been exposed, there is no need for Long Yu to hide, it is completely superfluous. Xinlian, gossip, to suppress the sky. Long Yu walked through the flames, and was suddenly smashed in the middle by 2 meteorites. The next moment, he directly smashed the meteorites, and his whole figure turned into a streamer, walking around Gongsun Rong. The first-grade god chain Bagua Tian Tian has been displayed by Long Yu, and 8 beams of light of different colors appear in an instant, completely suppressing Gongsun Rong. Facing Long Yu's methods, Gongsun Rong's expression changed again. He just watched 2 meteorites hit Long Yu, but Long Yu did not dodge, directly crushing the 2 meteorites. What kind of power does this kid have? Can kill him? Gongsun Rong had doubts about this question. Originally, he thought that with his strength combined with pills, he would definitely be able to instantly kill Long Yu, but he didn't expect that Long Yu had such terrifying physical strength. But it's useless for him to regret now, because Long Yu's offensive has already arrived. The gossip suppressed the sky, the first-grade god chain completely suppressed him, and he couldn't move a single bit of his body. He is not a member of the Zifen department outside the sky, and he can break through the suppression by relying on the undead purple blood. For the next 3 breaths, Gongsun Rong could only let Long Yu do his best. To deal with Gongsun Rong, after all, his physical strength is not weak, so Long Yu adopted the safest method. Anyway, this guy has no means to get rid of Bagua Xintian, so Long Yu has 3 breaths to prepare his ultimate move. 100 fallen dark stars. 1,000 fallen dark stars. 3,000 fallen dark stars, condense out. During the 3 breaths of Bagua Xintian suppression, Long Yu directly condensed countless ancient afterimages, all over the audience, and condensed as many as 3,000 fallen dark stars, surrounding Gongsun Rong. Long Yu himself kept retreating to the edge of the entire battle platform. The next moment, 3,000 fallen dark stars exploded. A deafening sound erupted in the entire battle platform, and the turbulent flow of sand and stones filled the entire battle platform in an instant, and the figures of Long Yu and Gong Sun Rong were completely submerged in the sand and dust. 3,000 fallen dark stars erupted at the same time, and its power was naturally extremely astonishing. Even Long Yu himself had already hid to the side early, but he was still affected by this explosion and suffered some skin trauma. It is conceivable how powerful is this outbreak. Theoretically speaking, as long as Long Yu is given enough time, he will be able to erupt with infinitely powerful power. However, the condensing of fallen dark stars still consumes more power. For example, the power in his body is completely consumed now. 3,000 fallen dark stars is the strongest method he can condense now. After this move, the ground inside the entire battle platform seems to have been turned over again, becoming barren and barren. As for Gong Sun Rong, this person has been blown to pieces long ago. On the battlefield, the smoke disappeared. Gong Sun Rong's figure completely disappeared, and only Long Yu was left standing proudly in the field. At this moment, the millions of people around the entire battlefield were all silent, and everyone was bombarded by the burst of fallen dark stars just now. Willie was stunned. Is this a method that a cultivator in the late stage of the Imperial realm can use? I'm afraid that even the peak Emperor realm may not be able to display such a terrifying move. Presumably, this move consumed a lot of Long Yu's strength, and even used up all his strength, but it doesn't matter. In the battle of life and death, as long as you can kill the opponent, you will win, and your own strength will be exhausted. What? This shocking scene on the battle stage made Tianxing his eyes widen, a little unbelievable that Gong Sun Rong, who had taken the elixir that increased his basic strength by 3 times, would be instantly killed by Long Yu's move. What kind of strength does Long Yu possess? Long Yu released this big move, his own strength must be empty, I will kill him now. But Ji Haokong reacted immediately, a fierce look flashed in his eyes, he stepped into the battle arena without hesitation, and at the same time shouted sharply, Long Yu, it's finally your turn to fight with me. As soon as the words fell, a burst of terrifying divine sword light emerged from the battle platform and rushed towards the place where Long Yu was. Ji Haokong is one of the 18 elders of the Shuiyue sword sect, and his understanding of sword skills extremely powerful. Countless sword chi are coming, how can Long Yu resist? Just as Ji Haokong guessed, the power in Long Yu's body is now empty, even if he wants to absorb the alien beast crystal to restore his power now, it is absolutely too late. What Ji Haokong wanted was such an effect, because Long Yu directly beheaded Qin Changyue and Gong Sun Rong. He saw Long Yu's terrifying strength, so naturally he didn't dare to take risks. As long as there is a chance, just kill Long Yu directly. It's a pity that Ji Haokong missed one thing, that is, Long Yu had already stored a lot of siphon totems in his body. Although his power was exhausted at this moment, he directly burst a siphon totem, and his whole body was filled with strength in an instant. Fighting a war of attrition with Long Yu is simply not going to work. The current Long Yu has comprehended the Soul Seal Siphon, which has become kingly and supernatural powers. The condensed siphon totem can absorb a lot of divine power on weekdays, and thus transform it into Long Yu's own power at critical moments, which is very useful. As long as a siphon totem is broken, Long Yu's whole body will be completely full of power, so there is no need to worry about running out of power. Facing the countless light blue sword lights rolling in from all directions, Long Yu did not flinch, but turned the corners of his mouth slightly, and greeted him head-on. He wants to confront these sword lights head-on. Ji Haokong was overjoyed when he saw this, he was absolutely confident in the destructive power of his sword lights. Even if he was at the peak of the Emperor realm, it was impossible to resist his sword lights with his body alone, let alone the current Long Yu up. To be on the safe side, Ji Hao immediately took out an ancient super-grade longsword warrior from his empty hand. This longsword has already matched him to the level of divine harmony, and it can exert extremely terrifying power. The next moment, the longsword danced in his hand, drawing a series of piercing sword marks, completely surrounding Long Yu in an instant. The previous sky-filled sword chi and the current piercing sword marks formed two attack barriers, which firmly surrounded Long Yu. If nothing happened, Long Yu would be crushed to pieces by these sword chi in the next moment. However, Long Yu's methods had already been revealed when he faced Gong Sun Rong just now. The terrifying physical body and the lingering death aura were all guarantees for his invincibility. Death-ridden, death armor. Long Yu's body was surrounded by a layer of death, and the surface of his body was covered with a layer of armor condensed by the god of death. The whole person seemed to be an emissary who walked out of hell, and instantly became as solid as gold. Countless light blue sword chi blasted through the death chi lingering around him, and hit the death armor. The sound of clang clang could be heard endlessly, but it still couldn't break Long Yu's death armor. The piercing sword marks that followed could leave marks on the death armor, but they could not completely shatter the death armor. This scene made Ji Haokong's eyes pop out. What kind of terrifying defensive ability is that? This Long Yu really only has the realm of late Emperor realm? Ji Haokong is very suspicious of this now. If this is the case, what kind of terrifying combat power will this son of Long Yu possess when he steps into the Emperor realm? Even if it is to challenge the 5 emperors, it will be easy to succeed. The peerless sword explodes. Ji Haokong didn't dare to be careless, swiped the long sword in his hand, and directly used his kingly supernatural powers. The sword light flickered, pierced the void and exploded directly beside Long Yu's body. The power of this blow was extremely terrifying, stronger than the previous piercing sword marks. Long Yu's death armor was shattered inch by inch. The Wuxuang sword explosion finally broke through Long Yu's defense. Immediately afterwards, Ji Haokong didn't stop, and the sword shadow swayed Wuxuang sword prison. Countless sword chi formed a cage, trapping Long Yu in it, and then countless sword lights pierced through the void, trying to explode on Long Yu's side, but unexpectedly used Wuxuang sword explosion 4 or 5 times in succession. Seeing this, Long Yu directly condensed a few fallen dark stars, and flew out, smashing the flaws in the Wuxuang sword prison, and fled from that place with a flash of his whole body. Void Divine Script, Teleport. Long Yu's figure instantly appeared behind Ji Haokong, and a void vortex suddenly condensed, suppressing Ji Haokong for a moment. In just that moment, Long Yu's offensive followed one after another. 7 bone arms emerged from the void, and directly caught Ji Haokong in them, and countless 9 nether divine runes were thrown into Ji Haokong's body. Sword Energy Purification. Ji Haokong's face turned pale, and he realized in an instant that the sword energy flew across his body, turning into extremely tiny sword energy, and wandering through his body, not only instantly shook the 7 bone arms away, but also shook the Joyo who had invaded his body. The scriptures are completely cleaned up. Ji Haokong has no carelessness at all now. Facing Long Yu at this moment, he will definitely go all out, otherwise he knows that it is very likely that he will die in the end. The peerless sword explodes. The sword chi exploded beside Long Yu, causing him to use the void divine mantra to teleport away again. This method could hardly touch Long Yu, and even if he did, it would not be too badly affected by Long Yu's physical body. Injury. Now Long Yu discovered that the kingly supernatural powers he possessed had no advantage against cultivators at the late stages of the Emperor realm and at the peak. On the one hand, the opponent also possessed kingly supernatural powers. Long Yu's kingly supernatural power is nothing to the opponent. Its power is not that great. Supernatural powers of the royal way. The next step is supernatural powers of the imperial way, but it is extremely difficult to complete this level of transformation. What is most needed is some specific treasures of heaven and earth. They will not be sold, because they are too precious. Long Yu thought in his heart, thinking to himself that after the things here are almost done, it's time to practice hard, first to master more 9 nether marks, and then try to perceive the position of the treasures of heaven, material and earth that can improve the level of supernatural powers. If one wants to improve the realm of martial arts in the future, the most important thing is to obtain that kind of natural material and earthly treasure. It may not be too precious outside the sky, but in the world of Shenwu, that kind of natural material and earthly treasure is extremely precious and extremely rare. Long Yu came to his senses. Now he is still fighting Ji Haokong to the death. Since he is not capable of supernatural powers, he can only use stronger means. Second grade God Chain, Death Realm Torture. As soon as Long Yu raised his hand, a black light condensed by the 9 nether divine glyph blasted out instantly, directly piercing through the void and hitting Ji Haokong, who was about to attack Long Yu. Ji Haokong's expression changed, and he sensed the terrifying power contained in this black light, and immediately used the sword energy to purify it. It was impossible for him to let this kind of power stay in his body. Even if he wanted to deal with Long Yu, he had to purify this black light. But this gave Long Yu time. Gossip suppresses the sky. When Ji Haokong purified the tormenting power of death in his body, Long Yu's gossip-suppressing God Chain was ready, directly suppressing him completely. 8 beams of light of different colors firmly suppressed Ji Haokong. Almost. Long Yu smiled faintly, and continued to gather fallen dark stars one after another like he did with Gong Sun Rong just now, and soon one after another appeared in the field, surrounded by Ji Haokong, ready to explode. Ji Haokong was suppressed by the gossip, suppressing the whole body. Of course he could see this scene, and his brows were furrowed. He originally hid his trump card, and he didn't want to use it when he was dealing with a kid in the late stage of the Imperial realm, but now it seems that it is not necessary. No more. If he doesn't stop Long Yu now, I'm afraid his fate will be exactly the same as that of Gong Sun Rong just now. Even the bones will not be found. Smashing Heaven Pill. Ji Haokong bit into pieces the elixir that he had already held in his mouth. This elixir was called Broken Sky Pill, and after taking it, he could give his own strength a terrifying penetrating ability in a short period of time. To put it simply, the power has been multiplied many times, and it can directly bombard the enemy's body. The power brought by the shattering Sky Pill to Ji Haokong made him erupt in an instant, and he even broke free from the suppression of Bagua Shintian. After all, this pill is an ancient-level pill, and it is Ji Haokong's biggest trump card. Obtained in an ancient ruins years ago. He never thought that he would take the heaven-breaking pill when dealing with Long Yu, but after taking the heaven-breaking pill, the whole situation would be different. Although the effect of the shattering heaven pill can only last for 1 stick of incense, within this stick of incense time, it is enough for Ji Haokong to kill Long Yu. Of course, this is just Ji Haokong's own thoughts. In fact, he is hiding the shattering heaven pill, but Long Yu hides even more from him. When Ji Haokong took the shattering heaven pill, a burst of aura burst out all over his body, breaking through the suppression of Bagua Shintian. Immediately afterwards, countless sword lights danced all over the sky, rolling towards Long Yu, and each sword light carried a penetrating power countless times stronger than before. Long Yu frowned slightly. He felt the penetrating power of these sword lights, so he didn't dare to take it head-on. With a flash of his figure, he urged the power of the Void Divine Rune to dodge to other places, avoiding the opponent's sword light. Immediately afterwards, Long Yu's 9 nether divine inscription aura burst out majestically from his whole body, and the power of the original source shocked 9 nether. Even Ji Haokong, who had taken the shattering sky pill, was shocked by the powerful force of this move, and probably wouldn't be able to wake up within 1 breath. Kill in the air. 2 streams of light blue water were entwined in Long Yu's hands, and the holy spring of Endless Warrior turned into 2 sharp blades, which instantly shattered the void and attacked Ji Haokong's body. As soon as he made a move, Long Yu felt that his comprehension of the supreme ancient-level martial skill of Duankong lore had been improved. From the beginner level to the Xiaoqing level, its power had doubled. Not only that, Duankong Xingquan, as an endless-level soldier, also erupted with unusual power at this moment. The light blue water turned into a sharp blade, which directly pierced Ji Haokong's body. 2 blood holes appeared from Ji Haokong's chest. The physical body of Ji Haokong, a strong man in the late stage of Emperor realm, was completely unable to withstand the assassination of Duankong Lore, and was directly penetrated by the whole body. With this move performed by Long Yu, it is naturally impossible for Ji Haokong's life to survive. Ji Haokong, who woke up from the shock of Jiuyo, only felt a sharp pain in his chest, and immediately realized that his chest had been pierced by a sharp knife. What exactly is this means? With an unbelievable look in Ji Haokong's eyes, he fell backwards and hit the ground of the battle platform heavily. Long Yu watched Ji Haokong fall down, and heaved a sigh of relief. After this guy took the immemorial heaven-breaking pill, the instant burst of power was really terrifying. If he was hit by those sword chi, he would definitely be hit by 1,000 wounds. By Kong's fate. Fortunately, Long Yu displayed his original power in time. Nine Nether was intimidated, and at that moment he intimidated the opponent, thus turning defeat into victory. But just when Long Yu wanted to continue to challenge the next Yun Tian, he frowned slightly, because with the 6th level of balance control, he felt a strange power rising in Ji Haokong's body. The power of the undead purple blood? Long Yu was very familiar with that power, and couldn't help opening his eyes wide, but saw a burst of purple light rising from Ji Haokong's body, and then under the effect of this purple light, a huge bloody hole on his chest. The hole continued to recover, and soon there was no wound, only 2 big holes were left on the clothes. How can it be? Long Yu didn't expect to see the power of the undead Zixue at this time, and he became extremely vigilant in his heart. Could it be that Ji Haokong is an extraterrestrial force, a member of the Zifen department? Impossible. If this is the case, why does Ji Haokong fight Long Yu here? Soon Long Yu discovered the fact that this Ji Haokong was indeed not from the Zifen department. The reason why he was able to revive with the power of immortal purple blood was entirely because he had taken a pill in advance. It was the lavender elixir that exuded the power of immortal purple blood in Ji Haokong's dantian, and healed Ji Haokong's blood hole in his chest extremely quickly, bringing him back to life. Ji Haokong, who was rescued by the power of the undead purple blood, gradually stood up. He was also a little confused that he was alive again, but soon his face showed ecstasy. Purple blood sacred pill, it must be the purple blood sacred pill. In an ancient ruin I explored more than 10 years ago, the elixir that I took in a hurry has such a heaven-defying effect that it can make me die. Resurrection. Ji Hao was thinking in his heart, and the more he thought about it, the more excited he became. He tightly held the ancient super-grade longsword warrior in his hand, feeling that the effect of the broken sky pill he had just taken was still there, and he felt that there was still hope for him to kill Long Yu. Even if it doesn't work, now that he's resurrected, he can directly admit defeat. Stinky boy, die for me. Ji Haokong yelled suddenly, and countless sword lights erupted from his body, covering the entire battle platform. At this moment, as long as Long Yu does not leave the range of the battle platform, he will definitely be stabbed by these sword lights, and these sword lights, under the influence of the shattering sky pill, have extremely terrifying penetrating power. Even a ray of sword light could kill Long Yu. Faced with such a dense attack from the opponent, Long Yu could only dodge as much as possible. Although countless sword lights enveloped the audience, Long Yu relied on balanced control and fallen dark stars to be able to feel the specific trajectory of each sword light. Will not encounter life-threatening under this move. Fallen star, explode. Long Yu raised his hand and condensed several fallen dark stars, which flew towards the surroundings respectively, and directly exploded several key sword lights. To his vitals. It's just that there were a little skin trauma on his hands and feet. As expected of the strength after taking the heaven-breaking pill, these sword lights actually hurt Long Yu's extremely strong body. But Long Yu didn't care about this little injury. It was too early to want to kill him just because of this. Ji Haokong saw that this move couldn't help Long Yu, raised his hand, and swung the long sword in his hand again, and the amount of extremely dense sword energy in the audience doubled immediately. More dense sword lights descended from the sky, rolling down like raindrops. With a movement in Long Yu's heart, 7 siphon totems were directly condensed, and they were arranged in 7 directions beside him. As soon as the siphon totems appeared, they began to continuously absorb the surrounding sword lights. Absorbing most of the sword lights that kept coming, it went in and transformed into the divine power used by Long Yu himself. If it was the original Long Yu, facing so many sword lights, perhaps the 7 siphon totems could not be completely sucked away. But the current Long Yu activated the 9 nether imprint in his body, and the absorption strength of the siphon totem he condensed was twice as strong as before, thus producing an incomparable effect. Since you haven't died yet, let's die again. Long Yu resisted the opponent's 2 consecutive killing moves, and his heart felt cold. The light blue Duankong Holy Spring was entangled in his hands again, and as he urged Duankong lore kill, it instantly turned into 2 sharp blades, attacked Ji Haokong from the air. Just as Ji Haokong was thinking of gathering more sword energy to completely submerge Long Yu in it, he suddenly felt another stabbing pain in his chest. Just now when he was killed by Duankong, he was intimidated by Long Yu's 9 nether source power, so he didn't know how he was injured. Now there was a pain in his chest, and then 2 sharp blades condensed by light blue water pierced through his back, like 2 poisonous snakes biting people, which made his eyes widen immediately. What the hell are these 2 flowing water blades? When did it enter his body again? Ji Haokong snarled, and countless sword lights appeared, slashing towards the 2 water blades, but soon, he found that it was impossible to destroy the 2 water blades. Although his sword light can cut off these 2 sharp blades of water, but if he cuts off the knife, the water will flow even more. This is just a stream of water, how could it be completely cut off by Jianguang? Even if it was cut off, it was only cut off for a while, and then condensed again the next moment. This is the truly terrifying thing about Duankong Holy Spring, an endless level soldier. This is the most flexible assassination soldier, even if someone discovers it in advance, it is impossible to stop its attack. Kill in the air. As soon as Long Yu raised his hand, Duankong Xingquan recondensed into a light blue sharp knife, which instantly disappeared from behind Ji Haokong and directly stabbed Ji Haokong's dantian. This time, it directly pierced Ji Haokong's vitals. The sword lights all over the sky, when they pierced into Ji Haokong's dantian, they disappeared all of a sudden, because these sword lights have no source of power, so of course they can't continue to condense. Ji Haokong watched helplessly as a gurgling light blue water flowed from his dantian, and now he really couldn't rest in peace, because he didn't know what the hell it was. Boom! Ji Haokong fell heavily to the ground. Before he even had time to surrender and admit defeat, he was directly assassinated by Duankong Xingquan. As soon as Long Yu stopped, he took Duankong Holy Spring into his arms. This endless level soldier is indeed very useful, and now it has such terrifying power. How terrifying would it be to grasp the transformation realm? The resurrection effect of the purple blood sacred pill was only that once just now. In fact, this was also because Ji Haokong had been taking the purple blood sacred pill for several years. If he took it now, it would bring him back to life at least 3 times. The purple blood sacred pill is a powerful healing elixir refined from the immortal purple blood of Zifambu practitioners. It can be called a healing elixir, but the Zifambu itself cannot refine it. This kind of elixir will only appear in the hands of the enemies of the Zifan department, and it will almost never appear in the world of Shenwu. Ji Haokong got it by chance, which can be regarded as extremely amazing luck. Unfortunately, now he faces Long Yu. No matter how many purple blood saint pills there are, they are useless. As Ji Haokong fell to the ground, and was subsequently blasted by Long Yu's hundreds of fallen dark stars until his bones were gone, the millions of martial artists who were watching in the audience erupted in cheers. Long Yu challenged 3 strong men in the Imperial realm one after another. At first, everyone thought that he would lose his life soon, but they didn't expect this kid to come all the way and beheaded the 3 strong men in the Imperial realm. That's all for Qin Changyue and Gong Sun Rong. but now even Ji Haokong, one of the 18 elders of the Xuanhuan sword sect, died in the hands of Long Yu. What kind of terrifying fighting power does Long Yu possess? After seeing the scene where Long Yu beheaded and killed Ji Haokong, even Gu Yuntian, Lei Di's personal disciple who was originally confident, felt a little guilty about fighting Long Yu. His martial arts realm is only in the late stage of the Emperor realm, which is the same as Ji Haokong. Although he has some killers, he is definitely better than Ji Haokong, but the key problem is that it is not at all like Long Yu killing Ji Haokong. What kind of pressure does it look like? Gu Yuntian is Lei Di's 6th direct disciple. Not only is his talent strong, but he also made a breakthrough during his trip to the Nine Nether Profound Palace, stepping into the late stage of Emperor realm. As the direct disciple of the 5 emperors, Gu Yuntian has always been very confident in himself, but now, facing Long Yu, who had beheaded 3 emperor-level powerhouses one after another, he couldn't help but feel a little guilty. This Long Yu is really too weird. How about it, Brother Gu, are you confident? Tian Xinghe was also surprised by Long Yu's combat power, and asked Gu Yuntian with a slight frown. Although Gu Yuntian said that his heart was a little empty, but on the surface he was still full of arrogance. Hearing this, he snorted coldly, I am different from someone like Ji Haokong, and I will definitely not capsize in the gutter. That's good. I believe in you. If you can kill this person, I, Tian Xinghe, will thank you very much afterwards. Tian Xinghe smiled and said. Tianxing is only at the emperor level now, and he really can't see clearly the battle at the emperor level, so he can't estimate the strength of Long Yu, Ji Haokong and others. Now that Gu Yuntian still has confidence, Gu Yuntian must be extremely strong. Not far away, where Lei Di, Tong Zai and others gathered, seeing Gu Yuntian and Tian Xinghe walking so close, even Wu Long and Ji Bai, who hated Long Yu, felt uncomfortable what Gu Yuntian did. Master, this Long Yu certainly needs to be taught a lesson, but Xinghe was not a good thing that day, so it's not appropriate for Xiaolu to be so close to him? Ji Bai couldn't help but said to Lei Di. Unexpectedly, Lei Di sighed and shook his head, let him go, anyway, Long Yu will definitely win the next battle. This emperor once advised him to give up this battle, but he didn't want to lose face. Ken, this emperor has nothing to do, although he is this emperor's disciple, but this emperor cannot control his thoughts, if he forcibly obstructs him, maybe he will resent me in turn. Hearing Lei Di's words, Wu Long, Ji Bai and the others all trembled in their hearts. Even the master felt that Gu Yuntian was definitely not Long Yu's opponent. How strong is Long Yu? But remembering that not long ago, Ji Bai, Wu Long and others were all worried about Lei Di's safety, but Gu Yuntian had already mixed with Tian Xinghe and Zhang Di's side, and they also felt a little more disgusted with Gu Yuntian. Then when Lei Di returned, Long Yu also returned, even though Lei Di said that it was because of Long Yu that he was able to return safely, but Gu Yuntian still did not believe it, thinking that Lei Di must have brought Long Yu back. How difficult is it to follow one's heart along the way of martial arts? Yi Ziwei sighed slightly in his heart, and took a look at Gu Yuntian. Of course he knew that Gu Yuntian and Long Yu had made an appointment to fight for Huang Tantian at the beginning, but now the nature has changed. Gu Yuntian insisted on it only for his own face. Among the crowd watching the battle, there were also people from Nine Suns sect, Taiwu Empire, and Xuanhuan sword sect. Thousands of disciples of Xuanhuan sword sect were quite upset about the tragic death of their elder Ji Haokong, and everyone wanted to see Long Yu killed by Gu Yuntian on the spot. But at this moment, the high-level faces of these sect forces are very bad, because looking at Long Yu's situation, I am afraid that Gu Yuntian is not taken seriously. Once Long Yu defeats Gu Yuntian again, then in this world, there is no force that can stop Long Yu from rising. Maybe in a few years, the entire Shenwu world will be ruled by this person. This is definitely not good news for Nine Suns sect, Taiwu Empire, and Xuanhuan sword sect. On the contrary, the members of the Longue Empire laughed when they saw how powerful Long Yu was. They befriended Long Yu at the beginning, and helped Long Yu repel the killers from the Shadow Pavilion. It was definitely a wise decision to make friends with Long Yu. Although Chidi was replaced by Zhandi, but judging by Long Yu's current strength, it may not be impossible to rise in the future. Soon, Gu Yuntian stepped onto the battle platform, ready to fight Long Yu for the last life-and-death battle of the day. Long Yu, although you have defeated Qin Changyue, Gong Sun Rong, and Ji Haokong, but facing me, Gu Yuntian, you should surrender obediently, otherwise your life will really be lost. Gu Yuntian stepped onto the battle stage, dressed in a relaxed manner, his white robe fluttering in the wind, looking chic and at ease. On the other hand, Long Yu, after 3 battles, his clothes were already tattered and he looked a bit embarrassed, but his expression was more relaxed than Gu Yuntian's. What's the result? You'll know when you fight. After Long Yu said this, he spewed out a stream of 9 Serenity Dragon's breath, which instantly shattered the void and blasted towards Gu Yuntian's head. It's so shameless. Gu Yuntian didn't expect Long Yu's words to strike, his face sank immediately, and a thunderbolt exploded as soon as he raised his hand, directly shattering the 9 Nether Dragon's breath. Wang Dao supernatural powers. Gu Yuntian's supernatural powers of the kingly way, of course, surpassed the power of the supernatural powers of the kingly way displayed by Long Yu Sua. After the thunder exploded, it condensed into a thunder light and rushed towards Long Yu. After all, the difference in martial arts realm between the two sides is threefold, and Gu Yuntian is also a strong man who can leapfrog challenges. Fallen Star. As soon as Long Yu raised his hand, several fallen dark stars condensed out, and flew directly towards the incoming thunder light, smashing it completely, and then Long Yu's body moved, and directly flashed to Gu Yuntian's body under the influence of the void divine script beside. Hand of 9 Serenities. 7 bone arms emerged from the void, grabbing Gu Yuntian directly. Small tricks. Thunder shield. Gu Yuntian snorted softly. The power of the thunder-shocking divine script formed a huge net covering his whole body, but he saw that the 7 bone arms grabbed him, and when they touched the giant thunder-shocking net, they were corroded and disappeared by its power. This thunder shield is also Gu Yuntian's kingly and supernatural power, and its defensive ability is very powerful. Long Yu squinted his eyes slightly, knowing that this guy really has a hand, at least when he was probing. This Gu Yuntian was much stronger than Ji Haokong and others before. However, if Gu Yuntian's strength is only like this, Long Yu really won't take him seriously. Thunder of the 9 Heavens, blast me. Immediately afterwards, Gu Yuntian took out a soldier from his bosom, which seemed to be an ancient supergrade soldier, and unlike Qin Changyue before, Gu Yuntian and this Thunderball soldier had already reached the state of divine harmony, only a short distance from reaching the final unparalleled level. It seems that Gu Yuntian has been in possession of the 9 Heavens Thunder Soldier for a long time, but it is only an ancient-level supergrade soldier that fits the gods, and it does not pose a big threat to Long Yu. The 9 Heavens Thunder flew directly towards Long Yu, and the thunder light exploded along the way, and soon countless thunder lights appeared around Long Yu, covering him continuously. Ancient Dragon Skeleton Pagoda, come out. Long Yu didn't panic. Even though he couldn't use the fallen Dark Star to defend against such a lightning grid, he still possessed the ancient best soldiers, the ancient Tower of Dragon Skeletons. Moreover, Long Yu and the ancient Dragon Skeleton Pagoda are both compatible to the realm of Shinhe, and it is absolutely impossible to be weaker than the opponent's Jiutian Shenlei. As soon as the ancient Dragon Skeleton Pagoda appeared, Long Yu's entire figure flashed into the inner space of the ancient Dragon Skeleton Pagoda and disappeared from everyone's eyes. 9 Nether Sky Screen. The power of the original source, the 9 Nethers are awe-inspiring. Dragon Skeleton broken. Continuously using methods, I saw a dense, 9 Nether Divine Rune barrier appearing on the surface of the ancient Dragon Skeleton Pagoda. This is the 9 Nether Sky Screen, the strongest defense method of the ancient Dragon Skeleton Pagoda. The ancient dragon skeleton pagoda that activated the Jiuyou Tianping completely ignored the lightning grid around it, broke into the lightning grid in an instant, and then spun at a high speed, rushing towards Gu Yuntian's location. Just as Gu Yuntian was about to react, a burst of 9 Netherness's breath shocked him on the spot. After one breath, he couldn't react, and was directly knocked into the air by the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda. The physical body is quite strong. Long Yu squinted his eyes, seeing Gu Yuntian being knocked into the air by the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda. He was still alive. He was a little surprised. This Gu Yuntian can be said to be the second person who survived the frontal impact of Long Heipo. The previous one was the heavenly prison Thunder Emperor. That guy's body is purely perverted, stronger than Long Yu, but this Gu Yuntian, I am afraid. It is also because he has taken some kind of elixir to increase the strength of the physical body, or he has also practiced some kind of body training martial arts. However, although Gu Yuntian didn't die, he was hit by such a mess, he fell heavily to the ground, his chest was dented a little, and a big mouthful of blood spewed out. Healing of Thunder. Gu Yuntian hastily used a healing supernatural power to stabilize the injury in his body. At the same time, a layer of lightning grid appeared around his body, which was his subconscious way to prevent Long Yu's attack. Sure enough, Long Yu's attack came immediately, and at this moment it was another move of dragon bone breaking. The ancient dragon skeleton pagoda rotated at a high speed, coming suddenly through the air. At an extremely fast speed, Gu Yuntianxia consciously opened up his defensive means, but he was too late to dodge, and was hit by Long Skeleton again. But fortunately, this time he opened the thunder grid to defend, which weakened the destructive power of Long Heipo by half, allowing him to resist it with his body. Fortunately, I have taken the dragon elephant pill and cultivated a great wild-level body-refining martial art. The strength of my physical body is different from ordinary people. Otherwise, I'm afraid I will die all at once. Gu Yuntian was afraid for a while, but he relied on his physical strength to surpass ordinary people, and he had killed many strong people when he was training outside, so he didn't panic at this time. Lightning flashed all over his body again, and under the effect of thunder healing, his injuries healed quickly, and he was about to return to his full state soon. But then, 8 beams of light of different colors suddenly appeared from around, instantly suppressing Gu Yuntian. Just now, Long Yu found an opportunity to plant a first-grade god chain, gossip to suppress the sky, and at this moment, he suddenly launched it, directly suppressing Gu Yuntian. Dragon Skeleton broken. Long Yu continued to use Dragon Skeleton break, and the ancient Dragon Skeleton pagoda blasted away, directly crashing into Gu Yuntian, who was suppressed by Bagua Xintian. Gu Yuntian's eyes widened immediately, and this move again, although he is physically strong, if he is hit by such a move one after another, he will only have a dead end. Gu Yuntian really wanted to break free from the shackles of Bagua Xintian, but he couldn't do it at all. In desperation, facing Long Yupa, who was sure to kill with Long Yu's move, Gu Yuntian could only unleash his strongest trump card. Overlord Thunder Body. Although Gu Yuntian was suppressed by Bagua Xintian and was unable to exert any power in his body, this Tyrant Thunder Body was the supernatural power that he had comprehended to become emperor. Even just one step away, Gu Yuntian will be able to become a 1-star emperor, and upgrade the Badian Thunder Body to become a supernatural power of the emperor. The source of the power of this move comes from what Gu Yuntian does every day, that is, tempering his body with the thunder-shocking divine rune, so that his body can carry the power of the thunder-shocking divine rune all over his body. As soon as Ba Tianlei's body came out, his whole body was imbued with the power of the thunder god rune, and the strength of his physical body was directly increased several times. Gu Yuntian couldn't escape Long Yu's attack, but he chose to strengthen his physical body again. The ancient dragon skeleton pagoda slammed into Gu Yuntian's chest. Due to the suppression of the Bagua Xintian god chain, Gu Yuntian was not sent flying, so he completely withstood the force of the impact. However, Gu Yuntian, who exhibited the Tyrant Thunder Body, was quite durable. After being hit like this, he was just like the Heavenly Prison Thunder Emperor back then, with only a little skin trauma. Of course, the Heavenly Prison Thunder Emperor only has the cultivation base of the late Emperor realm, while Gu Yuntian is the cultivation base of the late Emperor realm, so it is understandable that the strength of the physical body can catch up with the Heaven Prison Thunder Emperor after multiple superimpositions, and it is not unreasonable. Surprise. When Long Yu saw this, he was also taken aback by Gu Yuntian. He didn't expect this guy's physical strength to be so terrifying. Now that Gu Yuntian has cast the Tyrant Thunder body, his physical strength is definitely not weaker than Long Yu's. After all, Gu Yuntian's martial arts realm is much higher than Long Yu's, so his basic physical strength is also much stronger. When Long Yu reaches the late Emperor stage, his physical strength will definitely be much stronger than Gu Yuntian's now. Long Yu was only a little startled, and then continued to use his methods without hesitation. The Dragon Skeleton Breaker blasted out one after another, and the Dragon Skeleton Ancient Tower rotated at a high speed, like a sharp sword, hitting Gu Yuntian's chest continuously. After 3 breaths, the 8 diagrams Xintian God Chain dissipated, and Gu Yuntian was completely knocked into the air by the 3rd Dragon Skeleton Break, and a mouthful of blood spewed out from his entire mouth. Even though his whole body was transformed into the thunder-shocking divine script and Ba Tianlei was in his body, he was still knocked into the air by the 3 consecutive long hyper bombardments. This Gu Yuntian's strength is really good. With such a strong physical strength, even Yi Ziwei's Thunder Seal of Absolute Beginning may not be able to break through its defense. While thinking in his heart, Long Yu shook his head. It's a pity that Gu Yuntian's opponent is himself. If Gu Yuntian was facing anyone else at the imperial level, he would definitely be a cruel opponent, but now when he meets Long Yu, the situation is different. 2nd grade God Chain, tortured by death. As soon as Long Yu raised his hand, a black light blasted out, directly submerged into Gu Yuntian's body, and the power of the infinite death divine script began to erode Gu Yuntian's physical body. However, Gu Yuntian's physical body was tyrannical, and the power of the thunder-shocking divine script exploded, directly shaking the power of the torture of death. In this instant, Long Yu's offensive continued to attack, and the endless skylight from the 9 nether sky directly drifted from Long Yu's location to the entire arena, covering the entire battle platform. Moreover, Long Yu urged the absolute space of the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda to seal off the space of the entire battle platform. The reason for this is that he will use the right method next, which is his trump card, and he will never show it off in front of countless people. When the Joyo skylight spread across the audience, Gu Yuntian's body was shocked by the thunder divine script, and he was able to quickly disperse the Joyo skylight. It's a pity that Long Yu condensed more than a dozen ancient ghosts and cast the Joyo skylight together, and Gu Yuntian scattered. The speed of Joyo Tianguang is not as fast as that of Long Yu. At the same time, countless 9 secluded blades rushed towards Gu Yuntian, making Gu Yuntian constantly defend against these 9 secluded blades, as well as the void dragon blade that suddenly attacked among them, making him a little hard to guard against. Although Gu Yuntian's Overlord Thunder body is very strong, it also consumes a lot of his strength. In this fierce battle situation, Gu Yuntian can only occasionally absorb the power of a strange beast crystal to recover a little. Therefore, he still has to block attacks that should be blocked, such as Joyo Blade. Did you make a fool of yourself and think you can deal with me? Gu Yuntian snorted coldly. He just survived such a stormy attack from Long Yu, which made his self-confidence quite inflated. Long Yu's powerful attack just now must be his strongest method, since that can't kill him, then Gu Yuntian is equivalent to being invincible. Gu Yuntian didn't expect that Long Yu would have other trump cards, because the attack power of Long Shipo had already far exceeded the level of ordinary late-stage powerhouses in the Emperor realm, and Long Yu was able to display such a method, which already surprised him. As for Long Yu's previous method of beheading Qin Changyue, Gong Sun Rong and Ji Haokong, Gu Yuntian was also on guard, but Long Yu hadn't used it yet, obviously because that method could only target weaker bodies. Gu Yuntian's physical body is extremely strong. Gu Yuntian thought to himself, it would be difficult for Long Yu to use that kind of method to have any effect on him, so he didn't bother to use it, did he? He resisted the Joyo blades that were constantly flying around at the fastest speed. Although his vision was covered by the Joyo skylight, he was able to fully perceive the Joyo blades around him by virtue of his supernatural powers of detection. While resisting the Joyo blade, Gu Yuntian continued to fly towards the detected location of Long Yu, and soon a thunder-shocking divine text sphere condensed on his fist. Thunderball. This is another trick of the Emperor's supernatural power, and its destructive power is naturally extremely terrifying. Gu Yuntian, who has comprehended two supernatural powers of the Emperor realm alone, his combat power has far surpassed the existence of the peak Emperor realm. After the late stage of the Emperor realm, the inner world can expand again to become the peak of the Emperor realm, but the inner world of the peak Emperor realm there is a maximum. Only by raising the innate supernatural power to the Emperor's supernatural power can the upper limit of the inner world be raised. At that time it belongs to the level of the Emperor's cultivation. It can be said that Gu Yuntian's big move that Gu Yuntian has been hiding for a long time, and he hasn't shown it in front of other people. Now it happens that Long Yu urges Joyo Tianguang to come out to cover it up, which is in line with Gu Yuntian's desire. With an incomparably terrifying destructive power, the Thunder God Ball released a sizzling sound and swept towards Long Yu. After only a few breaths, Gu Yuntian brought the Thunder God Ball to Long Yu's side and resisted it all the way. Countless 9 nether blades finally threw the shocking Thunder God Ball to Long Yu's side and exploded. However, what Gu Yuntian didn't know was that what Long Yu stayed here deliberately made him feel that it was just an afterimage of the ancient times. Due to the existence of balanced control, Long Yu's perception ability in Joyo Tianguang is 100 times stronger than that of Gu Yuntian, and he can deliberately create wrong information for Gu Yuntian to detect. With the terrifying eruption of the Thunder God Sphere, the Joyo sky light in the audience was scattered, and replaced by the incomparably dazzling Thunder God rune power, forming a terrifying grid, occupying the entire battle stage. Outside the battle arena, everyone who looked at the battle arena could only see the sky full of thunder, which dispersed the dark light, but they didn't know where Long Yu and Gu Yuntian were at all. At this moment, Long Yu's hidden figure finally moved. Shenzhen. Zhou Yuan. 9 pitch-black spatial cracks appeared from all directions, extending towards Gu Yuntian's location in an instant, making Gu Yuntian, who had just been immersed in insta-kill Long Yu, completely unable to react. He thought he had already killed Long Yu, but only now did he realize that it turned out that what he killed with the Thunder Ball was only Long Yu's ancient afterimage. What method did Long Yu use to deceive his perception? Gu Yuntian was startled and furious. He was surrounded by 9 pitch-black space cracks mixed in the sky full of thunder, and he wanted to dodge at this time, but found that the Space Divine script could not be used, because the entire battle platform was already in the dragon in the absolutely empty domain of the ancient pagoda. The destructive power of the divine formation Zhou Yuan is unparalleled. Gu Yuntian's domineering thunder body can withstand the bombardment of Long Qipo, but facing the 9 dark space cracks of the divine formation Zhou Yuan, it is like paper, completely there is no resistance. The first Zhou Yuan crack came through the air, spread to his right arm, and directly cut off his entire arm. The second Zhou Yuan crack fell from the sky, cutting off his entire shoulder. When all the cracks in the 9 abysses passed by, Gu Yuntian's whole body was cut into pieces by the 9 cracks in the 9 abysses, and there was not even a bit of scum left. Lightning flashed throughout the arena. No one knew what was happening on the battle stage, not even Lei Di and Yen Emperor, because when Long Yu made a move, he used the balance to control the martial arts secret technique, covering up the aura on the battle arena. What kind of thunder ball is this? It's amazing. Long Yu hid in a corner of the battle arena, with a trace of blood flowing out of his mouth. Even though he had deceived Gu Yuntian with the afterimage of the ancient times, he still suffered some minor injuries when the power of the shocking thunder ball erupted. If the Thunder God ball hits him head-on, even Long Yu probably won't be able to resist it. It's a pity that Long Yu has mastered the 6th level of balance control, which is much better than Guyun Tian in terms of detection and concealment, thus laying the foundation for the outcome of this life and death battle. When Guyun Tian died, the thunder and lightning in the audience began to gradually dissipate. The scene that appeared in front of everyone was Long Yu standing proudly on the battle stage. In the entire battle stage, only Long Yu was left. Silhouette of man. What does this mean? Either Guyun Tian hid, or Guyun Tian was beheaded by Long Yu, leaving no bones left. And will Guyun Tian hide his means? Never. So the result of this life and death battle is imminent. Long Yu actually won the final victory again. Guyun Tian was defeated again and lost his life at the hands of Long Yu. The scene on the battle platform made everyone amazed. Long Yu was only a late-stage emperor, but he actually killed 4 cultivators who were at least in the middle stage of the emperor, and there were even those who were near the peak of the late emperor stage. Lady's personal disciple, Guyun Tian. Guyun Tian's strength is completely comparable to the strongest members of Xuanhuan sword sect, but now, he was killed by Long Yu in such a way that no one even knew how Guyun Tian died. This shocked the Xuanhuan sword sect and other 6 sects and 10 kingdoms forces. When Long Yu first came to the holy city of 5 emperors, Long Yu was just a little shrimp in the mysterious realm of supernatural powers, but now he has grown to this point. If Long Yu was given some more time, wouldn't Long Yu go against the sky? Where the martial cultivators of Xuanhuan sword sect, 9 Sun sect, Taiwu Empire and other forces gathered, they all frowned slightly, looking at Long Yu in the field. They all had a creepy feeling. This kid is too scary. The most important thing is that Long Yu is still their enemy. Whether it is the Xuanhuan sword sect, the 9 Sun sect, or the Taiwu Empire, they have all made a last resort decision at this time: befriend Long Yu. No matter what enmity Long Yu had with them before, they must not turn against Long Yu in the future, because now Long Yu's strength alone is enough to threaten the foundation of their power. Seeing Guyun Tian's figure disappear in the field, Lei Di, his master, also sighed. The journey of martial arts is full of ups and downs. If you cross it, you will be a strong one. If you cannot cross it, you will be a pile of bones. Lei Di sighed and said, for people who seek martial arts, the most suitable thing is to seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. Don't put yourself in a dangerous situation for the sake of face. It's a pity that Guyun Tian's martial arts talent is good, but his personality is not good. Although Guyun Tian is Lei Di's disciple, in fact, Lei Di is only responsible for teaching Guyun Tian. When the time comes, as long as Guyun Tian improves to a certain level, he will be taken away by the forces outside the sky, so in terms of feelings, it's really not that much deep. Lei Di admires Long Yu very much. Although Guyun Tian is his direct disciple, if Guyun Tian wants to fight Long Yu to the death, he, Lei Di, can't stop him unless he forcibly stops him. Lei Di. Of course Lei Di would not do such a thing. Emperor Yan also shook his head slightly. His direct disciples are not bad, their personalities are more suitable for advancing in the martial arts, and Emperor Yan is quite fortunate that there is no such as Guyun Tian. On the road of martial arts, there are people beyond the human world, and the direct disciples of the 5 emperors don't mean anything. If you think it is a symbol of strength, you are completely wrong. Even Lei Di and Yan Di were so emotional, not to mention the other martial artists who were watching the battle. With his cultivation in the late stage of the Imperial Realm, Long Yu has defeated 4 strong men in the Imperial Realm one after another, and his strength will definitely be respected by everyone. It's just that now, some people are thinking in their hearts, this Long Yu was originally the direct disciple of the Qi Emperor. The Zhan Emperor must not be used to this son being so prominent, right? Tian Xinghe was outside the battle arena, watching Long Yu's vigor, winning 4 games in a row. He couldn't help but feel a little gloomy. He wanted to take this opportunity to get rid of Long Yu, but he didn't expect that Long Yu was so hard to chew. Since even cultivators at the level of Ji Haokong and Guyun Tian can't deal with Long Yu, if he wants to kill Long Yu, he can only hire stronger people to assassinate Long Yu. Tian Xinghe's thoughts changed rapidly, and he quickly came up with a rough plan in his mind. I said why there are not many people in the city, but it turns out that they are all outside the city. Why is it so lively here? Suddenly, a wild voice came from the gate of the holy city of the 5 emperors. When everyone heard the voice, their hearts shuddered. They all raised their heads and looked towards the gate of the city, but they saw the Emperor Zhan wearing a golden armor. Zhan Quanga, leading some members of the 5 emperors alliance, walked out of the holy city of the 5 emperors. The Emperor Zhan looked extremely proud and confident. Since Zhandi became one of the 5 emperors, he has not suffered much setbacks, and everything is under his control. Although the Holy Emperor and the Devil Emperor will impose some restrictions on him, in fact, the Saint Emperor and the Devil Emperor will not care too much. As long as he is not too excessive, the Saint Emperor and the Devil Emperor will not bother to come forward. Therefore, Emperor Zhan successfully formed an alliance of his own forces, including Taiwu Empire, Shueiyue Sword Sect, etc. Now, Emperor Zhan of course discovered Long Yu and recognized Long Yu. Isn't this the talented young man who participated in the Strongest King Realm and the Strongest King Realm successively, Long Yu? The Emperor Zhan remembered Long Yu, and it was precisely because he had met Long Yu that his disciple Tian Xinghe would take the initiative to concede defeat in the Strongest King Realm competition. Chance. For Long Yu, Emperor Zhan certainly didn't have a good opinion of him, especially this Long Yu was the former Qi Emperor's direct disciple. Emperor Zhan has always regretted that he failed to kill Chidi on the spot when he challenged Chidi, and let the old man escape, but now, since Long Yu wants to show off, he should be targeted. Seeing Emperor Zhan approaching, Tian Xinghe hurriedly ran over, and recounted what had just happened in a few words. Especially in the next few scenes, they all wanted to beg for mercy, but this Long Yu didn't care, and directly killed those 3 people on the spot. This guy is really cruel. Tian Xinghe gritted his teeth and said. Many people agree with this statement, because even they haven't seen how Long Yu beheaded the opponent, so the opponent must have no way to beg for mercy. This method directly killed 3 people without even leaving any scum. It was indeed a rather cruel method. Hearing Tian Xinghe's words, Zhan Emperor immediately turned serious, looked at Long Yu in the battle platform, and asked in a deep voice, Long Yu, is what the Emperor's personal disciple said just now true? Of course, Long Yu didn't like the old Zhan Di, so he smiled and said lightly, if it's true, what do you think? If it's not true, what do you think? If it is true, you will naturally be punished for killing the monks in the Emperor's realm like this. After all, these monks in the Emperor's realm are precious resources. When we are facing strange beasts, the number of monks in the Emperor's realm is not enough, but isn't it a heinous crime to kill one of our own people who are also human race here? Zhan Di said in awe-inspiring manner, this is true. Now one of the 5 Emperors' Alliance's major missions is to fight against the invading alien beasts. The main force of the battle is naturally the monks of the Emperor's realm, and now Long Yu has killed these 4 monks of the Emperor's realm. The impact on the entire human race is not small. However, Long Yu didn't feel the slightest bit about it. The battle between him and the 4 people just now was a life and death battle that had been agreed long ago, and the opponents came to the stage voluntarily. So did Long Yu still have to let them and be careful not to kill them? Ha ha. Long Yu laughed loudly. Emperor Zhan, do you know that those 4 battles just now were all life and death battles? If you were in a life and death battle, how would you give your opponent any chance? On the contrary, if I am the one who fell now, I'm afraid you won't show up at all, right? Presumptuous. Zhang Di Zhangquang's eyes were wide open, his big ears trembled suddenly, and he looked extremely angry. You are just a junior. Is this how you talk to this emperor? You really have no respect. This emperor doubts how your former master taught you already. Even though Chidi left the world of Shenwu long ago and was taken away by the outer world for cultivation, Zhandi still didn't want to let Chidi go, and at this moment he did not forget to humiliate Chidi with words. Then what do you want? Long Yu was completely unmoved, did not respond to Emperor Zhan's words, just rolled his eyes and asked. What Zhandi wants is what Long Yu cares about. He believes that the other party will not dare to do anything to him, so there is no need to have any verbal disputes here. The best situation is to win a chance to be alone with Zhandi, and then sacrifice the puppet of Tianyi to kill Zhandi directly. In fact, Emperor Zhan really wanted to be alone with Long Yu, so that he could slap Long Yu to death and it would be over, but now in front of millions of people, he didn't dare to go too far. Because you are also a young genius, if you are willing to accept a mission and participate in the defeat of a den of a strange beast's lair, the Emperor will not pursue what happened to you today. How about it? Emperor Zhan frowned, stared at Long Yu, and asked. Participate in defeating the den of a strange beast lair? Long Yu understood in his heart that Emperor Zhan was probably looking for an opportunity to kill himself, and now in front of millions of people, Emperor Zhan did not dare to go too far, but if Long Yu accepted this task, he might be killed during the action. There will be unexpected events. Emperor Zhan, you are too lenient. At this moment, Lei Di was not used to the Zhan Emperor, so he stood up and said indifferently, these life and death battles were decided before you came to the stage. Since it is a life and death battle, it is natural regardless of life or death, it is completely unreasonable for you to accuse Long Yu now. Be forgiving and forgiving. Hearing this, Emperor Zhan immediately said with a serious expression, our alliance of 5 emperors is employing people. Senior Lei Emperor, you are also one of the 5 emperors. You should know how important the 4 emperors are to us in our fight against alien beasts. It works. But now, they died directly at the hands of our own people, how can this emperor not feel sad? What he said seemed to be entirely for the sake of the 5 emperors' alliance, and most of the millions of people who watched had suffered from strange beasts, so they quite agreed with Zhan Emperor's words. Indeed, if Ji Haokong, the Yun Tian and others all go to deal with the alien beasts, at least they can eradicate several alien beast lairs, right? It is really worthless to die in the hands of Long Yu now. It is understandable that Emperor Zhan asked Long Yu to participate in the task of exterminating the lairs of alien beasts. Okay, I agree to participate in this mission. Long Yu waved his hand, preventing Lei Di from continuing to speak, and said to Zhandi with a smile. As soon as these words came out, many people around were immediately shocked. No one could have imagined that Long Yu actually jumped into the pit dug by Emperor Zhan. Many people who have a good relationship with Long Yu know that if Long Yu jumps into the trap of Emperor Zhan, he may be directly tricked to death by Emperor Zhan. After all, Emperor Zhan and Chidi have enmity. Emperor Zhan's direct disciple Tian Xinghe has enmity with Long Yu. Based on what Emperor Zhan and Tian Xinghe have done all the time, it is really impossible to believe that Emperor Zhan let Long Yu went to participate in the task of exterminating the lairs of alien beasts. Would he set up some killing tricks and traps to deal with Long Yu? There is a 99% chance that Long Yu will never return once he goes on this trip. However, just when everyone was thinking that Long Yu would refuse, Long Yu directly agreed to the task proposed by Emperor Zhan, which shocked everyone around him. In fact, if Long Yu doesn't agree, no one can do anything to Long Yu. After all, Emperor Lei and Emperor Yan must be on Long Yu's side, so it's Emperor Zhan's turn to be arrogant here? But since Long Yu himself agreed, even though Lei Di and Yan Di were surprised, they didn't have much to say. How about it, Emperor Zhan, for the sake of the peace of our Shenwu world, I am willing to participate in the mission you mentioned, to destroy a nest of alien beasts. Long Yu immediately smiled and said, tell me, when do I need to gather and when do I need to do it? You have to know that in less than 10 days, I and some other people have other important things to do, so it is better to explain the task earlier. He said so, Zhan Emperor must know that it is Long Yu who will go to the Shenwu realm for 10 days. If Long Yu cannot be dealt with within 10 days, Long Yu may be favored by forces from outside the sky. Zhandi absolutely does not allow such a situation to happen. Don't worry, the Emperor has prepared a lot of information about the den of the alien beast's lair, and it is recorded in this jade slip. Emperor Zhan didn't expect Long Yu to be fooled so directly. He was overjoyed, but he didn't show it on the surface. Instead, he smiled lightly and praised him. Young people are still very good, and they know how to think for the whole world of martial arts. This is worthy of praise. However, exterminating the lairs of alien beasts is not an easy task. If you are not careful, even the powerhouse at the peak of the Emperor realm may fall. You have to be mentally prepared. Now that he said this in front of everyone, if Long Yu died in action, then it would have nothing to do with his Emperor Zhan, and all he could do was blame Long Yu himself for his incompetence. I will be careful, thank you Lord Zhandi. Long Yu said on the surface, but in his heart he was thinking about what the Zhan Emperor might do. In the beginning, it was definitely impossible for the Emperor Zhan to act in person, but apart from the Emperor Zhan, there are not many emperors in the entire Shenwu world. It is definitely the main force. It is impossible to deal with Long Yu with all its strength. That being the case, under normal circumstances, Long Yu's life would not be in danger. If an opponent at the peak of the Emperor's realm appeared, Long Yu would burst out with a killer move and easily finish the opponent. After all, not everyone has such a powerful force like Guyun Tian. In the physical body, Duan Kong lore can completely kill all opponents below the level of emperors in a flash in the world of Shenwu. If there is a star emperor to make a move, Long Yu is not worried about being killed at all, because his ability to escape is too strong now. What Long Yu thought in his heart was to wait until the Emperor Zhan himself made a move, and the Emperor Zhan would definitely not make his move in public. Long Yu only needed to use some tricks to win the chance to meet the Emperor alone. At that time, the doll presented by Tianyi will come in handy. Emperor Zhan has always been planning to kill Long Yu, but he doesn't know that Long Yu is also planning to kill him. He really can't think of this at all. He is one of the 5 emperors, a majestic 3-star emperor. How could Long Yu be able to kill him? It was very difficult for Long Yu to not die this time. Zhandi didn't think of too many other things at all, and this gave Long Yu an opportunity to plan carefully. The operation will start early tomorrow morning, starting from the teleportation array of the 5 Emperors Alliance. Do you want to bring your friends along? Emperor Zhan asked with a faint smile. It seemed that he really cared about Long Yu, but Long Yu could see his hidden murderous intent from his smile. No, this kind of action, I can do it alone. Long Yu left the battle stage, then took the jade slip from Zhandi's hand, and glanced at the contents of the jade slip. This jade slip records the specific plan for tomorrow's action. It seems that Zhandi has already prepared everything, and the reason why he came so late is just to act as an insurance. Originally, Emperor Zhan probably thought that Long Yu would definitely die in the life and death battle, but Long Yu survived. In this case, he came forward and forced Long Yu to participate in the task of destroying the lairs of alien beasts, and to do something during the task. Anyway, Emperor Zhan has already arranged a series of killer moves for Long Yu, and he is not afraid that Long Yu will survive. If Long Yu died in the process of destroying the lair of alien beasts, then even the forces outside the sky would not be able to say more about it. What? Emperor Zhan gave Long Yu the jade slip, then turned around and left with Tian Xinghe. Tian Xinghe glanced at Long Yu before leaving, as if looking at a dead person, but Long Yu completely ignored it. This day Xinghe is just a clown. Long Yu didn't take him seriously at all. As long as Zhandi is killed, many people will take Tian Xinghe's life. Long Yu, you are really impulsive. Long Yu hadn't turned his head back when a crisp female voice came over with some reproach. It was Lady's personal disciple Yi Ziwei. Yi Ziwei stepped forward, frowned slightly, and said, "Don't you know that what the Zhan Emperor wants to kill you now? You are so stupid to jump into the trap he arranged." Long Yu turned his head, glanced at the mark of Taichu thunder on Yi Ziwei's forehead, and immediately smiled. "Miss Yi, are you worried about me?" Don't worry, it's not that easy for the Emperor Zhan to plan to kill me. I am the man who can bring your master, Lord Thunder Emperor, out of the space of Jiuyou Xian Palace alive. Ghost knows what kind of shit luck you have. Yi Ziwei rolled his eyes, but Emperor Zhan is different. It is said that this person is very vengeful. Anyone who offended him in the holy city of the 5 emperors, before has been driven out of the holy city by him. He does not know whether he is alive or dead. The Red Emperor once seriously injured him, he can't let you go. Although Emperor Zhan will not take action himself, but now he has countless minions, and if he sends one at random, I'm afraid you won't be able to resist it, let alone he may do something in the action. Is it just a trap to wipe out the lair of alien beasts? Now I have promised him that it is useless to say these things, I have to go back and prepare first. Long Yu didn't want to talk too much with this girl, after all, it was impossible for him to tell her about his whole cards. Hey, if you're not sure, I'll go with you. Yi Ziwei stretched out his hand to hold Long Yu, and said expectantly, look, if you are alone, it is easy to be framed by him, but if you are with me, he will never dare to lay hands on you. It seems that this girl is very interested in Long Yu. Of course, Long Yu believes that this girl is definitely not that kind of affection for him, but a kind of curiosity and exploration of the unknown. After all, Long Yu's behavior has always been too mysterious. Yi Ziwei was always curious. Long Yu is the only person who beat Yi Ziwei in the competition of the strongest emperor. This alone is enough to make Yi Ziwei curious about him. Need not. Facing Yi Ziwei's request, Long Yu directly refused, he didn't want to bring such a oil bottle. Although Yi Ziwei has stepped into the Emperor realm now, his combat power is definitely not as good as the current Long Yu. Long Yu can solve things by himself, why should he bring an extra person? What's more, if Emperor Zhan really took action himself, how could he care about Yi Ziwei's existence? He must have wanted to kill Yi Ziwei together. At that time, is Long Yu going to let Yi Ziwei know the secret of Tianyi puppet? Of course not. There is a secret in Long Yu, and it is this secret that makes him need no one to accompany him on this trip. However, Long Yu seemed to have underestimated Yi Ziwei's determination too much. Why are you so stubborn? Yi Ziwei suddenly snatched the jade slip from Long Yu's hand, glanced at the content, and then hummed, okay, I see, I will set off with you tomorrow morning, don't worry, my girl, now that you have stepped into the Emperor realm, I will never hold you back. This Yi Ziwei took a lot of trouble trying to figure out Long Yu's secret, but this made Long Yu a little upset. Why is this girl so stubborn? He obviously doesn't need anyone to accompany him. Even if he wanted someone to accompany him, he would definitely call Xiangwu instead of Yi Ziwei. Alright. Long Yu glanced at the thunder seal of absolute beginning on Yi Ziwei's forehead, since this girl is already like this, he can't refuse, but if this is the case, don't blame Long Yu for making the thunder seal of absolute beginning. Is Long Yu's secret so easy to find out? Yi Ziwei is so stubborn, she will definitely pay the price for her actions. Although now that Long Yu has obtained the 9 Serenity Seal, in time, he will definitely surpass everyone in the world of Shenwu, but the divine grade of absolute beginning is still the strongest warrior in the world, not one of them. The power of the Thunder Seal of absolute beginning is definitely not as powerful in the 9 Nether realm as Long Yu after fully mastering the 9 Nether Seal. But once the Thunder Seal of absolute beginning is truly awakened, it will be a big killer in the outer world. Long Yu still remembers that the young man named Hejue among the 2 cranes in Tianyi directly blasted and killed 2 opponents of the same realm as he sacrificed the Ice Seal of absolute beginning, and withstood the power of 2 endless level soldiers. This kind of power can be called terror. The Thunder Seal of absolute beginning must be more destructive than the Ice Seal of absolute beginning. It is conceivable that once Yi Ziwei's Thunder Seal of absolute beginning awakens, how powerful it will be. It's a pity that the current Yi Ziwei still doesn't know that the Thunder Seal of absolute beginning is a kind of divine grade of absolute beginning, let alone what the power of the 5 elements of absolute beginning is. Since Yi Ziwei insisted on following, Long Yu reluctantly tried to see if he could win the Thunder Seal of Absolute Beginning. A life-and-death battle that engulfed the entire holy city of the Five Emperors ended like this with Long Yu's complete victory, which was talked about by many people. Moreover, Long Yu even agreed to go to exterminate the lairs of alien beasts afterwards, which is even more so. Let the world praise. As we all know, exterminating the alien beast lair is a very dangerous operation, because no one knows what level of alien beasts exist in the alien beast lair. It may be the alien beasts of the ordinary emperor level, but there may also be some low-level alien beasts. The existence of the emperor level. Even, in the middle of the battle, there will be other stronger alien beasts sent through the space channel, which will be a major blow to the people who wiped out the alien beast's lair. Throughout the ages, many powerful emperors in the Xuanhuan world have died in the process of destroying the lairs of alien beasts, and Long Yu is still young, so there is no need to fight at all. Daijing will definitely become a powerful person in the world of Xuanhuan. However, Long Yu chose to exterminate the lairs of alien beasts. For ordinary cultivators, Long Yu's decision was obviously admirable. As for Emperor Zhan, no one thought there was anything wrong with what he said. Indeed, the death of the 4 emperor-level powerhouses was not a small loss for the entire Xuanhuan world, and it was purely normal for Long Yu to accept the task. Millions of people, after Long Yu accepted the mission entrusted by Emperor Zhan, they discussed and dispersed, and returned to the holy city of the 5 emperors. As for Long Yu, he didn't go back. Instead, together with Xiang Wu, he used the balance control to hide his figure and returned to the ancient Shura palace. Although Long Yu has the trump card, he still needs to make a good plan for tomorrow's action, especially since Yi Ziwei will follow, so he needs to make more preparations. Early the next morning, Long Yu came to the entrance of the holy tower alone, and saw Yi Ziwei, who had been waiting here for a long time. Long Yu, you're here. When the girl Yi Ziwei saw Long Yu, her eyes lit up immediately, and she walked up to meet him. She had been waiting for Long Yu here for a long time. After all, she was also afraid that Long Yu would leave him and go to exterminate the beasts alone. Yi Ziwei has always been curious about Long Yu. She feels that her Thunder Seal of Absolute Beginning is already strong enough, even all the time, as long as she activates the Thunder Seal of Absolute Beginning. There has never been a martial artist of the same level who can resist it. However, Long Yu seemed to be able to easily block it. Yi Ziwei was extremely impressed by the way the 9 dark space cracks extended. After all, Yi Ziwei had been seriously injured by this move before. Later, Long Yu used pills to heal her injuries, which brought the relationship between the two closer and made them quite familiar with each other. But Long Yu never told Yi Ziwei some secrets about him. This made Yi Ziwei more and more curious, and finally at this moment, if he was killed, he would follow Long Yu to exterminate the lair of the alien beast. Where's Zhandi's people, haven't arrived yet? Long Yu looked around and asked a question. They have just arrived, and they are waiting on the floor of the Holy Tower teleportation circle. Let's go together. After Yi Ziwei finished speaking, he took Long Yu into the Holy Tower, then picked up a magic seal, and teleported to the transmission circle level of the Holy Tower with Long Yu. At the level of the teleportation circle of the Holy Tower, there have been 2 cabinet elders of the 5 Emperors Alliance who have been guarding it. Many people. Lord Zhandi, I never thought that you would personally take part in this operation. It is really an honor for this junior to be able to fight side by side with Lord Zhandi. Long Yu caught sight of Emperor Zhan and said immediately. In the entire teleportation circle, there were many elders from the alliance of 5 emperors, including Emperor Tianxiang, whom Long Yu knew, who smiled at Long Yu at this time as a greeting. With so many elders, of course it is impossible for all of them to be friends with Emperor Zhan. Many of them came to see off those who went out. After all, the action of destroying the lair of alien beasts is very likely to be a life-threatening action, and they will never return. This operation to exterminate the alien beasts is an extremely important action for the alliance of 5 emperors, because once this operation is successful, it will destroy the largest stronghold of the alien beasts of the Earth God race in the world of Shenwu. Therefore, there are a total of 58 strong men from the 5 emperors alliance participating in this operation. As for how many of them are Zhan emperors, Long Yu does not know. Long Yu first said that he could fight side by side with Emperor Zhan. Of course he wanted Emperor Zhan to go with him, so that the other party would be more likely to attack him secretly. Only when Emperor Zhan took the initiative to find a remote place to deal with Long Yu, would Long Yu have the opportunity to use Tianyi puppet to kill the opponent. Otherwise, it would not be of any benefit to Long Yu once it was exposed. In the jade slips that Emperor Zhan handed over to Long Yu, there was no mention that Emperor Zhan would go out in person. Upon hearing Long Yu's words, Emperor Zhan's face darkened immediately. Who said that he was going to go out together to exterminate the lairs of alien beasts this time? The leader this time is just a cabinet elder from the 5 emperors alliance. Don't worry, in order to ensure the success of this operation, if there is a problem at a critical moment, the emperor will not stand by. Emperor Zhan said with a sullen face, that's all he can say. After all, in order to kill Long Yu, he can't reveal the proof of his presence. If the extraterrestrial forces track him down, it may cause him a little trouble. He doesn't want to cause trouble, so naturally be careful. The vanguard has already set off. Now you are the last 7 of the 58 people. You are the 8th team. Remember your mission, which is to do your best to clean up the alien beasts of the Earth God race below the Emperor's level, and prevent them from being killed. They harassed other powerful players from the 5 emperors alliance. After Zhandi finished speaking, he signaled Long Yu, Yi Ziwei, and 5 other cultivators from the 5 emperors alliance to participate in this operation. Among the 5, there were 2 demon cultivators and 3 human martial cultivators. The powerhouses in the late stage of Emperor realm have a high status in the alliance of 5 emperors. Although the task of the 8th team, including Long Yu, is to clean up those small characters, but this task is not easy, because although the small characters are weak, they are numerous. The siege of the other party came up in a swarm. Even the monks in the late stage of the Emperor's realm were very uncomfortable. Long Yu secretly glanced at the 5 people who were also assigned to the 8th team like himself, and found that these 5 people should not belong to Zhandi. After all, Long Yu had already killed Ji Haokong and Guyun Tian in the life and death battle. No matter how strong the level is, Zhandi would not be able to send people in the late stage of Emperor realm to deal with him. Long Yu knew very well that most of the people who would attack him at that time were other strong men who did not participate in this operation, and most of them were strong men at the Emperor level. If there was only Long Yu alone, Long Yu would have to use all means to resist the 1-star Emperor, but now with Yi Ziwei together, it would be much easier. Without thinking too much, Long Yu stepped forward with Yi Ziwei, stepped on the teleportation circle, and was teleported away with the other 5 people under the dignified eyes of everyone around. Anyway, for Long Yu, there are many cards, and there are too many ways to save his life. The soldiers come to cover up the water and the earth, and it is best for the Emperor Zhan to do it himself, so that Long Yu's goal can be easily achieved. 7 people including Long Yu and Yi Ziwei appeared in a desert. This desert has no end in sight, and it is thousands of miles away from the holy city of the 5 emperors. The wind and sand are rolling up all over the sky, making it difficult to see things too far away, and only a piece of yellow sand can be seen. 7 people from Long Yu appeared on a teleportation circle in this desert. Beside this teleportation circle, there were already 51 other people waiting, and the 7 Jiao Long Yu and Yi Ziwei happened to be the 58 people who participated in this operation. The leader of this operation is a one-eyed strong man with the strength of a 2-star emperor. He is one of the cabinet elders of the 5 emperors alliance. His name is Zhu Tian, and his strength is very close to that of the 5 emperors. Usually there will be Zhu Tian participating, this person is very experienced in exterminating all kinds of strange beasts. There is no room for failure in this operation. It's a pity that Xing Xing and Dao Jingtian didn't come, otherwise the hope of success is greater. Zhu Tian watched Long Yu and Yi Ziwei teleport to appear, nodded, and said in a deep voice, "There are 58 of us in total, and everyone has their own division of labor. When the time comes to fight, don't forget your responsibilities. Whoever makes a mistake may eventually lead to the complete failure of the operation. Do you hear me clearly?" All the people present nodded to express their understanding. After all, no one would joke about their own lives. If the action fails among the 58 people this time, probably only Zhu Tian will be able to leave here alive. Okay, let's not talk nonsense, start to act now. Everyone set off, follow me. Zhu Tian nodded, took the lead and flew into the yellow sand all over the sky, soared towards the north, and flew out quickly. Long Yu looked towards the north, and could vaguely see several giant spherical buildings in the yellow sand all over the sky, appearing and disappearing from time to time. There is no doubt that they were the fortresses built by the alien beasts of the Earth God race. The 9 Serenities mark, it seems that I have a special feeling for this place. Long Yu, Yi Ziwei, and the others flew up all the way to keep up. At the same time, Long Yu felt the imprint of Joyo in his dantian, and couldn't help but think about it. Very important stuff in general. The 9 Nether Seal, originally it was something that the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor wanted to rely on after borrowing his body, but now the 9 Nether Seal feels that there is something important, that is to say, there is a 9 Nether Dragon Emperor who was reborn after borrowing his body. Something that needs to be used. Long Yu quickly deduced this point, but he still didn't know what the Dragon Emperor Joyo needed to appear near this place. The location of this desert is at the northernmost position of the Shenwu world, and thousands of miles ahead, you will reach the edge of the Sea of Dead Air. What will there be in this place? By the way, this is also the largest gathering place for the lairs of the alien beasts of the Earth God race, and the most likely reason why the alien beasts of the Earth God race gather here is to look for the sacred objects of their clan. Could it be that there are alien beasts of the Earth God race in this desert? The sacred object of the beast? Long Yu quickly thought of something in his mind, and couldn't help but pay attention to it. The alien beasts of the Earth God race, the overall strength of this group definitely surpassed the entire world of martial arts. What kind of existence is it that can become the sacred object of the entire group of alien beasts of the Earth God race? Long, you can be sure that that thing will definitely not be worse than the Endless Soldier of Duankong Holy Spring, if he can get it. Long Yu didn't think about it for the time being, he was almost sure that the sacred objects of the Earth God clan were in this desert, but Long Yu didn't expect to be able to find something that the group of strange beasts of the Earth God clan hadn't been able to find for thousands of years. Find now. Of course, now that he has mastered 5% of the 9 nether marks, he can feel a little bit of that thing's aura. Presumably, when he masters more 9 nether marks, he will be able to clearly determine where that thing is up. As for now, the most important thing for Long Yu is to deal with the killing intent from Zhan Emperor. If you want that old guy Zhandi to take action himself, you have to go through the previous waves of killing intent. I don't know who the Zhandi sent to kill me? The corners of Long Yu's mouth curled up slightly. He could be sure that the strongest person sent by Emperor Zhan was no stronger than a 2-star emperor, and it was quite difficult for a person at the level of a 2-star emperor to kill Long Yu. Anyway, it couldn't be the leader of this operation, Zhu Tian, who was impartial and selfless, and had spent his whole life trying to exterminate the beasts, so it was impossible to help Emperor Zhan do this kind of thing. Then, among the 58 people on this trip, the other 2 2-star emperors are more suspicious. Long Yu paid a little attention. Among the 58 people involved in this operation, besides Zhu Tian who led the team, there were also 2 cabinet elders from the 5 Emperors Alliance, both at the level of 2-star emperors. Team Captain. The captain of the second team is a middle-aged woman with the strength of a two-star emperor named Tan Shoya. It is said that she is extremely harsh and has few friends in the Five Emperors alliance. However, it is undeniable that her strength is indeed not weak. He stood out at the meeting and got 2 chances to challenge the Five Emperors. Unfortunately, he failed both times, so he could only become the cabinet elder of the Five Emperors alliance. The team leader of the third team is an old man named Zi Chen. This person is the spirit array master who built the Rieo Inn in the holy city of the Five Emperors, and is also one of the cabinet elders of the Five Emperors alliance. Long Yu now knows that this spirit formation master, Zi Chen, is related to Su's medicine store. After all, both parties have the surname Su, and Long Yu has already speculated before that Su's medicine store has a connection with the backstage of Rieo Inn. This Zi Chen is undoubtedly the biggest backer of Su's medicine store. In this operation, the Spirit Array Master Zi Chen is also one of the most important combat forces, because against the fortress of the Earth God's alien beasts, ordinary attacks can't break through its defenses, and it can only be done through some powerful attack arrays created by Zi Chen. Okay, so Zi Chen's third team can be said to be the vanguard of this operation. In this way, it's unlikely that Zi Chen will join forces with Zhandi to deal with me, but the captain of the second team, Tan Shoya, leads the entire second team as the main force on the frontal battlefield. It stands to reason that she is unlikely to spare her hands to deal with me. Long Yu thought in his heart, as he got closer to the faintly visible fortress of the Earth God clan, he became more and more vigilant. Could it be that Emperor Zhan will arrange another person to deal with Long Yu? Long Yu was secretly on guard. About half an hour later, the fortresses of the Earth God clan that had been appearing from time to time finally began to become clear. There were several incomparably magnificent buildings, each of which was as high as 10,000 feet, soaring into the clouds. Every building is spherical. This is the fortress of the Earth God clan. It has been reinforced with divine crystals for a long time, and its defensibility is extremely terrifying. Hey, these Earth God clan lairs are several times bigger than all the beast lairs I've seen before. In the crowd, someone began to whisper, obviously what they saw shocked everyone. In this kind of beast lair, what level of beast will be guarding it? This is because some people are a little worried, if it is a level above the 3-star emperor, we will be dead this time. Don't worry. At this time, the leader, Zhu Tian, spoke, and said in a deep voice, according to the scouts who explored the situation here, these lairs of alien beasts of the Earth God race have existed for too long, and there are not many alien beasts guarding them. The strongest alien beast is only at the level of a 2-star emperor, and with our strength, it shouldn't be a problem to wipe out these 6 lairs in total. This is the largest stronghold of the alien beasts of the Earth God race in the world of Shenwu, so Zhu Tian is also extremely cautious about this operation. If the person who detects is not a friend he has known for many years, he may not believe it, but since it is that person, the result of the detection must be no problem. I hope so. Get ready to act, Elder Su, it's up to you first. Tan Shoya, the captain of the second team, frowned at Zi Chen, the captain of the third team, and said, how much power can your frozen killing formation exert in this desert environment? The old man, Zi Chen, also had a serious expression on his face. I'm afraid the frozen killing formation is not suitable for setting up here. I am going to set up the destruction formation. Although my understanding of the destruction formation is not as good as the frozen killing formation, in such an environment in this situation, the formation of destruction can exert its greatest power. You can figure it out for yourself. Let me know after the killing array is set up. I will go forward and take a closer look. After Zhu Tian finished speaking to Zi Chen, he flew out with the entire first team of 8 people. Everyone hid their bodies and concealed their aura as much as possible. The first team led by Zhu Tian is the reconnaissance team, which is also the team with the strongest combat effectiveness, and can be said to be the soul of this operation. After Zhu Tian and the others left, the arena suddenly became quiet. Everyone hid in the yellow sand all over the sky, trying their best to hide their figures, so as not to be discovered by the alien beasts in the alien beast lair of the Earth God clan not far away. The place where everyone stays is the best location that is hardest to be found by strange beasts. This location has been determined long before departure. When Zhu Tian returns from the investigation, Su Chen's magic circle should have been set up, and then it's time for the official action. When waiting, the most boring. Long Yu and Yi Ziwei are very close to each other, but even so, the yellow sand is constantly flying from between the two, which shows that the yellow sand here is violent. If ordinary people come to such a place, they will probably be killed by the yellow sand in less than an hour. Buried and suffocated. Suddenly, after about a stick of incense, Long Yu suddenly became alert in his heart, and he felt an extremely strong killing intent rushing towards where he and the others were from behind. Miss Yi, be careful, it may be dangerous. Long Yu reminded Yi Ziwei. Yi Ziwei frowned, nodded when she heard the words, and glanced at Long Yu. I also feel that something is wrong, because it's so quiet around here. Until now, we haven't even seen a strange beast, too. It's weird. I remember that when we wiped out the lairs of alien beasts, we could feel the breath of alien beasts from far away, and we would meet the patrol team of alien beasts. At this moment, suddenly a wall of earth stood up behind him. In the desert, the yellow sand was churning completely. Just behind the waiting crowd, an earthen wall rose from the ground, reaching straight to the sky. The entire earthen wall was countless miles long, with no end in sight, and no one knew how thick it was, accompanied by the slow yellow sand, quickly rolled up. The earth wall behind everyone appeared first. When everyone was surprised by this situation, they found that there was also an earth wall on their left and right, rising from the desert, as if trying to trap them in the middle. Similarly, there was only one path left for them, the path leading to the lair of the alien beasts of the Earth God clan. How is this going? Elder Su, what is this earthen wall? Is it part of the plan? Or have we been discovered by strange beasts? Could it be that he was ambushed by a strange beast? Everyone had never seen such a situation before, and suddenly panicked. With the strength of a one-star emperor, he directly blasted a move of Emperor's supernatural power towards the earth wall behind. The power of the terrifying move completely blasted the surrounding yellow sand, but the earth wall that rose from the ground remained motionless. Can't be destroyed. This is an earthen wall reinforced by divine text crystals. It seems that we have indeed fallen into an ambush. Long Yu could tell at a glance that the three earthen walls were all reinforced with divine rune crystals, and their construction style was completely in the style of the earth gods. They saw that all three earthen walls were engraved with a strange pattern. The pattern is exactly the form of divine script mastered by the alien beasts of the earth god race. Ambush? How is this possible? Tan Shoya, the captain of the second team, suddenly sank. She has experienced countless battles, but she has never encountered such a situation, and she was ambushed by a group of strange beasts. But she couldn't help but believe the current situation, because right in front of them, in the direction of the nests of the Earth God clan, densely packed Earth God clan alien beasts had appeared, forming a formation of gray-brown spheres, thousands of them. Tens of thousands of alien beasts from the Earth God race are rushing forward. It's really ambushed, everyone is ready to fight, and protect Elder Su to complete his magic circle. The strongest person present, Tan Shoya, the captain of the second team, made a decisive decision, immediately issued an order, and then led the entire second team to rush out. At this moment, everyone's rear, left, and right sides were all blocked by infinitely high earth walls. These earth walls actually had the function of shielding the power of the divine script in space, so that everyone could only choose to fight, but could not escape from anywhere. In front, tens of thousands of alien beasts of the Earth God race rushed towards them. Faced with this situation, everyone had no choice but to fight to the death. Even Yi Ziwei, who was quite confident before departure, couldn't help feeling a little flustered at this moment. Because there were too many opponents, anyone in such a situation would feel like being caught, let alone Yi Ziwei became weak, and even Long Yu was a little flustered. Fortunately, Long Yu tried it immediately, and found that the Nine Nethers mark could still invoke the special space power that only belonged to the Nine Nethers realm, so he was relieved. Even if something happened, he could escape here at any time, and leaving Shenwu world directly and going to the void of Jiuyou realm, no one can catch him. This is the biggest reliance on Long Yu's daring to jump into the pit of Zhandi, but now, whether it is his plan or Zhandi's plan, it seems that something unexpected happened. Ambushed. However, is this really the case? It is impossible for Long Yu to escape without a fight. Although he has a way to escape, but this method is reserved for himself at the last moment, and he is not ready to use it now to save everyone present. After all, maybe one of them is Zhandi's lackey. Following Tan Shoya, the captain of the second team, Long Yu and Yi Ziwei rushed forward one after another, and hundreds of ancient afterimages of Long Yu were condensed, forming a powerful force, rushing straight into the city in a certain direction. Among the thousands of alien beasts of the Earth God race. After rushing into the group of alien beasts of the Earth God race, every afterimage of the ancient times casts out the magical power of the Nine Nether Dragon Breath and the supernatural power of King Li Wei. It is not to mention the strange beasts that are only in the Secret Realm, King Realm, and at most Emperor Realm level. How easy it is, almost every mouthful of Nine Nether Dragon's breath can kill dozens of strange beasts. Yi Ziwei's whole body exploded with lightning, breaking into the herd of alien beasts. It was as dazzling as lightning in the dark, and it also killed countless alien beasts like slaughtering chickens and dogs. The other martial artists, including Tan Shoya, faced these alien beasts of the Earth God race at this moment. Overwhelming suppression. However, these weak alien beasts are not the only ones in the herd of alien beasts. Among the tens of thousands of alien beasts of the Earth God race, a group of tyrannical alien beasts in the middle and late stages of the Emperor's realm suddenly appeared. The barren desert rushed out, disrupting the formation of the crowd all at once, and scattered dozens of people. Long Yu and Yi Ziwei were also separated by two late-stage beasts of the Emperor realm, and each fought against a late-stage Emperor realm beast, but the pressure was not too great for the two of them. In just 3 breaths, Long Yu's whole body was enveloped by the 9 nether divine glyphs, and the colorful siphon totem was hovering around him, absorbing all kinds of methods of strange beasts constantly attacking around him. One after another, the breath of the 9 nether dragons was sprayed out by Long Yu towards the alien beast of the Earth God race in the late stage of the Emperor realm. Even the alien beasts of the Earth God race known for their defensive power could not hold on, so they could only keep moving towards the rear. He retreated and quickly left Long Yu's attack range. At this moment, countless alien beasts of the Earth God race surrounded him, making Long Yu unable to pursue him. Although Long Yu was able to defeat the strange beasts in the late stage of the Emperor realm, he couldn't catch up and kill them when surrounded by such strange beasts. But now, Long Yu didn't need to kill many strange beasts. After all, what a strange beast, he couldn't kill it no matter how hard he tried, he just wanted to persevere and see what was going on. If Zhandi's people want to do something, it should be now, right? Long Yu guessed in his heart, while resisting the bombardment of the surrounding Earth God clan alien beasts. At the same time he was on guard against possible sudden assassinations. But he kept waiting. But why didn't he wait for the assassination arranged by Emperor Zhan? This made Long Yu a little puzzled. Didn't Emperor Zhan arrange anything for him? No, it's impossible. Since the Emperor Zhan encouraged me to participate in this operation, he must have wanted to kill me in this operation. In this case, in such a chaotic situation, why hasn't his people acted yet? Long Yu frowned slightly, wondering if the sudden trap of the alien beast disrupted the assassination plan of Zhandi's men. The rear, left, and right sides are soaring to the sky, covering the space, and people outside can't get in. If the people arranged by Zhandi are to follow behind everyone and wait for an opportunity, then they really can't move now hand. After all, the elites of the Alliance of Five Emperors were involved in this operation. Even in the face of thousands of alien beasts of the Earth God race, there was no panic, and the situation was quickly stabilized. Did not let everyone lose much. Everyone rush out with me. As long as the space barrier is opened, we will be in no danger. Tan Shoya's voice was so loud that it spread throughout the audience, making everyone approach the place where Tan Shoya was as if they had found their backbone. At this moment, a wave of shattering the divine text power suddenly exploded from the center of the crowd, and it was the two-star Emperor and Spirit Formation Master Su Chen who had finally completed the shattering formation at the feet of Su Chen. The formation of destruction was launched instantly, and the terrifying power swept all directions. Cracks appeared on the wilderness covered with yellow sand and spread towards the surroundings. All the alien beasts of the Earth God race that touched were swallowed and destroyed by these cracks. Even the people from the Alliance of Five Emperors had to carefully avoid the power of the formation of destruction. Since everyone's cultivation was not weak, they easily avoided it. But the tens of thousands of alien beasts of the Earth God race were not so lucky. On the one hand, they were too weak, and on the other hand, they were too densely packed, and they couldn't hide even if they wanted to. Mess up. The formation of destruction stimulates the power of the divine script of destruction in the space, and instantly bursts out terrifying destructive power. Only relying on this move, Su Chen killed thousands of Earth God clan alien beasts on the spot, and the rest were some Earth God clan alien beasts with good strength who could persist, or they were lucky enough to slip through the net. Fish. Su Chen, as the most powerful spirit array master in the Shenwu world, can play a huge role every time in the process of destroying the lairs of alien beasts, just like now. As long as he is given enough time, most of them can be destroyed with one move. Low-level beasts. As for the remaining alien beasts in the middle and late stage of the Imperial realm, after losing their advantage in numbers, they did not pose any threat to everyone. Kill. Long Yu didn't stop at all, and activated the shadow-killing technique, turning some shadows in the surrounding wind and sand into black sharp blades, instantly beheading an alien beast of the Earth God race in the late stage of Emperor realm. Those dark sharp blades hit the alien beast directly. Weakness, kill it with one hit. Looking at the audience, Long Yu was the only one who could kill the alien beasts of the Earth God clan with one blow. Even Tan Shoya, the two-star Emperor, could not kill the alien beasts of the Earth God clan in the late stage of the Emperor realm with one blow, because the defense of the alien beast of the Earth God race is too strong. If it does not hit the weak point, its fleshy body is really impossible to break through like a tortoise shell. Su Chen's destroyer formation exploded, killing and injuring countless alien beasts in the audience, and immediately calmed down. Everyone in the Alliance of Five Emperors breathed a sigh of relief, each found their own goals, and began to deal with those alien beasts of the Earth God race in the middle and late stages of the Emperor realm. But before they could deal with their respective opponents, suddenly a large group of extremely powerful aura reappeared from the bottom of the desert, and one after another, the strange beasts of the Earth God race broke through the ground again and attacked everyone. The alien beasts of the Earth God clan that appeared this time turned out to be a total of 10 one-star Emperor-level alien beasts, and they were led by two two-star Emperor-level alien beasts. The lineup was unprecedentedly strong. The two beasts of the two-star Emperors rushed directly towards Su Chen and Tan Shoya. Obviously, they also knew that these two were the key, while the other beasts of the one-star Emperors were looking for their opponents and began to attack the Alliance of Five Emperors. The crowd was crushed. This sudden scene shocked everyone in the Five Emperors Alliance. How is this possible with so many beasts at the Emperor level? I don't know how Zhu Tian is doing now. Friend Zhu Tian, didn't he say that this place is very safe and there are not many powerful beasts? How come there are so many Emperor-level beasts? Suddenly someone exclaimed, obviously it had some doubts. So far, Jutian and the first investigation team have not appeared again. No one knows where Jutian and the others are now, and whether they were ambushed like them? Or are you on your way back? Or are there some other possibilities? Everyone didn't have time to think about it in detail, because more intense battles had already arrived. If they didn't go all out in the face of the 10-headed, one-star emperor-level alien beasts of the Earth God race, they might be wiped out here. Long Yu was also blocked by a strange beast of a one-star emperor. This strange beast exuded a desolate aura and comprehended a kind of desolate original-level divine power. Long Yu, like a giant meteorite falling from the sky, carries an unstoppable momentum. To this strange beast, Long Yu is just a small shrimp, late stage of the imperial realm? It's really too weak. Therefore, this strange beast didn't seem to use too strong means, and charged towards Long Yu directly with momentum, trying to kill Long Yu instantly. However, this strange beast was wrong. Although Long Yu only had the martial arts realm in the late stage of the imperial realm, it was not so easy to be killed by it. Gossip suppresses the sky, suppress it for me. As early as when the situation changed, Long Yu had prepared a gossip suppressing God chain at his place. At this moment, it was activated suddenly, and 8 beams of light of different colors directly suppressed the one-star emperor-level alien beast. Long Yu has 3 breaths of time. Dragon skeleton broken. Long Yu raised his hand to sacrifice the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda, and instantly urged the dragon skeleton to break. Immediately, the entire ancient dragon skeleton pagoda spun at a high speed, and rushed towards the alien beast of the Earth God clan at an extremely terrifying speed, and directly faced it. Target the most vulnerable parts of its whole body. The alien beasts of the Earth God clan, who were suppressed by Bagua Shintian, couldn't move at all. They watched as the ancient tower of the dragon skeleton slammed into the weakest part of their body, directly blasting out a small hole. This physical body is indeed powerful, worthy of the level of a one-star emperor. Long Yu's heart moved. Without any hesitation, he blasted out the dragon bones 2 times in a row, and the 3 consecutive impacts of the dragon bones directly blasted the alien beast of the Earth God race into serious injuries. Even if he couldn't kill it, it at least weakened it. More than half of its combat power. The one-star emperor and beast that had escaped from the 8 trigrams suppressed the sky became extremely angry, and the aura of desolation spread all over his body, instantly enveloping Long Yu, and then a burst of green light appeared all over his body. The parts actually began to recover quickly, and they fully recovered in just the blink of an eye. This means... Long Yu's heart trembled. He knew that if he wanted to kill this strange beast, unless he sacrificed a Tiani puppet at the level of a 5-star emperor, he would definitely not be able to do it. Things kill in one fell swoop. At this moment, Long Yu heard an exclamation from the side. His expression changed slightly. He looked sideways, and saw that Yi Ziwei was bombarded by a 1-star emperor's Earth God clan beast, and his whole delicate body collapsed. He flew out and landed in this desert. It's almost time to go. Long Yu knew that under the current situation, he could not do much with his own strength, and it was time to run away. Of course, he still had to bring Yi Ziwei with him before running away. Although Yi Ziwei was blown away, she shouldn't die. This is a chance for the hero Long Yu to save the beauty. Long Yu really coveted Yi Ziwei's thunder seal of absolute beginning, but he also knew that it would be absolutely impossible to get along with Yi Ziwei to the point where she would voluntarily hand over the thunder seal of absolute beginning. Now that there is an opportunity, of course Long Yu wants to fight for it. Long Yu can't do it to deceive the other party's feelings, but if Yi Ziwei owes Long Yu too much favor, even if he is cheeky, Long Yu still wants to fight for it. Take a look at her initial laying. The path of the 9 netherworlds. Even though all the space attribute divine texts in the entire space were sealed, Long Yu displayed the 7th supernatural power, the high-level supernatural power 9 Serenity Path, directly broke through the space blockade, and teleported to the place where Yi Ziwei was knocked down. This scene made the alien beasts of the Earth God clan who were fighting with Long Yu and Yi Ziwei stunned for a moment. Obviously, they did not expect that under such circumstances, there would be someone who could use the method of space teleportation. But then these two strange beasts flew towards Long Yu and Yi Ziwei's place, and the aura of desolate divine script burst out from all over their bodies, as if an ancient creature descended, with an extremely terrifying aura. At this moment, Long Yu just checked Yi Ziwei's injury a little bit, and found that she just passed out and didn't suffer too much damage. With the healing elixir on Long Yu's body, it can be cured easily. The most important thing now is to take Yi Ziwei out of this place and escape from the encirclement of the alien beasts of the Earth God clan. Submit it. Long Yu fed a healing elixir into Yi Ziwei's mouth, then activated the 9 nether imprint in his dantian, and began to condense the special space power in the surrounding space. This kind of space power is a special space power belonging to the 9 nether realm, and only the Dragon Emperor himself, or those who have the 9 nether seal, can use it, and there is only one 9 nether seal in the world, and that is the one in Long Yu's body. Jiuyou Tianguang. Balance control. Long Yu noticed that the two beasts at the level of a 1-star emperor were rushing towards him, and immediately cast Jiuyou Skylight, covering the whole field with a thick black fog, and then activated the balance control to cover himself and himself. All of Yi Ziwei's breath. At this moment, Long Yu and Yi Ziwei seemed to have completely disappeared from the field. Not to mention the 1-star emperor level Earth God beasts, even the 5-star emperor level monks with extremely sensitive perception may not be able to spot the dragon. Yu and Yi Ziwei 2 people. Space, teleportation. The two alien beasts of the Earth God clan were like headless flies, swaying in the light of the Jiuyou sky, but within 3 breaths, Long Yu mobilized enough special space power, directly picked up Yi Ziwei, and took her into the room together. Go to the newly condensed space transmission channel. The figures of the two disappeared from their original places immediately, and then the Jiuyou Tianguang was completely dispersed by the 2 Earth God race beasts, but they lost Long Yu and Yi Ziwei. This made them quite puzzled, but the battle in the field was still very fierce, and the 2 alien beasts of the Earth God race had no time to pay attention to where Long Yu and Yi Ziwei had gone. In the audience, no one knew that Long Yu had left with Yi Ziwei. Su Chen, Tan Shoya and others watched Long Yu and Yi Ziwei being chased and killed by 2 1-star emperor-level beasts, and wanted to help them, but they were held back by their respective opponents, unable to go to the rescue. When the Jiuyou skylight dissipated, Long Yu and Yi Ziwei's figures completely disappeared without a trace, which made many people's hearts sink. It seemed that Long Yu and Yi Ziwei were already dead, and there were no bones left. Shenzhen. Tianhua. At this moment, Su Chen raised his hand, and the power of the infinite magic circle in his hand condensed to form a colorful radiance, which suddenly enveloped the strange beasts of the Earth God race in the audience. This is actually a magic trick. Although it is only a 5th-grade magical power, it has exerted a great effect at this moment. The strength of the alien beasts of the Earth God race in the audience were all weakened by the god array Tianhua, and then everyone's pressure suddenly eased, but Su Chen's eyes did not look relaxed, because he knew very well that the alien beasts set up without this ambush. It is impossible to only have this little force dispatched now. It is absolutely extremely difficult for them to escape from birth. Sure enough, just when Su Chen thought so, 2 alien beasts of the Earth God race jumped out from the ground below the desert again. Each of them had an extremely terrifying aura, and they all had the cultivation strength of a 3-star emperor. The appearance of these 2 alien beasts of the Earth God race represented a complete collapse of the situation in the field. The alien beasts of the Earth God race had already occupied an overwhelming advantage, and the people of the 5 Emperors Alliance would have no ability to resist. Su Chen, Tan Shoya and the others suddenly turned pale. But what surprised them all was that after these Earth Gods suppressed them with absolute strength, they didn't kill any of them, but drove them together and surrounded them. Then, a golden passage gradually appeared in the vast desert, leading them to a certain direction. Why don't they kill us? I don't know, but it seems to let us go with them. All the remaining more than 40 members of the Five Emperors Alliance were a little bit surprised. Such a situation had never happened before. The number of alien beast nests they had wiped out was quite large, but they had never communicated with alien beasts. And now, these alien beasts of the Earth God race are actually driving them away. Obviously, these alien beasts of the Earth God race are also intelligent, and their wisdom is not low. However, what do these alien beasts of the Earth God race want them to do by driving them away? Nobody knows the answer. Long Yu led Yi Ziwei, activated the special space power, and directly passed through the teleportation array, teleporting out of the encirclement circle set by the alien beasts of the Earth God clan. But at the time of teleportation, Long Yu felt that there seemed to be a strange force that affected his teleportation destination. It was when he first came to this desert that Long Yu guessed that it was the Holy Spirit of the Earth God clan. The power of things. Long Yu only felt a blur in front of his eyes, and suddenly he and Yi Ziwei appeared at the entrance of an incomparably magnificent underground palace. No one has been here for countless years. Where is this place? Long Yu's heart sank. He originally wanted to take Yi Ziwei to teleport outside the encirclement, but was affected by the mysterious force and teleported to this underground palace. Why? However, after Long Yu came here, he felt that in the deepest part of the palace, a sleeping soul was about to wake up. That thing made Long Yu feel uncomfortable, as if a strong Earth God clan was sealed inside. Like a beast. Could it be that the sacred object of the Earth God race is inside? Is this thing useful to me? Long Yu immediately made a guess. The intuition brought to him by the 9 nether mark was quite accurate. After all, the 9 nether mark was originally what the 9 nether dragon emperor wanted to rely on after rebirth, but now it was cheaper for Long Yu. No matter what, since he came here, Long Yu didn't plan to leave at will. Anyway, there is no danger for the time being. Even if there is danger, Long Yu believes that with the imprint of Jiuyo, he can save himself from danger. As long as he is still in the 9 nether realm, Long Yu's ability to escape is extremely terrifying. Ordinary people can't stop him from escaping at all. Here comes the battle dolls. Judging from the jade slips left by the death envoy, Long Yu knows that as long as he has reached the existence of dominating the secret realm, it is difficult to step into other people's small worlds, because other people's small worlds will suppress his own, so that its combat effectiveness is greatly weakened. Therefore, Long Yu has enough reason to believe that there will not be any existence that dominates the secret realm in the 9 nether realm. At most there will be a 7-star emperor, and with 2 dolls of 5-star emperors, they can last for a long time against the 7-star emperor. Why isn't this girl waking up? Long Yu was ready to act, but Yi Ziwei in his arms was troublesome. Although Yi Ziwei had fully recovered after taking his healing elixir, she hadn't woken up yet, and she didn't know what was going on. Yi Ziwei was still awake, so Long Yu could only carry her forward temporarily. Soon, Long Yu felt the huge and magnificent palace in front of him, and found that this palace was built extremely deep underground, and when he raised his head, he could see a dome of the earth. It is hard to imagine that there is such a vast palace in the extremely deep underground space. Moreover, Long Yu felt that the place where he was now seemed to be isolated from the outside world. It seems that I inadvertently broke into this space, allowing this space to have a little connection with the outside world. Moreover, this place seems to be not far from the largest lair of the Earth God clan just now. Maybe there will be a strange beast from the Earth God race soon come in. I have to hurry up. Relying on his balanced control, Long Yu is well aware of all the subtle changes around him. If it is said that the sacred objects of the Earth God clan are hidden in this closed space, then it is understandable that the Earth God clan has not found the sacred objects for so many years. This underground space has been completely sealed by the Jiuyo Dragon Emperor. If Long Yu hadn't possessed the mark of the 9 serenities and ran in by accident, this place might not be discovered in tens of millions of years. But now, with Long Yu's entry, the space seal in this place seems to be gradually weakening. If the seal of this place disappears completely, wouldn't it be true that there will be alien beasts from the Earth God clan breaking in? This palace has a total of 81 entrances. Which entrance should I enter? Long Yu thought for a while, and then followed the guidance of the 9 nether mark, and walked to the 15th entrance from the left. He believed that the sudden feeling of the 9 nether mark was unmistakable. Holding Yi Ziwei in his arms, Long Yu stepped straight into the 15th entrance, only feeling that the surroundings were completely dark, and the naked eye was completely useless in such a place. Fortunately, Long Yu has mastered the 6th level of balance control, but he can clearly perceive what is around him. This is a passage leading to nowhere. The top, bottom, left, and right are all made of a strange and weird stone material, which seems to be unreal. It has not been integrated into the divine language crystal, but its hardness seems to be better than that of the Holy Tower. Long Yu stepped into this magnificent palace, and found that there were some organs and other things in the passage, but perhaps because of the aura of the 9 nether mark on Long Yu's body, none of these organs had been activated. Of course, it is also possible that it has been too long, and these institutions may be outdated and ineffective. Holding Yi Ziwei in his arms, Long Yu quickly passed through this passage that was several kilometers long, and stepped into a small hall. In this hall, there were several petrified statues. These statues looked rather strange, like some demon cultivators of various shapes. When Long Yu entered this small hall, these statues suddenly seemed to come to life, exuding an astonishing aura. These statues were all at the level of emperors, and they could sense the arrival of other people, thus come alive. This scene shocked Long Yu a lot, but fortunately, he discovered that the 9 Serenity Seal contained a special power, which seemed to be able to control these statues. It's developed. This place is definitely the escape route that Emperor Juyulong left for himself. Long Yu tried it out, directly controlled the 4 statues to move, and found that it was really feasible, and he became more sure of this guess in his heart. This space is completely the palace that Joyo Dragon Emperor built for himself before his death. When other people come in, there will be many monster statues sealed by them, fighting for them. In this way, even if his martial arts state is very low after rebirth, he can hide in this place to recuperate, slowly cultivate, and become the overlord again. Long Yu took a look at the 4 statues, including a statue with a fish head and a human body, a statue of a birdman with wings, a statue of a 6-legged bear, and a statue of a beetle. These 4 statues kept walking under the control of Long Yu, and even started to attack each other, but they were quickly ordered by Long Yu to stop attacking each other. After all, this kind of statue can be controlled by the Mark of Joyo, which is a big weapon of Long Yu. The 4 statues all have the strength of a 1-star emperor. If they were to face each other head-on, Long Yu would not be a match for any of them. I don't know how many statues like this there are in this palace. If I take them all under my command, wouldn't the combat power be terrifying? Long Yu thought in his heart, but soon he was disappointed because he found that these 4 statues could not leave this small hall at all. That is to say, these 4 statues could only guard in this small hall and could not command other place to go. It's a pity that they are all just defensive statues. Long Yu shook his head, carried Yi Ziwei in his arms and continued to move forward, because his goal was in the deepest part of the entire huge and magnificent palace, not this small hall. When he left this small hall, he stepped into another passage. The 4 living statues in this small hall were once again completely petrified, as if frozen. Presumably when other people come, these 4 statues will be activated again, and then launched an attack on the intruders. This place can be used by Long Yu as his lair. The 9 Yulong Emperor is very powerful in hiding the holy relics of the Earth God clan in this kind of place. Even if the alien beasts of the Earth God clan who will be suppressed in the world of Shenwu find this palace, it is impossible for them to break through this palace. obtain the last sacred object of the earth gods. I'm afraid the Dragon Emperor Jiuyo never thought that he himself would fail to be reborn, and it would be cheaper for Long Yu. Soon, Long Yu followed the passage and arrived at a slightly larger hall. There were also 4 statues of different shapes in this hall. Their strength was equivalent to the level of a 2-star emperor, and they could also be controlled by the 9 Serenity mark. Fight against the dragon. Long Yu didn't stop, and walked towards the deepest part of the palace with Yi Ziwei in his arms. Just 2 hours after Long Yu stepped into the huge and magnificent palace. From the dome above the palace, a little bit of the power of the divine script of space suddenly flashed, smashing the space seal of the entire underground space to pieces. Immediately afterwards, a large number of alien beasts of the Earth God race appeared from the space passageway of the dome, and the leaders were all the alien beasts of the Earth God race at the Emperor level. There were hundreds of them in total, each of them was extremely powerful, and one could feel the excitement of these alien beasts' mood. This can't be blamed on them. The entire Earth God clan has been searching for the sacred object for thousands of years, and now they have finally found it. How can they not be so excited? Immediately afterwards, a group of dozens of human monks and demon cultivators were suppressed by the alien beasts of the Earth Gods and sent to this underground space. Looking at the appearance of the alien beasts of the Earth God race, it seems that they want these human martial arts and demon cultivators to become victims of their temptation traps. They are obviously not stupid, knowing that such a place where the holy relics of their own race are buried, there may be many trap. Therefore, Tan Shoya, Su Chen and others who they set up in ambush to capture alive before all became their puppets, and they regarded them as trappers. Among the hundreds of alien beasts of the Earth God clan, there was actually a 5-star emperor-level beast. Under the command of this alien beast of the Earth God clan, one of the 3-star emperor-level alien beasts spread the aura of desolation throughout the body, directly forcing members of the 5 Emperors Alliance at the level of 1-star emperors flew towards the giant palace below. Facing a total of 75 entrances, the strange beast hesitated for a moment, and then directly forced the members of the 5 Emperors Alliance of the 1-star emperor into the first passage. These strange beasts obviously wanted to go through the passages one by one. Test. Immediately afterwards, another alien beast forced another member of the 5 Emperors Alliance into another entrance passage. Even Zhu Tian and the others, who went to investigate before Long Yu and the others were ambushed, were all captured by the alien beasts of the Earth God race. A total of 51 people were forced by these alien beasts to enter a passage. Until now, how come these 51 people don't know what happened? This operation was a trap from beginning to end. When Zhu Tian was escorted into the 15th passage, his face was full of indignation. Although he has the strength of a 2-star emperor, he has a high position in the 5 Emperors Alliance and has done many things for the 5 Emperors Alliance. But he became a prisoner of the alien beast of the Earth God clan. Moreover, he will be forced into this relic palace by these alien beasts of the Earth God race, and will be used as cannon fodder for exploring the way. I figured it out. The participants in this operation are all people who are at odds with the Emperor Zhan, including Su Chen, including Tan Shoya. The existence of everyone is of no benefit to the Emperor Zhan. I never thought that the Emperor Zhan would set up such a trap. Catch us all. Zhu Tian's heart was bleeding. He didn't think that Emperor Zhan and the alien beasts of the Earth God race had colluded. After all, the two groups were from different races, and there was no possibility of peaceful communication. However, most of the information provided by Emperor Zhan was false. Why is this place safe? There are no powerful alien beasts of the Earth God race? To hell. So what happened to these 4-star emperor and 5-star emperor alien beasts of the Earth God race? In fact, before setting off, what Zhu Tian believed was not Emperor Zhan, but a good friend of his who had known him for many years. It was his good friend who was responsible for detecting the situation in this place and then getting all the news. Now it seems that his good friend is cooperating with Emperor Zhan to lie and deceive them to come to die. This is the lives of more than 50 people, and each of them is the pillar of the Five Emperors Alliance. Zhandi, you really can do it. Zhu Tian's hatred for Emperor Zhan can be said to be incomparable. The whole operation was proposed by Emperor Zhan. At first, he didn't realize that all the people who participated in the operation were people who had nothing to do with Emperor Zhan. Looking at it now, it is completely the pit of the Emperor of War. Zhu Tian knew that Emperor Zhan might attack Lan Yu during his actions, but he didn't expect that the target Zhan Emperor wanted to get rid of was all of them. Even though Zhu Tian has realized this now, he is powerless to recover. Now he can only be reduced to a tool of the alien beasts of the Earth God race to detect possible traps in this palace. Now Zhu Tian can only hope that there are no traps in this palace, so that he can survive for a longer time, so that he can have more opportunities to think about escaping. Although the chance is slim, Zhu Tian will not give up. Although he has never experienced such a desperate situation, he has faced many life and death crises, and he will never give up until the last moment. Zhu Tian was forced to move forward in the passage by a 4-star Emperor-level Earth God beast, without encountering any dangerous situations along the way. But when he was walking in front, there was a sudden burst of terrifying power behind him, which made him startled, thinking that he had stepped into some kind of trap, or that the alien beast of the Earth God race wanted to attack him. Let's do it. But when he detected the extension of the supernatural power towards the rear, he found that this was not the case. The fact is that there were actually 2 jet-black pillars of destruction, which suddenly erupted from the wall, directly blasting the 4-star Emperor-level Earth God beast. Killed to a scumbag, not even a trace left. Is this the trap in this relic palace? Zhu Tian's heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and the killing of the alien beast of the Earth God race who was guarding him meant that he was now free. Of course, it was impossible for him to step back. After all, there were other alien beasts of the Earth God clan guarding the palace, but he would not be forced to explore this dangerous passage. Zhu Tian didn't know how the alien beast of the Earth God race had triggered the terrifying trap just now, so he didn't dare to move carelessly until another alien beast of the Earth God race stepped into this passage. Zhu Tian knew that he couldn't stay where he was, so he ran towards the depths of the passage, cautiously and quickly, and soon came to a small hall. In this hall, there are 4 statues of different shapes, which seem to be very old. When Zhu Tian stepped into this small hall, the 4 statues suddenly seemed to come to life, accompanied by an incomparably domineering aura. They were instantly released. When the 4 statues in the small hall felt the breath of Zhu Tian stepping in, they instantly came alive as if the ice had thawed, and a formidable breath burst out. It's just the level of a 1-star emperor. Zhu Tian felt the breath of the 4 statues, and couldn't help but tremble in his heart. He didn't stay where he was, but at a very fast speed, taking advantage of the time when the 4 statues were not fully alive, he quickly walked through the entire small hall and arrived at opposite the hall. Zhu Tian's speed was very fast. The 4 statues had just woken up, and Zhu Tian had already passed through the hall, and what they were facing was a strange beast of the Earth God clan who stepped into the small hall after Zhu Tian. The alien beast of the Earth God clan has the strength of a 3-star emperor, and it is considered a powerful existence. However, the moment it stepped into this small hall, it was stared at by the 4 awakened statues, and all kinds of forces that had been silent for a long time burst out. The alien beast of the Earth God clan was caught off guard, and was directly hit by various forces, and some tiny cracks were blasted out of its hard body. In just this one face-to-face time, the 4 awakened statues wounded the alien beasts of the Earth God clan. Although they are only at the level of a 1-star emperor, these 4 awakened statues can exert an attack power comparable to that of a 3-star emperor when they join forces, and they cooperate very well with each other, both offensive and defensive, very powerful. However, the alien beast of the Earth God clan was the existence of the 3-star emperor after all, and the aura of desolate divine script exploded from his body, directly shaking the four awakened statues away, and then chased after Zhu Tian not far away. Zhu Tian didn't stay at the other end of the passage for too long, because he felt that it was impossible for the four statues to block the alien beast of the Earth God race. At this moment, the alien beast of the Earth God clan broke through the joint attack of the four awakened statues, chased out of the small hall, and got rid of the pursuit of the four awakened statues. As long as they leave the small hall, the four statues will return to silence and will not chase out of the hall. In the tunnel, the alien beasts of the Earth God race chased Zhu Tian again, but the distance between the two sides became farther and farther, because although Zhu Tian was only at the level of a two-star emperor, his speed was extremely terrifying. Soon, a second slightly larger hall appeared in front of Zhu Tian, and he rushed in, and the four statues woke up again, but this time, four two-star emperor-level statue creatures appeared. Zhu Tian's speed was really too fast, passing across the hall like a bolt of lightning. He almost crossed the hall before the four statue creatures fully woke up. And the number of alien beasts of the Earth God race chasing after him has reached as many as 3, but before the 3 alien beasts of the Earth God race entered the second hall, a trap was triggered in the passageway on the way, and the 3 alien beasts were all enveloped by the sudden surge of power, completely corroding their hard bodies. This scene shocked Zhu Tian a lot, but it made some speculations in his heart. Could it be that the traps in this magnificent palace are all deliberately targeting the alien beasts of the Earth God race? Zhu Tian guessed like this, but he was not sure, so he still felt very insecure. But when he continued to move forward, he was startled by a figure he saw. On the passage ahead, there was no third hall, but a figure appeared first, and that figure was Long Yu. Long Yu leaned his back against the passage wall. His eyes lit up when he saw Zhu Tian, as if he was waiting for Zhu Tian here. "Senior Zhu Tian, you are here, come with me." Long Yu is indeed waiting for Zhu Tian here. In fact, the current Long Yu has already made a big circle around the Grand Palace, and settled the comatose Ziwei well. Just now, he felt the aura of many alien beasts of the Earth God race appearing in this underground space, and soon felt through the imprint of Joyo that Zhu Tian and others were all sent to this magnificent palace. Obviously, the alien beasts of the Earth God race used these people as cannon fodder, but Long Yu now understands that all the traps in this magnificent palace are used to deal with the alien beasts of the Earth God race. It is useless for the members of the 5 Emperors Alliance to explore the way, as many as they deserve to die or have to die. There are a total of 75 entrances in the entire hall, and each passage ends up leading to the central hall of the palace. During this period, it has to pass through 7 small halls. There are 4 silent statues in each small hall, from the level of the 1-star emperor to the palace. There are 7-star emperor levels. The statues in the front are relatively weak, but at the back, each statue is equivalent to the existence of the 7-star emperor level, and its strength is extremely terrifying. Even if the alien beasts of the Earth God race at the level of the 7-star emperor come here, it is impossible to please them. You must know that the strength of the alien beasts of the Earth God race is still suppressed here. The trick left by the Joyo Dragon Emperor is not a joke. It is impossible to give any chance to the alien beasts of the Earth God race. Feeling that Zhu Tian and others were being forced in, Long Yu arranged Ziwei and came out to meet Zhu Tian. Judging from the current situation, Long Yu can be sure that whether it is Zhu Tian, Su Chen, or the middle-aged woman Tan Shoya, all of them are victims of the Emperor Zhang's plan. Since they are the enemies of the enemy, they are their own people. Yes, Long Yu naturally wanted to save them. Without Long Yu, even though the alien beasts of the Earth God clan could not pass through the hall in the passage, Zhu Tian and others would definitely be killed in the passage. Whether it is a mechanism or a statue creature, it will become more and more terrifying in the future. Even if it is not aimed at Zhu Tian and others, even if it is only affected a little, they will definitely die. Simply put, without the leadership of Long Yu, it is impossible for everyone to reach the central hall of the entire magnificent palace. This is exactly the purpose of the Joyo Dragon Emperor in building this magnificent palace. As long as he has the mark of Joyo, he can control the organs in the entire magnificent palace. It's a pity that now Longyu only has 5% of the 9 nether marks, and he can't remotely control the organs and statues in other places, so he can only go there himself. Longyu, why are you here? Zhu Tian has a straightforward personality. Seeing Longyu appearing here, he asked straightforwardly. It's not easy to say, but as long as you know, it will be safe to follow me here. Longyu said with a smile, I once entered an ancient ruin, and got a mark in that ancient ruin. I found that with that mark, I can even control the statue creatures in this palace. As for Zhu Tian, Longyu certainly couldn't reveal all his secrets, so he just talked about it casually. Anyway, now, Longyu only regards the other party as his own, so he wants to save the other party's life, and has no idea of relying on the other party. After saving everyone who can be saved, Longyu will go alone to explore the area behind the central hall of the Grand Palace. The sacred objects of the Earth God clan should be in the area behind the central hall. Originally, Zhu Tian was already in a desperate situation, but he didn't expect to meet Longyu here, let alone Longyu could control the things in this magnificent palace. He was overjoyed when he heard this. That old thing Zhandi. If I can go back alive this time, I will definitely not make him feel better. Zhu Tian said bitterly, this operation is simply a trap planned by that old Zhandi, sending us here to die. This revenge, we must have the opportunity to avenge it. Longyu said something meaningful, and then led Zhu Tian to the depths of the palace. The two passed one hall after another, in which the statues and creatures kept waking up, but as Longyu said, they were controlled by Longyu and did not attack them. As for the alien beasts of the Earth God race, they were directly blocked by countless traps. It is impossible to eliminate the traps in this palace, with hundreds of alien beasts at the 3rd and 5th Star Emperor level. You know, those mechanism traps can be activated as long as they are charged, and over the past tens of millions of years, those mechanism traps have been filled with countless energy, enough to bombard and kill thousands of alien beasts of the Earth God clan at the Emperor level. Soon, Zhu Tian followed Longyu to the central hall of the entire magnificent palace. The entire central hall has only one entrance, and that is the 15th entrance passage. The other 74 entrances in the entire palace will not lead to this central hall, but more institutions are set up along the way. The trap, which leads finally to the 15th entryway. To put it simply, among the 75 passage entrances, there are a total of 307 Star Emperor level statue creatures, and they are all guarding outside the central hall. This is definitely an irresistible force in the world of Shenwu. Longyu's plan is to save everyone first, then get the sacred objects of the Earth God clan, and finally rely on the mark of Joyo to send everyone out. Of course, this plan will definitely not go so smoothly, because the sacred objects of the Earth God clan are here, now being discovered by the Earth Gods. How could they give up? Next, there will definitely be a steady stream of alien beasts from the Earth God race coming here, and what consequences will eventually be caused, even Longyu dare not imagine. It is possible that the constantly appearing alien beasts of the Earth God race will attract the attention of the forces from outside the sky, and then the forces from outside the sky will send people over. It is also possible that the alien beasts of the Earth God race that dominate the level of the secret realm will appear and enter this magnificent palace. No matter what, Longyu had to get the sacred object of the Earth God clan. Even if the extraterrestrial forces send people over, they can't stop Longyu's plan. When he arrived at the central hall, Zhu Tian only took one look, and his heart was even more shocked. If he was shocked by the 307 Star Emperor level statues and creatures outside the central hall, then in this central hall, unexpectedly there are thousands of statues and creatures at the level of 7 Star Emperors. Zhu Tian stepped into the central hall, and found that these statues and creatures were all under the control of Longyu, among which hundreds of statues and creatures were guarding a comatose delicate body. It was Yi Ziwei. Senior Jutian, rest here now. These statues won't do anything to you. I'll go and rescue the others first. Long Yu said something to Ju Tian, then turned and left, leaving Ju Tian stunned. A total of 56 people participated in the operation to wipe out the beast's lair. However, during the previous battle with the alien beasts of the Earth God race, several people had lost their lives, and a dozen people died under the traps of statues and organs when they were forced to explore the magnificent palace. About a day later, Long Yu finally rescued everyone who was still alive. Including Long Yu himself and Yi Ziwei, there were only 41 people left in total. Su Chen and Tan Shouya were two-star emperors. The cabinet elders of the Five Emperors Alliance are still alive. Everyone was placed in the central hall, protected by thousands of statues and sacred objects at the level of 7-star emperors. Everyone was very grateful to Long Yu. To be honest, they all thought that they were doomed this time, but they didn't expect to bring Long Yu with them on this trip, and it was Long Yu's adventure that gave them all the hope of surviving. Everyone, let's rest here. I will go deeper into the palace to find out if there is a teleportation circle or a space channel that leaves here. After Long Yu finished speaking to everyone, he walked towards the back of the central hall alone. Thousands of statues and creatures at the 7-star emperor level stayed here, not only to protect the remaining 40 people, but also to restrict the movement of those 40 people. Long Yu didn't want anyone else to disturb him when he was looking for the holy relic. Although he saved these people, no one knows what these people are thinking in their hearts. After all, people are unpredictable. Long Yu went to look for the sacred objects of the Earth God clan. Of course he would not bring anyone with him. The only thing that surprised Long Yu was that Yi Ziwei hadn't woken up until now, and he didn't know if something happened. But Long Yu can be sure that all the injuries on her body have been healed by himself. As for why she hasn't woken up yet, Long Yu doesn't know. Leaving the central hall, Long Yu went directly to the apse and treasure hall of the entire magnificent palace. The structure of the magnificent palace is not complicated. Behind the central hall is an apse, which houses many precious treasures, including ancient and immemorial soldiers, martial arts, and elixir. Emperor Yulong originally prepared it for himself, but now it's all at the expense of Long Yu. After entering the apse, Long Yu searched all these things, but unfortunately, not many of these treasures were useful to Long Yu. Needless to say, martial skills and warriors, ancient and immemorial grades are not bad, but Long Yu doesn't need them, especially the ones stored in this apse are all low-grade, middle-grade, and high-grade ones, and there are no super-grade ones. And the appearance of the best. On the contrary, many of the elixirs here are very useful to Long Yu, but unfortunately, more than half of the elixirs have lost their effect due to age, and Long Yu doesn't dare to take the rest of the elixirs casually. The death envoy is gone now. Who should I ask to identify these pills? Long Yu was quite distressed by this. Before he knew the effects of these pills, he certainly didn't dare to take them casually, lest there be any mistakes after taking them. The gain would outweigh the loss. After much deliberation, Long Yu couldn't think of who he could find to identify these pills, so he had to give up in the end. I'm afraid we can only have a chance to know what these pills are when we go beyond the sky. Long Yu felt a little regretful about this. Of course, these precious treasures in the back hall are not very useful to Long Yu, but if these treasures are brought to the people of Beishui Empire and Tianyu Manor, the effect will be completely different. These things can at least increase the overall strength of Long Yu's friends by at least 10 times. In the apse, there are also 100 statues of 7-star emperors. Under Long Yu's command, these statues guarded the apse loyally and did not allow anyone to pass through the apse. After putting away all the things in the apse, Long Yu continued to walk towards the back of the apse. Behind the apse was the most important place in the entire magnificent palace, the treasure hall. If Long Yu's guess is correct, the sacred objects of the Earth God clan are hidden in this treasure hall. There is the imprint of the Nine Serenity in Long Yu's body. For the whole magnificent palace, he is equivalent to the master. He can do whatever he wants in it and control everything in it. It didn't take long for Long Yu to go from the apse to the treasure hall. During the period, he felt that there were several groups of earth gods and strange beasts at the 75 entrances of the magnificent palace. The palace is definitely not something that the alien beasts of the earth god race can break through. Only 2 days after coming to this magnificent palace, Long Yu stepped into the last treasure hall, and saw at a glance a dazzling earth-yellow hexagonal crystal floating on a stone platform in the center of the whole treasure hall. In other places in the magnificent palace, there is no light at all, but in the treasure hall, there is the dazzling khaki hexagonal crystal in the center, which emits the brilliance like a small sun. Is this hexagonal crystal the sacred object of the Earth God clan? Long Yu suppressed the excitement in his heart. He could feel that there was endless power contained in that khaki hexagonal spar. Long Yu felt that the power of all the alien beasts of the Earth God race seemed to come from this hexagonal spar, which contained 6 powerful divine powers, one of which was the desolate divine script, and the other was the convenient. It is the divine language of the earth element attribute, and there are 4 other types. Long Yu has also felt it from some other alien beasts of the Earth God race. The reason why this thing is said to be a sacred object of the Earth God clan is because all the power of the Earth God clan's alien beasts comes from this thing? Long Yu guessed in his heart, walked slowly towards the center of the treasure hall, and gradually approached the khaki hexagonal spar. Even though the hexagonal spar exuded a dazzling light, it could not stop Long Yu's footsteps. Soon, Long Yu raised his hand and held the hexagonal spar in his hand. There was no danger. The whole body of this hexagonal spar was cold, and after being held by Long Yu, the dazzling brilliance of earthy yellow was directly covered. Although I don't know what use this thing is for me, but since Emperor Joyo Dragon attaches so much importance to it, I will put it away first, and study it slowly later. Long Yu thought in his heart. At this moment, from the direction of the central hall of the magnificent palace, there was a burst of explosion sound. The explosion shocked Long Yu, and after putting away the hexagonal spar, he immediately turned around and ran away. Just as Long Yu expected, the sacred objects of the Earth God clan appeared, making the group of alien beasts of the Earth God clan completely unable to sit still. A group of alien beasts at the level of the 7-star Emperor came to the 9 Nether realm from an unknown distance, and then passed through the space channel to the underground space where this magnificent palace is located. These alien beasts of the Earth God race are not stupid, and even very smart. It took only 1 day to thoroughly investigate the situation in the 75 entrance passages, and after sacrificing countless cannon fodder, they opened up the 75 entrance passages. 15 entrance passages destroyed all the traps in them, and blasted all the weak statue creatures into scum. Just when Long Yu picked up the sacred object of the Earth God clan, a group of strange beasts of the Earth God clan at the 7-star Emperor level, with a total number of 300 or 400 heads, swarmed into Zhu Tian, Su Chen, Tan Shoya, and the others. The Central Hall. Whether it is Zhu Tian, Su Chen, or Tan Shoya, they dare not make any moves at this moment. They can only lead the people of the 5 Emperors Alliance to retreat to the rear, and let the thousands of statues and creatures in the Central Hall deal with the group of Earth God's alien beast. When the 300 or 400 alien beasts of the Earth God race at the level of the 7-star Emperor broke in one after another, 100 of the statue creatures were still protecting Yi Ziwei, and the other 100 statue creatures were protecting the other 40 people. The statue creature stepped forward to stop the alien beast of the Earth God race that broke in. Even though Joyo Dragon Emperor had left too many retreats for himself, he also underestimated the importance the Earth God clan attached to their sacred objects. More than 300 alien beasts of the 7-star Emperor level are a large number for the entire Earth God clan. You must know that the 7-star Emperor will go one step further to rule the secret realm, and a small world will be born in his body. So many strange beasts of the Earth God clan at the 7-star monarch level are definitely a terrifying force, and they were sent out by the Earth God clan within a day to break into this magnificent palace. In the entire central hall, the statue creatures and the alien beasts of the Earth God race were completely in a fight. Even in this level of battle, the surrounding walls of the entire magnificent palace did not show any signs of damage. It can be seen that the entire palace, how strong is the material of construction. Terrifying power erupted in the central hall, making Su Chen, Zhu Tian, Tan Xiuya, and others tremble with fear. Where have they seen a battle of this level? Even if any ray of power spreads out and affects them, all of them can be wiped out in an instant. They would have died hundreds of times had it not been for 100 statue creatures protecting them. At this moment, they were all thinking about one thing: where is Long Yu now? If Long Yu didn't show up again, when more alien beasts from the Earth God clan came, and the statue creatures couldn't stop them at all, they would really be finished. I don't know what is in this palace that attracts so many strange beasts. I have never seen so many beasts at the Emperor level, and they are all at the peak Emperor level. Zhu Tian looked at the battle in front of him in shock, and murmured, "I hope Long Yu doesn't encounter any danger, and find the exit as soon as possible." Tan Xiuya said in a deep voice, "I'm afraid this place is very important to the Earth God clan. No matter what they want from here, we cannot participate." "Yes, although such a peerless battle is spectacular, it's better for us to stay away from it." Su Chen, the old master of the spiritual array, also nodded. Everyone has a yearning for the strong, and now there are thousands of strange beasts and statue creatures whose strength has reached the level of the 7-star emperor, fighting, which makes everyone fascinated, but they also know that this kind of battle is completely beyond their level. Attended. In the central hall of the magnificent palace, the battle between the alien beasts of the Earth God race and the statue creatures was extremely fierce. Just when everyone was uneasy, Long Yu's voice finally came from behind them. "Follow me, everyone. I found the exit of this place. It's too dangerous here. You'd better leave as soon as possible." Long Yu's rather urgent voice came, and then his figure appeared within the range of everyone's perception, opened a stone door, and led everyone towards the rear. Whether it's Su Chen, Zhu Tian, or Tan Xiuya, they don't have any doubts about Long Yu, because if it weren't for Long Yu, all of them would have died in the hands of the alien beasts of the Earth God race. They don't know what the alien beasts of the Earth God race want to find here, but at this moment, they can't take care of this kind of thing. The most important thing right now is to save their lives. Now that Long Yu has found the exit, there is no need for them to stay any longer. Long Yu picked up Yi Ziwei again, and then led the crowd towards the apse. He had already gathered and built a space transmission channel in the apse of the entire magnificent palace in advance. It can teleport everyone to a safe corner of the Shenwu world. But what Long Yu didn't expect was that the moment he appeared now, he directly triggered a riot among all the alien beasts of the Earth God clan. Those alien beasts of the Earth God clan seemed to feel the aura of the sacred objects belonging to them on Long Yu's body, and all of them burst out with the strongest power, instantly defeating one after another statue creatures. Even though these statues are all at the level of 7-star emperors, and even though the alien beasts of the Earth God clan have been severely suppressed in the world of Shenwu, at this moment, for their sacred objects of the Earth God clan, they all went crazy and wanted to do anything at all to keep Long Yu. In just 3 breaths, hundreds of statues of the 7-star emperor in the central hall were destroyed, and at the same time Long Yu and the others were fleeing. An extremely terrifying and heavy momentum instantly filled the entire underground space. The entire magnificent palace was instantly affected by this terrifying and heavy momentum, almost as if an earthquake had occurred, and countless cracks appeared in the solid materials used to build the magnificent palace. What? Long Yu and the others were still running back, but they felt the entire hall tremble, and then everyone was enveloped by a terrifying and heavy momentum. Obviously, some extremely powerful existence descended into this underground space. Has the guess finally become a reality? I am afraid that the strong master of the secret realm who dominates the alien beasts of the Earth God race has arrived. Long Yu's face changed slightly, but luckily, they will be able to leave soon. Go, don't stop. Long Yu shouted, and Su Chen and Zhu Tian who were walking in the front soon saw a teleportation passage, and jumped into it without even thinking about it, followed by other members of the Five Emperors Alliance. Not a single person dared to stay here for even more than one breath. Everyone rushed into the transmission channel, and Long Yu was at the end. He held Yi Ziwei in his arms, and was about to follow the others into the transmission channel, but just as he stepped into the transmission channel, someone from the magnificent palace, a burst of terrifying power from outside shattered the void and penetrated this transmission channel. Walk. Holding Yi Ziwei in his arms, Long Yu slammed into the transmission channel, but he found that he and Yi Ziwei were not transported to the designated place he set before, but were transported to an endless void in the Nine Nether Realm. The alien beast of the Earth God race that finally came to dominate the secret realm level abruptly changed the direction of Long Yu's teleportation, causing him not to appear in the world of Shenwu, but in the endless void of Jiuyou realm. The world is hundreds of millions of miles away. Safe? Long Yu wasn't sure. He could imagine that since the alien beasts of the Earth God clan that ruled the secret realm level had appeared, it would be impossible to let Long Yu go and give up the sacred objects on Long Yu so easily. Long Yu has already researched the sacred object of the Earth God race and found that it does not seem to have any effect on him. However, since the Jiuyou Dragon Emperor has so solemnly stored it in that palace, it cannot be a useless thing. Long Yu was about to take Yi Ziwei to teleport again, but found that all the space power around his body was suddenly completely imprisoned, making him unable to use any form of space power. Even though he possessed the mark of the Nine Nethers, when facing the tyrannical existence that dominates the secret realm, the mark of the Nine Nethers is useless. A phantom of a khaki-colored alien beast just appeared in the endless void not far from Long Yu, with infinite aura rushing toward him, instantly shocking Long Yu on the spot. Dominate the secret realm. This is a level beyond the kingly way, beyond the level of the emperor. In the body of such a cultivated existence, there is a small world, just like the small world of the Nine Serenity realm. The existence of this level can completely crush Shang Long Yu, and Long Yu has no chance to fight against him at all. With the appearance of this alien beast of the Earth God race that dominates the secret realm level, Long Yu's face immediately sank. Shouldn't the sacred relic of the Earth God clan be returned to this guy? However, even if Long Yu took the initiative to hand over the sacred object of the Earth God race, this strange beast of the Earth God race would probably not let Long Yu go, right? No matter what, Long Yu never gave up his last hope. He can be sure that when the alien beasts of the Earth God race who dominate the secret realm level appear, the forces from outside the sky will never sit idly by. Otherwise, the alien beast race may have already occupied the entire Jiuyou realm. After all, the Nine Serenity realm belongs to the human race. Facing the strange beasts of the Earth God clan who ruled the secret realm appearing not far away, Long Yu remained calm and composed, his expression unchanged. The most important thing was that he knew that the current situation was completely out of his control. No matter what actions Long Yu takes, it cannot change the final outcome. Now, Long Yu's life is completely handed over to the extraterrestrial forces. Ho 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 ho. The alien beast of the Earth God clan, which dominates the cultivation base of the secret realm, just appeared in the void not far from Long Yu, exuding a terrifying and heavy aura all over its body, and let out a series of thick roars, and then a khaki divine light beam, blast straight towards where Long Yu is. Under the terrifying coercion of this strange beast, Long Yu couldn't dodge even if he wanted to. He could only watch helplessly as the divine light beam bombarded him. Long Yu will be completely wiped out. When the last moment came, Long Yu realized that he really hadn't guessed. An ethereal light curtain full of fairy energy appeared directly in front of Long Yu, directly protecting Long Yu and Yi Ziwei, and easily blocked the beam of light from the alien beast of the Earth God clan. Accompanied by an incomparably misty aura, a snow-white figure, bathed in misty fairy energy appeared in this endless void. This woman was surprisingly Concubine Yu, whom Long Yu hadn't seen for a long time. Long Yu's pupils widened in an instant. Concubine Yu, this woman will always appear in his dreams. The reason why he was reborn in this world is probably entirely because of Concubine Yu. Since the last time Concubine Yu appeared and helped Long Yu forge the Void Dragon Blade, she never appeared again, but she never expected that she would suddenly appear now, defending Long Yu against the alien beast of the Earth God clan that dominates the secret realm. Earth God clan, you actually violated the oath. An ethereal idea spread throughout the audience, and while being received by Long Yu, it was also received by the alien beast of the Earth God clan. Since you have come to the realm of the human race, don't even think about going back alive. My family, the holy thing, hand over the holy thing, and I will die, otherwise we will die together. A thick idea spread throughout the audience, and Long Yu suddenly felt that it was the idea of the alien beast of the Earth God clan. Know what means it uses. It's too naive to die together. The ethereal aura smiled lightly, and then the hazy snow-white figure in the dense fairy energy floated away, and a burst of strong fairy energy burst out, instantly surrounding the alien beast of the Earth God race. It was obvious that the two sides had already fought together, but at Long Yu's current level, he had no idea what was happening on the battlefield. Even if an existence at the level of ruling the secret realm comes to the small world of Joyo realm, it will be suppressed by a lot of strength, but even then, it can instantly kill countless existences at the level of the 7-star Emperor, let alone a small one like Long Yu. Shrimp. Long Yu couldn't feel how the battle was going on in the arena. He only knew that the battle between Concubine Yu and the alien beasts of the Earth God clan produced endless terrifying fluctuations. If the battle was fought in the world of Shenwu, the entire world of Shenwu might be destroyed. After a while, Long Yu felt that there seemed to be a layer of fairy mist covering himself and Yi Ziwei, making him and Yi Ziwei seem to have disappeared. Concubine Yu is taking the initiative to help me and Yi Ziwei hide our whereabouts? Is it because she is afraid that Yi Ziwei and I will be accidentally injured? Long Yu's heart skipped a beat, but he quickly realized that this was not the case, because he discovered that there were many other powerful beings in the field. With the perception ability, it is impossible to discover these existences. Long Yu didn't know what these existences were, and he didn't know when these existences came. He could only vaguely feel the aura of those existences through Concubine Yu's mist of immortality. Long Yu knew that it was time for him to watch a play, because on such an occasion, he couldn't do anything at all. The battle between Concubine Yu and the alien beasts of the Earth God clan was soon decided. As Concubine Yu said, the alien beasts of the Earth God clan were too naive. The alien beasts that came to the realm of the human race had no arrogance at all. Capital. In just one stick of incense, the alien beast of the Earth God clan was blown to pieces by the misty fairy energy, completely lost its life, and the small world in its body was completely shattered. Even the alien beasts that dominate the secret realm are very vulnerable in the face of stronger beings, which makes Long Yu wonder, what kind of power does Concubine Yu have? When the alien beasts of the Earth God clan were beheaded, the hidden and powerful existences around them finally appeared one by one. Long Yu embraced the comatose Yi Ziwei in the void. At this moment, he looked nervously at the existences appearing in the void around him. Each of these existences was a terrifying powerhouse who ruled the secret realm. 1, 2, 3, a total of 7 people, all of whom are powerful masters of the secret realm. Could it be that these people were all attracted by the alien beasts of the Earth God race? Long Yu frowned slightly. However, if it was all to deal with the alien beast of the Earth God race, why didn't these people show up just now? Instead, Concubine Yu was allowed to deal with the alien beast alone. Long Yu didn't make the slightest sound, even though it was covered by Concubine Yu's fairy mist. He still pushed the secret technique of balance control to the maximum extent, hiding his and Yiziwei's aura. Under the double insurance, none of the powerhouses who ruled the secret realm around discovered the existence of Long Yu. Concubine Yu, what are you doing in our Lushan clan's territory again? One of the strong men who ruled the secret realm snorted coldly. As soon as he appeared, he directly released a burst of coercion at Concubine Yu, trying to give Concubine Yu a disgrace. But it's a pity that Concubine Yu didn't pay attention to this person at all. Joyo realm is the place where our Joyo clan originated. Although it is under the jurisdiction of your Lushan clan, you are too disappointing. Even the master of alien beasts can break into this place. Concubine Yu said lightly, her whole body was faintly visible in a cloud of immortal energy. Her aura was extraordinary. Even if she faced 7 hostile masters of the secret realm at the same time, she was not at all timid. Long Yu listened to what Concubine Yu said, but began to think about it in his heart. The Joyo realm is the origin of the Joyo clan. In other words, Concubine Yu belongs to the Joyo clan? According to the jade slips left by the Death Envoy, with the help of the Death Envoy, the entire Joyo tribe has left the Joyo realm and gone to the outer world, and has developed well. So, after the Joyo tribe arrived in the outer world, they developed into the Joyo clan? Tianyi and Xuanhuan once said before that their Tianyi belongs to the Lushan clan. In other words, in the outer world, the power of the human race is mainly divided according to the clan. The Lushan clan and the Joyo clan are 2 big clans. Power. As for the Zithan tribe and the Tianyi tribe, these 2 tribes are only tribes under the Lushan clan's jurisdiction, and the strength of the tribe is definitely not comparable to the clan. From Concubine Yu's simple sentence, Long Yu knew many things that he didn't know before. These things are obviously not secrets in the outer world, and they can even be said to be known by everyone, but in the world of Shenwu, however, the only people who know this kind of thing are the existence of the 5 emperors. Even the Death Envoy may not be aware of these things. After all, it has been too long since the Death Envoy was alive, and it has been too long now. It is impossible for the Death Envoy to know about the situation outside the sky, not to mention that the Death Envoy has been completely wiped out now. Since your Lushan clan can't manage this Joyo realm well, why not return the Joyo realm to our Joyo clan? Concubine Yu said calmly, and these words immediately enraged all the surrounding 7 powerhouses who ruled the secret realm. Haha, Concubine Yu, how strong do you think your Joyo clan is? For our Lushan clan, it's nothing more than that. One of the strong masters of the secret realm laughed loudly and said, since this 9 nether realm was allocated to our Lushan clan, it is the property of our Lushan clan. Your Joyo clan has no right to interfere. Let your Joyo, the younger generation of Sure came here to practice, and they are already giving face, so don't give face and shame. So, what do you want now? Concubine Yu smiled softly, her figure was ethereal, as if she didn't pay attention to the 7 people present at all. Stop talking nonsense, get out of the 9 nether realm quickly, even if there are other masters of alien beasts appearing, we, the Lushan clan, will deal with it, and it has nothing to do with you. Another strong man who ruled the secret realm said, his whole body exuded an aura of infinite thunder, as if he was about to move his hands if he disagreed with a word. I'm going to travel around the 9 Serenity realm, what can you do to me? Concubine Yu chuckled when she heard the words, and the misty fairy energy spread out from her whole body, covering all the 7 powerhouses who ruled the secret realm, and then her figure was indistinct, and after a few ups and downs, she appeared in another person in the void. In one direction. Long Yu opened his eyes and saw that the 7 powerful masters from the Lushan clan who ruled the secret realm were all trapped in an immortal energy cage by the dense immortal energy, and none of them could escape. Is Concubine Yu so powerful? Long Yu's heart skipped a beat. Obviously he didn't expect that Concubine Yu would be able to deal with the 7 powerful masters of the secret realm at the same time, even trapping them all. If I want to kill you, none of you can escape. Now, don't you hurry up? Concubine Yu's voice resounded in the air, reaching the ears of the 7 people, and the 7 people suddenly lost their courage when they heard the words, and they didn't dare to stay here and say anything more to Concubine Yu. Although this Jiuyou realm is their territory of the Lu Shan clan, but now that Concubine Yu is here, she is much better than the 7 of them. You wait for us, our Lu Shan family is not so bullied. One of the 7 people left a harsh word, and then disappeared from the void with the other 6 people, apparently leaving the 9 Serenity realm, and went to the Tianwai Lu Shan clan to rescue soldiers. Seeing the 7 people retreat in fright, Long Yu became increasingly unpredictable about Concubine Yu's strength. Originally, he thought that Concubine Yu might also be an ordinary master of the secret realm, but now it seems that the ordinary master of the secret realm is no match for Concubine Yu at all. Time is running out, so make a long story short. After the 7 people left, Concubine Yu's faintly visible figure waved her hand, forming a barrier of immortal energy that enveloped herself, Long Yu, and Yi Ziwei. Obviously she had something to tell Long Yu. Senior, please speak. Long Yu was of course extremely respectful to Concubine Yu, whether it was because of the strength of the other party, or because the other party had saved him many times. Although Long Yu now has a lot to ask Concubine Yu, the most important thing is why he was reborn in this world, but there is not much time now, so Long Yu did not ask this question, but chose to be obedient. After all, with the current situation, Long Yu felt that he would still have a lot of chances to see Concubine Yu in the future. Since time is running out now, there is no need to ask non-critical questions now. Anyway, the result of the question is good for Long Yu. I'm afraid it doesn't have much impact. You have obtained the 9 Nethers mark, and the speed is not slow. When you completely control the 9 Nethers mark, I will come to pick you up. Concubine Yu's ethereal voice came. Pick me up? Where are you going to pick me up? Long Yu was a little puzzled. Big world, human race, Jiuyou clan. Concubine Yu said something very briefly, and then said, when you control the mark of Jiuyou, the whole Jiuyou realm will belong to you, and you will belong to our Jiuyou clan. Do you understand? As soon as these words came out, Long Yu immediately thought about many problems. Concubine Yu has been taking such good care of herself all this time, because she wants to take back the entire 9 Nether realm. As Long Yu knew, the Jiuyou clan was the Jiuyou tribe in the Jiuyou realm before, and it was an important medium through which the Jiuyou Dragon Emperor arranged for himself to be reborn. It's a pity that the existence of the Death Envoy ruined the plans of the Jiuyou Dragon Emperor, mainly to send the people of the Jiuyou tribe out of the Jiuyou realm and become the current human clan of the Jiuyou clan. Although the Jiuyou clan is not weak now, even very strong, this can be seen from the current Concubine Yu, but the Jiuyou clan still wants to take back the Jiuyou realm. The current Jiuyou realm is controlled by people from the Lu Shan clan of the human race, but once Long Yu is cultivated, then the Jiuyou realm will belong to Long Yu, and if Concubine Yu brings Long Yu back to the Jiuyou clan, wouldn't she have obtained it? The entire 9 Nether realms? I see. Long Yu said in a deep voice. When he understood all this, many doubts in his mind disappeared, which was of course a good thing for him. At least he already knew why Concubine Yu helped him many times. It seems that many things that I have come along the way have been calculated by Concubine Yu. That's good. Concubine Yu was very satisfied with Long Yu's intelligence. She raised her hand, a burst of immortal energy instantly covered Long Yu's body, and seemed to have tampered with his physical body. Immediately afterwards, Concubine Yu explained, now, your Dantian has a camouflage mark that I set up, and no one else can discover the mark of Jiuyou in your Dantian except me. It can also be hidden in the Dantian, so that it will not be discovered by strange beasts. Thank you, Senior. Long Yu nodded. Concubine Yu's actions were obviously protecting him, preventing him from falling into an irresistible danger. As for other dangers, most of them could be handled by Long Yu's own strength. You don't have to think too much. After you have completely mastered the mark of Joyo and regained the Joyo realm, you will be the hero of the Joyo clan. Everything in the Joyo realm belongs to you, except for one thing, the Joyo realm. Hell Monument. Concubine Yu smiled and said, even the Joyo prison steel still belongs to you, but it needs to be placed in the Joyo clan so that the geniuses of the Joyo clan can comprehend it. You can comprehend it together. Long Yu instantly knew that his guess just now was not accurate enough. Concubine Yu and the Joyo family wanted to take back the Joyo realm not because the Joyo realm was their hometown, but because of the Joyo prison that sealed the Joyo Dragon Emperor's final intention. Monument. What exactly is the Nine Nether Prison Steel? Long Yu couldn't help asking. I don't know either, but after speculation, it may be related to the legendary gods. Concubine Yu's voice was a little uncertain. There are more things. I will talk to you in detail when you come to Joyo's. I don't have much time now, I have to go. Long Yu nodded. He now knows that Concubine Yu is under pressure every time she appears in Joyo realm. After all, Joyo realm now belongs to the Lushan clan in name, not Joyo clan. After the 7 powerful masters of the Lushan clan who ruled the secret realm left together, they would definitely call for stronger existences in the Lushan clan. Concubine Yu did not dare to stay in the Nine Nether realm for a long time, probably to avoid being with those who are at the same level as her. The strong clash. For Concubine Yu, now Long Yu can only follow this path. Moreover, Concubine Yu didn't just use Long Yu as a tool, and abandon him after she got the Nine Nether realm. This is still acceptable to Long Yu. The girl you're holding seems to have pretty good talent, so I took her away. If she can pass the test, I'll accept her as my disciple. Immediately afterwards, Concubine Yu glanced at Yi Ziwei in Long Yu's arms, and said with some joy. Long Yu's heart tightened immediately when he heard the words, no way, this Concubine Yu actually has a crush on Yi Ziwei? What can I do? Long Yu still thought that after this time, the relationship with Yi Ziwei would become better. However, Long Yu did not dare to refute Concubine Yu's request. The most important thing is that if Yi Ziwei was awake, she would be willing to follow Concubine Yu. It will definitely be faster to enter the country all the way. Long Yu nodded, and let go of Yi Ziwei in his arms. He still trusted Concubine Yu. At least Concubine Yu could not harm Yi Ziwei. If Yi Ziwei hadn't been taken away by Concubine Yu, people from the Lushan clan would probably have discovered the Thundermark of Absolute beginning on Yi Ziwei's body during the nuclear exploration of the Shenwu world. At that time, Yi Ziwei will definitely be taken away by the people of the Lushan clan. Anyway, they will be taken away. Of course, Long Yu is more inclined to let Yi Ziwei follow Concubine Yu. After all, Concubine Yu is on the same side as him. Concubine Yu waved slightly in the dense fairy air, and took Yi Ziwei away, and then she took Yi Ziwei and disappeared from Long Yu's eyes. It seemed that she had left the Nine Nether realm. In the entire void, only Long Yu was left, and Long Yu didn't think too much, but acted immediately, activated the 9 Serenity mark, used special space power to gather the transmission channel, and then stepped into it. Now for Long Yu, the biggest task is to fully grasp the 9 Serenities mark, but before that, Long Yu still has some other things to do. He can't ignore Beishui Empire and Tianyu Manor. Zhandi targeted him so much and wanted to kill everyone, Long Yu couldn't let him be free. Long Yu returned to the mainland of Shenwu world through the teleportation channel, and took a little look at the jade slip left by Concubine Yu just now. The jade slip recorded the Danjing, which contains information about most pills in the world. According to records, this can be said to be the treasure of the Joyo clan, and in the Joyo clan, only high-ranking and powerful people can view it. Long Yu just needs this stuff right now, because he got a lot of pills from the palace, where the sacred objects of the Earth God race are located, and now he doesn't know what those pills are for. But if he compares it with the Book of Pills, Long Yu will be able to understand the effects of these pills. Of course, now is not the time for Long Yu to study pills. He calculated that there are still 6 days left before the exploration of the Shenwu realm nucleus. Go back to the Northern Snow Empire. Emperor Zhan, you are so against me, you are very wrong to everyone in the 5 Emperors Alliance. Now is the time to taste the bitter fruit. Long Yu had already thought of a plan, and a killing intent flashed in his eyes, and then he moved to a corner of a mountain in the world of Shenwu. In the corner of this mountain range, Su Chen, Zhu Tian, Tan Shouya, and more than 40 strong men from the alliance of 5 emperors who were almost killed by Zhandi have been waiting for Long Yu to appear. They teleported from the magnificent palace in the underground space and appeared in this mountain range, which is about 10,000 miles away from the desert where the alien beasts of the earth gods gathered, which is relatively close. However, when they all came out, they found that Long Yu and Yi Ziwei hadn't come out, and the space channel was completely closed. Everyone didn't believe that Long Yu would die like this, so they decided to wait here for a while. Sure enough, after 2 hours, Long Yu's figure appeared in front of them, but Yi Ziwei was no longer in his arms. This will not affect the happy mood of the crowd, and they all greeted them one by one. Brother Long Yu, why did you take so long to come here? Is there some accident? Spirit Formation Master Su Chen stepped forward and asked Long Yu directly. Long Yu came back now. Of course he thought of a way to deal with Zhandi, and the key steps of that method had to be carried out by these people, so he had to establish a good relationship with these people. Of course, even if it wasn't Long Yu, these people would have hated Emperor Zhan long ago, not to mention Long Yu saved all of their lives. It's not a big surprise, but the matter of the alien beasts of the Earth God race has been resolved, so don't worry about the alien beasts. Long Yu smiled at Su Chen and said, next, let's discuss how to deal with the Emperor Zhan. Deal with the Emperor of War. As soon as this was mentioned, everyone in the audience suddenly became excited, and their hearts became excited. The middle-aged woman Tan Shouya also came over, and said with a heavy face, Long Yu, since you said that you want to deal with Emperor Zhan, you must have a plan in mind. Why not just say it? If there is anything that needs my help, I will help you. I will definitely not refuse. Tan Shouya is a dull woman, but from her words, it can be heard that she also wants to make Emperor Zhan have a bad life. This is very simple. The underground space and grand palace we were in before have all the alien beasts. We can lure the Emperor Zhan into it, and then I will set a trap in advance. As soon as the Emperor Zhan comes, he will definitely die. A killing intent flashed in Long Yu's eyes, and then he said. Before he came to join Su Chen, Tan Shouya, and the others, he went back to the Grand Palace to check it out, and found that there were corpses of alien beasts of the Earth God race and the remains of statues and creatures everywhere, and even the whole Grand Palace almost in ruins. In other words, there is dead silence in the Grand Palace now. This made Long Yu quite disappointed, because if there were 1 or 2 statue creatures left among them, it would be as easy as chopping vegetables with the strength of the 7-star Emperor level against Zhan Emperor. But now, all statues and creatures have been destroyed, perhaps by the alien beast that dominated the secret level later. Long Yu could only set a trap to attract the Zhan Emperor, lure the snake out of the hole, and then take the opportunity to use the 5-star Emperor level Tanny puppet to deal with the Zhan Emperor. The most critical part of this plan is to bring the Emperor Zhan here. As for Su Chen, Zhu Tian, Tan Shouya, and the others, Long Yu still trusts them. After all, they are all victims of this incident, and I believe that even Emperor Zhan would not know what happened in this place. Emperor Zhan has just become the 5 emperors, and what he thinks in his heart is not only to consolidate his position, but also to further enhance his own strength. Zhu Tian said in a deep voice, from this point, we can set a trap and send people back to deliver news to Emperor Zhan, saying that there are many special secrets in this ruined palace. I believe Emperor Zhan will be interested. The question is, who are we going to send back to lead out the Emperor of War? Su Chen shook his head and said, we communicated just now, those of us have accepted the invitation of the Emperor of War, but in the end rejected the invitation of the Emperor of War. That's why we were sent here and fell into this trap. Zhandi, you won't trust anyone between us. Besides, the trap you set, Long Yu, is it sure that you can completely kill the Zhan Emperor? Tan Shouyao looked at Long Yu and asked, if Emperor Zhan came, he would definitely not come alone, but would bring other people with him. The number of people is definitely more than us, and they are stronger. If the statues in the palace still exist, then of course there is no problem, but now. Don't worry, no matter how many people he brings, there will only be a dead end. But Long Yu smiled, I can set up traps inside the palace, as long as he comes, he will definitely die. The only thing we need to consider is how to lure him here. As for why the emperor must be lured to that magnificent palace to be murdered, this is also a very simple question. Because everyone present is a strong man who has stepped into the emperor's realm. They have realized the power of deduction, and they have tried to deduce that magnificent palace, but they found that they could not deduce even the slightest bit of anything in that underground space. The 5 emperors are positions established by forces outside the sky. If you want to kill the Emperor Zhan without anyone noticing, you can only do it in such a place that cannot be deduced. Otherwise, even if they kill the Emperor Zhan, they will not have it. What a good end. I'll go get him out. Soon, the strongest person among the crowd, the 2-star Emperor Jutian, stood up and said, in the past hundreds of years, I have devoted myself to the 5 Emperors' alliance and wiped out countless beast lairs, but I didn't expect the new Emperor Zhan to be so despicable. Since then, everyone has thought that I am honest and loyal, but they don't know that I just haven't encountered a time when I need to be cunning. Killing intent flashed across Zhu Tian's eyes, since Emperor Zhan is not benevolent, I don't need to be righteous. If he wants to kill me, I will kill him. These words spoke out the aspirations of all the people present, and everyone nodded their heads. Everyone knew that Zhu Tian had always been fair and honest, and had never said anything deceitful. If a man like Zhu Tian goes back to deceive Emperor Zhan and lure him out, the effect will definitely be excellent. Everyone present didn't feel that there was anything wrong with what was being planned now. After all, Zhan Emperor wanted to kill them so much, why wouldn't they be allowed to fight back? Zhandi's actions undoubtedly violated the code of conduct of the 5 emperors. Even if things were revealed, they would not be dead. I believe that no matter whether it is the Holy Emperor, or the Devil Emperor, or the Thunder Emperor or the Yen Emperor, they will not have any opinions on this. After all, wanting to kill more than 50 elites of the 5 Emperors' alliance, this kind of behavior is really outrageous. Of course, if they go to sue the Holy Emperor and the Devil Emperor now, they have nothing to do, so everyone chooses to listen to Long Yu's words and prepare to solve this matter by themselves. Zhu Tian made preparations, and with Long Yu's help, he returned to the nearest teleportation array of the 5 Emperors' alliance, then activated the teleportation array, and teleported back towards the central tower of the 5 Emperors' holy city. As for Long Yu, he led the others all the way back to the magnificent palace in the underground space, preparing to welcome the arrival of the Zhan Emperor. In the mysterious underground space, Su Chen, Tan Shoya, and the others all hid somewhere in the underground space, hiding their aura, quietly waiting for what was about to happen. As for Long Yu, he re-entered the Grand Palace to prepare. He doesn't plan to activate Tiany's dolls in front of everyone, so it's fine for the others to wait outside temporarily, including Zhu Tian, and when he goes back to report, he will say that everyone will survive by himself. It will be convenient at that time act. As for Zhu Tian's rhetoric to attract Emperor Zhan, it is easy to imagine that Emperor Zhan himself is very keen on things like ancient ruins, and now I heard that an ancient ruin has attracted countless alien beasts of the Earth God race at the level of 7-star emperors. Of course it would be of great interest. The battle between the alien beasts of the Earth Gods and the statue creatures, and they died together, is no different from an excellent opportunity for the Emperor of War. As for why Zhu Tian reported this opportunity to the Emperor of War, Zhu Tian cannot explore the entire ancient ruins by himself, so more support is needed. For such a good opportunity, Emperor Zhang would definitely not tell the other 4 emperors, but would bring people into this underground space by himself. At that time, Long Yu's chance to deal with Emperor Zhang would come. Of course, since Emperor Zhang is full of tricks, he will definitely not bring people here without the slightest preparation. However, Long Yu has 2 dolls of the first heaven, both of which are the strength of 5-star emperors. No matter how prepared Emperor Zhang is, it is impossible to leave this magnificent palace alive. Long Yu was waiting in the apse of the ruined Grand Palace. While waiting, he felt several violent collisions occurred in the entire 9 Nether Realm, which must have come from some powerful people who ruled the secret realm. The alien beasts of the Earth God clan will definitely not stop there. Although they can no longer feel the aura of the sacred object shielded by Concubine Yu, they can be sure that the sacred object is in the 9 Nether Realm, so they will naturally send strong people over. As for the 9 Nether Realm, as the realm of the human race, it is of course impossible to let these strange beasts come here. At the beginning, Concubine Yu came first, but after that, countless powerful masters of the Lushang clan who ruled the secret realm came to the 9 Nether Realm. On the one hand, he wanted to stop Concubine Yu, and on the other hand, he wanted to fend off those alien beasts of the Earth God race who came to Jiuyou realm by special means. Long Yu could vaguely feel the power emanating from the battle at the level of dominating the secret realm with the imprint of the 9 Netherworld. It can be seen that the 9 Netherworld at this moment is not only not peaceful, but is full of crises everywhere. Regarding this, Long Yu naturally held an indifferent attitude, and now his position was naturally on the side of the Jiuyou clan. Whether it was the Lushang clan or the alien beasts of the Earth God clan, they were all enemies to Long Yu. Although he doesn't have much conflict with the Lushang clan now, and even has good friends with the Tani Xuanhuan of the Tani division, but after Long Yu has completely mastered the 9 Nethers mark and completely occupied the 9 Nethers realm, the Lushang clan will definitely be with him. He broke out into a very serious conflict. So sooner or later the 2 sides will be rivals. Zifan Department, Elder Murong, as long as I find an opportunity, I will definitely avenge you. Long Yu thought in his heart. Murong Shozhen, who has never appeared since the Jiuyou Xian Palace, was apparently found and killed by the people of the Zifan Department with the Zifan curse. Long Yu has no strength now. Once he has enough strength, he will definitely go to the Zifan tribe, and the Zifan tribe is one of the core tribes in the Lushang clan. While waiting, Long Yu was constantly feeling the aura of the 9 nether marks in his dantian. To fully grasp the 9 nether marks, he had to find more of the previous vortex to absorb it, besides relying on time. 3 days later, Zhu Tian's news came. Under Zhu Tian's news report, Emperor Zhang finally made full preparations and led hundreds of people to support the vanguard. The so-called vanguard is the more than 50 people led by Zhu Tian, Su Chen, and Tan Shouya. At this moment, the news sent back to the holy city of the 5 emperors must be that the vanguard is almost completely wiped out, except for Zhu Tian who can come back alive. In the name of support, Zhandi led the crowd to attack, and personally came to this endless desert originally occupied by the alien beasts of the Earth God race, and followed Zhu Tian all the way to the underground space. When they came to the underground space, Emperor Zhang and the hundreds of people behind him all exclaimed. Obviously, they were directly shocked by the magnificent palace in the underground space. However, at this moment, the entire magnificent palace has become completely dilapidated. Just like what Zhu Tian said in the report, the alien beasts of the Earth God race invaded here, but were stopped by the statues here. Are there any treasures in the ruins? Emperor Zhang and the hundreds of people behind him were all very excited. Under the leadership of Emperor Zhang, a group of people led Zhu Tian towards the magnificent palace. No one expected that all this would be a trap set by Long Yu and others to ambush. Emperor Zhang would definitely not have imagined it. No matter who encounters such an ancient relic, they will have an idea of wanting to explore, let alone Zhu Tian is still with them. If what Zhu Tian said was a lie and he wants to pay them back, then it is impossible for Zhu Tian to harm himself, right? No one would have imagined that Zhu Tian and the others would actually set up a trap here to ambush the Zhan Emperor. Everything went very smoothly, and soon the Emperor Zhan led the crowd to the central hall. At this moment, hundreds of corpses of the Earth God clan alien beasts at the level of the seven-star Emperor, as well as the remains of many statues and creatures, were scattered in the central hall. Seeing all this, Emperor Zhan and the others were amazed again. Everything that Zhu Tian said is true. In this magnificent palace, the alien beasts of the Earth God race and the guardian statues fought each other, and finally died together, leaving hundreds of corpses behind. I hope that there are some treasures deep in the palace that have not been obtained by others. Zhandi narrowed his eyes and said, "This old man has been busy all his life, and now he has finally replaced Chidi and became one of the 5 emperors. This is the most glorious moment in his life, but he is not satisfied with it. Because after becoming the 5 emperors, he met a representative of the Lu Shan clan from an extraterrestrial force, who was a strong man who ruled the secret realm. Thus, Emperor Zhan learned many things that he did not know before, and knew that the alliance of 5 emperors was actually just a ruling and management tool of extraterrestrial forces. This made Zhandi even more ambitious in his heart. He wants to surpass the secret realm of kingship and step into the secret realm of domination. Even at the emperor level, it still belongs to the category of the kingly secret realm. Only by stepping into the master secret realm can a small world be born in the body, truly become the overlord of one side, and be free and unrestrained in the outer world. Because of this, Emperor Zhan is extremely concerned about the appearance of this ancient relic. He also didn't expect that his plan to kill Zhu Tian, Su Chen, Tan Shoya and other uncooperative people would bring him such benefits. It was really a coincidence. Moreover, if all the people who followed Zhu Tian hadn't died, Zhu Tian would definitely not have brought this news back to the holy city of the 5 emperors, and must have gone to explore this magnificent palace by himself. The Emperor Zhan thought about all possible dangers in his heart, and then carefully led the crowd forward, and soon passed the central hall, and saw the scene in the apse from a distance. The apse at this moment has long been set up as a trap by Long Yu, waiting for the arrival of the Zhan Emperor. Therefore, in the center of the entire apse, there are countless powerful soldiers, pills, and jade slips, exuding an extremely attractive aura at this moment, appearing in front of Emperor Zhan and others. These are just appetizers, the real temptation is yet to come. But even so, many people behind the Emperor Zhan couldn't hold back anymore. They saw at a glance that in the hall ahead, there were soldiers who surpassed the ancient level. Under normal circumstances, the strongest warriors that appear in the world of Shenwu are nothing more than super ancient warriors, but now, there are many ancient warriors appearing in front of them. How big is this temptation? An ancient warrior represents the birth of a peerless powerhouse. As long as they have ancient warriors, their status can be raised several times in an instant, and it is nothing to increase their voice in the 5 Emperors Alliance several times. Be careful, there is danger. I was hiding in the palace just now, and I have never been to such a deep place. Of course, you have to play a full set of plays, Zhu Tian said in a deep voice to Emperor Zhan and the others. Beside Zhandi, there was also a middle-aged man at the level of a 2-star emperor. This person was the first choice, with a bit of evil in his eyes. Hearing Zhu Tian's words, he immediately smiled. Brother Zhu Tian, don't worry, this kind of place has been destroyed so thoroughly, and we've checked, there is not a single living thing in the whole palace, so there shouldn't be any danger. This person is Zhu Tian's friend, nicknamed Wild Dog. He has cooperated with Zhu Tian in the past to wipe out many alien beast lairs, and he is extremely crazy when fighting against alien beasts. It was this person with top-notch detection methods. It was said earlier that there were no strong Earth God race beasts around this area. This trap of the Emperor of War. Zhu Tian now knew that the wild dog must have become Zhandi's running dog, but he didn't get angry immediately after he returned, because he wanted to catch all these guys. Wild dog, there is nothing wrong with being careful, let people go up and explore the way first. Zhu Tian shook his head, insisting on being careful. The most important thing when exploring the ancient ruins is to be cautious. No one can deny this point. What Zhu Tian said at this time made it even more difficult for Zhan Emperor to think that this would be a trap set by Zhu Tian and others. How about this, whoever goes to the front hall first to detect whether there is any danger, whoever enters first, the emperor allows him to choose 3 soldiers at will. When Emperor Zhan said these words, the people around him immediately started to move. 3 ancient warriors. What is this concept? When Emperor Zhan said this, the people around him all boiled up. Primordial warriors are rarely seen once on weekdays, and many people even see them for the first time in their lives. Now, as long as they step into the hall ahead, they can have 3 primordial warriors. It is a great temptation for everyone. No matter how great the danger is, they will never give up, and they will definitely try. Immediately, 3 martial artists at the peak level of the Emperor realm flew towards the hall ahead, trying to leave others behind as if they were running a race. Soon, the 3 of them stepped into the hall one after another, and found that there was no danger coming, which made the 3 of them happy. Damn, I let you take advantage of it. I can't tell it on weekdays. I didn't expect you to run so fast. 2 of them were cursing, clearly upset with the other. And the other person is now full of joy, because he was the first to rush into this palace just now, and according to what the War Emperor said, he was able to choose 3 ancient-level soldiers. However, there was no danger in this hall, which made them feel relieved, and Zhandi and the others behind him also did not hesitate. Go, follow me in. Under the leadership of Zhandi, a group of hundreds of people stepped into this hall full of various treasures. This is a paradise for them. You can just bend down and pick up a super treasure, which is invaluable in the outside world. Things. Everyone was ecstatic, including Zhu Tian. Seeing Emperor Zhan and others all fall into the trap, how could Zhu Tian be unhappy? Emperor Zhan, I want to see how you can escape today. Zhu Tian thought in his heart, but without Zhan Emperor noticing, he quietly left this place. The Emperor Zhan, who was overjoyed, didn't notice Zhu Tian's departure. He glanced at the entire hall, and found that the hall was severely damaged, with various treasures scattered all over the place, and there were still many remains of statues and creatures. Apparently there was a big fight. The alien beasts of the Earth God race, thank you very much. If it weren't for you beasts, even if I, the Emperor of War, found this ancient ruins, I might not be able to defeat the guard statues and get many treasures. The corner of Zhandi's mouth curled up, thinking in his heart. But at the next moment, the expressions of Emperor Zhan and the people beside him suddenly changed, because they found that the passage they came from was blocked unknowingly. A few large stones seemed to have fallen from the sky, betting the passage they had come from completely, so that they could not escape from the palace. These huge stones were the remains of the entire magnificent palace, and they were so strong that even the Emperor of War could not break them down. Destroy it. Not to mention the Emperor of War, even the alien beasts and statue creatures of the 7-star Emperor level cannot break through the walls of the magnificent palace. The reason why this magnificent palace will be destroyed is entirely because of the arrival of the alien beast at the level of dominating the secret realm, but now, the alien beast at the level of dominating the secret realm has long since disappeared. Zhandi and others are blocked in this palace, and there will be no way out. In this magnificent palace, the divine script of space is sealed and imprisoned, no one can use it, so if they can't blast away those boulders blocking the road, Zhandi and others will be completely trapped here. The turtle in the urn. Long Yu exercised balanced control and hid in this palace without being discovered by anyone. No one knew that Long Yu was quietly hiding in this hall, even Zhan Emperor couldn't find Long Yu's trace. Now that Long Yu has comprehended the 6th level of the secret method of balance control, even a 5-star Emperor level existence may not be able to find Long Yu, let alone a 3-star Emperor level War Emperor. As for the boulders that blocked the road, they were traps that Long Yu had prepared before. With a single thought, he could trap Emperor Zhan and others in this hall. Then, it's time to kill Zhandi. Of course, Long Yu himself still won't show up. He acts cautiously, even when the other party must die in the end, he still won't show up and let the other party know the truth. Long Yu's goal is to get rid of Zhandi, not to act aggressive in front of Zhandi. Anyway, he didn't need to take action in the process of getting rid of Emperor Zhan, he just needed to watch the show quietly from the sidelines. Just when Emperor Zhan and others found themselves trapped in this hall, they were in one of the halls. In the corner, a small puppet suddenly stood up. That puppet, wearing a white shirt, is a young woman, that is, the appearance of the beautiful woman Heshua in the pair of cranes in the sky. As the small puppet is activated by Long Yu, the puppet of this young woman gradually changes. Big, and soon became the size of an ordinary person. This phenomenon directly attracted the attention of Zhandi and everyone else. They didn't know what this doll was, but at this moment, they felt a deep strangeness. First, the retreat of the entire hall was blocked, no matter how hard it could be blasted away, and then such a young woman doll appeared in the hall, and there was a burst of weirdness everywhere. The people present are all beings who have stepped into the realm of the Emperor. At this moment, they are urging the power of deduction at the same time. They want to deduce and see what is the relationship between the dolls and the palace that appear in front of them. However, they soon discovered that their power of deduction could not be brought into play at all in this place. The power of deduction, like the divine text of space, was banned in the entire hall. This discovery made Emperor Zhan and the others all look ashamed, and they began to realize that they had fallen into some kind of trap. Master Zhandi, that kid Jutian is gone. Suddenly, the 2-star Emperor Cultivator, the wild dog, who had been beside Zhandi, said in a gloomy voice. He didn't pay much attention at first, but when the hall was blocked and the dolls appeared, he realized that they might be drawn into a trap. So, he immediately started looking for Jutian, but he found that Jutian did not follow them to this palace. Obviously, they were trapped by Jutianking. At this moment, Zhandi and the others couldn't help but think about it, and the young woman doll who suddenly appeared had already shot towards the person closest to him. As soon as he made a move, it was thunderous, and the strength of the 5-star Emperor was fully revealed at this moment. With just one blow and a flash of white light, a master of the 5 Emperors alliance at the level of a 1-star Emperor was completely defeated by the crane snow puppet, and his whole body dissipated into ashes in midair. Before the others could react, the Heshua puppet struck again, killing 3 members of the 5 Emperors alliance who were closest to her in an instant. Long Yu hid aside, watching this scene couldn't help admiring, this puppet is really terrifying, although it is not as good as Tianyi Xuanhuan and the others themselves, but even if it is only a puppet at the level of a 5-star Emperor, it is difficult to face Zhandi and others. Totally true. Of course, Emperor Zhan and the others couldn't sit still and wait for death. At this moment, they could only fight. After all, there were so many of them, and if they joined forces, it was still possible to defeat this puppet. Blast it to pieces. The Emperor Zhan shouted angrily, and everyone present reacted and launched attacks at the Heshua puppet one after another. Immediately, the entire hall was filled with extremely powerful fluctuations of power. However, when the Heshua doll raised its hand, it released a burst of translucent light to block all these attacks, like an impenetrable barrier, resisting all attacks. Immediately afterwards, a white light flashed in the field, condensing into countless sword lights and sword shadows, killing more than 10 people in an instant. The Heshua puppet not only possesses the cultivation base of a 5-star Emperor, but also possesses all kinds of powerful means that Heshua possesses, and Heshua is a genius of the Tianyi division of the Lushan clan, an extraterrestrial force, so he must have the ability to leapfrog challenges. That is to say, the Hishua puppet at this moment must not be treated as an ordinary 5-star emperor. It is very possible that the Hishua puppet can stand up to the ordinary 7-star emperor, and even a tie. In this way, Emperor Zhan and others simply have no chance. Long Yu watched leisurely from the sidelines, and after urging the Hishua puppet, Zhandi and others can be said to be dead, unless people from other extraterrestrial forces came to rescue them. But it is a pity that at this moment, Long Yu still feels that in some places in the Jiuyou realm, a battle to dominate the secret realm level is breaking out. That is to say, all the powerhouses of the extraterrestrial forces are held back by the powerhouses who dominate the secret realm sent by the alien beasts of the earth gods. It is impossible to notice what is happening in the corner of the world of Shenwu here. The Emperor of War has been placed in a mortal situation. In such a situation, Emperor Zhan's character of being afraid of death was completely revealed. While calling everyone else to deal with the Hishua puppet, he kept retreating towards the rear, and soon found the path leading from the apse to the treasure hall. Channel. Although their way back is blocked, their way forward is still there. Zhandi wanted to break into it alone and let other people act as stepping stones for him, but obviously, not everyone would fight the Hishua puppet as he wished. The first one who followed Zhandi betrayed Jutian and followed Zhandi's friend, Wild Dog. This thin, middle-aged man followed Zhandi into the passage leading to the treasure hall, causing Zhandi to narrow his eyes slightly. Zhandi, at this time it seems not good for you to escape alone? With ferocious eyes flashing in the Wild Dog's eyes, he caught up with Emperor Zhan. People are all for themselves. In this situation, staying is a dead end. In this case, why don't you look elsewhere, maybe you can find opportunities. Since you are here, let's go together, said the Emperor of War. Very good, Lord Zhandi, you go ahead first, and I will cut off the rear for you. The Wild Dog narrowed his eyes and said. Hearing this, Emperor Zhan snorted coldly in his heart. This guy actually wants him to take the lead and face the unknown danger ahead? What a great idea. Of course, Long Yu saw the actions of the two of them, and thought to himself that it's this time, these two guys are still biting dogs, it's really bad to the extreme, it's a disaster for people like this to live in the Five Emperors Alliance, fortunately they are alone today, can't run away. At this moment, Emperor Zhan was undoubtedly facing a dilemma. There are Hishua dolls killing in the rear, and there is also an unknown crisis ahead. It stands to reason that Zhandi should bring someone along, let others explore the way ahead, and follow behind. But now, it was Wild Dogs who followed Zhandi. The Wild Dog has always been very shrewd. Although he took refuge in the Emperor Zhan, it was only for his own benefit. It is impossible to find the way for the Emperor Zhan now. The Emperor Zhan didn't even think about it, and ran directly towards the deeper part of the passage. He thought to himself, anyway, if you don't go, you will die, and if you go, you may have a way to survive, so why not take a gamble? As for the Wild Dogs, even though Emperor Zhan hated them to the bone, he didn't have time to deal with Wild Dogs now. All he wanted in his mind was to escape from this ghostly place. Space Divinity, seal it. The power of deduction, seal. The current Emperor Zhan has no choice but to continue walking inside, trying to try his luck. But soon, Emperor Zhan discovered that walking all the way into the depths of the passage, he soon came to a dead end. This passage had completely collapsed, blocking his way. The Emperor Zhan's face suddenly became gloomy, and even the Wild Dogs who followed not far behind him were ashen. They didn't expect that this passage turned out to be a dead end. If they had known this, they should have stayed with the others and tried their best to deal with that female puppet. What if they could defeat it with the strength of the crowd? But now, it's too late for them to turn around. In a short period of time, under Long Yu's leisurely watching the play, nearly 100 members of the Five Emperors Alliance in the audience were all bombarded to death by the Hishua puppets. For these people, Long Yu naturally did not have a good opinion of them. One must know that these were Zhan Emperor's minions, and they were all Zhan Emperor who wanted to lead them to find benefits together. Zhandi's people are Long Yu's enemies. The Heshua puppet killed all directions, and it was extremely ruthless, without any mercy, because the activation time of the Heshua puppet was only half an hour, and after half an hour, the puppet was equivalent to being scrapped. Therefore, within half an hour, Long Yu must kill all the people in the audience, otherwise as long as anyone is left behind, it will be a great hidden danger to Long Yu. At the beginning, these hundreds of Zhandi's subordinates wanted to deal with the Heshua puppet desperately, but after the Zhandi escaped and the Heshua puppet showed unparalleled fighting power, the fighting spirit of the remaining people quickly became depressed. Started running around. However, how could their speed compare to the Heshua doll? Many people were chased by the Heshua puppet, and then knelt down and hugged their heads to beg for mercy, because the two sides were really not at the same level of strength, but the Heshua puppet had no human emotions at all. Those who begged for mercy died faster than those who desperately resisted. This made many people choose to blow themselves up, but unfortunately, even if these people blew themselves up, they couldn't hurt the Heshua doll at all. On the contrary, Long Yu, who was hiding aside, was affected a little. Fortunately, Long Yu's physical body was tyrannical. Even if he was affected by a long-distance self-explosion, he didn't suffer too much injury, and he didn't bother to move, so as not to be discovered by others. In less than half an hour, the Heshua puppet bombarded and killed all the people in the hall. A total of more than 80 people died in the hands of the Heshua puppet, and then the Heshua puppet chased into the passage. Including Emperor Zhan, more than 20 people fled into the passage, but they didn't know that the passage was blocked by Long Yu long ago. Escaping into that passage is nothing but a dead end. Long Yu continued to hide his figure, and then followed behind the Heshua puppet, stepped into the passage, watching the Heshua puppet continuously bombard and kill those martial artists who fled into the passage. No matter whether it is the peak of the Emperor realm, a 1-star Emperor, or a 2-star Emperor, none of them are the enemy of the Heshua puppet, and they can be killed by it with a wave of its hand. Long Yu slowly stepped into the passage, and along the way, he only saw the corpses of those members of the 5 Emperors Alliance, and he burned them to death. When he finally reached the end of the blocked passage, he found that the Heshua puppet had just beheaded the thin man's wild dog, and finally there was Zhandi, who was bombarding the blocked passage non-stop, but with him the strength of the building is simply unable to blast through the building materials of this majestic palace. When the Heshua puppet blasted the wild dogs to death, Emperor Zhan was on the verge of collapse. He turned around and knelt down towards the Heshua puppet. Emperor Zhan didn't know if the Heshua puppet was conscious, but he didn't want to die, so he wanted to beg the Heshua puppet for mercy. It's a pity that if the Zhan Emperor saw the end of the person who begged for mercy in the back hall before, it would definitely be impossible to kneel down and beg for mercy now, and he would fight to the death. However, as the Emperor Zhan knelt down, the Heshua puppet cut out a white knife with no expression on his face, and he was about to kill the Emperor Zhan. At this moment, the Emperor of War suddenly flashed away, and dozens of clones of the Emperor of War suddenly appeared in the audience. These clones of the Emperor of War did not hesitate at all. Some of them held back, others wanted to break through the Heshua doll, and fled towards the passage go. Needless to say, this move was beyond Long Yu's expectations. If the Zhan Emperor could rely on this method to delay the time, it would really make it more difficult for Long Yu. After all, the Heshua puppet can only last for half an hour. If it exceeds half an hour, the Heshua puppet will lose all its power and become an ordinary puppet. If the Emperor Zhan has not been killed by that time, Long Yu has only one choice left, that is to use the Heshua puppet to behead the Emperor Zhan here, but that would be too wasteful. Although Long Yu has already trapped Emperor Zhan in this ruins, as long as he does not die, there is still a chance to escape, and Long Yu will never allow Emperor Zhan to have any chance of surviving. Therefore, Long Yu had to see Emperor Zhan be beheaded with his own eyes. Just being trapped here is of no help. Maybe the master of the secret realm of the Tianweilishan clan will come here to rescue him by then? Now that you have done it, you can't show any mercy. Poor Emperor Zhan, he had a good idea and wanted to delay time by relying on his avatar, but the Hishui puppet didn't give him any chance. Those clones of the Emperor of War who wanted to escape all failed to escape the attack range of the Hishui puppet. And the main body of the Emperor Zhan was mixed with these clones, and was bombarded and killed by the Hishui puppet. After a while, Long Yu felt that the whole space became quiet, there was no life in the whole magnificent palace. Zhan Emperor had been completely wiped out from this world by that blow just now. Only then did Long Yu heave a sigh of relief, and when he raised his hand, he directly urged the Hishui puppet to turn into a puppet again. Before half an hour has passed, the Crane Snow doll can be activated again next time, but the next activation will only last for less than a stick of incense. Of course, the 5-star Emperor powerhouse who lasts for a stick of incense, in the world of Shenwu it is also very scary. No matter it is facing any strong person, a stick of incense is enough time for the Hishui puppet to defeat the opponent, even if it is the existence of Zhandi and Xingdi. Therefore, it is necessary to recycle the Crane Snow doll. Immediately afterwards, Long Yu put all the soldiers, pills, and other things that he still used to attract Zhan Emperor and others in the back hall back into his bag. Never touch it. Because the deduction power of the strong in the Imperial realm is very terrifying, even if Long Yu took these things, he would not be able to use them, otherwise it would be easy for people to deduce some clues to the things here, and the loss outweighs the gain. After all, Emperor Zhan and the others didn't have many valuable things on them, so there was no need for Long Yu to take risks for these rubbish. Finally got rid of him. Finally, Long Yu breathed a sigh of relief, and then activated the 9 Serenity mark to condense a space channel, teleporting himself outside the closed hall channel, and saw Zhu Tian waiting in the front entrance channel. When Zhu Tian saw Long Yu appearing, his eyes lit up immediately. Brother Long Yu, how is the situation? It's all settled. Long Yu smiled, and then said, the next step is up to everyone. Let's go back to the 5 Emperors Alliance and explain the things here. Of course, except for you, we don't know about Zhandi's work. As a matter of fact, we were trapped here, and finally found a chance to escape. Long Yu, Zhu Tian, and the others had already thought about the aftermath after killing Emperor Zhan. Anyway, the entire magnificent palace has been sealed off, Zhandi and others died in the depths. Even if the alliance of 5 emperors sends people over, it is impossible to find out the situation of Zhandi's death, unless the extraterrestrial forces send the existence that dominates the secret realm level to investigate. Even so, it is impossible for anyone to suspect Long Yu and others about the whole matter. Zhandi is hundreds of elites from the alliance of 5 emperors. With Long Yu, Zhu Tian, and the like alone, how could it be possible to kill so many strong men? The final conclusion is that Zhandi and others must have gone deep into the ruins, but they were trapped in it and died in the trap of the ruins mechanism. When the power of deduction fails, no one can find the real murderer. Even if there is a very strong person who can deduce a little bit of clues, it will only deduce the level of the Hishui puppet, and it is impossible to count Long Yu's head superior. The entire incident of the alien beasts of the Earth God race finally came to an end with the death of the Emperor Zhan. Even Su Chen, Tan Shoya, and the others didn't know that Emperor Zhan was dead, they only knew that Emperor Zhan was trapped by Long Yu in that magnificent palace in the underground space. Soon, everyone returned to the 5 Emperors Alliance, led by Zhu Tian, who reported the situation here. The Emperor of War is missing, and hundreds of members of the 5 Emperors Alliance are trapped in the ancient ruins. This incident shocked the other 4 emperors in an instant. The next day, the Holy Emperor, Demon Emperor, Lei Emperor, and Yen Emperor gathered together and prepared to go to the underground space to investigate. Their investigation was destined to have no results, and Long Yu did not follow and participate in this matter. As the victims of the whole incident, Long Yu, Zhu Tian, Su Chen, and the others were not punished in any way. No one could have imagined that the disappearance of Emperor Zhan was actually related to Long Yu and the others. At this moment, Long Yu has already taken the ancient Shura Hall, passed the 9 Serenity Seal, and is about to teleport back to the Beishui Empire to meet many friends whom he hasn't seen for a long time. Long Yu's figure appeared above the former imperial capital of the Beishui dynasty, and accompanied by him, there were 2 extremely huge palaces, the ancient palace of Shura and the ancient palace of Death. During the previous actions, Xiangwu had been waiting for Long Yu in the ancient Death Hall, and when Long Yu finished the battle and returned, he and Long Yu returned to the Northern Snow Dynasty. Xiangwu's slender figure floated out of the ancient Death Palace, and glanced at Long Yu. "Brother Long, there are still 5 days left before the day to explore the core of the Shenwu realm. Will we have time to deal with the matter here? The Emperor Zhan is dead, 5 days should be enough, and when the matter here is done, we will go to the Shenwu realm to check." Long Yu nodded and said, then narrowed his eyes. Even if he just came back to Beishui dynasty, he could feel an extremely depressing atmosphere in the entire area of Beishui dynasty. It stands to reason that the Northern Snow Empire has just been promoted to the Northern Snow Empire, so everyone should be celebrating, but in fact, due to the obstruction of the 3 surrounding empires, the development of the entire Northern Snow Empire has not been very smooth, and even encountered many obstacles. All of this is because of Zhandi. But now, Emperor Zhan had been killed by Long Yu, the next thing would be much simpler, and Long Yu didn't even need to do anything himself. Because in the current Beishui Empire, Xing Xing, Dao Jingtian and other former Chidi's direct disciples are all retreating here to cultivate. If they know that Zhan is dead, they will be able to destroy the 3 surrounding empires in minutes. Come on, let's go back and meet them first. Long Yu greeted Xiangwu, and then brought Xiangwu down towards the Northern Snow Emperor's capital. Of course, this city has now been changed to Northern Snow Emperor's capital. The ancient temple of Shura and the ancient temple of Death are powerful ancient warriors from Shura envoys and Death envoys, and they are giant special soldiers with very powerful functions. After the Death envoy died, he left the ancient Death Palace to Sunset Dance, and she took charge of it. But now, Long Yu didn't have any need for the ancient Azura Hall, so he planned to hand over the origin stone of Azura and the ancient Azura Hall to Shu Chan. Soon, Long Yu and Xiangwu came to the sky above Baixuetudu. Both of them hid their figures. At a glance, they saw a large group of people gathered on a street in Baixuetudu, discussing and pointing at each other. Point of view. Long Yu just exercised his balance control to investigate, and he knew what was going on over there. It turned out that some powerful emperors from the Shenluo Empire came to the Beishui imperial capital and bullied the people of the Beishui Empire, and the person who was bullied was Long Yu's friend, Ruoshui County King. At this moment, Ruoshui County King and her nephew Sikong Yi seemed to be wandering around the Baixuedi capital, probably wanting to buy some cultivation resources, but unfortunately, the beautiful and charming Ruoshui County King was captured by a man from the powerful emperors of the Shenluo Empire have taken a fancy to her and want to take her away forcibly. You know, this is the imperial capital of the Northern Snow Empire. How could people from the Shenluo Empire be allowed to run wild here? Immediately, the city guards arrived under the leadership of a powerful man from the imperial realm. However, even dozens of city guards could not deal with the strong man from the imperial realm of the Shenluo Empire, and the scene became stalemate for a while. Stand up. Go away all of you. It's your honor for me to see you as a woman. Why don't you come back with me soon? The middle-aged man in the emperor realm of the Shenluo Empire chuckled, and scanned Ruoshui County King's whole body with extremely obscene eyes, which made Ruoshui County King tremble with anger. Don't be arrogant. The captain of the city guard with the strength of the emperor's realm sank. This is the Beishui Empire. If you really think of the emperor's realm, you are invincible? If our lord, the emperor, makes a move, you will definitely die. Why don't you get out of here? You let me go? The middle-aged man in the imperial realm snorted angrily, raised his hand, and instantly pulled the city guard captain with the strength of the imperial realm over, grabbed it in his hand, and then concentrated the green divine text brilliance in his hand, as if he wanted to kill him directly. Boom kill. At this moment, a cold sword light floated from a distance. The speed was unimaginable. In just an instant, the cold sword light pierced the sky directly, and cut off the arm of the troublesome Emperor Realm expert, and blood sprayed out in an instant. The captain of the Imperial City Guard, who was caught by him, fell directly to the ground, his face pale. Just now he really felt that death was only a thin line away from him. If a strong man hadn't appeared and cut off the arm of the middle-aged man in the Imperial Realm, he would be dead now. Even now, the middle-aged man's arm was still grabbing his neck, but that arm had lost its strength, and the middle-aged man in the Imperial Realm let out a miserable scream. Who is it? Get out of here, who dares to attack me secretly? The middle-aged man in the Emperor Realm of the Xuanhuan Empire showed an extremely fierce look on his face, and glanced around, and soon he found the person he was looking for. It was a woman with an elegant figure and a cold temperament. He was pacing from the sky in the direction of the Imperial Palace. It was Yu Hanqin. At this moment, Yu Hanqin had stepped into the early stage of the Emperor Realm, but he cut off the arm of the middle-aged man in the late Emperor Realm with only one move. It can be seen how strong Yu Hanqin has reached now to such an extent. It really was you, ha ha ha, Yu Hanqin, you came out after all. The middle-aged man from the Xuanhuan Empire was not afraid when he saw Yu Hanqin, but laughed loudly, even ignoring his own arm that was severed by the cold sword light. At this moment, several powerful auras appeared from all around, and they arrived in the field in an instant. It turned out that 4 strong men at the peak of the Emperor Realm appeared, surrounding Yu Hanqin in the middle. Yu Hanqin, you are so courageous. The envoys of our Xuanhuan Empire came to visit your Beishui Empire with good intentions. Does your Beishui Empire treat guests by cutting off the arms of their guests? It's really bullying no one in the Xuanhuan Empire. In this case, Yu Hanqin, you can come with us and cut off the arm of our Xuanhuan Empire envoy. You must give an explanation. Each of the 4 strong men at the peak of the Imperial Realm directly stated the purpose of their trip. Immediately, everyone understood that the middle-aged man in the late stage of Emperor Realm just molested Ruashui County King, recruited the commander of the city guard, and wanted to kill the commander of the city guard, just to attract Yu Hanqin. And, for this reason, these people want to take Yu Hanqin away. It is conceivable that once Yu Hanqin is taken away, there is absolutely no possibility of Yu Hanqin surviving, and the Beishui Empire, which has just become an empire, has no chance of surviving. It will collapse. Shameless. Yu Hanqin didn't talk nonsense with them. In the past few days, she had already seen the shamelessness of the Xuanhuan Empire, and she had seen even more shameless than this. Therefore, nonsense is useless. The only way is to defeat these people and let them know that they are not so easy to mess with. Yu Hanqin didn't say a word of nonsense. In the eyes of countless people in the imperial capital below, she instantly turned into a huge iceberg, and the whole body was chilled. In an instant, 4 icy storms moved towards the 4 peak emperors who surrounded her. Get out! Even though Yu Hanqin was only at the early stage of the Emperor Realm, he was not afraid of the 4 powerhouses at the peak of the Emperor Realm. Hanqin. These 4 powerhouses at the peak of the Emperor Realm came prepared, so it was naturally impossible for Yu Hanqin to just be defeated by Yu Hanqin. Buddy and capture formation. The divine power of the 4 people circulated all over their bodies, and in an instant, countless huge claws appeared in the field, and they grabbed the Yu Hanqin iceberg in the center. Yu Hanqin's ice storm vortex was unable to repel these huge claws. The heaven capture formation turned out to be a method of formation. With 4 people working together, it is possible to capture even a 1-star emperor, let alone the current Yu Hanqin. Yu Hanqin's complexion changed slightly, and the cold air flowed all over her body, instantly turning into a long sword of ice crystals, which spun around her side continuously, and the icy sword lights rolled away one after another, blasting off the huge flying claws one after another. However, under the joint efforts of the four peak emperors, these claws are almost inexhaustible, and they are inexhaustible, and they are rushing towards Yuhanqin at an extremely fast speed. Yuhanqin tried her best, but she couldn't resist such a heavenly capture formation. She knew that this sky capture formation was a powerful formation from the alliance of 5 emperors, but she didn't know that people from the Shenluo Empire had also learned the sky capture formation. Looks like it's Zhandi's fault again. Yuhanqin's face was cold, and she guessed the truth at once. Facing the heavenly capture formation set up by the 4 peak emperors, with her current strength, she was indeed a little short of resisting it. However, Tianyu Manor should have gotten the news of this level of fighting happening here, right? Yuhan thought in his heart that at Tianyu Manor, there were Xing Xing, Dao Jing Tian and other original disciples of the Red Emperor who were retreating and cultivating. If there was a war, they would definitely come here as soon as possible. But Yuhanqin has no confidence in her heart now. Because, since the Shenluo Empire came up with this plan to lure her out and wanted to capture her, it must have made a perfect plan. Maybe the current Tianyu Manor has already been surrounded by the people of the Shenluo Empire. In the current Shenluo Empire, there are Zhandi's subordinates sitting in command, and they bring many masters from the 5 Emperors' alliance. It is entirely possible to delay and punish them. Yuhanqin's face became more and more serious. Is it going to be in the hands of the Shenluo Empire today? But just when she was a little discouraged, a familiar figure appeared in front of her. It was Xiang Wu. Senior Yu, don't worry, Brother Long and I are here. Sunset Dance had a slight smile on her face, and then raised her hand, and the endless gods of death condensed in her hands. As soon as these words came out, a look of surprise appeared on Yuhanqin's face. Long Yu was still alive. She had heard before that Long Yu was not dead, and had come back with Lei Di and others, and had won 4 life and death battles in a row, but after that, it seemed that the Emperor Zhan planned to send Long Yu to carry out a mission that must die up. Unexpectedly, now Long Yu came back with Xiang Wu. But seeing that Xiang Wu wanted to make a move, Yuhan couldn't help feeling worried again. You know, Xiang Wu has just stepped into the Imperial Realm, so how could she be able to deal with the peak powerhouse of the Imperial Realm besieging her with this level of cultivation? Immediately afterwards, a scene that shocked Yuhanqin appeared. Accompanied by the death glyph condensed in Xiang Wu's hands, 7 other figures suddenly appeared from the side, and the power of the death glyph appeared in their hands. The 8 people joined hands, and actually built a formation. Although this formation was cast by 8 monks in the Imperial Realm, its power was extremely terrifying. It even directly killed one of the peak Emperor Realm monks. The powerhouses of the Shenluo Empire were closed and isolated. Dead binding circle. The light of death shone in Xiang Wu's eyes, together with the 7 people brought out from the ancient death temple. They finally showed this terrifying move in front of the world. Under normal circumstances, monks at the Emperor Realm level would not have the slightest resistance against the existence of the peak Emperor Realm. Even Long Yu, who was at the early stage of the Emperor Realm, could not be an opponent to the existence of the peak God Realm. But now, Xiang Wu led 7 people to cast the seal-binding circle of the dead, and even trapped a strong man at the peak of the Imperial Realm. At this moment, the 4 powerhouses of the Shenluo Empire at the peak of the Emperor Realm are jointly performing a move to capture Yuhanqin. Now suddenly one person is missing to cooperate, and the entire heavenly capture formation collapses. Yuhanqin also changed from passive to active in an instant, and the cold air from the entire icebird's body exploded instantly, covering the entire northern Snow Emperor in a world of ice and snow. Roll. A stern look flashed in Yuhan's eyes, and his whole body was filled with cold air, forming an infinite ice prison to completely freeze the remaining 3 peak emperors. If it wasn't for the heavenly capture formation, her strength would not be inferior to these 4 powerhouses at the peak of the Emperor Realm. Now that the heavenly capture formation was broken due to Xiang Wu's attack, Yu Hanqin directly completely suppressed the remaining three. Senior Yu, why show mercy? Xiang Wu saw that Yu Hanqin seemed to be holding back his hands, and couldn't help saying, such a villain, he should be killed directly. These four are members of the Five Emperors Alliance, and they are pawns arranged by the Emperor Zhan in the Shenluo Empire. If they are killed, I am afraid. Yu Hanqin frowned slightly, a little hesitant. Senior Yu, don't worry, Emperor Zhan has already died in the hands of Brother Long, so, you know what to do, right? Sunset Dance's words were transmitted directly to Yu Hanqin's ears through sound transmission, without being heard by anyone else. After all, the life and death of Emperor Zhan is still an unknown matter to the Alliance of Five Emperors. She said with such certainty that Emperor Zhan is dead, so of course she cannot let others know. When Yu Hanqin heard this, she was taken aback again. Zhandi has died in the hands of Long Yu? How is this possible? It's hard for Yu Hanqin to imagine that Long Yu's strength has reached this level. One must know that Zhandi is a powerful existence who defeated Chidi. Now, Emperor Zhan was actually killed by Long Yu. However, Yu Hanqin of course completely trusted Xiang Wu, without any doubts, and without any publicity. Indeed, since Emperor Zhan is dead, there is no need for her to keep her hand. Even if these four powerhouses at the peak of Emperor Realm are from the Alliance of Five Emperors, they are nothing but minions of Emperor Zhan. The Emperor of War is dead. If these four people die, no one will appeal to them, not to mention that these four people are not considered unjust deaths in the rules and regulations of the Five Emperors Alliance. There is a very important one, that is, any members of the Alliance of Five Emperors are not allowed to harass the development of other empires and sect forces. If Emperor Zhan was around, Yu Han couldn't beat him, and it was normal for him not to dare to kill him. But now that Emperor Zhan is gone, what is Yu Hanqin afraid of? Bingfeng Town kill. As soon as Yu Hanqin raised his hand, four icy mountains appeared directly on top of the four peak emperors, exuding an extremely awe-inspiring killing intent. The four powerhouses at the peak of the imperial realm each felt the murderous aura emanating from Yu Hanqin, and they were all startled. One of them said viciously, Yu Hanqin, think about it clearly, we are members of the Five Emperors Alliance. If you kill our Five Emperors Alliance members, what will happen? What about the people of the Five Emperors Alliance? Yu Hanqin was too lazy to talk nonsense with them, and said grimly, I remember that people from the Alliance of Five Emperors cannot interfere with the affairs of the Imperial sect forces. Since you have interfered, you must be prepared to pay the price with your life. You dare. The other person suddenly panicked, aren't you afraid that Lord Zhandi will punish you? If he wants to come, I, Yu Han, will accompany him at any time. Yu Hanqin sneered at these words, since Zhandi is dead anyway, could Zhandi turn into a ghost and come to trouble her? The next moment, four icy mountain peaks descended from the sky, and instantly killed the four strong men at the peak of the Emperor Realm. In an instant, there were no bones left, and their souls flew away. This scene made the people in the entire northern Snow Emperor city very happy, and immediately cheered loudly. They should know that other people will never end well when they come to the northern Snow Empire to make trouble. You must know that their Lord Emperor is Yu Hanqin, one of the former Five Emperors, and the direct disciple of the Red Emperor. Although the Scarlet Emperor was replaced by the War Emperor, the Beishui Empire is not to be bullied. It's a pity that everyone didn't know that if Long Yu hadn't asked Xiang Wu to bring the news that the Emperor Zhan was dead, Yu Hanqin would have had many scruples about taking action, but now, Yu Hanqin has truly let go. Want to run? The middle-aged man in the late stage of Emperor Realm who first molested Ruoshui County King wanted to turn around and run away when he saw something bad, but how could Yu Hanqin give him any chance? A flash of cold sword energy pierced through the air, piercing the man's entire chest in an instant, and then his whole body was frozen into ice, and then exploded, evaporating into a burst of water vapor, and there was no bones left. Only two space fighters fell to the ground, and were looted by many people around. In this way, all those who wanted to cause trouble in Baixuetudu were wiped out. Yu Hanqin flew forward, smiled at Shi Yanguo. Thank you Xiao Wu. By the way, you said you came back with Long Yu, why didn't he show up? Sunset Dance pointed in the direction of Tianyu Manor. He sensed that something happened over there, so he asked me to help you here, and he went there first. Well, since the matter here has been settled, let's go and have a look together. Yu Hanqin's heart is completely settled now, and when she learned that Long Yu had actually dealt with Jean Di, she felt that in Long Yu's eyes, there was probably nothing that could not be dealt with. So what if there are more people making trouble? After all, they are just the minions of the Emperor Jean. But now, Jean Di himself has died, what kind of troubles can his subordinates stir up? Hundreds of miles away from the capital of Northern Snow Emperor is Tianyu Manor. At this time, Tianyu Manor was in an extremely tense atmosphere, because unexpectedly, a cabinet elder from the Alliance of Five Emperors had arrived. The cabinet elder of the Alliance of Five Emperors, named Hu Pingguan, is a strong man at the level of a two-star emperor. He was sent to the Shenluo Empire by the Emperor Zhang before the momentum of the Northern Snow Empire. In addition to Hu Pingguan, he also came with two elders from the Five Emperors Alliance, both at the level of one-star emperors, plus some emperor realm powerhouses from the Shenluo Empire, and Hu Pingguan under the Five Emperors Alliance. A total of nearly 100 people broke into Tianyu Manor. In Tianyu Manor, in addition to the people who originally came out of Tianyu continent, there were also several other direct disciples of the Red Emperor. In Tianyu Manor, Hu Pingguan brought people to the door, and Nailan Jun and Han Yue appeared first, blocking Hu Pingguan and others. Elder Hu, I don't know why you came here suddenly. Of course Nailan Jun knew Hu Pingguan. After all, there were less than 20 cabinet elders in the entire Five Emperors Alliance. He had stayed in the holy city of Five Emperors for a long time, so he was no stranger to Hu Pingguan. This person's personality has always been somewhat mercenary, and because of this, when the Emperor Zhang came to power, he was first recruited by the Emperor Zhang and became one of the lackeys of the Emperor Zhang. Although Nailan Jun didn't know what the other party was doing, he also knew that there was absolutely nothing good about the other parties coming, and of course he didn't have a good face. Hee, so it's Nailan Juanshan's nephew. Since you're here, things will be easy. Hu Pingguan squinted his eyes, and his whole body exuded a natural aura. The terrifying aura belonging to the level of the two-star emperor made Han Yue beside Nailan Jun frown slightly, as if he couldn't hold on. Fortunately, Nailan Jun was there, and as soon as he raised his hand, he blocked Hu Pingguan's momentum for Han Yue, and then raised his brows and said, if Elder Hu has anything to do, just speak up. It's very simple, this Elder's trip is just for you former disciples of the Red Emperor. Hu Pingguan said with a half-smile, and bit the word original very hard, as if to remind Nailan Jun that his current identity is no longer the direct disciple of the Five Emperors. You former disciples of the Red Emperor have received many privileges in the Five Emperors Alliance. This elder is here to take back your privileges today. Hu Pingguan squinted his eyes and said, this includes all the martial arts you have learned, the pills you have taken, and so on. Of course, you can't hand over these things, so we have to calculate carefully and convert them all into gods. Coins, come and return them to our Five Emperors Alliance. Upon hearing this, Nailan Jun's pupils shrank directly. This old thing is really shameless. I have never heard that after someone leaves the Five Emperors Alliance, someone will come to take back the previous things. You know, Nailan Jun and the others took a lot of things from the Five Emperors Alliance, but they also gave a lot to the Five Emperors Alliance. Any benefits we get in the Five Emperors Alliance are exchanged with alliance points. Nailan Jun snorted coldly, you want to take away our benefits, but return the alliance points to us. You're so stubborn. Since you're not willing, let Xing speak up. In front of this elder, it's not your turn to talk too much. Hu Pingguan snorted coldly, and the momentum of his whole body exploded again. This time even Nailin Jun couldn't hold it anymore. After all, Nailin Jun now only has the strength of the peak of the Emperor realm. Although he has the strength to leapfrog the challenge, he still has little chance of winning against Hu Pingguan at the level of the 2-star Emperor. When Hu Pingguan's aura exploded, Nailin Jun couldn't hold back, but a layer of blood barrier spread out from behind, directly covering the entire Tianyu Manor. Penalty and Dao Sidam are here. The two were wearing red cloaks, and with a wave of one hand they formed a blood barrier, which completely blocked the aura of Elder Hu Pingguan. This Hu Pingguan, who had been tinkering with various methods in the Shenluo Empire to suppress the development of the Beishui Empire, now unexpectedly dares to come here to act wildly. How could punishment and Dao Jingtian be so easy to provoke? Elder Hu, I have never heard of the rule of returning cultivation resources in the Five Emperors Alliance. The punishment flew in mid-air, with an extremely serious expression on his face. He naturally didn't believe what Hu Pingguan said. He knew very well that Hu Pingguan came here just to suppress them and give others, just do something for yourself. However, how could punishment allow him to succeed? It wasn't there before, but now it is. If you don't believe me, you can follow this elder to the holy city of the Five Emperors. You won't be disappointed. Hu Pingguan snorted coldly, and said to Xing Xing and others, during the period when the Red Emperor passed on his disciples, how many resources did you receive from the Five Emperors Alliance? At least tens of billions of divine coins? All of these have to be spit out by this elder. This elder personally do it, or do you take the initiative to hand it over? If you want to do it, then do it. I have never been afraid of anyone in this world for punishment. Xing Xing said calmly, not at all intimidated by Hu Pingguan's aura. Ask him to hand over his cultivation resources? That is of course impossible. But he will not take the initiative to deal with Hu Pingguan. After all, Hu Pingguan is the cabinet elder of the Five Emperors Alliance and a member of the Emperor Zhan. Now this can only be a small trick. In the past period of time, the Emperor Zhan had used many small means against the Beishui Empire, but the people of the Beishui Empire could only bear with it. After all, he was the Emperor Zhan, one of the Five Emperors. Of course, it is impossible to have a good end against the Emperor of War. Now, it's the same. Although the penalty will not hand over the cultivation resources, it will not take the initiative to attack Hu Pingguan. Seeing the tough appearance of the punishment, Hu Pingguan suddenly smiled. Well, I'm afraid you won't be able to take out tens of billions of divine coins now, but Lord Zhandi has spoken, as long as you hand over the Red Emperor's cloak, if you come out, you can forgive this debt. Red Emperor's cloak. This old guy's target turned out to be the Red Emperor's cloak. The Red Emperor's cloak is a very good soldier. Although it cannot be measured by grade, it is full of the power of the Red Emperor. The Red Emperor's cloak on the penalty can be activated once a day, and it is the strongest that can resist the 3-star Emperor. One strike. This is the power of the Red Emperor's cloak. In fact, if the penalty is to deal with Hu Pingguan, it is very simple, but he has to take into account the War Emperor behind Hu Pingguan. Because of this, the punishment has been suppressed by Hu Pingguan and others. Now, Hu Pingguan and others are making progress, and they want to get the Scarlet Emperor cloak worn by Xing Xing and others. There was a hint of murderous intent in Xing Xing's eyes, but he quickly covered up the murderous intent, and then said aloud, "The Red Emperor's cloak, come and get it if you want it." It is impossible to hand over the Red Emperor's cloak, anyway. He will not hand over anything. If the other party wants it, then come and fight. As long as Hu Pingguan took the initiative, there would be no responsibility for the penalty counterattack. Even if Zhan Emperor seeks trouble afterwards, he can still seek justice from Xingdi and others. So now, the penalty is to wait for Hu Pingguan to strike first. However, Hu Pingguan is also cunning. How could he take the initiative and let others hold the handle? The main purpose of Hu Pingguan's visit today is to hold back Xing Xing and others, so that others can successfully capture Yu Hanqin. As long as Yu Hanxin is captured, the Beishui Empire can declare its fall, and Hu Pingwen and others can justify themselves support the invasion of the three major empires, including the Shenluo Empire, and the Holy Emperor, and others will not be able to stop it. Therefore, Hu Pingwen is just delaying time now, and trying to use words to gain benefits from Xingxing and others. It's a pity that Hu Pingwen's plan today is doomed to fail. When the two sides were in a stalemate, a young man in black suddenly appeared outside Tianyu Manor, and at the same time, a voice that Xingxing and others were very familiar with came over. Senior Punishment Brother. Senior Brother Dao Jingtian. Now that Emperor Zhan is dead, what is Hu Pingwen? Let's kill them directly, leaving no one behind. When Long Yu's voice came, Xingxing, Dao Jingtian, Nail and Jun, Hongyue and others were all stunned for a moment, and then all of them became ecstatic. The Emperor of War is dead? This is really excellent news. Originally, Xingxing and Dao Jingtian were afraid that Emperor Zhan would come to their door, so they often endured without doing anything. Now that Emperor Zhan is dead, what else do they need to endure? As for the veracity of Long Yu's words, they naturally don't need to doubt, and they don't need to doubt whether Long Yu's words are true or not. Because in the entire world of martial arts, only Long Yu owns the soldier of the dragon skeleton ancient pagoda. As Long Yu took out the soldiers from the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda in midair, the entire area around Tianyu Manor was shrouded in the absolute space, and no one could leave the space unless the power of the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda was exhausted. However, how could Long Yu give them this chance? Even though Hu Pingwen led nearly 100 people behind him, most of them were members of the Shenluo Empire in Wangjing and Huangjing, including generals of the Shenluo Empire, etc. They all followed Hu Pingwen to pretend to be powerful. These people are nothing at all fighting power. Hu Pingwen's 2-star emperor, his 2 1-star emperors, and several others at the peak of the emperor realm, this is the strongest combat power of this group. When Long Yu's voice came to the field, Hu Pingwen became angry immediately. Long Yu, how dare you talk nonsense here, you brat? Lord Zhandi is one of the 5 emperors, how could he die? You are the one who deceives the crowd with false words, and I will kill you first today. The momentum of Hu Pingwen's whole body exploded, condensing into a killing intent that seemed to be substantial, and rushed towards Long Yu. When he thought about it, it was indeed impossible for the Zhan Emperor to die, and Xingxing and others would definitely not believe the news. In this case, he killed Long Yu first, and then it was another great contribution to be in front of the Zhan Emperor. It's a pity, Hu Pingwen didn't expect that Zhan Emperor is indeed dead now, and Xingxing and Dao Jingtian have great trust in Long Yu. Kill. The Emperor of War is dead, what else are they afraid of? The other party has been bullied to the top, if they are cowardly again, are they still men? Even if Hu Pingwen is killed now, there is nothing wrong with the alliance of 5 emperors. As long as there is no support from Emperor Zhan, many people in the alliance of 5 emperors will not be used to Hu Pingwen. A blood-colored long knife suddenly appeared in the punishment's hand, and that blood-colored long knife instantly swung countless blood-colored lights, completely covering Hu Pingwen, who was attacking Long Yu in an instant. Die to me. The bloody knife light seemed to split the sky, and it was about to cut Hu Pingwen in 2. Hu Pingwen felt the threat from the bloody knife light, and was startled and angry at once. You brat, you dare to attack this elder first, you are dead. Hu Pingwen's whole body spread like a king of the forest, a tiger king spirit emerged from behind him, opened his mouth, and a gust of wind blew away the bloody knife light of punishment. Hu Pingwen has comprehended the power of the Tiger King's divine script, and his own strength is indeed impressive, not to mention that he is already at the level of a 2-star emperor, so it is impossible to be defeated by punishment all at once. But in this way, all Hu Pingwen's aura was scattered, and he no longer had that domineering aura. Dao Jingtian, holding a long knife, directly killed Hu Pingwen's 2 followers of the 1-star emperor. With 1 against 2, he was not at a disadvantage. After all, it was a 2-star emperor fighting a 1-star emperor. Those two people beheaded. Dao Jingtian's attack is the same as the punishment, extremely domineering, and the sword is full of blood. This is the strongest sword technique they have inherited from Chidi. Immemorial martial arts, the red blood knife technique has been cultivated to the realm of transformation. When it is cast at this moment, the entire sky is filled with the color of red blood, and the strong wind that keeps rolling over the audience carries an extremely bloody aura. There was a collision between the strong men, and the remaining practitioners who followed Hu Pingguan were all startled and uncertain. Didn't you say that it was just to delay time and blackmail? Why are you really making a move? Having said that, the penalty and Dao Jingtian seem to be very powerful. Is Elder Hu Pingguan their opponent? Die to me. After being angry for such a long time, if Nailan Jun can bear it, is it okay? When Xing Xing and Hu Pingguan were fighting, Dao Jingtian also took over the powerhouses of the two 1-star emperors. Nailan Jun held a long sword, and his whole body flew out like a streamer, directly killing the remaining group of cultivators. Among those, without the existence of the emperor level, the remaining people were completely like ants to Nailan Jun. After his extremely fast and sharp sword light passed by, 3 people died under his sword in an instant. Walk. Hu Pingguan didn't dare to fight against Xing Xing. Now Xing Xing took the initiative to do it, just as he wanted. As long as he went back to Zhan Emperor to file a complaint, this Xing Xing would be dead. However, since Long Yu came and shouted that Emperor Zhan was dead, how could he allow them to escape smoothly? Long Yu didn't participate in the battle either, he just flew to the side, using balanced control to completely hide his figure, but the absolute space of the whole field still existed. Even Hu Pingguan, who is at the level of a 2-star emperor, cannot find Long Yu's trace, and he will soon find out that none of them can escape from the Jiwekong domain. When the battle broke out completely, Yu Xiaoyin and Yu Linfeng also flew up from Tianyu Manor and joined the battle group with Nalanjun. 10 monks. Run! Hu Pingguan shouted, and flew towards the distance at the fastest speed. But the next moment, Hu Pingguan seemed to hit a translucent barrier, and his whole body was bounced back. This entire space has been sealed, making it impossible for everyone to escape. This is the ultimate ancient level warrior, the means of the absolute space in the ancient tower of the dragon skeleton. Since you're here, don't run away. Long Yu hid in the dark, watching the battle on the field, showing a one-sided situation, with a half-hearted smile on his face. As long as the Zhan Emperor is dead, what troubles can this mere tiger make? Originally, Hu Pingguan came here to make trouble, because he had a war emperor behind him. But now, Xing Xing, Dao Jingtian and others dared to attack Hu Pingguan regardless of the existence of Emperor Zhan. At this time, Hu Pingguan could only run away first. His idea was to go back and ask Emperor Zhan for help. When Emperor Zhan came, wouldn't these little guys be easy to catch? However, he did not expect that the entire space has been isolated. Even if he is as strong as the 2-star emperor, Tiger Penguin, the cabinet chief of the 5 Emperors Alliance, can't pass through this blocked space. Get out! Hu Pingguan hit the edge of the Jiwekong domain and was bounced back. He was stunned for a moment, and then he gritted his teeth, showing an extremely fierce expression on his face. The power of the divine script in his whole body was concentrated, forming a beam of light that blasted into the Jiwekong domain on the edge. This blow made the entire Jiwekong domain tremble, but Long Yu checked it a bit, and found that Hu Pingguan's blow only consumed 1% of the energy in the Jiwekong domain of the ancient Longka Pagoda. That is to say, for Hu Pingguan's attack at this level, he needs to launch at least 100 times to defeat the entire Jiwekong domain, but where does he have the time to launch such an attack 100 times? Doomsday Red Blood. The punishment is holding a bloody long knife, which has come with endless oppressive force. The long knife in his hand outlines a doomsday scene. The red color of blood fills the entire space, and the blood-red knife light rushes towards Hu Pingguan from all directions. Since you're here, don't run away. Xing Xing also thought so in his heart. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and the bloody knife light suddenly shrouded Hu Pingguan's body. Hu Pingguan exploded with the power of the Tiger King's divine script, but it was of no avail. His own strength was already weaker than the penalty, not to mention that now that he was restrained by Long Yu and unable to escape or dodge. Somewhat false. Numerous bloody saber lights chopped Hu Pingguan's body into several sections, and flew out in all directions, followed by the bloody saber lights, completely smashing Hu Pingguan's body into pieces. This Five-Emperor Alliance cabinet elder, with the strength of a 2-star emperor, finally completely disappeared from this world. Just like Long Yu is now dealing with people in the late stage of the ordinary imperial realm, when the penalty is facing an opponent of the same realm, it only needs one move to solve it, and there is no need to say anything at all. I was timid before, but I was just worried about the existence of Zhandi. After all, Zhandi is one of the 5 emperors of the 5 Emperors Alliance of the Shenwu world, so his existence is still very deterrent. And now, since Emperor Zhan is dead, no matter how he died, is it Hu Pingguan's turn to show off his power here? As Hu Pingguan was punished to be beheaded with the red blood knife technique, the battles in other places were coming to an end. Those King Realm, Emperor Realm and a few early-stage cultivators of the Emperor Realm who came to shout for you from the Shenluo Empire were all killed by Nalin Jun. Yu Shaoyin and Yu Linfeng joined forces to kill. And Hu Pingguan's attendants of the 2 1-star emperors were also bombarded and killed by Dao Jingtian with a knife, and blood filled the audience. Hundreds of people brought by Hu Pingguan were all killed in just a moment. And this was just because Long Yu brought the news that a war emperor was dead, coupled with the influence of the Jiwekong domain that he mobilized. Even Long Yu didn't do it himself, because there was no need for it. Punishment themselves are very strong, even stronger than the current Long Yu. Before, they were restrained by Zhandi and did not dare to fight. As long as punish them let go of their hands and feet, their fighting power will be absolutely terrifying. At the end of the battle, Long Yu relies on the 6th level of balance control, and can be 100% sure that no one escaped, so he put away the Jiwekong domain. In the world of Shenwu, no one can escape Long Yu's balanced control detection. Eldest brother is really amazing. Long Yu laughed, appeared, and faced the punishment. When everyone saw Long Yu, they all had excited expressions on their faces, and surrounded him one by one. Haha, 7th junior brother, I heard that you challenged 4 emperor-level powerhouses in a row in the holy city of the 5 emperors, and you killed them one by one. That's fine. Now, you actually brought us a war emperor who has already been killed. The news of the death is really surprising. Could it be that you killed Emperor Zhan? Fatty Yu Linfeng flew over and asked with a laugh. How could I possibly kill the Emperor of War? Long Yu shook his head and smiled. It's just that he sent me to exterminate the lairs of the Earth God clan's alien beasts, but in the end we were all caught by the Earth God clan's alien beasts and captured in an ancient ruin. We were fine, but the Emperor Zhan got the news and came to the ancient ruins. The ruins were finally trapped in the ruins, and I think they are probably dead. Don't scare me, if the old guy is not dead, wouldn't we all have to suffer? The fat man was startled and acted in panic. Come on, none of us can disbelieve, but how can we disbelieve junior brother Long? Xing Xing flew over with a smile and patted Yu Linfeng on the shoulder. Yu Linfeng couldn't see it, but the punishment did. There must be other secrets about the death of Emperor Zhan, but since Long Yu didn't say it, he didn't need to ask more. It is enough to be dead. Now the Alliance of 5 Emperors is investigating the situation of Emperor Zhan, and the result should be reached soon. At that time, I am afraid that someone will replace Emperor Zhan. Long Yu said, will Master Chidi come back? Probably not. Xing Xing shook his head and said, even if Emperor Zhan is really dead, he should choose a strongest person from other people to replace him. Our master has already lived in seclusion and will not come back again. So, it is very likely that he is one of the two challengers who appeared with the emperor. Long Yu nodded and said. Once the Emperor Zhang died, the position of the 5 emperors could not be vacant. Most of the replacements were the elegant women who challenged the Red Emperor before the Emperor Zhang in the Xuanhuan palace. That woman was originally the patriarch of a small family in the holy city of the 5 emperors. There were not many members in that family, and only the elegant woman in the family had reached the level of a 2-star emperor. If that woman took over as one of the 5 emperors, it would not have much impact on Long Yu. After all, there is no enmity or relationship between the two parties. However, in the end, it still depends on how the remaining 4 emperors make their decisions. It is also possible that people from the Lushang clan from the extraterrestrial force came to make the decision. No matter what, it has little to do with Long Yu. Immediately afterwards, Long Yu followed the crowd back to Tianyu Manor. He first handed over the jade slips that recorded ancient and immemorial martial arts to Xing Xing, and let Xing Xing keep them on his behalf. At the same time, Hong Yu managed them and was responsible for deciding who was qualified to practice these martial arts. Like the previous Tian Shuinchi, if you want to practice these ancient and immemorial martial arts, you must have a certain contribution. Anyone who contributes to Tianyu Manor will have the opportunity to practice these ancient and immemorial martial arts. Martial arts. Ancient level and immemorial level martial arts are no different from top-notch treasures to everyone in the Shenwu world. Even if they are only low rank, middle rank, or high rank, they surpass almost all martial arts in this world. If it is Tianyu Manor's own people, it is relatively easy to cultivate to this level of martial arts. If it is a foreigner who joins Tianyu Manor, he has to do more things to obtain the training qualification, which is also a normal thing. And not only that, Long Yu also got a lot of ancient and immemorial elixir, except that he kept 3 of each for his own consumption, and gave all the others to Hong Yue, which became the property of Tianyu Manor. In addition, Long Yu also made a copy of the Danjing provided by Concubine Yu, and left it in Tianyu Manor for reference by everyone in Tianyu Manor. These treasures obtained by Long Yu from the magnificent palace in the underground space obviously once again enhanced the heritage of Tianyu Manor by a large margin. The effect may not be visible for the time being, but after enough time, it is conceivable that the strength of the entire Tianyu Manor will be no less than one of the 6 sects and 10 kingdoms like the Taiwu Empire. Even the Taiwu Empire, Shueiyue Sword Sect, and Nianyang Sect, among the 6 sects and 10 kingdoms, the strongest martial arts are only the ancient top rank, considered the strongest, and only the top experts are qualified to practice. But in the current Tianyu Manor, the ancient level high-grade martial arts can only be said to be SOSO. On top of this, there are more than 10 kinds of ancient level martial arts. Crush your opponents. Moreover, Tianyu Manor is now guarded by Xing Xing and others. It can be said that it is impenetrable. Even if the cabinet elders of the 5 Emperors Alliance come over, it is impossible to get any benefits. Unless the level of the 5 emperors personally took action, but besides the Emperor of War, which of the 5 emperors would take action with punishment? As the direct disciples of the original Red Emperor, Xing Xing and others are still valuable to the extraterrestrial forces. Once they can step into the level of the 3-star Emperor, the extraterrestrial forces will come to pick them up and train them. Regarding this, Long Yu also said something to Xing Xing and Dao Jingtian. The Lushan clan, an extraterrestrial force, is not a good force. He let Xing Xing and Dao Jingtian break through later, so that they can have more choices at that time. Regarding Long Yu's words, Xing Xing and Dao Jingtian both trusted them quite a lot, and anyway, they still have a while before they want to step into the 3-star Emperor level, and it is impossible to do so quickly, so they will not be too entangled. Sun Xiangwu brought Yu Hanqin to Tianyu Manor, only to find that the situation here had been settled, which made both Yu Hanqin and Xiangwu heave a sigh of relief. Immediately afterwards, Shi Yongwu took out all the tens of billions of divine coins that she had won in the competition for the strongest emperor, and handed them to Yu Hanqin, Han Yue, and Xu Quan respectively. Now that Emperor Zhan is dead, these assets can finally buy things. Originally, people in Beishui Empire could not buy cultivation resources even if they had money, but now, they can finally usher in a real golden period of development. Immediately afterwards, Long Yu handed over the Source Stone of Shura and the ancient palace of Shura to Xu Quan. For this little princess, who was originally Shura County, she had fought side by side with Long Yu many times. Although she couldn't keep up with Long Yu's footsteps in the martial arts, she was Long Yu's friend no matter what. Azura Ancient Palace and Azura Origin Stone, these two are of no use to Long Yu, so it is better to hand them over to Xu Quan. After obtaining Shura Origin Stone and Shura Ancient Palace, Xu Quan's strength will definitely be improved by leaps and bounds, and with the billions of god coins provided by Sunset Dance, the strength of the entire Beishui Empire will grow exponentially. At the same time, Long Yu, Xing, Yu Hanqin and others also made a plan, and it was almost time to expand the territory of the Beishui Empire. The expansion of the empire's territory will bring more geniuses, who can all serve the Beishui Empire in the future, and the wider the territory, the more cultivation resources will be produced in the territory, which will have a great impact on the development of the entire Beishui Empire. As for the direction of expansion, does that need to be said? Of course, it is adjacent to the Beishui Empire, and some time ago relying on the War Emperor to repeatedly invade the Beishui Empire, and restrict the development of the Beishui Empire's three major empires, the Shenluo Empire, the Yun Empire, and the Tianqin Empire. I'm afraid that these three empires are still dreaming of annexing the Beishui Empire, and Long Yu is of course not going to give them any time to react. The royal family of the Shenluo Empire, the royal family of the Yun Empire, and the royal family of the Tianqin Empire will all be wiped out. As for the remaining forces in the three empires, those who dared to resist would naturally be killed without mercy. The Beishui Empire wanted to expand, but of course it was impossible to allow some unstable factors to continue to exist. It would not take a short time to occupy the three empires and stabilize them, but it would not be difficult to clean up the royal power of the three empires first. Without the support of Emperor Zhan, the strength of the royal families of these three empires is simply vulnerable. Long Yu and Shi Yongwu went to the Shenluo Empire, but within 2 days, they directly cleaned up the eldest prince of the Shenluo Empire and other minions of the War Emperor stationed in the Shenluo Empire, leaving no survivors. As for killing, Long Yu has long been familiar with it, as long as it is an enemy, what can't be killed. In the Shenluo Empire, Long Yu also met Situliuli, the daughter of the city lord of the original Rage God city. This girl has now stepped into the imperial realm, but it is a pity that she is not an all-in-one enemy in front of Long Yu. Long Yu would never leave this kind of hidden danger behind, even if Situliuli knelt down and begged for mercy, he was still beheaded by Long Yu without mercy. This method caused the entire Shenluo Empire to fall into a state of panic. After all, no one in the entire Shenluo Empire could deal with Long Yu. But the good thing is that Long Yu only targeted those who had offended him, and the royal forces of the Shenluo Empire, and everyone else ignored it, which made the other forces of the Shenluo Empire feel relieved. Soon, the Northern Snow Empire's legion entered the Shenluo Empire. Because Long Yu had already wiped out the royal power of the Shenluo Empire before, coupled with Long Yu's cruel methods, the Shenluo Empire directly faced the Northern Snow Empire. There is no resistance to annexation. Many generals of the Shenluo Empire expressed their allegiance to the Northern Snow Emperor, Lord Yu Hanqin. So far, the entire Shenluo Empire has been incorporated into the Northern Snow Empire. In addition, Xing and Dao Jing Tian were in charge of Tianqin Empire and Yun Empire respectively, and they cleaned up the royal power in just 2 days, and then they were successfully annexed by Beishui Empire. In a short period of time, the powers of the three major empires were destroyed, and all of them were captured by Yuan Qin. Then came a series of very complicated administrative management. Long Yu didn't need to pay too much attention to this kind of matter. He only knew that Tianyu Manor and Shura Mansion had finally expanded. Among them, Tianyu Manor was moved to the territory of the original Shenluo Empire, and a large area was drawn out to build a Tianyu city. Tianyu City would become the central city of the Northern Snow Empire in the original Shenluo Empire. In other words, Tianyu Manor will manage a place as large as the entire Shenluo Empire, and there will be Yu Xiaoyin, Yu Linfeng and Nalin Jun in charge. As for Xu Chan, she returned to the Tianqing dynasty with the people from the Shura Mansion, and started to build the Shura City, which will rule the original territory of the entire Tianqing Empire. Azura City will also become one of the four major cities under the Northern Snow Empire, as an existence to manage the territory of the original Tianqing Empire. In addition to Tianyu City and Shura City, there are two other four major cities in the Northern Snow Empire, namely the original Northern Snow Emperor capital, and the Scarlet Emperor City to be built by Xing Xing and Dao Jing Tian in the original territory of the Cloud Empire. Chidi City is in charge of Xing Xing and Dao Jing Tian. The original intention is to miss Chidi. After all, now that Chidi is cultivating outside the sky, it is very likely that they will never see Chidi again. Scarlet Emperor City is the fourth largest city in the Northern Snow Empire. These are the four major cities of the Beishui Empire in the future, and a teleportation circle has been built between each city. The teleportation circles built are exactly the same. Now that Long Yu has comprehended the 9 Serenities mark, building this kind of teleportation circle is a piece of cake. The 4 teleportation circles are connected to each other. You only need to consume a certain amount of space magic beast crystals to directly activate the teleportation circle for teleportation. In this way, the 4 cities complement each other, and if other forces want to attack any city, they will face all the defense forces of the 4 cities. It can be said that after the completion of the 4 cities, the entire Beishui Empire will be like an iron barrel, impregnable as gold. Just when the Beishui Empire was busy expanding, Long Yu and Xiang Wu were finally ready to set off to explore the core of the Shenwu world with the geniuses from the extraterrestrial forces. Before that, the Holy Emperor and the 4 emperors found out that the Emperor Zhan had indeed died in the ancient ruins, and after consulting the people from the Lushan clan, an extraterrestrial force, he announced that the person who challenged the Red Emperor before the Emperor Zhan, that elegant woman, replaced Emperor Zhan and became one of the new 5 emperors, titled Emperor Yun. The death of Emperor Zhan, the ascent of Emperor Yun, and the death of all members of Emperor Zhan's faction in the ancient ruins, and the death of Hu Pingguan in the Northern Snow Empire. At this moment, the overall strength of the alliance of 5 emperors can be said to be, it has dropped a lot. However, for the alliance of 5 emperors, it has never been difficult to cultivate strong people. It does not take too long for the overall strength to fully return to the previous level. Regarding Emperor Zhan's death, there is no doubt that some people were shocked, some regretted, some gloated, and some were extremely excited. Countless people wanted to know who was so powerful that he killed Zhan Emperor. But even if the master of the secret realm of the Lushan clan of the extraterrestrial force intervened in the investigation, they could not detect in the end who killed the Emperor Zhan, because the magnificent palace where the Emperor Zhan died completely shielded all the power of deduction. The existence of the ruler of the secret realm cannot reproduce the scene at that time through deduction, so the extraterrestrial force Lushan attributed the death of Emperor Zhan to the trap mechanism in the ancient ruins. Otherwise it would not be able to explain this phenomenon. After all, as one of the 5 emperors, Emperor Zhan is definitely the most powerful existence in the world of Shenwu. Who else can kill him? As for the people from beyond the sky, there is no need to go out of their way to deliberately kill a war emperor. It can only be said that Zhandi's death is considered to be in vain, except for Long Yu and other insiders. No one will know how Zhandi died. I am afraid that in the history of the Xuanhu world, Emperor Zhan is the first 5 emperors who died so aggrievedly, and he died after sitting in the position of the 5 emperors for only 2 months. He can be called the most tragic figure in the Xuanhu world. However, who made the Emperor Zhan so arrogant and domineering, even wanting to kill the former power of the Red Emperor? There is no one else to blame for such a fate, only himself to blame. On this day, outside the holy city of the 5 emperors, the 5 emperors headed by the Holy Emperor gathered together, including the Devil Emperor, Yen Emperor, Lei Emperor, and the elegant woman Yundi who had just replaced the Zhan Emperor, and they were preparing to set off. The 5 emperors are about to bring the 11 people who are number 1 in the strongest king realm and top 10 in the strongest emperor realm to explore the core of the Xuanhu world together, and at the same time, it can be regarded as a chance for the extraterrestrial forces to choose. In the process of exploring the core of the Xuanhu world, if any one of the 11 people is taken by the extraterrestrial forces, they can take them away directly and train them as geniuses among the extraterrestrial forces. But if they want to be favored by the extraterrestrial forces, but it's not that easy, at least 3 of the 11 people are likely to be spotted. Number 1 in the Imperial Realm, Long Yu. The 2nd in the Imperial Realm, Yi Ziwei. The 3rd in the Imperial Realm, Yu Hanqin. 4th in the Imperial Realm, Black Knife. The Holy Emperor was reading the list, but she paused when she reached the 5th place. And then she glanced at the audience, a little strange. The 5th in the Imperial Realm, the Heavenly Prison Thunder Emperor, why didn't you come today? She remembered that the Heavenly Prison Thunder Emperor had participated in the 2 previous explorations of the Xuanhu realm, but thinking about it now, it seemed that after the end of the strongest Emperor realm, the Heavenly Prison Thunder Emperor had disappeared. Heavenly Prison Thunder Emperor, but an ascetic from the outer world. Although I don't know why he didn't come, but since that's the case, this place can be filled. The Holy Emperor thought to himself, and then said, Heavenly Prison Lei Huang, who is 5th in the Imperial Realm, has not come, and Taiwu Suxin, who is in the 11th Imperial Realm, will replace him. Please inform the Taiwu Empire that Taiwu Suxin will come to the 5 emperors within today. Holy City reports. Yes. Immediately, members of the 5 Emperors Alliance took orders to go, ready to notify Taiwu Suxin to come. Long Yu and Xiangwu sat leisurely, seeing that the Holy Emperor had actually let Taiwu Suxin take the place of the Heavenly Prison Thunder Emperor. Long Yu couldn't help frowning slightly. Long Yu has always been very concerned about the disappearance of the Heavenly Prison Thunder Emperor. After all, the Heavenly Prison Thunder Emperor is related to the whereabouts of his father Long Zitian. But until now, he has not been able to see the Heavenly Prison Thunder Emperor. Now that he heard the Holy Emperor say this, that is to say, even the existence of the 5 emperors level has not seen the Heavenly Prison Thunder Emperor during this period of time. Where did the Heavenly Prison Thunder Emperor go? No one in the entire Xuanhu world knows. Immediately afterwards, the Holy Emperor continued to report the list. From the 6th to the 10th place, they were Ji Kailiang from the Alliance firm, Shueyue Yage from the Shueyue Sword sect, Qi Qingxi, the direct disciple of the Holy Emperor, and Si Konghui, the direct disciple of the Yen Emperor, Su Jianbai, the genius of Su's medicine. Including Taiwu Suxin, who replaced the Heavenly Prison Thunder Emperor, a total of 10 people. Plus a sunset dance, who is the strongest king in the world, a total of 11 people will set off early tomorrow morning to meet the geniuses from the forces outside the sky and prepare to explore Xuanhu World Nuclear. The Xuanhu World Nuclear Group, the participants in the Xuanhu World are only the 11 people selected by the 5 emperors. However, apart from the Heavenly Prison Thunder Emperor, Yi Ziwei was also absent, but the 5 emperors didn't say much about it, because Long Yu had already told them in advance that Yi Ziwei had been taken to the sky. Of course, the 5 emperors didn't say much about this, but they didn't know that the one who took Yi Ziwei away was not someone from the extraterrestrial power Lu Shan clan, but Lu Shan clan's deadly rival Jiuyu clan. If he wanted to go to the core of the Xuanhu realm, Long Yu could do it alone, but at this time, of course, he couldn't go there by himself, but he had to follow the 5 emperors, a group of 15 people in total, and teleport from the inside of the holy tower in the holy city of the 5 emperors. The teleportation circle, near the core of Xuanhu realm, is built in a special space. This place will not be opened on weekdays, and it will only be opened after the competition between the strongest king and the strongest king every 7 years. A group of people came here to teleport to the core of the Xuanhu world. The brilliance flashed by, and the 5 emperors, Long Yu and other 15 people crossed the endless void together, and finally appeared in the remote corner of the Jiuyo realm. Before Long Yu opened his eyes, the 9 nether imprint in his body first had a strong feeling, because the Xuanhu world core appeared near him, and it was very close. From this distance, Long Yu could clearly feel the existence of the Xuanhu realm core, and could feel a little bit of energy flow in it. Long Yu had a strong premonition that he could get something very useful to him in the core of the Xuanhu world. What did the 9 Yu Dragon Emperor leave here? It's really exciting. Long Yu thought in his heart, but the other people beside him didn't think so. When Long Yu and the others opened their eyes, what they saw was a pitch-black endless void. In this void, an extremely huge planet was suspended in the mid-air, slowly rotating. Long Yu is no stranger to such a planet shape, because before he was reborn in this world, he had seen countless pictures of planets. But for Yu Hanqin, Heidao, and others who were born and raised in this world, such a huge planet is extremely shocking. Even Emperor Yun, one of the 5 emperors who just took office, saw such a scene for the first time, and a look of shock appeared in his eyes. When we first saw Shenwuji Nucleus, we were as shocked as you are. The Holy Emperor looked into everyone's eyes, smiled and said, "This is just one of the 7 supernatural powers of the former martial arts power. If your martial arts realm can be raised to the level of that great power, the small world in your body will. I'm afraid it's even more spectacular than this. After all, the owner of the Xuanhu realm core is dead." Even Long Yu was shocked when he saw a planet not far away occupying the entire field of vision, but he soon discovered that not far away, next to the nuclear planet of Shenwuji, there was another planet. A group of hundreds of martial arts. Those must be the existence of forces from outside the sky. The Holy Emperor led the crowd to fly towards those people. Soon, the distance between the two sides was close, and the expressions of each other could already be seen. Finally, a few people in the group flew out of the crowd and faced the Holy Emperor and the others. "It's almost here. Everyone is here. In this case, let me introduce you first." A bald-headed middle-aged man who looked very friendly glanced at Xingdi and the others, then smiled and said, "I am Mi Yang from the human race, the Lu Shan clan, and the Heaven Division. I'm afraid you don't quite understand that outside of this small world where you live and practice is the real world beyond the sky. In the big world beyond the sky, our human race is considered a big family, and the Lu Shan clan is the real world of the human race. One of the 99 clans, the overall strength is extremely strong, and it is our Lu Shan clan who joined forces to build the holy tower on the mainland of your Xuanhu world, the teleportation circle leading to the core of the Xuanhu world, etc." Mi Yang, a middle-aged man with a bald head, spoke very kindly and had a good attitude towards everyone. From his words, everyone understood a very important fact. The small world where the entire Xuanhu world is located is indeed ruled by the Lu Shan clan, an extraterrestrial force, and the 5 emperors are just people selected by the Lu Shan clan to manage. The Lu Shan clan built the holy city of the 5 emperors. The Lu Shan clan established the 5 emperors alliance. The Lu Shan family built the central holy tower. And so on, a series of means, showing the extraordinary overall strength of the Lu Shan clan. And our Tianyi, to be honest, ranks at least in the top 3 among the 12 tribes of the Lu Shan clan, and is one of the main tribes in the Lu Shan clan. The bald-headed Mi Yang narrowed his eyes. "If any of you are selected, you might as well choose our Tianyi division. We will definitely give you the best cultivation conditions, and train you all the way to dominate the secret realm." This sentence means that the Tianyi is recruiting everyone, But everyone knows that if you want to really join the Tanny, it is not just that they choose the Tanny, but you also need the Tanny to like them. There is a condition for the entire Lushan clan to choose a genius. After this condition, everyone is eligible to choose a tribe to join. After the bald head, a man with long purple hair flew up. This man had a strange expression on his face, and there was a gloomy aura in his eyes, which made people feel a little uncomfortable. But like Mi Yang with the bald head, this man with long purple hair is also in existence at the level of a 7-star monarch. I am Xuanhuan from the Zifan tribe. The Zifan tribe is also the top 3 tribes of the Lushan clan, and its overall strength is somewhat stronger than the Tanny tribe. Welcome to choose the Zifan tribe. The secret method of the Zifan tribe, undead purple blood, is very powerful, you see. The purple long-haired man showed a strange expression while talking, and then a purple light flashed across, and his entire head was chopped off by that purple light. This scene made everyone startled. What does this guy named Xuanhuan want to do? But soon, Xuanhuan's whole body glowed with purple light, and then his head was taken back. He still had that evil smile on his face, and then said, "Did you see it? This is not an illusion, but a hallucination. The effect of our immortal purple blood secret art. After practicing the immortal purple blood secret art, you can have more lives." Everyone was dumbfounded. Even Long Yu didn't expect that Xuanhuan would actually put on a performance in order to attract everyone's attention. That's right, it's a performance, otherwise what else is it called? But Long Yu knew that it would take a lot of power to repair the body with the immortal purple blood, and it would consume even more power to connect the head, just to attract everyone's attention, and to perform such a show. Is Xuanhuan a bit out of his mind? Of course, it can also be seen from this, that the people of the Lushan clan still pay more attention to everyone, and they really want the selected geniuses to join their tribal camp. In the end, a beautiful and tall woman, wearing a misty long skirt, came towards everyone. This woman has an extremely beautiful face, rosy skin, and is extremely attractive to any man. My family's name is Xuanhuan, from the Lushan clan, the Tibetan sword department. The pretty girl said shyly to everyone, "The hidden sword department is the first clan of the Lushan clan. You can consider choosing our hidden sword department." After saying this, the entire beauty's body turned into a ray of sword light and flew away. Such a beauty is actually just an incarnation formed by a ray of sword light, and Xuanhuan herself did not move half a step in the distance. This kind of incarnation method is not amazing. Even Long Yu can condense many ancient afterimages, but it is the first time for everyone to make the condensed avatar have such rich expressions and even speak so movingly seen. Hidden Sword Department, the first clan of the Lushan clan. The Tanny and Zifan tribes are the second and third tribes in the Lushan clan. They seem to be on par with each other in strength, and it is difficult to tell the winner. There are a total of more than 300 people who came from outside the sky to explore the core of the Xuanhuan realm, of which only more than 100 people are from these 3 tribes, and the rest are from other tribes, or even other clans. The human race is not only the Lushan clan, but 99 clans. Although the Joyo realm is under the rule of the Lushan clan, other clans are also qualified to follow along to explore the core of the Xuanhuan realm, including several monks from the Joyo clan. Through the imprint of Joyo, Long Yu felt that those monks of the Joyo clan comprehended all the original level of Joyo divine script, but he noticed these monks, but these monks did not notice Long Yu. After all, Long Yu was cultivated by concubine Yu alone. Of course, it is impossible for her to make it public. After all, the more people know, the more likely the secret will be leaked. Mark, he would never have survived today. People from other clans have nothing to do with Long Yu people. If they are selected, they must be taken away by people from the Lushan clan. People from other clans are only here to explore the core of the Xuanhuan world and improve their inner world power. The core of Xuanhuan realm is full of endless inner world power. After exploring, almost everyone's inner world can be expanded to a large extent. Long Yu is also looking forward to this trip. If he can expand his inner world to a certain extent within the core of Xuanhuan realm, he may step into the Emperor realm. Stepping into the Emperor realm is not so easy. The most important thing is to comprehend the power of deduction, but Long Yu has already understood the power of deduction, because after mastering 5% of the 9 nether mark, I already know a lot about the power of deduction in my heart. It can be said that all of this is natural and a matter of course. The benefits brought by the 9 nether mark to Long Yu are not just the ability to control the 9 nether realm. This was what Joyo Dragon Emperor originally wanted to prepare for himself, but he never thought that it would end up taking advantage of Long Yu. A total of 485 people gathered outside the core of Xuanhuan realm. After the gathering, the beautiful girl from the Lushan clan's hidden sword department introduced the situation of Shenwuji nucleus to everyone. The Shenwuji nucleus is actually a planet formed by an extremely rich inner power. It is mainly divided into 3 layers, namely the surface layer, the inner layer and the deep layer. The closer to the core, the more concentrated the power of the inner world will be. We came to explore this Xuanhuan world core. In fact, we are looking for the power of the heart world that can be absorbed in it, so as to strengthen ourselves. It can be said to be a great tonic. After we enter it, the main thing is to find the crystallization of the heart realm. The power of the heart realm that constitutes the core of the Xuanhuan world cannot be absorbed by us. Only the crystallization of the heart realm can be absorbed by us. The larger the crystallization of the heart realm, the more pure power of the heart realm it contains. In the realm core on the surface layer, the heart realm crystals generally only appear in small and medium sizes, but in the inner layer of the realm core, there will be medium and large heart realm crystals. As for the deep layer of the realm core, I'm sorry, no one in our Lushan family has been able to step on it. Entering it, even the strong masters of the secret realm can't do it. The crystallization of the heart realm will condense again every once in a while, so our Lushan family will organize a nuclear exploration of the Xuanhuan world every 7 years. Most of you paid some fees to get this opportunity, then the next, just work hard. The more heart crystals you get, the greater your gains. After the beautiful girl, Swabanyan from the hidden sword department, finished speaking these words, everyone already had a deeper understanding of the core of the Xuanhuan realm. Anyway, just go into it and look for the crystals of the heart world, and the entire Xuanhuan world core is composed of gaseous power of the heart world, not a solid existence. In the core of the Xuanhuan world, there are neither walls, nor the ground, nor the ceiling. There is nothing there, only a dense fog condensed by the boundless power of the heart world. However, not everyone can touch these powers of the heart realm. Even if it is in existence at the level of the 7-star emperor, if it breaks into the core of the Xuanhuan world, it can only persist for a short period of time, and even dare not go to the deep layer of the core. Generally speaking, cultivators below the emperor level can persist for about 7 days on the surface of the boundary core, while cultivators who have reached the emperor level can persist for about 7 days at the inner layer of the boundary core. Among the more than 400 people who came to Xuanhuan realm for nuclear detection this time, more than 400 people are at the level of emperors, so most of them are going to the inner layer of the boundary core. As for the people from the Xuanhuan world, they can only explore on the surface of the boundary core. However, even on the surface of the boundary core, medium-sized heart boundary crystals may appear, and the effect on their improvement is very obvious. This is an opportunity for anyone. The reason why only a few people from the Xuanhuan world are eligible to come is because the number of heart crystals condensed every 7 years in the Xuanhuan world core is limited. Of course, the extraterrestrial forces must first satisfy their own people as much as possible. It's almost there. Let's start moving freely. Those who want to enter the core of Xuanhuan realm can go in now, and those who want to take a rest outside can also do so, but be careful not to stay too far away from this space, otherwise what may happen is unpredictable. The danger of this. After all, our Lushan clan is still researching and exploring this 9 nether realm. The beautiful girl, Swabanyan, pursed her lips and said with a smile, and then took the lead to fly towards the core of Xuanhu realm. The reason why there is no strong man who dominates the secret realm to lead the team is because the strong man who dominates the secret realm no longer needs the power of the heart realm, but xuanhuan came here because he wanted to find a breakthrough from the core of the Xuanhu world to become the master. The opportunity of the secret realm. She is the 7-star emperor, so of course she will go to the inner layer of the boundary core first. Xuanhuan took action, and the others were not far behind. Except for a few people, who would like to waste time outside. One by one, they all flew towards the core of the Xuanhu world from different directions. Long Yu and Xiangwu acted together again, and flew towards the core of the Xuanhu world. The closer to the core of the Xuanhu world, the more profound the impression of the Joyo imprint in Long Yu's body. Inside the Xuanhu world core, there must be a Joyo dragon, the treasures prepared by the emperor in advance. This made Long Yu have a lot of expectations for this trip. I just hope that there will be no big disturbance. As for other people from the Xuanhu world, such as Yu Hanqin, He Dao, Ji Kailiang, Shuiyi Yage, etc., they all dispersed. Yu Hanqin and Qi Qingxi formed a team, Taiwu Suxin and Shuiyi Yasong a team, Ji Kailiang and He Dao a team. They all broke into the core of the Xuanhu realm, together, in pairs. The reason why they have to be together is of course to prevent any danger, but it is not good if there are too many people, because the number of crystals found is limited, and it is difficult to divide them if there are too many people. Together with Xiangwu, Long Yu quickly flew into the core of Xuanhu realm. The surface layer of the boundary core. This is a relatively thin layer of inner power condensed, but it is only relatively thin. As soon as Xiangwu flew here, she felt a kind of oppressive force from the strong inner power around her. I didn't feel this kind of oppression. Long Yu frowned slightly when he heard the feelings of the sunset dance, and said, "It seems that it is because of the imprint of the 9 nethers in my body. In this way, can I stay in this Xuanhu world core for as long as I want? Even, maybe I can enter to the depths of the boundary core, or even to the core of the boundary core." Regarding this, Long Yu didn't study too much for the time being, but took the sunset dance and began to feel the crystallization of the heart world floating in the core of the Xuanhu world. To Long Yu's delight, he was able to feel the position of the heart realm crystal in the core of the Xuanhu realm by relying on the imprint of Joyo. This is equivalent to a great advantage for exploring the core of the Xuanhu world. Others have to fly around to look for it, but Long Yu only needs to detect it first, and then fly directly towards the crystal of the heart realm. In comparison, Long Yu's efficiency is more than a little faster than others. Long Yu is not worried that this point will be discovered by others, because once he enters the Xuanhu realm core, everyone's detection abilities will be greatly suppressed, and it is almost impossible to feel the situation 10 feet away, let alone the naked eye. Even some supernatural powers that strengthen the eyes can't let them see anything, because the entire Xuanhu world core is completely dark. Soon, Long Yu and Xiangwu found a medium-sized crystal of the heart realm, which was about the size of a fist, and contained quite strong power of the heart realm. Under Long Yu's insistence, Xiangwu first absorbed the power of the heart realm in this heart crystallization, and as Xiangwu absorbed the rich and pure power of the heart realm, her whole body's aura finally rose little by little. When an hour passed, the entire medium-sized crystal of the heart realm was absorbed by the sunset dance, and her martial arts realm finally broke through to the middle stage of the imperial realm. Brother Long, the crystallization of the mind world you will get next will belong to you. Sunset Dance said happily. No, it's still yours. However, Long Yu shook his head, and said with a smile, "You also heard that xuanhuan said that the heart crystallization in the Xuanhu realm core cannot be brought out of the Xuanhu realm core, otherwise it will be wiped out, and the power in it will be completely destroyed. Dissipated, that is to say, only the core of the Xuanhu world can absorb the crystal of the heart world. However, Xiao Wu, you can only stay in the Xuanhu realm core for 7 days. These 7 days are very precious, you must make good use of them." After hearing Long Yu's words, Xiangwu could only nod her head. She did know that Long Yu possessed the mark of the 9 serenities, perhaps because he was not oppressed by the power of the Shenwu realm's core, so he could stay in it without restriction, so there was no need to worry. Everyone else only has 7 days to explore the core of the Shenwu realm. But Long Yu doesn't have this restriction. What's more, Long Yu doesn't need to rely on other people to leave here, so he is going to wait for everyone to leave, and then slowly explore the core of the Shenwu world. As for the current 7 days, he will help the sunset dance to improve first. Relying on Long Yu's sensitive perception of heart crystals, he quickly took Xiangwu to find 2 more small heart crystals floating on the surface of the Shenwu world core, which were absorbed by sunset dance, but the small heart crystals the pure power of the heart realm contained is not as much as 1/10 of that contained in the medium-sized heart realm crystal. After absorbing 2 pieces, sunset dance has no progress in any other aspects except that the inner world has expanded a little. But soon, Long Yu sensed the location of another medium-sized heart realm crystal. Let's go quickly. About 100 miles away, there is a medium-sized heart realm crystal. Long Yu immediately called for Xiangwu to go together. With the imprint of the 9 netherworld, his ability to feel the crystallization of the mind world is not unlimited. Of course, the closer the crystallization of the mind world is, the more clearly he can feel it. Secondly, at the same distance, the larger the crystallization of the mind world, the more it can be felt by Long Yu. Simply put, Long Yu can feel the small heart crystals within a radius of 10 miles, and the medium crystals within a radius of 100 miles. The medium-sized crystallization of the heart realm 100 miles away is of course what Long Yu Sua is determined to obtain. However, when Long Yu flew over with Xiangwu, he discovered that a cultivator from beyond the sky happened to arrive at the place where the heart crystallization was located. Almost at the same time, Long Yu discovered the other party. The other party also discovered Long Yu. Among the extraterrestrial forces, only young men want to win the opportunity to explore the core of the divine martial realm, so this person in front of him is no exception. He is a thin young man with a rather gloomy face, and his cultivation is at the peak of the Emperor realm. Roll. Almost just a face-to-face meeting, the skinny young man from beyond the sky gave Long Yu a soft drink, and then he flew towards the medium-sized heart realm crystal not far away without hesitation. Obviously, this person didn't pay attention to Long Yu and Xiangwu at all, and was going to snatch the medium-sized heart realm crystal away. Seeing the appearance of that young genius from beyond the sky, who wanted to snatch away the medium-sized heart realm crystal, Long Yu frowned slightly. Sunset Dance pulled Long Yu's sleeves. Brother Long, let him. After all, it is easier for us to find the crystallization of the heart realm, and this person's cultivation at the peak of the Emperor realm is a genius outside the sky. Maybe there is some way to grab it by force. If so, we are not very sure. Long Yu also nodded. What Sun Wu said was indeed correct. Although Long Yu is very confident in his own strength, but the opponent is a genius from beyond the sky. If it was the peak of the Emperor realm in the Shenwu world, Long Yu would still consider it, but facing the geniuses of the extraterrestrial forces, Long Yu would not bother to deal with them. First, there is no benefit in dealing with the opponent. A medium-sized heart realm crystal is nothing more than that, and he can easily find another one. Second, with Long Yu's current strength, he may not be able to deal with the opponent. Therefore, Long Yu wanted to take the sunset dance to other places to search. But just when he turned around, the young man with a gloomy face finally held the medium-sized heart realm crystal in his hand, and instead of absorbing it on the spot, a glint of gloom flashed in his eyes, and he turned towards Long Yu and the setting sun. The dancing place chased after her. What does he want to do? Oh, I don't want to mess with you, but it doesn't mean I'm really afraid of you. Killing intent flashed across Long Yu's eyes. He just didn't make any moves just because he was too lazy to cause trouble, but now, the other party seems to want to do something to him and Xiangwu. As the saying goes, it is better to act first. Long Yu would not feel that the other party flew over to chat with him or something, and at that moment, Long Yu had already felt the other party's killing intent towards him. That being the case, there is nothing to say, the battle is over. Is it a genius outside the sky? Although it's not the first time we've met, it's the first time we've met. Thinking in his heart, Long Yu sent the sunset dance far away, and then stayed alone to stop that genius from beyond the sky. The young man with a gloomy face flew over and waved his hands. In an instant, several pitch-black sharp blades struck from the air. They turned out to be darts condensed with divine scriptures. The destructive power of each dart was extremely terrifying. However, this method is completely useless to Long Yu. Fallen star, gossip, suppresses the sky. Long Yu first condensed dozens of fallen dark stars, directly scattered the weak points of those pitch-black darts, and then stimulated the 8 trigrams that had just been secretly set up to suppress the sky. 8 beams of light of different colors rose from the surface of the Shenwu realm's core in an instant, covering that genius from beyond the sky and completely suppressing him. The shadowy young man felt that the power in his body was being suppressed by Bagua Shintian, and his face suddenly changed. First-grade divine chain? This person is indeed a genius outside the sky, and he can tell the level of the method used by Long Yu at a glance. It is conceivable that this move may not be able to suppress the opponent for a long time. However, Long Yu didn't intend to give the other party too much time, and the ancient dragon skeleton pagoda was summoned immediately. Long skeleton pa. The giant ancient tower spun at a high speed, and even the power of the surrounding heart world was brought into a vortex, and then rushed towards the suppressed shadowy young man. Boom! The ancient dragon skeleton pagoda shuttled past, knocking the shadowy young man into the air in an instant. The guy was caught off guard and was suppressed by Bagua Shintian. His whole body was smashed into several pieces. So simple? Long Yu frowned slightly. Even dealing with the Peak Emperor realm in the world of Shenwu is not so simple, is it? This kid. But just when Long Yu was thinking this way, the man's body that had been knocked into several sections suddenly flashed a purple light, which made Long Yu alert all of a sudden. It turned out to be undead purple blood. The young genius of the Zifen department. Without any hesitation, Long Yu just raised his hand, and the divine formation Zhou Yuan was unleashed, and 9 pitch-black cracks extended from all directions, directly hitting the purple radiant body of the young man in Yimin. The resurrection ability of immortal Zixue is very terrifying. I am afraid that it only takes 1 or 2 short breaths to restore him to his full state, but Long Yu didn't even give him this time. In just an instant, the power of the divine formation and Zhou Yuan rushed in, and every dark crack completely destroyed and annihilated the person's body, and the flickering purple light was also extinguished at this moment, and the entire pitch-black space recovered again. It became complete darkness. Immediately afterwards, a mirror appeared at the place where the young man was annihilated. Long Yu stepped forward to take it away, and found that it was actually an ancient-level supergrade soldier. An ancient-level supergrade warrior, and it may not be compatible with this young man at any level. It is definitely an extremely terrifying thing. It was pure accident that Long Yu was able to rely on surprise to kill this person, and it was also to blame for the young man's underestimation of the enemy, and he was controlled by Long Yu to kill him instantly without even using any means. Wanting to be resurrected, but was completely annihilated by Long Yu again with stronger means. If this young man still had consciousness, his only feeling would be hatred, so much hatred, that he died at the hands of such a kid at the imperial level. He never imagined that Long Yu would be able to launch a counterattack so quickly. At first, he thought that with his strength, it would be a one-hit kill against the so-called genius in this small world, not to mention that the other party was inferior to him. He has reached several martial arts realms. Who knows, in the end, Long Yu easily fought back and killed him. In fact, don't look at Long Yu killing the opponent just like that, but Long Yu has already used his strongest method, and it was by surprise. Otherwise, if the opponent urged this ancient-level supergrade mirror soldier, or displaying some imperial supernatural powers, powerful martial arts, etc., it is impossible for Long Yu to be his opponent. Let's go. Long Yu glanced at Xiangwu, who flew over, and took him away directly, and took away the medium-sized heart realm crystal that the person had just obtained. Brother Long, you are so powerful. I'm afraid this kid will regret it to death in the underworld. It can be said that Xiangwu was completely in a state of tension just now, but she didn't expect that Long Yu would instantly kill the young man. The accident happened so fast that she couldn't believe it. What she just faced was a man from a talented young man outside the sky. Don't be careless, let's go, let's find a place to absorb this medium-sized heart crystal, and then look for other crystals. Long Yu said with a smile. Long Yu's heartbeat finally calmed down until now. Although he killed the person from the Zifan tribe, other people must not know about it, because the core of the Xuanhuan world is the same as the magnificent palace, where the sacred objects of the earth gods are placed. Any space and deduction force. What's more, the shielding degree of Shenwuji's nucleus is deeper than that of the Grand Palace. What happens in Shenwuji's nucleus will never be known to outsiders. Soon, Sunset Dance absorbed the medium-sized heart realm crystal, and her strength also solidified a big step. If she did some calculations, she would need at least 7 medium-sized crystals to enter the late stage of the Emperor realm. The crystallization of the heart realm. Now only half a day has passed, Long Yu has found 2 medium-sized heart realm crystals, and there are still more than 6 days to go, which is definitely enough for Xiangwu to enter the late stage of the Imperial realm. However, from this point of view, if Long Yu wants to break through to the early stage of the Emperor realm here, he needs at least nearly 100 medium-sized heart realm crystals, or go to the inner layer of the realm core to find large heart realm crystals. Realm crystals, probably equivalent to 10 medium-sized heart realm crystals, right? Long Yu doesn't know now, and he is carrying the Sunset Dance, so it is impossible to go to the inner layer of the boundary core now, because in the inner layer of the boundary core, the Sunset Dance can only last for a few hours. After all, he is not a strong person at the Emperor level, so it is enough to only explore at the surface level. After Long Yu beheaded and killed the young genius from the Zifan department, he did not meet anyone else, because the scope of the entire Xuanhuan realm core was too large, and more than 400 people flew into it, as if a bunch of ants fell from the sky into the sea, and the possibility of encountering each other is very low. Of course, this is only on the surface. Since the entire Xuanhuan world core is a sphere, if you go deeper into the inner layer of the world core, or even the deep layer of the world core, the probability of encountering other people will be much higher. There is also a very important reason. That is, almost all the people from the extraterrestrial forces have gone to the inner layer of the boundary core, and there are not many people who are still dangling on the surface layer, and it is even less likely that Long Yu and Xiangwu will meet. The remaining 6 days will pass quickly. In a total of 7 days, Long Yu found a total of 16 medium-sized heart realm crystals for Xiangwu, adding the first 2, the total is 18. In addition, there are more than 40 small crystals of the heart realm, all of which together make Xiangwu step into the late stage of the Imperial realm in one fell swoop, and become an existence in the same realm as Long Yu. It's just that it won't be that easy for Xiangwu to break through to the Emperor's realm, but Long Yu's next goal is to break through to the Emperor's realm. At the beginning of the 7th day, Xiangwu flew away from the core of Xuanhuan realm alone. But Long Yu, instead, flew deeper into the core of the Xuanhuan world. Along the way, Long Yu may encounter other martial arts from the inner core of the Xuanhuan world, so he directly exerts the balance control, covering all his aura, and does not want anyone to discover his existence. Sure enough, this is the 7th day, which is the longest time that most martial arts can stay in the core of the Xuanhuan world. There are Emperor-level Tianwai martial arts passing by Long Yu one after another, and they are about to leave the core of the Xuanhuan world. It's a pity that these no one can find the trace of Long Yu. Even if it is an existence that surpasses the 5-star Emperor, because in the core of the Xuanhuan world, his own perception is very insensitive, so he cannot find the deliberately hidden Long Yu. The surface of the boundary core has been basically cleaned up, and the inner layer of the boundary core is explored by more than 400 people at the Emperor level. After 7 days, there may not be anything left. Since I can't get rid of the Xuanhuan boundary core itself influenced by power, it is better to go directly to the deep layer of the boundary core. Long Yu quickly made a decision and flew towards the deep core of the Xuanhuan realm. At this very moment, near the junction between the inner layer and the deep layer of the Xuanhuan realm, there is a beautiful girl in a coma state. If anyone comes here, it is easy to find that this girl is from the hidden sword of the Lu Shan clan. The leader of this operation, the left half smoke. Long Yu quickly flew towards the place where the woman was unconscious. Long Yu flew extremely fast in the pitch-black Xuanhuan world core, and on the way saw at least 10 powerful emperors from outside the sky, but none of these strong men could find Long Yu. As for the other 400 or so people, they should have left the Xuanhuan realm core from different directions. After all, the Xuanhuan realm core is a collection of inner power, and they can enter and exit from any direction, and there is no fixed entrance and exit. Long Yu continued to go deeper into the core of the Xuanhuan world, but after half an hour, he reached the inner layer from the surface of the world core, and after another 2 hours, the power of the heart world around his body became more intense. Xiangwu must not be able to hold on even for an hour when she came here, but Long Yu was not affected in any way. The deep layer of the boundary core should be approaching soon, and it is probably nearly 10,000 miles away from the edge of the Xuanhuan boundary core. Long Yu couldn't help feeling that the core of the Xuanhuan realm is really vast, and it's really the size of a planet. When he continued to move forward, he suddenly found that the power of the heart realm in front of him became more intense. Unexpectedly appeared a delicate body of a girl who had passed out in a coma. Left half smoke? Long Yu frowned slightly. He felt that Xuanhuan had stepped into the deep layer of the boundary core at this moment, which is what she said by herself that even the strong who ruled the secret realm could not set foot. I don't know, did the beautiful girl Xuanhuan run in by herself, or drifted in unconsciously after being unconscious? It wasn't Long Yu's original intention to see death and not save him, anyway. It wouldn't take long anyway. Long Yu directly stepped forward and grabbed Xuanhuan's soft arm, then pulled her out towards the back, and soon let her go. She returned to the inner layer of the boundary core, leaving the scope of the deep layer of the boundary core. Although there is only a thin line between the deep layer of the boundary core and the inner layer of the boundary core, there is more than 10 times the difference in the intensity of the power of the jet-black heart realm. No wonder even the existence that dominates the secret realm can't step into the depths of the core, because the power of the central realm is too corrosive. Fortunately, Xuanhuan seems to have just drifted into it, and has not suffered too serious injuries. The power of the heart world is eroding. Why don't I try to absorb the power of the heart world in her body? Long Yu looked at Xuanhuan, who was still not awake, frowned slightly, and then activated the 9 Serenity mark, ready to absorb the power of the inner world in her body. This girl has been in a coma, and I don't know what's going on, but Long Yu's impression of this girl is not bad, and it's nothing to help a group. If it was replaced by Xian Yongji with purple long hair from the Zifen department, Long Yu would be too lazy to do it. Sure enough, when Long Yu's thoughts moved, the power of the inner world that had eroded into Xuanhuan's body began to be absorbed continuously, and Xuanhuan's originally pale face gradually became rosy again. Ahem. After a stick of incense time passed, Xuanhuan coughed suddenly, and then opened his eyes extremely vigilantly. As soon as she opened her eyes, she felt that Long Yu was beside her, as if she was doing something for her. After feeling it carefully, she realized that Long Yu was actually helping her absorb the power of the inner world that had eroded into her body. It was the strong power of these inner worlds that caused her to pass out. At this moment, Xuanhuan couldn't believe it. She didn't expect her life to be saved by a kid from the world of martial arts. If it wasn't for Long Yu, she can be sure that she would definitely die in the Xuanhuan world core today. You're awake, what happened? Seeing that she was awake, Long Yu asked a question. At the same time, Long Yu remained extremely vigilant with all his thoughts. If the other party wanted to attack him, he would urge another Hejua puppet from Tianyi without hesitation. Although Xuanhuan has the strength of a 7-star emperor, she has been in the Xuanhu realm for nearly 7 days, and she will die in 2 or 3 hours. As long as the Hejua puppet delays for a little time, Xuanhuan will definitely die. It is precisely because he has the whole card that Long Yu would take the risk to let her go. After all, if Xuanhuan has a good personality, then this can be said to be a great kindness, a life-saving grace. This will definitely bring a lot of benefits to Long Yu after he arrives in the outer world. What made Long Yu feel relieved was that Xuanhuan didn't act immediately after waking up, but observed the surrounding situation, and then heaved a sigh of relief. "Thank you, little brother, for saving me." Xuanhuan's face was a little bright red, and it seemed a little unnatural for Long Yu to be so close to him. "I wanted to break through to the secret realm of domination here, but I didn't expect to absorb too much power from the inner world, and I couldn't bear it and fell into a coma. It's not your help, I'm afraid I'm dead now, but then again, how can you suck away the power of the inner world that has eroded into my body?" Long Yu had already thought up his explanation for this, and it was easy to explain this kind of thing. But before Long Yu could make a sound, Xuanhuan waved his hand. "Forget it, you are only in the late stage of the Imperial realm, and you are able to come here. It is obvious that you have some secrets on you, so I won't ask too much. What's wrong with you? All in all, Banyan will keep this life-saving grace in mind. If you need anything in the future, just come to the Hidden Sword Department to find me. This is my token." After finishing speaking, she took out a dagger-shaped token from her bosom, and the 3 characters, "left half smoke," were tattooed on the back of this dagger-shaped token. Long Yu took the dagger-shaped token, and he did not refuse. After all, he is not a saint who does not repay favors. "Can you go back in time?" Long Yu asked a question. "It should be in time." Xuanhuan felt the situation in his body, then nodded and said, "I have gained a lot this time. After going back to retreat for a period of time, I should be able to step into the secret realm of domination. But if it wasn't for you, I'm afraid I wouldn't even be able to save my life. Thanks again." "Well, let's leave it at that." Long Yu nodded, and then used the 6th level of balanced control, completely covering his whole body with breath, and then crossed that boundary and stepped into the deep layer of the boundary core. Xuanhuan was stunned for a moment, and then found that Long Yu had disappeared from her face. She couldn't help being extremely surprised and amazed. This Long Yu probably has a lot of secrets. But it's none of my business. It's better to go back quickly, and strive to step into the secret realm of domination as soon as possible. Xuanhuan thought about it, turned around and flew out of the core of the Xuanhu realm. Long Yu didn't know how lucky he was to save a genius from beyond the sky so coincidentally, and with the words of Tian Yishuang before, it seemed that Long Yu had a relationship with many geniuses from beyond the sky. Whether it's Tianyi Xuanhe or Xuanhuan, their status in Tianyi and hidden swords must not be low. Long Yu shook his head and didn't think much about it. At this moment, he had stepped into the deep core of the Xuanhu realm. This is a place that even the strong masters of the secret realm cannot set foot in. It is a secret place that has been kept for many years. After only flying tens of miles away, Long Yu has already discovered many large-scale crystallizations of the mind realm, which appeared 100 or 200 miles away from him. 3, 4, 5, so many. In the deep layer of the boundary core, there are actually large and medium-sized heart boundary crystals everywhere, which made Long Yu happy immediately. In this way, it will not be difficult for him to break through to the early stage of the Emperor realm. Due to the existence of the Mark of the 9 Nethers, and the fact that Long Yu has comprehended the power of creation in the 9 Nethers Xian Palace, he has been practicing until he dominates the secret realm, and there will be no bottlenecks that are too difficult. They are all promoted to the supernatural powers of the Emperor's Way, which requires a lot of natural materials and earthly treasures. Moreover, special treasures of heaven, materials, and earth that contain the power of creation are also needed. Only the treasures of heaven and earth, or some special pills that contain the power of creation, can improve the cultivator's cultivation of innate supernatural powers. This kind of opportunity is extremely rare and precious even in Tianwei, let alone in Xinwu. The world is gone. Long Yu felt that it was extremely difficult for him to improve his innate supernatural powers, and his hope was slim, so it was better to fully grasp the 9 nethermarks first. Of course, the most important thing to do now is to break through to the Emperor Realm and then go to the center of the Xinwu Realm core to explore what the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor has left here. Practice resources. Just as Long Yu was exploring in the core of the world and constantly absorbing the crystals of the heart world, Xuanhuan from the Hidden Sword Department of the Lu Shan clan finally left the range of the Xinwu World Core, and she found that most people were already waiting outside. As soon as she appeared, all the discussions at the scene stopped immediately, and almost everyone looked at her. You must know that she is the leader of the nuclear team in the Xinwu world this time. Miss Xue, you finally came out. If it was later, I'm afraid I would think you would never come out again. That purple long-haired man from the Purple Vatican Department, Xian Yongji. These words were yin and yang, but Xuanhuan didn't pay attention to him at all, but raised his head to look at the 10 geniuses from the world of martial arts not far away. Sunset Dance. Yu Hanqin. Black Knife. When all the people got together, they waited nervously for Xuanhuan's arrival. Because, now it's time to decide whether they are qualified to go to the sky to practice. Before Xuanhuan came, Xian Yongji and Bald Mi Yang didn't dare to mess around. Now that Xuanhuan is back, talent selection can begin. Among the crowd, the most eye-catching one is undoubtedly the Sunset Dance. Before entering the Xinwu World Core, the Sunset Dance was only at the early stage of the Emperor's realm, but the current Sunset Dance has already consolidated the cultivation base of the late stage of the Emperor's realm, directly raising the 2 realms. Lu Shan's judgment of who is more talented is based on this. Except for Sunset Dance, basically all of them can only upgrade to the first stage, and most of them can't even upgrade to the first stage. After all, it is not easy to find the crystallization of the heart realm. There is no doubt that whether it is the Bald Mi Yang of the Tianyi Department or Xian Yongji of the Zifan Department, they have long taken a fancy to the Sunset Dance and want to take it away. Your name is Sunset Dance, right? Xuanhuan glanced at Xiangwu, smiled slightly and said, would you like to come to our Hidden Sword Department? She could see that Xiangwu was the little girl who was with Long Yu. Since she owed Long Yu a big favor, of course she had to take care of Xiangwu now. Of course Xiangwu doesn't want to leave now, but she wants to leave with Long Yu. So when she heard Xuanhuan's invitation, she couldn't help but frown slightly, and then whispered, can I choose neither? I don't want to leave here for the time being. As soon as this word came out, it exploded. Xuanhuan didn't react yet, but the Bald Mi Yang from the Tianyi division and Xian Yongji from the Zifan division beside her became excited all of a sudden. Why don't you want to leave here? The Bald Mi Yang was a little surprised when he heard the words, and asked kindly, if you want to say goodbye to your friends and relatives here, you don't have to stay here, because as long as you leave with us, you can choose your relatives and friends to go with us. Leave, of course, the number cannot exceed 10. I'm sorry, I have more than 10 friends here. I think, I will leave here when I have enough strength. At that time I will definitely look for you again. Sunset Dance shook his head and said. Xian Yongji from the Purple Vatican Department, his long purple hair floating behind his back slightly floated, and there was a hint of evil in his eyes. Little sister, you really don't want to leave with us? You know, there is nothing wrong with you in this small world. The future is promising, but as long as you leave with us, you will get inexhaustible cultivation resources, and it is not impossible for Qingyun to go straight to dominate the secret realm. I'm sorry, I really don't want to go, can I? Xiangwu felt that Xuanhuan was easier to talk, so she looked at Xuanhuan pitifully. Since you don't want to go, that's all. Xuanhuan smiled slightly and waved her hands. She guessed in her heart that maybe this little girl likes Long Yu. Long Yu didn't leave, and she didn't want to leave either. In that case, she will help this little girl. Xuanhuan, what are you talking about? Xian Yongji's face suddenly fell. Our tribe sent us to the small world. One of the purposes is to pick a genius, and now you take the initiative to let her go? If your hidden sword department doesn't want it, my Zifen department does. Whoever of you dares to dance with the sunset, I will not be polite to you. Seeing that Xian Yongji disagreed, Xuanhuan's face turned cold instantly. His whole body was like a sharp sword about to come out of his body, showing its sharpness, directly suppressing the aura of Xian Yongji and bald Mi Yang. The bald-headed Mi Yang glanced at Xiangwu, then at Xuanhuan, then shook his head. That's all, just listen to you. He didn't really want to miss a genius like Sunset Dance, but since Xuanhuan had already said that, he didn't bother to make trouble. Anyway, bringing back a genius is nothing more than a reward for an ancient elixir. To him, a piece of cake. Xian Yongji from the Zifen department wanted to say something, but seeing that Xuanhuan and Mi Yang had given up, he couldn't say anything more. He just snorted coldly and turned around. Except for Sunset Dance, this group of people did not have the qualifications to be taken away, which disappointed He Dao, Yu Hanxin and others, but to their surprise, Xuanhuan suddenly chose Su Jian in the end. White out. This made Su Jian by himself not even think about it, and no one knew why Xuanhuan chose him, not even Mi Yang and Xian Yongji. If Xuanhuan picked a mediocre person to go back, he would definitely be scolded by the elders of the Hidden Sword Department, so both Mi Yang and Xian Yongji were very surprised by this. What is so extraordinary about Su Jianbai? They can't see it at all. But after getting Su Jianbai's left half smoke, the corners of his lips turned up slightly, and he was already thinking that this trip was worthwhile. Not only did he get the opportunity to step into the secret realm of domination, but he also returned alive with the help of Long Yu, and finally found this junior with the sword heart. Hidden Sword Department, this time it can be said that it has made a lot of money. At this moment, Long Yu, who was in the core of the Shenwu world, of course didn't know so many twists and turns. Since he didn't show up now, most of the people outside would probably think that he was dead, but Long Yu didn't care. Yu Hanxin and Xiangwu definitely wouldn't be too worried about him. As for the others, Long Yu didn't care what they thought at all. Long Yu keeps absorbing the large and medium-sized heart crystals in the core of the Shenwu world. In the deep layer of the core, the heart crystals that appear are at least medium-sized, and there are even supergiant heart crystals, which are the same size as a human head, which contains 100 times the power of the heart realm that is more than a medium-sized heart realm crystal. Long Yu wandered in the core of the Shenwu realm day and night, and after 3 days passed, he finally broke through the shackles of the realm and expanded his inner world to a radius of 100 million miles. Early Emperor Realm. There was a confident look in Long Yu's eyes. As his martial arts realm broke through to the early stage of the Emperor's realm, an additional power was born in his Dantian again, which was the power of deduction he had felt from the mark of Jiuyo before. He would like to try the power of deduction a little bit, but in the core of the Shenwu world, the power of deduction cannot be used, and even he has no exceptions, so he can only give up. Continue to absorb. Long Yu made a decision in his heart, and continued to absorb those heart realm crystals in the deep layer of the realm core. Now, the other cultivators who explored the core of the Shenwu world must have all left. Long Yu didn't have to worry about not having enough time. He had enough time to explore the core of the Shenwu world. The only thing he needs to pay attention to is that the Dark Moon catastrophe will happen half a year later. Because it felt that the time was still early, and on the other hand, he didn't want to expose himself too much, so Long Yu didn't tell the Holy Emperor and the others the news that the Dark Moon cataclysm was coming. After returning from the nuclear martial arts realm, it's time to start preparing for the Dark Moon catastrophe. One of the 7 forbidden places in the 9 Nether realm, the 9 Nether Dark Moon, will approach the Xuanhu world every once in a while, and at this time, countless dead souls will appear from all over the Xuanhu world, endangering the entire Xuanhu world. Every dark moon catastrophe in history has brought great losses to the world of Xuanhu, and this time is no exception. However, when disasters strike, they can also be said to be opportunities for some strong people. Because some of the gloomy dead souls brought back by the 9 nether dark moons came from extremely ancient times. If you kill these dead souls, it is very likely that you will get some treasures from them, such as martial arts jade slips, soldiers, etc. Wait. There are not even too few ancient level martial arts and warriors. As long as you have that strength, you may get ancient level martial arts or warriors. Of course, only the 5 Emperors Alliance has the strength to obtain all the ancient martial arts and warriors, and in the end most of them were handed over to extraterrestrial forces. In addition, these ancient dark souls are composed of pure heaven and earth aura. If they are killed and then absorbed, it is equivalent to a cultivation elixir for a cultivator, and there is no upper limit for taking an elixir. As long as you kill enough, a lot of dark dead souls can even improve the realm of martial arts. Of course, the price of dealing with the dark souls is also obvious. These dark souls are extremely powerful, and basically they are stronger than practitioners of the same realm. After all, they come from ancient times, and their fighting methods are extremely strange and changeable. The expected killer. Long Yu shook his head, didn't think much about this matter, but continued to absorb more crystallization of the mind world, and constantly expanded the inner world in his dantian. 100 million miles. 110 million miles. 120 million miles. The further back, the slower the expansion speed of the inner world. Even if Long Yu absorbed one after another large crystals of the heart world, the expansion speed of his inner world was not too fast. At the early stage of Emperor Realm, if you want to improve the realm of martial arts, you need a huge amount of heaven and earth spiritual energy or the power of the heart realm. Otherwise, in the world of Xuanhu, it would be impossible for so many people to stay stuck in the early stage of Emperor Realm. For example, Qin Chongyue, the previous patriarch of the Qin family, was stuck in the early stage of the Emperor Realm for more than 10 years. Not long ago, because he defected to the Emperor Zhan and received a lot of training resources from the Emperor Zhan, he finally broke through to the middle stage of the Emperor Realm. It is conceivable that it is not easy for Long Yu to break through the realm now, even if he gets the opportunity that countless people dream of, it is impossible to achieve it overnight. What's more, Long Yu also knows that if the speed of promotion is too fast, the foundation will be unstable, and it will not be a good thing for him. After a month, Long Yu absorbed a total of 3 supergiant heart realm crystals, 24 large heart realm crystals, and hundreds of medium-sized heart realm crystals in the deep layer of the boundary core, almost sweeping the entire deep layer of the boundary core. At this moment, his inner world has finally expanded to a radius of more than 190 million miles, and he is only one step away from stepping into the middle stage of Emperor Realm. But this step, Long Yu couldn't step out at this time, because he had already cleaned up the core of the entire Xuanhu world, and all the crystals of the heart world had been absorbed by him. It seems that there is no limit to the crystallization of the heart realm condensed in the core of the Xuanhu world. Even if no one comes, the number of crystals in the heart realm will reach an upper limit. No matter how long it takes, it will not exceed this upper limit. It's a pity for Long Yu. If it weren't for this, there should be at least 1,000 times more crystals in the central realm in the deep layer of the boundary core. In that way, he might be able to step into the late stage of the Emperor's realm or even the peak in one step. Of course, this thought just flashed in Long Yu's mind, he didn't think much about it, and after confirming that all the crystals of the heart realm in the deep layer of the core had been absorbed, he flew towards the center of the entire Xuanhu world core. He could feel that the thing that was attracting the imprint of Jiuyo in the core of the divine martial world was stored in the center of the entire core of the divine martial world, and now it was finally time for him to harvest it. When he broke through the dense power of the heart world and gradually approached the center of the core of the Shenwu world, the feeling of the imprint of Jiuyo became more and more intense. What is the treasure that the Nine-Nether Dragon Emperor has stored here for himself? With anticipation in his heart, Long Yu was getting closer and closer to the center of the Shenwu realm's core. Finally, he felt something placed in the center of the Shenwu realm's core, through the Nine-Nether imprint. In the core of Shenwu realm. In the entire giant planet of the power of the heart, there is no one except Long Yu. But at this moment, Long Yu finally reached the center of the Shenwu realm's core, and saw some things left by the Dragon Emperor Jiuyo, which can be said to have been earned by Long Yu for nothing. There was not such a large number of treasures as imagined, only a few things appeared in front of Long Yu, and they were not big. One of the jade slips, I don't know what is recorded in it. There is also a small pill bottle, I don't know what kind of pill is contained in it. A metal box, I don't know what it contains. Long Yu had no choice, but to check one by one. First of all, there is the small pill bottle. After all, Long Yu has read the book of alchemy left by Concubine Yu, and I believe he should be able to recognize what kind of pill is in the pill bottle. Soon Long Yu came to a conclusion. There are a total of 5 elixirs in this elixir bottle, and they are all endless level elixirs. Each of the endless grade pills contains a ray of creative power. Through identification, Long Yu recognized the types of these 5 endless grade pills. They are 5 different kinds of pills, all of which are top grade endless grade. The effect is to improve the cultivation level of the practitioner's innate supernatural powers. In other words, through these 5 endless level pills, Long Yu's innate magical powers will be greatly improved. Long Yu's heart was already excited, and then he opened the small metal box with the breath of the imprint of Jiuyo, and found 3 pitch-black stones inside. At first glance, there seems to be nothing unusual about these 3 small stones, but Long Yu also felt the existence of the power of creation from them. Is it also something that can improve innate supernatural powers? Thinking in Long Yu's mind, he put himself in the position of the Dragon Emperor Jiuyo. If he succeeded in being reborn, what would he prepare for himself in advance? Undoubtedly, it must be some training resources with fast training effects, such as endless level pills, or some secret treasures that can purely improve innate supernatural powers. In that way, no matter who the Jiuyo Dragon Emperor is reborn into, he can quickly raise the level of martial arts, a 1-star emperor, a 2-star emperor, and so on. However, Long Yu doesn't know how to use these 3 pitch-black stones. Could it be that he can just absorb the power from them? Long Yu tried a little bit, and found that after the power in the pitch-black stone was absorbed into his body, it quickly settled into his dantian, and attached to one of the fruits of innate supernatural powers, which was the hand of Jiuyo. In Long Yu's inner world, the hand of Nine-Netherness has also developed into a huge white bone arm at this time, which is dozens of miles long and stretches across the endless void. The power of that pitch-black stone floated in from the outside, and soon had an impact on this bone arm. After absorbing the power of the pitch-black stone, the aura of the entire bone arm became more sinister, and its shape began to expand slowly. This is the sign of the improvement of innate supernatural powers. Long Yu suppressed the joy in his heart, and wanted to stop the absorption first, but he found that once the absorption of the power of the pitch-black stone started, it was difficult to stop. If he stopped forcibly, the power in the entire pitch-black stone would be dissipated and wasted loose. Long Yu originally wanted to see what was recorded in that jade slip first, but now it seemed that he had no choice but to absorb the power in this pitch-black stone first. The power of Tian Shu and stars cannot affect the center of the core of Shenwu realm, so there is no bonus for Long Yu to absorb pills and the like, which makes Long Yu think to himself, the other 2 pitch-black stones and 5 endless level pills, they have to leave the Shenwu realm's core before absorbing it. As the power in that pitch-black stone was continuously absorbed by Long Yu, the fruit of the supernatural power in his inner world, the hand of Nine-Netherness, continued to expand in size, and its aura became stronger and stronger, and soon a kind of magic power was born from it. Special effects. Transformed. Emperor Dao supernatural power. Long Yu soon realized that his first supernatural power, the Hand of Jiuyou, had transformed into a supernatural power of the Imperial Way, and the entire white bone arm had stretched hundreds of miles in the void. There is still a gap of dozens of times, but it is already very spectacular at first glance. The Hand of Nine Nethers, which has transformed into a supernatural power of the Imperial Way, has added a mental impact effect, and the impact effect is related to the strength of the opponent's willpower. For some cultivators with relatively weak willpower, a single mental shock from the Hand of Nine Serenities can shock the spot, at least for 1 or 2 breaths. In a duel at this level, 1 or 2 breaths is enough to determine the final result. Undoubtedly, after Long Yu's first supernatural power became the Emperor's supernatural power, his overall strength has been further enhanced, but at this moment, the power in that pitch-black stone has not been exhausted, and even only a small half of it has been consumed. This made Long Yu ecstatic, thinking to himself that this pitch-black stone must be a super-secret treasure prepared by the Dragon Emperor Jiuyou for himself, and he doesn't know where he got it from, but the effect is so heaven-defying. Even after absorbing this pitch-black stone, the Hand of the Nine Nethers will not be able to become the supernatural power of the Emperor. Let's improve other supernatural powers first. Long Yu thought this way, and then urged the power of the pitch-black stone to surround the Book of Shadows with supernatural powers. It was a pitch-black open book, which originally occupied a radius of more than 30 miles in the void, but under the influence of the power of the pitch-black stone, its range began to expand continuously, and the aura of the Nine Serenity became more and more intense. The Book of Shadows at the kingly and supernatural level can make Long Yu itself simulate any power, so as to integrate into that power. Whether it is used to attack, defend or escape, the effect is very terrifying. The only problem is that the power consumed is too much. Under normal circumstances, Long Yu will not display it. However, as the pages of this book became bigger and bigger, and the breath in it became more and more intense, Long Yu felt that when he used the simulated power function of the Book of Shadows next time, the consumption would probably be only 1/10 of the previous one. The transformation of the Fruit of Supernatural Powers has come again. Imperial Powers, Book of Shadows. Long Yu's eyes shone with shrewdness. As the Book of Shadows supernatural power transformed into the Emperor's Way, his combat power undoubtedly increased a lot again. If the mental shock effect of the Hand of Nine Nethernesses is the icing on the cake for Long Yu, then the improvement of the Book of Shadows can be said to be a timely gift. From then on, Long Yu could cast the Book of Shadows many times in battle, and was almost immune to any form of attack, including the impact of the power of the 5 elements in the early days. The Book of Shadows, as Long Yu's 5th supernatural power, was originally a high-level supernatural power. Now, after achieving the Imperial supernatural power, its effect has become extremely astonishing. After raising the 2 supernatural powers to Imperial supernatural powers, the power in that pitch-black stone was almost consumed, but it hadn't been completely consumed yet. Long Yu then transferred the remaining power to the 9 Nether Hunters. The 9 Nether Hunter is Long Yu's 6th supernatural power. The 9 Nether Hunter summoned before wasn't particularly outstanding, so he didn't use this move much. However, the real transformation of innate supernatural powers usually occurs when they become kingly supernatural powers, and Long Yu is also quite looking forward to what kind of changes the summoned 9 Nether Hunters will have when this trick transforms into kingly supernatural powers. The original 9 Serenity Hunter is the divine power of the 7th heaven, and it is still 3 realms away from the kingly way. The remaining energy of this pitch-black stone has been unable to transform it into a kingly supernatural power, but it has been promoted to the 9th heaven. With supernatural powers, the energy of the entire pitch-black stone was finally exhausted. In the process of absorbing the pitch-black stone, Long Yu became more and more delighted, because he did not expect the effect of the pitch-black stone to be so powerful, directly raising his 2 magical powers to the Emperor's supernatural power. Before coming to the core of Xuanhuan realm, Long Yu didn't expect to get such a treasure, and there were as many as 3 more. Now that one is consumed, there are 2 more. It can be imagined that after Long Yu absorbed these pitch-black stones, what kind of changes will happen to its own strength. In 1 day and 1 night, Long Yu absorbed all the power in the first pitch-black stone, and then the Hand of the 9 Nethers and the Book of Shadows became the supernatural powers of the Emperor, and the Hunter of the 9 Nethers was also promoted to the 9th heaven. But what came next was very bad news. Not long after all the power in the first pitch-black stone was absorbed, Long Yu's face darkened, and he actually felt that the 3 magical fruits that had just been promoted seemed to have been eroded by some kind of evil force. The sequelae of absorbing the pitch-black stone appeared. Long Yu's face turned livid. He really didn't expect that the things left by the Dragon Emperor Jiuyo would have sequelae, and the sequelae seemed to be very serious. Hand of 9 Serenity, cannot be used. Book of Shadows, cannot be used. 9 Nether Hunters, can't be used. Long Yu tried it, and the 3 innate supernatural powers that had been improved just now became unusable at this moment, which was undoubtedly a great blow to him. Is it temporarily unavailable, or permanently unavailable? Long Yu immediately thought about it. It stands to reason that the things left by the Jiuyo Dragon Emperor should not have sequelae. If it is the second possibility, the sequelae are only temporary and will not cause too serious consequences, then Long Yu can rest assured that everything will be normal when the sequelae disappear. But if it is the first possibility, then Long Yu is in great misfortune now. Jiuyo Dragon Emperor has a way to get rid of the sequelae, but Long Yu doesn't know. Now, it was Long Yu who absorbed this pitch-black stone, not Jiuyo Dragon Emperor. Oops, I hope the sequelae won't spread to other places. For the time being, Long Yu could only pray like this, because he found that no matter what method he used, he couldn't affect the evil power covering the 3 magical fruits. Then Long Yu first turned his attention to the remaining jade slip, and he still had some expectations in his heart. Will this jade slip record any methods to combat the sequelae? Long Yu's spiritual consciousness sank into that jade slip, and soon he discovered that it recorded a kind of cultivation experience of martial arts secret method. The only martial arts secrets that Long Yu has seen so far are balance control and undead purple blood, and the others have not been seen, but judging from these 2 martial arts secrets, they can be used in battle. Defying the sky is the word to describe it. Balanced control allows Long Yu to clearly perceive the flow of various forces around him, accurately judge the weaknesses and flaws of the opponent's various attack methods, and be able to hide himself to the maximum extent, so that the powerhouse who is much higher than him in the martial arts realm, no trace of him could be found. With Long Yu now entering the early stage of Emperor realm, he can even hide from all martial arts below the 7-star Emperor level. Even at the level of 7-star Emperor, it is necessary to use some special means to find Long Yu. This is the power of balanced control. Immortal purple blood is the secret of the Lushang clan Siphon sect of the extraterrestrial forces. Those who practice the immortal purple blood secret art can have a second life. Even if their heads are blown off, they can persist in not dying immediately. In a single duel, this secret technique is not too strong, but if it is a group battle, then, the cultivators of the Ziphon department each have more than 2 lives, and it is definitely a magic skill that can win more with less. Now in the jade slip in Long Yu's hand, what he got was another kind of training experience of martial arts secret method, which must have been left by Jiuyo Dragon Emperor, but he didn't know what effect this experience had. Secret method of martial arts, the experience of cultivating the body of the world. It's a pity that I don't know the method of cultivating the body of the world. Even if I have the experience, it is useless. Long Yu frowned slightly. He checked the cultivation situation of the body of the world for a while, and soon knew that as long as he practiced the martial arts secret method of the body of the world, the strength of the practitioner's physical body and willpower would be somewhat enhanced, but the most important, yes, the body of the world can remove all filth and evil in the body of the practitioner. What kind of poison, deterrence, suppression, etc., as long as one has cultivated a sufficiently powerful body of purification, they can be completely immune to these negative states, which can be called a life-saving magic skill. The Death Envoy said before that the Joyo Dragon Emperor himself knew the 3 martial arts secrets, but only the balance control was passed on to the Joyo 4 envoys. Where can I get this cultivation method for the body of the world? Long Yu is in trouble. Joyo Dragon Emperor left behind the experience of cultivating the body of the world, which must have been prepared for his rebirth. After the rebirth of Joyo Dragon Emperor, he only needs to rely on this practice experience to be able to promote the cultivation speed of the pure body. In other words, this cultivation experience can be said to be a method to promote the cultivation of the body of the world, but it does not know how to cultivate the body of the world. Of course, Emperor Joyo Long knew how to cultivate the body of the world, so he didn't need to prepare the relevant jade slips. In this way, could it be that the method of cultivating the body of the world has been completely lost? It's a pity that the Death Envoy didn't say where the 9 Nether Dragon Emperor got the cultivation method of the world's pure body. I'm afraid now. By the way, the 9 Nether Prison Monument. Long Yu suddenly remembered the Joyo Prison Stele near the Joyo Xian Palace. The Death Envoy said that many achievements of the Joyo Dragon Emperor were learned from the Joyo Prison Stele. So, is the method of cultivating the body of the world purified from the 9 Nether Prison Stele? If so, then it should be possible for Long Yu to comprehend the cultivation method of the pure world body from it by relying on his cultivation experience of the pure world body. This possibility is not impossible, but the possibility is not great. Long Yu suppressed it to the bottom of his heart for the time being, and did not think about it for the time being. The secret treasures placed in the core of Xuanhuan realm by Emperor Joyo Dragon are these 3 kinds: 1 jade slip, 5 pills, and 3 pitch black stones. Long Yu already knows what these 3 things are. But now, Long Yu is more relieved that the aftereffects caused by absorbing the power of the pitch black stones show no sign of spreading to other directions in his inner world. He just sealed the 3 supernatural fruits and cannot use them for the time being. Long Yu couldn't help thinking, if he had cultivated the body of the world, he wouldn't be affected by this evil force, right? No wonder the Dragon Emperor Joyo would collect this kind of pitch black stone to improve his supernatural power level. That's because he will definitely cultivate the body of the world, and the side effects of the pitch black stone have limited effects on it, and may even be completely ineffective. But the problem Long Yu is facing now is that he has obtained the experience of cultivating the body of the world, but he has not obtained the method of cultivating the body of the world. No, we have to solve this problem quickly. Long Yu began to fly away from the core of the Xuanhuan realm, and at the same time he was ready to explore the Joyo Xian Palace again. The main reason was that he wanted to observe the Joyo Prison Stele and see if he could comprehend the purity of the world from it. The cultivation method of the body. Fortunately, in the endless void of the 9 Nether realm, Long Yu would not encounter any enemies. He had enough time to study slowly. Of course, it would be best to return to the Xuanhuan world before the Dark Moon catastrophe came half a year later. Xiangwu, Yuhanqin and others soon returned to the world of Xuanhuan. After the nuclear exploration of the Xuanhuan realm, Yuhanqin entered the middle stage of the Emperor realm, and his real strength could at least reach the level of the peak Emperor realm. After returning to the Beishui Empire, he once again took up the great cause of the development of the entire empire. Among them, Yuhanqin and Xiangwu reported to the 5 emperors, including Xingdi and Lady, that the Dark Moon cataclysm might come within half a year, so the 5 emperors should prepare early. The 5 emperors naturally attached great importance to the news that the Dark Moon cataclysm was coming, but because Yuhanqin and Xiangwu could not provide any evidence to prove it, the 5 emperors could not announce the news to the world. The 5 emperors have been searching for evidence during this time, wanting to see if the Dark Moon cataclysm is really coming, but every time the Dark Moon cataclysm occurs without warning, even if it is deliberately deduced and calculated, it is impossible to know the dark moon catastrophe. When will the catastrophe come? The last time the dark moon cataclysm came, it was 400 or 500 years ago. At that time, all the 5 emperors had been replaced. In other words, the current 5 emperors had never experienced the dark moon cataclysm. However, there are many things recorded in the alliance of 5 emperors about the catastrophe of the dark moon. Once the catastrophe of the dark moon comes, a round of 9 dark moons will appear in the sky. Under the influence of the 9 dark moons, countless dead souls in the world of Xuanhuan will recover. All creatures that exist in the world of Xuanhuan will attack. The dark moon cataclysm was extremely terrifying, and it was the scariest one. It is said that nearly 1/3 of the creatures in the entire Xuanhuan world died in that cataclysm. Because of this, the Holy Emperor, Thunder Emperor, Yin Emperor, Devil Emperor, and Yun Emperor, who just took office, discussed the matter of the dark moon cataclysm many times. Among them, Emperor Lei and Emperor Yin tried their best to make preparations in advance, but they knew that Long Yu had an unclear relationship with the entire 9 Serenity realm, so they might have predicted the coming of the dark moon catastrophe in advance. However, the Holy Emperor and the Demon Emperor did not quite agree with this. They had not seen the scene of the Death Envoy and the Joyo Dragon Emperor's remaining consciousness, so they all felt that the dark moon cataclysm must be unpredictable. How could it have not been predicted for thousands of years? This is something that even the Lushan clan outside the sky can't predict, the existence of the secret realm, because the 9 nether dark moon is usually very hidden, and only when it is close to the Sea of Dead Air for a certain distance, the 9 nether dark moon will show up. And it works together with the Sea of Dead energy to produce a mysterious power that revives all the dead souls in the world of Xuanhuan. However, just in case, and counting the time, it is not impossible for the dark moon cataclysm to come now. So in the end the 5 emperors made a decision to secretly prepare for the dark moon cataclysm, but the news will not be announced for the time being. To prevent the dark moon cataclysm from not coming. In this way, even if the dark moon cataclysm does come, the alliance of 5 emperors will be fully prepared to deal with it, and the losses will definitely be reduced a lot. In this regard, Yu Hanqin and Xiang Wu were a little disappointed. You must know that once the dark moon cataclysm comes, it will not only be a matter of the 5 emperors' alliance, but will affect the entire Xuanhuan world. Millions of people will die in the dark moon cataclysm. The 2 women originally thought that the 5 emperors would announce this to the world, but they didn't expect that the 5 emperors only made such a decision in the end. That is to say, although the alliance of 5 emperors has made preparations, the entire Xuanhuan world is not prepared at all. Once the dark moon cataclysm occurs, the consequences will be disastrous. In this regard, the 2 women have no way to influence the decision-making of the 5 emperors. Therefore, the 2 women began to vigorously promote the construction of combat facilities within the scope of the Baishui Empire, including the construction of sufficiently solid battle fortresses and so on. Because of Long Yu, the entire top management of the Baishui Empire knew how to use divine language crystals to strengthen buildings, so the existence of emperors such as Punishment and Dao Jingtian kept sweeping the small strange beasts in the entire Baishui Empire. Lair, constantly collecting first-class divine crystals. Under Yu Hanqin's command, 72 battle fortresses will be built in the entire Baishui Empire to deal with this dark moon catastrophe. Each battle fortress is huge, enough to accommodate tens of millions of people to live in it, and there will be no gaps or loopholes in the iron wall, which is enough to resist the weaker dead souls from attacking the fortress. 72 battle fortresses, starting from the outer circle of the entire northern Snow Empire, continued to gather towards the interior, eventually forming a huge network of fortresses, and each battle fortress had a teleportation circle built in it. There is still about half a year left before the cataclysm of the dark moon. It is not very difficult to build 72 battle fortresses within half a year. The key depends on the team led by Xing Xing and Dao Jingtian. Can you collect enough divine crystals? It was Long Yu who reminded Yu Hanqing and Sunset Dance to build battle fortresses within the entire Beishui Empire. But at this moment, Long Yu had already arrived in the closed space of the Jiuyou Xian Palace, and once again saw the Jiuyou prison steel floating in the endless void outside the pitch-black Xian Palace. Even the powerhouses at Concubine Yu's level personally cultivated a Long Yu because they wanted to win the Jiuyou prison steel for the Jiuyou clan. It can be seen that the Jiuyou prison steel is definitely not a mortal thing. The Jiuyou Dragon Emperor could get a lot of inspiration from the Jiuyou prison steel back then, making him a superpower in the world, which shows that there are many secrets hidden in this Jiuyou prison steel. As Concubine Yu said, it is not impossible that this 9 nether prison steel may belong to the gods. Jiuyou Dragon Emperor is a god's punishment who died in the legend. In this way, the gods may really exist in this world, but no matter who they are, they have never seen the gods in person. Long Yu shook his head, not thinking too much. It took him a total of 10 days to transfer from the core of the Shenwu realm to the 9 nether realm. During this period, he continued to master the 9 nether imprint, and finally mastered it to a level of 6%. His perception of the 9 nether realm was even stronger. At the same time, he read over and over again the cultivation experience of the body of purification recorded in that jade slip several times, and he didn't give up until he was familiar with all these experiences. When he came to the 9 nether prison steel, he immediately began to try, using these cultivation experience to comprehend the martial arts secret technique of the pure world body from the 9 nether prison steel. The 9 Serenity prison steel is a huge stone monument hundreds of miles high, with a gloomy and mysterious aura all over it, as if it hides endless secrets. Except for Long Yu, other people would feel palpitations when they approached the 9 nether prison steel. Only Long Yu could calmly come to the place very close to the 9 nether prison steel. This made Long Yu a little apprehensive. After all, he had the imprint of the 9 nethers in his body, so it was normal for him to be able to ignore the influence of the 7 forbidden places in the 9 nethers realm. However, the 9 nether prison steel is not something from the 9 nether realm, nor is it owned by the 9 nether dragon emperor. Why can Long Yu not be affected by its mysterious aura? Now Long Yu definitely can't figure this out, but since the 9 nether prison steel has no effect on him, he doesn't bother to think about it for the time being. First try to see if he can comprehend the body of the world from it. Among other things, Long Yu found that after approaching the 9 nether prison steel, his comprehension speed of the 9 nether imprint had increased a lot. Even the closer he was to the 9 nether prison monument, the faster Long Yu grasped the 9 nether imprint. When he was almost sticking to the entire 9 nether prison steel, his speed of grasping the 9 nether mark was almost twice as fast as usual. The surface of the Jiuyou prison steel is not completely smooth, but rather uneven, like a giant shield that has experienced many battles, and there are many marks of being beaten on it. Long Yu tried to bombard the Jiuyou prison steel with his strongest power, that is, the divine formation Jiuyuan, but found that 9 dark cracks bombarded the past, and there was no way to leave a trace on the Jiuyou prison steel. This made Long Yu even more in awe of the 9 nether prison steel. You must know that now he has unleashed the destructive power of the divine formation Jiuyuan, which is enough to blast through ordinary buildings reinforced with second-class divine crystals, but facing the 9 nether prison steel, however, not even a trace of it can be blasted out, which shows how extraordinary this 9 nether prison steel is. Feeling the gloomy and mysterious aura coming from the 9 nether prison steel, Long Yu began to try day after day to comprehend the martial arts secrets of the world-cleaning body, and at the same time continuously strengthened his grasp of the 9 nether imprint. Time passed bit by bit, and 3 months passed quickly. Long Yu comprehended in front of the 9 nether prison steel, and during these 3 months, he could only vaguely feel something from the 9 nether prison steel, but could not really comprehend anything. This made Long Yu feel a sense of frustration in his heart, but he did not give up. Instead, he chose to take 2 endless-level pills, and the abundant spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the pills burst out, filling Long Yu's entire inner world. Full, and then continue to expand his inner world. The last 10 million miles away from the middle stage of the Emperor's realm finally expanded under the urging of 2 endless-level pills, which made Long Yu's whole momentum suddenly change, and he was promoted to the level of the middle stage of the Emperor's realm. Stepping into the middle stage of Emperor realm, Long Yu's power of deduction has more than doubled, but he has nothing to deduce in this place, and he has not conducted any experiments. In addition, the power of the inner world has increased several times again, which makes Long Yu's basic power more than 10 times higher than that in the late stage of the Emperor's realm. Now Long Yu, who is in the middle stage of Emperor realm, is completely worthy against the existence of the previous 1-star Emperor level. Even if he can't defeat the opponent, he is definitely enough to protect himself. But the effect of those 2 endless-level elixirs is not limited to this. More importantly, the power of creation contained in the elixirs burst out all of a sudden, allowing Long Yu's 9 Nether Hunters' innate supernatural powers to truly step into the kingly way. The supernatural power has transformed into the imperial supernatural power again, and it has truly become an extremely terrifying killing move. 9 Serenity's Hunter is Long Yu's 6th supernatural power. Before becoming kingly supernatural power, it has never been too conspicuous, and its role is not even comparable to that of an ancient afterimage. But now, the 9 Nether Hunter, who has become the Emperor's supernatural power, has completely transformed. Long Yu tried to summon a 9 Nether Hunter, and asked the 9 Nether Hunter to fight with him, and finally found that the combat power of the 9 Nether Hunter was no less than that of Long Yu himself. The 9 Nether Hunters at the Imperial level hold 2 scimitars in their hands, and their speed is extremely fast, and it is the kind of extreme speed that does not rely on space power. It disappears before your eyes and appears behind you. If it wasn't for Long Yu's comprehension of balanced control, he really couldn't catch the figure and speed of the 9 Nether Hunters, and it would be even more impossible to catch it if it was someone else. And the 2 scimitars in Joyo Hunter's hands are the biggest change after his transformation from ordinary innate supernatural powers to imperial supernatural powers. Of those 2 scimitars, one is called Real Saber. Its destructive power is almost equal to that of the Nether Dragon Blade, and it is equivalent to the Nether Dragon Blade that is in perfect harmony with the Dragon Yu. It is conceivable that the destructive power of this machete named Sherdao is extremely terrifying, and it may only take 2 blows to kill the physical body of a martial artist at the peak of the Emperor realm. And the other knife is called Heart Knife, which is specially used to destroy the willpower of the opponent. The Heart Knife can create illusions one after another, nested repeatedly, endlessly. Once you fall into the illusion created by the Heart Knife, it will be even more difficult to get rid of it. When Long Yu was fighting with the 9 Nether Hunters, he fell into one illusion after another, and was almost killed by the 9 Nether Hunters. Fortunately, his willpower was strong enough, and he finally cut off one of his arms alive, and he forcibly escaped from the illusion. Get out. Even Long Yu paid such a terrible price for dealing with the 9 Nether Hunters, let alone other people. Of course, after Long Yu broke his arm, he knew that the 9 Nether Hunters were extremely powerful, so there was no need to do more tests, and he directly took an ancient healing elixir to regenerate his broken arm. He felt a little pity about it. It would be too wasteful to use the primordial healing elixir like this. If he could learn the secret method of the purple blood of immortality, his self-healing ability would be enhanced by 1,000 times, and there was no need to take the healing elixir for every injury. Long Yu's strength has entered the middle stage of the Emperor's realm, and at the same time, the 9 Nether Hunters' supernatural power has transformed into the Emperor's supernatural power, and in the past 3 months, he has grasped more than 9% of the 9 Nether Seal, and then he comprehended the 9 Nether world again. The prison steel finally had a new understanding soon. Based on the comprehension of the previous 3 months, Long Yu has just devoted himself to the comprehension of the Joyo prison steel, and a kind of enlightenment has arisen in his mind. Some wonderful words appear in his mind out of thin air, and he remembers them. The cultivation experience of the body of purification of the world is intertwined together. These wonderful words became clearer and clearer as Long Yu's comprehension deepened. Since they were intertwined with the cultivation experience of the pure world body, Long Yu had reason to believe that this was the cultivation method of the pure world body. It seems that the Joyo Dragon Emperor is indeed the method of cultivating the world's pure body obtained from the Joyo prison steel. Long Yu's mood began to improve, but he did not act rashly and get carried away with complacency, because the Nine Nether Prison Monument is an existence far beyond his current level, and a negligence may very well put him in a situation where he cannot recover. As time went by, those wonderful words that appeared from the Nine Nether Prison steel became clearer and clearer in Long Yu's mind, which made Long Yu more and more certain that the combination of these words was the move of the body of the world. The cultivation method of the secret method. However, it is not a matter of overnight to fully see these wonderful words. 2 full months passed, and these wonderful words in Long Yu's mind finally became clearer and clearer, gradually able to distinguish their outlines and shapes, and guess their general meaning. And at this time, there is still 1 month left, before the coming of the Dark Moon Cataclysm. The secret method of martial arts, the body of the world. Absorb the purest power in the world to temper the body, so that the body has a natural resistance to all evil and filth, and the effect is extremely remarkable. The body of the world, the first cultivation method. Long Yu concentrated and wrote down all the wonderful words that appeared in his mind. He can't guarantee that these things will appear next time, so since they appear, he should seize the opportunity once and for all. However, perhaps because Long Yu's martial arts realm is not enough, the cultivation method of the body of the world only appeared in his mind as the third cultivation method at most. Although the effect of cultivating the body of the pure world to the third level is already very significant, Long Yu still subconsciously feels a pity, if only he could directly obtain the complete cultivation method. After Long Yu obtained the first 3 cultivation methods of the pure world body, he directly started to practice the pure world body, because the 3 supernatural powers blocked by mysterious evil forces in his body were still unable to use, which made him feel uneasy. It's better to fix this problem sooner. I don't know how much I need to cultivate the body of purification to offset the side effects caused by the dark stone. No matter what, Long Yu started to cultivate the body of the world directly according to the information he got, and the most important thing to practice the secret method of martial arts is to need enough spiritual energy of heaven and earth. For this, Long Yu had already prepared, that is, the remaining 3 endless level pills, as well as some ancient level and immemorial level pills obtained from the magnificent palace, where the sacred objects of the earth gods were located. The reason why he didn't take 2 endless level pills at the beginning was because he wanted to practice this martial arts secret method as quickly as possible after he obtained the cultivation method of the body of purification. There is no way to comprehend it. The situation is much clearer now. He first took those ancient and immemorial elixirs. These elixirs were all low grade, middle grade, and high grade, so there were no other special effects. The pure heaven and earth aura contained in them were all put into the cultivation of the world-cleaning body by Long Yu among. Different from balance control, when practicing balance control, all the heaven and earth aura absorbed by Long Yu gathered near his heart, which mainly strengthened his heart, thereby enhancing his perception from all aspects. The body of purifying the world is to transport all the aura of heaven and earth absorbed by him to all parts of his body, and then use the aura of heaven and earth to further absorb the pure and holy power in the surrounding space to transform his physical body. Long Yu arranged the absorbed heaven and earth aura according to the cultivation method of the body of purification of the world, and soon, he felt that his whole physical body began to become warm, creating an extremely comfortable feeling. A total of more than 20 ancient and immemorial elixirs have been completely absorbed by him. It is a matter of course that he has successfully cultivated the first level of the world-purifying body. His physical body has initially possessed the power of purifying the world. Opponents suppress, confuse. However, Long Yu took a look, and found that the mysterious evil power from the pitch-black stone in his body still sealed his 3 magical fruits, so he could only grit his teeth and continue to take the next 3 endless level pills. After taking the first endless level pill, there was not much aura from heaven and earth. It seems that Long Yu's luck is not very good, but there is a lot of aura in this endless level medicine, and it also contains some. The power of creation was used by Long Yu to enhance the 7th supernatural power, the path of the 9 serenity. As Long Yu's 7th supernatural power, 9 nether path is of course a high-level supernatural power, and it has already helped Long Yu a lot before, let alone after it has been promoted. Under the action of this first endless level elixir, the path of the 9 serenity jumped directly from the 7th heaven level to a kingly supernatural power, which directly produced a qualitative change. As the kingly and supernatural power of the 9 nether path, the penetrating effect on the space blockade is 10 times stronger. Within the 9 nether path, Long Yu can move freely, and the 9 nether path at the level of the kingly supernatural power also has a kind of protection effect. As long as it is within the range of the path of the 9 nethers, there will be a barrier of the path of the 9 nethers to protect Long Yu's safety. Simply put, it has a defensive effect attached. As for the defensive effect, I don't know. The effect of this first endless level elixir is just like that. It raised the path of 9 serenity to the kingly supernatural power, and then slightly enhanced Long Yu's cultivation of the body of the world. At this point, Long Yu was really worried that the next 2 endless level pills would only have the same effect. In that case, he might not be able to cultivate the world-cleaning body to the 2nd level. But soon he found that he didn't have to worry about it. Because the 2nd endless elixir finally broke out. Every pill of the endless level may burst out when the cultivator takes it, producing double, triple, or even more multiples of heaven and earth aura and special power. This is the most special feature of endless level pills. Long Yu had taken a lot of endless level pills before, and there were basically some small-scale outbreaks. It was relatively common to produce more than double or double the amount of heaven and earth aura, and I only saw a triple explosion once. Long Yu has never seen multiple explosions. But now the 2nd endless level pill he took finally got a super large-scale explosion, and the heaven and earth aura and special creative power generated in it had increased to 6 times the original one. That is to say, taking this endless pill, Long Yu is equivalent to taking 6 endless pills that have not exploded, and the effect can be imagined. The holy power of Long Yu's whole body flickered and condensed again, and the body of the world was just a little bit short of stepping into the 2nd level. At the same time, Long Yu condensed the creative power of this endless level pill that exploded 6 times into the 9 nether dragon's breath, elevating this kingly supernatural power to the imperial supernatural power. Imperial magical powers, 9 nether dragon's breath, the power has increased 10 times compared to before. It seems that this 9 nether dragon's breath is purely a super destructive supernatural power. The geometric progression goes up. Thinking in his heart, Long Yu was quite satisfied with this. But the most important thing next is the effect of the next endless level pill. It is best to rely on this endless level medicine to raise the body of the world to the 2nd level. The last endless elixir did not disappoint Long Yu. Although only twice as effective as the elixir erupted, it successfully pushed the world-cleaning body to the 2nd stage, and Long Yu was pleasantly surprised to find that the mysterious and evil forces that sealed his 3 supernatural powers finally start to retreat. The body of purifying the world can dispel all evil and filth. This kind of martial arts secret method is extremely miraculous, but it also makes Long Yu somewhat puzzled. If Joyo Dragon Emperor also cultivated the body of the world, wouldn't he be a combination of evil and holiness? But after thinking about it, Long Yu figured it out. The body of purification only protects the practitioner from special forces, including suppression, imprisonment, illusion, erosion, etc., but it does not mean that the practitioner himself has become holy. Long Yu didn't think much about it. Anyway, the body of purifying the world can unseal the seal of the supernatural fruit in his body. That's enough. In this way, the remaining 2 pitch-black stones on Long Yu's body can be used again, but before that, Long Yu first took out the jade slip of cultivation experience on the body of the pure world left by the Dragon Emperor Joyo. It took Long Yu half a month to reread the content of this jade slip thousands of times, and finally his body of purifying the world finally achieved the 3rd level. It turns out that the cultivation experience of the pure world body can really promote the cultivation of the pure world body. Even if there is no aura of heaven and earth, it can be improved through the experience. It seems that the Joyo Dragon Emperor left the cultivation experience for the purpose of rebirth. It can quickly improve the body of the world. Long Yu guessed in his heart, feeling that his whole body was transparent. When the body of purifying the world was upgraded to the 3rd level, a lot of impurities were eliminated from his whole body instantly, making him feel refreshed. Although on the surface it doesn't seem to have much effect, but Long Yu knows that now that he has cultivated the 3rd level of the world-cleaning body, some ordinary methods of suppression, imprisonment, and power erosion have no effect on him. Even if he uses the 9 nether deterrents to deal with himself, he will find that the deterrent effect will be weakened by at least half. It has been 5.5 months since Long Yu came to the 9 nether prison monument, and it is only the last half a month before the 9 nether dark moon approaches the world of Xuanhuan and the dark moon cataclysm. Long Yu finally completed his own cultivation and transformation before the cataclysm of the dark moon came. The half a year of practice not only allowed him to practice the 3rd level martial arts secret method to purify the world, but also improved several supernatural powers, achieved several royal supernatural powers, and the martial arts realm also stepped into the imperial realm mid-term. Immediately afterwards, Long Yu was about to leave the Joyo prison monument. He has been cultivating here for half a year, and Long Yu was still a little bit reluctant when he left, but the Dark Moon Cataclysm is coming. If he doesn't leave now, he is worried about what accidents will happen to the Beishui Empire, and that will not be fun. After leaving the 9 nether prison steel, Long Yu kept teleporting towards the Xuanhuan world again. After half a year, Long Yu's mastery of the Mark of the 9 Nethers has also increased to 15%, allowing him to exert 2 or 3 times more power in the 9 Nether realm than before. At this time, Long Yu, relying on the imprint of the 9 Nethers, already possessed quite strong control over the 9 Nethers realm. If I meet an opponent at the level of a 1-star emperor now, I can easily crush him. Even if a 2-star emperor fights against me, I will not be at a disadvantage, and I even have a chance to defeat my opponent. Long Yu's eyes shone brightly, and he decided to absorb the power of the 2 pitch-black stones before returning to the world of Xuanhuan. Although the mysterious and evil power in the pitch-black stone had sealed his supernatural powers for more than 5 months before, casting some shadows on Long Yu, there is no doubt that the effect of this pitch-black stone on improving innate supernatural powers is very obvious. Now that Long Yu has raised the body of purification to the 3rd level, he should be able to safely absorb the power from these 2 pitch-black stones. Long Yu was continuously teleporting in the direction of Xuanhuan world while absorbing the power of creation from the pitch-black stone. The first thing he improved was the supernatural power of the kingly way, the path of the 9 secluded, and the siphon of the soul seal. Judging from the previous situation, after absorbing the power in each pitch-black stone, he can upgrade the 2 supernatural powers of the kingly way to the supernatural power of the imperial way, and still have remaining. Now Long Yu has absorbed another pitch-black stone, and as expected, the power within it siphons the 9 nether path and soul seal again, raising it to the level of imperial supernatural powers. The remaining power in this pitch-black stone was used by Long Yu to strengthen the Eye of Shadow, raising the Eye of Shadow from the 7th heaven to the 9th heaven, and the detection range of this magical power has once again increased. But then, Long Yu frowned slightly, Because he discovered that after the power of this pitch-black stone was absorbed, the mysterious evil power that emerged from it seemed to be several times stronger than before. A cloud of black air immediately enveloped the magical fruits of the Nine Nether Path, the Soul Seal Siphon, and the Eye of Shadow, completely sealing these three magical fruits and making them unusable. Even the third level of the world-cleaning body couldn't dispel that cloud of black energy. The whole cloud of black energy was like a bone-attached maggot, completely attached to Long Yu's three magical fruits. It's a tragedy again. Long Yu couldn't help cursing inwardly. What is this pitch-black stone that can produce mysterious and evil powers of different strengths? Long Yu got rid of the sequelae of the pitch-black stone before when he reached the second level of the body of purification, but now, his body of purification has reached the third level, and he couldn't get rid of the same side effects. This is something that Long Yu Xuan never expected, and next, he has lost the cultivation method of the body of the world, and now he has cultivated to the third level at most, that is to say, before he finds a special method, his Joyo, the three moves of Path of Soul, Siphon of Soul Seal, and Eye of Shadow will all be in a sealed state and cannot be used. Not only that, but Long Yu had no idea what would happen to the sealed supernatural power fruit in the end. He always felt that if the supernatural power fruit was sealed by the mysterious evil black energy for too long, there would be some unbearable consequences. This is bad. This time Long Yu really experienced what it means to be self-inflicted and unable to live, but when he absorbed the second pitch-black stone, he really did not expect such a situation to happen. And this also reminded Long Yu that among the things left by the Dragon Emperor Joyo, there might be something very dangerous. This kind of pitch-black stone is not bad. If you encounter something more powerful, Long Yu can be regarded as completely stuck in it. Some problems that the Dragon Emperor of Joyo can solve, does not mean that Long Yu can also solve it now. You must be careful in the future. As for now, there is nothing you can do, you can only think of a way, slowly. Long Yu sighed and shook his head. There was nothing he could do about the three magical fruits sealed by mysterious evil forces in his inner world. Fortunately, the Path of the Netherworld, the Soul Seal Siphon, and the Eye of Shadow, these three magical powers are not commonly used by Long Yu, and the sealing of these three moves will not affect Long Yu's overall combat effectiveness. This can be said to be a blessing in misfortune, and in addition to dealing with the Dark Moon catastrophe, Long Yu also needs to come up with a way to improve the body of the world as soon as possible, or find some special medicines to purify himself. The hope is equally remote, but it can be done at the same time. If you want to improve your body of purifying the world, after the Dark Moon catastrophe, continue to come back and try to comprehend the 9 Nether Prison Steel. As for the elixir with special purification effect, it may be difficult to find in the world of Shenwu, and it can only be based on luck. Thinking in Long Yu's heart, seeing a dense sea of dead energy appearing in front of him, with a dense aura coming towards him, he knew that the sea of dead energy had arrived, then passing through the sea of dead energy would be the world of Shenwu. He knew that it was almost time for him to act, so with a thought, his whole body turned into a middle-aged man with a very ordinary appearance, his figure flashed, and he disappeared in the thick sea of death energy. Long Yu's disguise method is of course used through the Book of Shadows, but this time the disguise is different from the previous ones. Now the Book of Shadows has transformed into a supernatural power of the Imperial Way. Through the Book of Shadows, Long Yu can change his appearance and aura at will. This is the power of the Book of Shadows as a supernatural power of the Imperial Way. The current Book of Shadows can completely allow Long Yu to achieve an absolute disguise, and after the disguise, he can also use his own means. This is the biggest change in the Book of Shadows compared to before. After seeing Concubine Yu and hearing Concubine Yu's words, Long Yu knew that his existence was absolutely not allowed to the Lu Shan clan. If the people of the Lu Shan clan realize that Long Yu is gradually mastering the mark of Joyo, he will definitely have a dead end. Therefore, for the Dark Moon Cataclysm and his party this time, he is going to hide his identity and whereabouts, and change his appearance with one shot, so as not to leave any suspicious clues or lies for anyone. Long Yu, who was originally elusive, will become even more elusive after upgrading the Book of Shadows to the supernatural power of the Emperor. Want to kill Long Yu? Let's find him first. What's more, after being disguised as the Book of Shadows, the Emperor's supernatural powers also have the function of interfering with the deduction, which can make the deduction power falling on Long Yu confused, so that it is impossible to deduce accurate results about him. Unless the other party's martial arts level exceeds Long Yu's too much, it is impossible to find out where Long Yu is. When he returned to the world of Xuanhuan, Long Yu felt that Joyo Dark Moon was already nearby. When the Dark Moon cataclysm is over, maybe I should go to the interior of the 9 nether Dark Moons. Although no one has ever been to that place, it should be fine for me to go, right? Long Yu thought in his heart. Since the 9 nether Dragon Emperor has placed some things in the Divine Martial Realm Core and the 9 nether Xian Palace, he may have prepared some precious existences in the other forbidden areas. Since Long Yu has obtained the 9 nether seal, he must not miss these things. Even though the pitch-black stones obtained now troubled Long Yu greatly, overall, the things left by the Dragon Emperor Joyo were definitely useful to Long Yu. Although the 3 major supernatural powers have been sealed, Long Yu's other supernatural powers have all transformed into Emperor's supernatural powers, and the overall strength has not decreased but increased. Long Yu, who had completed his transformation, originally only planned to retreat and cultivate in seclusion, in order to master more about the imprint of the 9 Serenity, and after 10 or 20 years, he would have fully mastered it. But now that the Dark Moon cataclysm is coming, it is impossible for him to turn a blind eye to it. After all, the Dark Moon cataclysm can be said to be a disaster for the world of Xuanhuan, but it can also be said to be a great opportunity. As long as you kill those resuscitated ancient dead souls, you can get some good cultivation resources, but now Long Yu still needs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth urgently. Whether he wants to improve the realm of martial arts, or to improve the level of comprehension of balanced control, he needs a huge amount of heaven and earth spiritual energy, and it is far from enough to rely on pills. After all, the pills that Long Yu can get are almost enough, unless he was able to leave the world of Xuanhuan and go to the sky. What's more, Long Yu faintly felt that something was wrong with the 9 nether Dark Moon this time, and there might be some other special things happening in this Dark Moon cataclysm. It was this premonition that made Long Yu finally rush back to the world of Xuanhuan before the Dark Moon catastrophe came. Long Yu turned into an ordinary-looking middle-aged man and returned to the territory of Beishui Empire. He found that although only half a year had passed, the entire Beishui Empire had changed a lot. First of all, the entire Beishui Empire is divided into 4 main regions: Beishui District, Tianyu District, Shura District, and Scarlet Emperor District. The 4 main regions occupied the territory of the Northern Snow Dynasty, the Shenluo Empire, the Tianqin Dynasty, and the Yun Empire respectively, and in the center were 4 huge cities: the Northern Snow Emperor capital, Tianyu City, Shura City, and Scarlet Emperor City. Due to the inexplicable death of the Emperor of War and Emperor Yun's coming to power, the Northern Snow Empire also ushered in a period of rapid development. During this period, no force could stop the rapid development of the Northern Snow Empire. The tens of billions of divine coin assets obtained by Xiangwu in the strongest imperial realm have become the biggest support for the development of Beishui Empire. Countless cultivation resources have been transported from the holy city of 5 emperors to Beishui Empire, and several major forces in the entire Beishui Empire, all of them have ancient or even immemorial martial arts secrets. This has allowed the Beishui Empire to attract countless martial arts practitioners from the surrounding rivers and lakes in just half a year, and its overall strength is several times stronger than that of the previous 4 countries combined. If this momentum continues, within a few years, the overall strength of the Beishui Empire will surpass the 6 sects and 10 kingdoms, and become a new giant in the world of Xuanhuan. As long as the Beishui Empire does not endanger the rule of the 5 Emperors Alliance, the extraterrestrial forces will not pay attention to it. In fact, the people of the Baishui Empire have never thought of fighting against the Five Emperors Alliance. For everyone in the world of Xuanhuan, the Five Emperors Alliance is the strongest existence, and anyone who fights against the Five Emperors Alliance is just looking for death. Under such circumstances, no matter how the Baishui Empire develops, it will be difficult to challenge the Five Emperors Alliance. Long Yu was very happy that he returned to the Northern Snow Empire again. This empire not only developed, but also built 72 impregnable battle fortresses, which were distributed throughout the entire Northern Snow Empire. These are what Long Yu had talked with Shiyang Wu and Yu Hanqing before, trying his best to prepare for the coming Dark Moon catastrophe, but he didn't expect them to directly build 72 battle fortresses. This preparation is definitely enough for the coming Dark Moon cataclysm. In addition, the 72 fortresses in the Northern Snow Empire and the 4 main cities are all built with teleportation circles, and the speed of mutual support will become extremely fast. No matter which place is about to lose its hold, people from other places can be sent to rescue immediately. In contrast, Long Yu did not make any effective preparations for the other empires that Long Yu passed along the way back to the Northern Snow Empire. Only a few countries adjacent to the Northern Snow Empire seemed to have heard some news. Some war cities were built a little bit, the defenses were very strict, and there were many war equipment built. It seems that the Five Emperors did not announce the news that the Dark Moon cataclysm is coming, alas. Long Yu shook his head slightly. In this way, the entire world of Xuanhuan will suffer a great loss. Those places that are not prepared are very likely to be completely occupied by the revived ancient dead souls. No one knows when the Dark Moon cataclysm will come. Even Long Yu didn't know the exact start time of the Dark Moon cataclysm, but he could feel that Jiuyou Dark Moon was very close to the world of Xuanhuan, but the Dark Moon cataclysm hadn't started yet. But from now on, the Dark Moon cataclysm may break out at any time, and even Long Yu may be caught off guard. In Tianyu City. Long Yu was in the middle of the city, following countless people to the martial arts arena in the north of Tianyu City. Hearing from the people around him, there were 2 talented youths engaged in a life-and-death battle on the martial arts arena. The reason for this life-and-death engagement was because the 2 young men were jealous because of a woman, which led to a big fight. The reason why Long Yu wanted to take a look was because this woman still had some relationship with him. It was He Qinxue from Huangsha Tiancheng, who was on Tianyu Floating Island. He Qinxue was Yi Luan's senior sister in Huangsha Tiancheng, and Long Yu once rescued her once, and kissed Long Yu on the face when they parted. There is no doubt that He Qinxue has feelings for Long Yu, but it's a pity that Long Yu can't accept her. One is because she doesn't feel for her at all, and the other is because Long Yu's side is too dangerous now. Any danger against Long Yu, once it reaches He Qinxue's level, He Qinxue has almost no ability to resist. Although Long Yu has a good relationship with many people in the Baishui Empire, from now on, he can only go behind the scenes. Just wait for him to actually bring the Jiuyou realm to the Jiuyou clan and liberate the Jiuyou realm from the Lushang clan. Only when he comes out can he truly feel at ease and get along well with everyone. Before that, if the 9 nether marks in Long Yu's body were discovered, then he would face a life-and-death crisis. At this time, he didn't want to involve any other friends. Long Yu came to the martial arts arena in the north of Tianyu City, and found that the 2 young men were both late-stage emperors. They were both handsome and unrestrained. And a life-and-death battle was agreed. However, Long Yu didn't see He Qinxue himself at the scene, but Yi Luan appeared at the scene and tried to dissuade the 2 brothers. The impeller at this time is already a strong man in the late stage of the imperial realm, and can be regarded as one of the management of Tianyu City, so the prestige is naturally quite good. But even if Yi Luan came out, he couldn't stop the 2 brothers' life-and-death battle. What Yi Luan meant was that He Qinxue didn't want to see either of them get hurt, so he didn't want to see the 2 of them fight, and wanted them to stop. However, the conflict between the 2 brothers was not small, and for He Qinxue, neither of them was willing to reconcile. Hee, the young people of today. Long Yu chuckled, and the middle-aged man in disguise stepped onto the martial arts stage with one step, and stood directly between the two brothers. A clear sentence attracted the attention of everyone around him. Everyone turned their attention to Long Yu, but no one knew who he was, nor what kind of martial arts realm he possessed. Because, when Long Yu turned into a middle-aged man, he also used balanced control to block all his aura. As a result, almost no one in Azhi-Tianyu City could see through Long Yu's cultivation. That's even more impossible. Who is this guy? It's a good fight between life and death. Why is he here to join in the fun? That's right. Seeing that he's not too young, could it be that he also wants to play Captain He Qinshua's idea? I don't know who he is, but I've never seen him before. Tell me, isn't this guy trying to take advantage of this opportunity to become famous? It's hard to say, but I don't know where this place is. This person dares to stop the life and death battle between the two brothers of the Zhang family. He has made everyone angry. The people around started to discuss one after another, pointing at where Long Yu was. On the martial arts stage, Yi Luan, who had been unsuccessful in dissuading him, was a little surprised. He didn't expect that someone would come up to persuade him, and even he couldn't see through this person's martial arts cultivation. Yi Luan thought to himself, most likely this person's martial arts realm is far beyond him, so he can't see through it. In this case, it is still possible for him to stop this life and death battle. Before Yi Luan could speak, the two brothers of the Zhang family who were about to engage in a life and death battle were immediately annoyed. Their appointment was set up a few days ago, but they never expected that when the battle of life and death was about to begin, people rushed out one after another to stop it. Just now, Yi Luan was He Qinshua's younger brother after all, and the two brothers didn't dare to be rude to him, but now that this strange guy appeared, he dared to stop them? Dream. Get out of the way, we have a life and death fight, what does it matter to you? The eldest brother of the Zhang family snorted coldly, and his tone was very rude. That's right, who are you? Mind your own business. The younger brother of the Zhang family also asked, his eyes full of coldness. Long Yu stood between the two, and was pointed at by countless people around him, but he remained calm and unaffected by the surrounding situation at all. He smiled faintly. At this moment, it is better for the two of you to give up. Young man, do you know that the Dark Moon Cataclysm is about to come? In my opinion, instead of having a life and death battle, the two of you should compare the situation in the Dark Moon Cataclysm. After the arrival, who can kill more revived souls will be interesting. When everyone heard Long Yu's words, they couldn't help being stunned for a moment, and then fell silent. Indeed, the Dark Moon Cataclysm is a big event for everyone, and the entire Northern Snow Empire began to publicize that the Dark Moon Cataclysm is coming half a year ago. Calculating the time, the Dark Moon Cataclysm will come almost recently, right? If the Dark Moon catastrophe comes. Suddenly, many people fell silent, but some people still dismissed it. Dark Moon Cataclysm, who knows when it will come? Apart from the rumors in our Northern Snow Empire, I have not heard any rumors from other countries. It is conceivable that this is mostly alarmist talk. That's right, and our Northern Snow Empire has already made preparations and built 72 war fortresses. Even if the Dark Moon Cataclysm strikes, what will happen to us? Indeed, we don't need to worry about the Dark Moon Cataclysm. On the contrary, we have waited a long time for this life and death battle. We must not miss it. Listening to the words of these onlookers, Long Yu was almost dizzy with anger. How much confidence do these guys have in the Beishui Empire? Even he, Long Yu, had to face the cataclysm of the Dark Moon with caution, and if he was not careful, he might capsize in the gutter. But these guys who are not even in the King State have no worries about the Dark Moon Cataclysm? This made Long Yu probably also know about some problems existing in Beishui Empire. Although the overall development of the Beishui Empire was rapid, it caused the cultivators within the Beishui Empire to develop an arrogant and conceited character. This kind of character was not good for the entire empire, but a great threat. In fact, the Beishui Empire is not considered a very strong force in the entire Shenwu world. There are dozens of forces stronger than the Beishui Empire. However, due to the rapid development of the Beishui Empire, most of the martial cultivators in the empire felt a little swollen. That's good too. When the Dark Moon Cataclysm comes, these people will be able to learn a severe lesson. Long Yu shook his head and thought in his heart, but today the brother of Zhang family's life and death battle, he will definitely not let it start. You must know that young people in the late stage of the imperial realm are already considered good geniuses for the Beishui Empire, not to mention that these two are only in their 20s, and their future is bright. If any of them died in the life and death battle with the other party, it would undoubtedly be a great loss for the Beishui Empire. In contrast, if these two join forces to resist the Dark Moon Cataclysm, they will become a powerful force in the resistance process, and even save many other cultivators. Under such circumstances, of course it is impossible for Long Yu to step aside and let them continue to kill each other. Okay, what should I do? With me here, today's life and death battle between the two of you can be said to have ended ahead of schedule. As for the outcome, it will be calculated according to the revived souls you killed during the Dark Moon Cataclysm. Long Yu coughed and continued to stop in the middle. But the Zhang family brothers couldn't be more angry, because they all felt that they must be stronger than each other. If they fought, they would definitely be able to defeat each other, thus gaining He Qinshua's favor. Since you stop us, let's get rid of you first. The elder brother of the Zhang family snorted coldly, and greeted him, "Brother, let's kill the person who is in the way first, and then proceed to our life and death battle." No problem. The younger brother of the Zhang family also nodded coldly, and the two of them instantly released flames from their bodies, descending towards Long Yu's place with a bang, like a raging fire burning hell, trying to burn Long Yu to pieces. Well. Seeing this, Long Yu shook his head with a slight sigh, and stood there completely motionless. The bombardment at the late stage of the Imperial realm, even if the two attacking him were all using the high-level magical powers of the Seventh Heaven, it was still impossible to threaten Long Yu in the slightest. When Long Yu was in the late stage of the Emperor realm, his physical strength was comparable to the peak of the Emperor realm. Now that his martial arts realm has broken through to the middle stage of the Emperor realm, the strength of his physical body has been tempered again, and the strength of the heart realm has been smelted, which is directly stronger than before. More than. Not to mention the high-level magical attacks of the late stage of the Emperor's realm, even if the kingly supernatural powers of the late stage of the Emperor's realm bombard Long Yu, they may not be able to cause any damage to Long Yu. Sure enough, the next moment, when the Zhang brothers' flame powers completely enveloped Long Yu, the two brothers were shocked to find that the high-level powers they were proud of could not break through this person's defense at all. Even this person withstood their attack with his physical body alone. Who is this person? To have such terrifying strength. The Zhang brothers only made one move, but it was easily resisted by Long Yu. He was scorched by the flames of the two high-level supernatural powers, but he was as comfortable as taking a hot bath. The supernatural powers of the two people, there is absolutely no threat to Long Yu. At this moment, Long Yu suddenly frowned and raised his head. The aura of 9 Nether Dark Moon suddenly strengthened at this moment.